Meanwhile, the PSUC was agitating for the implementation of other measures. We have said repeatedly that without a regular army, without a single command, without discipline, and without revolutionary order, there is no possibility of victory, declared the party's Central Committee. 31 Although the Catalan government had approved the mobilization of the 193,435 classes in October 32, the measure had remained unheeded, for the CNT held that it would be very childish to hand over our forces to the absolute control of the government and that its members should be drafted only by the CNT for service in libertarian units. 33 Even after the CNT took over the Defense Council in December, the anarcho-syndicalists continued to oppose the draft and strove to maintain the integrity and homogeneous character of their armed forces under the control of their own revolutionary leaders. Thus, while the PSUC pressed for the fusion of the militia into a regular army in the service of the Republican government, 34 The CNT urged that the militia be organized into an army in the service of the revolution. 35 And that all positions of command from the War Ministry down should be controlled rigidly by the revolutionary trade union organizations. 36 There, in a nutshell, lay the irreconcilable conflict between the opposing sides. 419. In this dispute, the position of the POUM, which had its own militia forces, was clear. The only guarantee that the working class can have as to the fate of the revolution is its own army. And the army of the working class can be no other than an army recruited from the militia. It is absolutely necessary that control be maintained by the revolutionary organizations. In short, our party declares itself resolutely in favor of a regular army, but of a regular army that is the living expression of the revolution. 37. Intensifying its agitation for a regular army under government control, the PSUC set up a committee for the Popular Army comprising all parties and organizations with the exception of the CNT, FAI, and POUM. On February 27, the committee published proposals for the immediate transformation of the militia into units of the regular army, for the mobilization of the 193,435 classes, for the publication of their induction centers, for the dissolution of all military committees not possessing official government status, and for the appointment of political commissars by the competent authorities to all units of the Popular Army. 38. On February 28, the committee held an impressive demonstration and a military parade through the streets of Barcelona. To the CNT, this show of power was a grave challenge. On the ground that the committee usurped his authority, the CNT defense councillor Francisco Isglias threatened to resign. To avert a cabinet crisis, the Esquerra, prompted by the conciliatory Tarradellas, urged that the activities of the committee be suspended despite every good intention, inasmuch as they might constitute a usurpation of functions and initiatives properly belonging to the Generalitat. Council. 39. A compromise was reached. The Committee for the Popular Army was officially constituted as an auxiliary body of the Defense Council, with Isglias as vice president and Companies as president. 40 This was nonetheless a victory for the PSUC. Through the machinery of the committee, now recognized as an official body, it was able to increase its agitation and to exert even greater pressure on the defense councillor. Mirroring the consternation of the libertarian movement, Tierra y Libertad, the leading mouthpiece of the FAI, declared that behind the PSUC's campaign for a regular army there lay a policy of aggression against anarchism. 41. Simultaneously, Isglias was under mounting pressure from the central government, which had long opposed the independence of the Catalan militia on the neighbouring Aragon front and the military independence acquired by Catalonia as a result of the revolution. But not until the beginning of March did the Generalitat government, hungry for arms and funds, agree to submit to Valencia's military decrees and to subordinate the Catalan militia to the War Ministry. 42 As a result, on March 18, Isglias, who, with Tarradellas, had negotiated the financial and military accords on behalf of the Catalan government, was compelled to set firm dates for the call-up not only of the 193,435 classes but also for the 193,233 conscripts. 43. On March 23, La Battella published the following article by Enrique Adraher, Gironella, the propaganda secretary of the POUM and delegate on the CNT-controlled Defense Council headed by Isglias, denouncing Valencia's military policy toward Catalonia. 420. Valencia categorically refused economic help to Catalonia so as to force us to capitulate militarily. Valencia refused arms and ammunition for the Aragon front in order to prevent our proletarian forces from being victorious. 44 and stimulating the revolutionary will of the Spanish workers. While the Catalan Generalitat was obliged to beg for money from the central government to pay 10 pesetas to the militiamen after 1.5 to 2 months delay, Valencia bought over the officers, promoted them regularly and paid their salaries promptly. From now on all the expenses of the Catalan army will be met by Valencia, including those of the military commands, of the People's School of War, and of military operations. Catalonia has lost her military independence. The Catalan proletariat has lost its army. How can those who call themselves nationalists and even separatists, a reference to the Esquerra autonomists and the separatists of the small Estat Català party, face the Catalan people? How can the CNT councillors face their comrades fighting on the battlefields of Aragon? How can they all justify this shameful capitulation to the central government? The attitude of the Catalan left Republicans and of the PSUC reformists is understandable and logical. That they should prefer 1,000 times more to see the army in the hands of the Valencia government than in the hands of the revolutionary Catalan proletariat is natural. But the capitulation of the CNT councillors is incomprehensible. It is incredible that the anarchist comrades, who would rather allow themselves to be killed than permit a revolver to be taken away from them, should quietly agree to surrender the army, which, in the last analysis, is the real weapon of the working class. We have handed over to Valencia, to the partisans of the Democratic Republic, to the partisans of the strangulation of the revolution, the army of our social emancipation. 45. Not all the anarchists had quietly submitted to the demands of Valencia, as the POUM article stated, for early in March, in the case of the Iron Column already discussed in this volume, nearly 1,000 militiamen stationed in Gelsa on the Aragon front left in protest against the militarization decrees, fearing that these measures would transform the militia into an instrument of the state under the rigid control of the government. In Barcelona, they set up the Friends of Durruti, Los Amigos de Durruti, named after the famous anarchist, Buenaventura Durruti, killed in November on the Madrid front to combat the counter-revolutionary policy of the leadership of the CNT and FAI. Officially constituted in March 1937 with Felix Martinez and Jaime Balius, the latter, director or editor-in-chief at the time of the CNT newspaper La Noche, as secretary and vice-secretary, respectively. 46. The organization increased its membership, according to Balius, to between 4,000 and 5,000 by the beginning of May. 47. None of its adherents, Balius affirmed, belonged to the Bolshevik-Leninists, despite numerous claims to the contrary, for example, by Frank Jelinek, the Manchester Guardian correspondent in Spain, who alleged, as did the Communists, that the organization was penetrated and controlled by Trotskyists. 48. However, G. Muniz, Manuel Fernandez Grandizo, the leader of the minuscule 421 group of Spanish Bolshevik Leninists, acknowledges a comradely relationship. Not only did we work fraternally with the workers of the Friends of Durruti, but they helped us in the sale and distribution of our newspaper. 49. Whether the withdrawal from the front of so large a group of militiamen had any effect on the anarcho-syndicalist leadership cannot be said with certainty, but it is noteworthy that only a day after the first draftees were due to present themselves at their induction centers, in compliance with the military decrees, the CNT councillors, led by Francisco Isglias, walked out of the Generalitat government, provoking a cabinet crisis. 50. The PSUC and CNT were now deadlocked over every crucial issue. The libertarian movement had tried to protect the independence of its armed forces by temporizing or by feigning acceptance of the government's decrees, but the pretense could not be continued, and an open split in the cabinet was inevitable. As a condition for resolving the crisis, the libertarians demanded that the legislation on public order undergo such a fundamental change that only the title remain and that the Defense Council should be authorized to prevent by every means at its disposal military parades and demonstrations and whatever prejudices or undermines revolutionary morale and the will to fight. 51. The PSUC, on the other hand, declared that it had not provoked the crisis and had done everything possible to avoid it. A government must be formed that will not allow any segment or group constantly to obstruct its work in favor of the war. A government must be formed that will honor its commitments and implement the decrees that have been approved unanimously but have not yet been put into effect. 52. Furthermore, it insisted that the anarcho-syndicalists sign a pledge that the military and public order decrees approved by the previous government would be executed without modification and that all the measures of the new government would be fulfilled. 53. But the CNT was not about to set its signature to any document that might later be used against it and that, in its opinion, ran counter not only to the ideological principles that inspire our organization but to the very essence of the revolution and to the conquests achieved by the working masses since 19 July 54. The crisis was now entering its second week with no solution in prospect. On April 3, President Companies put together, as a last resort, a makeshift cabinet comprising 6 councillors. José Tarradellas, First Councillor, Premier, and Councillor of Finance and Education. Artemio Aguad, Internal Security. Juan Comarera, PSUC. Public Works, Labor, and Justice. 422. José Calvet, Unio de Rabaseiros. Agriculture and Supplies. Francisco Isglias, CNT. Defense. Juan J. Domenech, CNT. Economy, Public Services, and Health. No one regarded the new government as anything but a stopgap, least of all Companies, who, expressing his growing impatience with the CNT at the outset of the crisis, had called for a government that can govern and can impose its will on those who obstruct its work. 55. It was now becoming increasingly apparent that Companies was losing sympathy with the prudent tactics of Tarradellas, who hoped to maintain his policy of accommodation with the CNT until such time as it might nullify itself by its ideological contradictions and political naivete. As Miguel Caminal, a Comarera admirer and a keen expositor of the Catalan political drama, observes, such important men in the Esquerra as Companies and Aguad were closer to the positions of Comarera than to those of Tarradellas. While Tarradellas, he affirms, was ready to make formal but not substantive concessions to the CNT in the belief that an open breach of governmental unity would be fraught with unforeseeable consequences, Comarera, on the other hand, believed that formal collaboration without substance would simply diminish the authority of the government and would have even more dramatic consequences. The divergence of opinion, he adds, revolved around the question of unity or authority. 56. Obviously, the PSUC's answer was authority. On April 7, the PSUC and UGT launched a victory plan for Catalonia. The whole problem at the present time, ran the preamble, hinges on the question of power, on the question of authority. Without authority there can be no army. Without authority there can be no war industry. Without authority there can be no victory. Its main points were, 1. The rapid creation of a regular popular army of Catalonia as an integral part of the Republican Army. 2. Immediate organization of 5 divisions on the basis of the 193,236 classes. 3. Nationalization of the basic war industries and the militarization of transport. 4. Rapid creation of the single internal security corps in compliance with the decrees approved by the previous government of Catalonia, and 5. Concentration of all arms in the hands of the government. 57. The entire plan was in conflict with the revolutionary aims of the CNT. We have already made too many concessions, warned Solidaridad Obrera, and believe that the time has come to turn off the spigot. 58. Andrés Nin, the POUM leader, welcomed this stand. On July 19 the working class had power in its hands. It allowed the opportunity to pass. The proletariat still holds in its hands important positions. If today we do not take advantage of the situation to take power peacefully, tomorrow we shall have to resort to a violent struggle to put an end to the bourgeoisie and the reformists. With great anxiety we have watched the vacillations and doubts of the 423 CNT leadership. Too many concessions have been made to the counter-revolution. For this reason we welcome with pleasure the CNT's present stand. The CNT has declared, "Here we stop. Not a single step backward." 59. On April 10, THIRD-WORLDISM, the FAI organ, reflecting the mood of the more radical spirits, declared, "Crush the counter-revolution, comrades. That is your mandate. Our duty is to make it a reality." Despite this mandate, the CNT leaders continued their negotiations with the PSUC and Askara representatives in the Generalitat Palace in search of a modus vivendi that might stave off open warfare between the opposing camps. But the streets outside seemed paved with dynamite as sporadic clashes proliferated and the danger of civil war loomed more ominously with every passing hour. No one could be sure of his physical safety, writes Miguel Caminal in his biography of Juan Comerera, and the best proof of this were the spectacular bodyguards that always escorted some political leaders. Because of his political activity, Comerera held many lottery tickets and his official car was always accompanied by another with men armed to the teeth 60. On April 16, President Companys set up another stopgap government to tide things over. A few weeks later he recorded, "For a long time the Counselor of Internal Security Aguad had been demanding additional forces from the central government. Those of the Generalitat were insufficient to meet the needs of the situation, only 2,000 armed assault guards, 600 others unarmed, and few National Guards. The policy of unity and tact had to go hand in hand with an effort to increase the authority of the government by taking action in specific cases involving so-called uncontrolled i.e., CNT-FAI groups and coercive measures directed against the government's orders. This I had been demanding with insistence not only because of the pressure of public opinion, but also because of the very demands of the Ministry of the Interior and other authorities of Madrid, and the comments in the foreign press regarding the frontier, etc., etc. The complexity of the situation made reinforcements necessary, because even with the utmost tact it was anticipated that a clash might occur. The government of the Generalitat was exhausting its resources for resolving the situation and public opinion was pressing. The power of the government was growing constantly, but the majority of the people in Catalonia were irritated to such a degree that there was a danger that the government might lose public confidence and that the forces of public order in the service of the Generalitat might become demoralized. 61. The new cabinet set up by Companys on April 16 possessed the same political composition as the one formed on December 16, although with a few minor changes. José Tarradellas, First Councillor, Premier, and Councillor of Finance. 424. Antonio Maria Spert, Culture. Artemio Aguad, Internal Security. José Calvet, Unio de Rabasers. Agriculture. José Miret, UGTPSUC. Supplies. Rafael Vidiella, UGTPSUC. Labor and Public Works. Juan Comerera, UGTPSUC. Justice. Francisco Isglias, CNT. Defense. Andrés Capdevila, CNT. Economy. Juan Domenech, CNT. Public Services. Aurelio Fernandez, CNT. Health and Public Assistance. Like the makeshift cabinet formed on April 3, the new government was stillborn. Its members could not agree on a common program, and the festering problems of military and police control remained in all their intractable complexity. The POUM characterized the patched-up crisis as a mockery that is all the more intolerable because 3 weeks have passed, exactly 3 weeks, and then things are left exactly as they were. Again it criticized the CNT. The comrades of the National Confederation of Labor did not know what attitude to adopt at the outset of the war toward the problem of power. Instead of urging the working class to seize power completely, they preferred to regard it as a simple question of collaboration. We are certain that the mass of CNT workers will view the solution of the present crisis with the same disfavor as we do. This solution is no solution, because it has resolved nothing. The problems of the revolution will be posed again in the future sooner than many believe. The reformists will not abandon their aims. If the comrades of the CNT do not realize this, so much the worse for them and so much the worse for all of us. Because what is at stake is not the future of this or that organization, but the future of the revolution. 62. The next day the Barcelona Committee of the POUM declared, the government that has just been formed is an attempt to establish a truce, no matter how brief, in the struggle between the revolution and the counter-revolution. The small bourgeoisie and the reformists will take advantage of this breathing spell that has been given them to gain and consolidate new positions. The working class has the historic duty to prepare itself for a definitive solution of the crisis by instituting a workers' and peasants' government. 63. Although the CNT leadership had agreed to paper over the crisis, the real mood of the libertarian movement was reflected in its press. The CNT, said Solidaridad Obrera on April 17, accepts the solution of the conflict on the understanding that the course followed by the previous council has been cut short. 425. And with the conviction that this course will be substituted by a just policy that respects and consolidates the revolutionary gains of the proletariat. The CNT, ran another article in the same issue, has on many occasions appeared flexible and accommodating in the extreme. But beware. Let no one mistake its meaning or think that the Spanish anarchists will allow themselves to be trampled underfoot with impunity by their so-called comrades. The same day, Ruta, the organ of the FIJL, the Libertarian Youth, declared, the counter-revolution is attempting to take possession of the state apparatus. Yesterday it asked for a large, single security corps. Today it proposes a regular army devoid of revolutionary content. What is the aim of these rascally maneuvers? To be able to rely on forces that will serve it without question, so that tomorrow it can drown the social gains of the proletariat in blood. How can this plan be frustrated? By forging the military organization of the revolution. To the young men in the rear we make an ardent appeal, form the cadres of the revolutionary youth battalions. And another article in the same issue threatened, the time has come to make the counter-revolution retreat. The FAI and the Libertarian Youth have stated that they will have to fight to put an end to those people who are incapable of being loyal and, even less, of feeling the cause of anti-fascism and the revolution to the full. The way to prevent the sacrifices of our comrades from being reduced to naught is to create an army that will guarantee victory in the war and the revolution and to remove from the public life of Catalonia, Comarera, Aguad, Rodriguez Salas, etc. And, finally, on the same day, Tierra y Libertad declared in banner headlines, for certain political parties the essential thing is not the destruction of fascism. What obsesses them is the anarchist movement. What consumes their best energies is their campaign against the CNT and FAI. If they want to repeat in Spain what they have done in other countries, they will find us on a war footing. Meanwhile, the PSUC intensified its campaign for the integration of the Catalan militia columns on the Aragon front into the Popular Army and for the creation of a single internal security corps under the control of the Catalan government, but without success. It is true that certain structural changes, prompted by the military accords with Valencia, did in fact take place. The three anarcho-syndicalist units, Joubert, Durruti, and Escaso, became the 25th, 26th, and 28th divisions, respectively, the Barrio Truba column of the PSUC, the 27th, the POUM column, the 29th, and the Maisha Company's column of the Esquerra, the 30th, but they all remained under the control of their respective organizations. As for the decrees on public order, they were consigned to all intents and purposes to the wastebasket. 64. In the midst of the heightening tension came an abortive attempt, on April 24, on the life of the Communist Police Commissioner, Rodriguez Salas. 65. Then came the murder the next day of Roldan Cortada, leader and secretary to Rafael Videla, the PSUC Councillor of Labor and Public Works. A shiver of apprehen. 426. Zion passed through the region. The assassination, which Rodriguez Salas attributed to uncontrollable 66, a term now commonly used to characterize all refractory elements of the CNT, FAI, and FIJL, the libertarian youth, who were opposed to government collaboration and sought the adherence of the libertarian movement to its anti-statist principles, add fresh heat to the simmering conflict. An end to impunity. Cried La Humanidad, the Esquerra organ. Public order must be organized rapidly and under the command of a single person, who must put an end, rapidly and relentlessly, to these criminal deeds that occur all too frequently. No longer can we permit groups of individuals who have been given the name of uncontrollables to impose by force their own will and their own law upon the majority of citizens. 67. Isn't it a disgrace, asked the Diary de Barcelona, the mouthpiece of the separatist Estat Català, a small but militant middle-class nationalist party, that there are still uncontrollables and agents provocateurs? And the decrees on public order approved some time ago by the Generalitat, why have they not been implemented? What purpose do the authorities serve? 68. And a joint manifesto issued by the PSUC and UGT demanded, an end to the assassination of militant workers. An end to provocations against anti-fascist and proletarian unity. War against agents provocateurs in the pay of national and international fascism. The people demand justice and are prepared to impose it at all costs. 69. On April 27, the day of Cortada's funeral, the PSUC organized a giant procession. It was not merely a funeral, it was a plebiscite, said Trebal, the party organ. Thousands upon thousands of workers, of anti-fascists, marched through the streets of Barcelona. United fraternally in sorrow, but also in protest. The grandiose funeral has demonstrated that the Catalan people are resolved to put an end to the murderers and nests of bandits who want to frustrate our victory over fascism. A plebiscite has been held. And the figures of the plebiscite tell us that what we have experienced up to now we cannot tolerate a day longer, that the anti-fascist masses must unite against the enemy within, against those we call uncontrollable. 70. While the CNT protested that it was repugnant to make political capital out of a painful event that has cost the life of an anti-fascist comrade, 71. The POUM declared that the funeral was a pretext for a counter-revolutionary demonstration. Through the unions, large numbers of Catalan workers were mobilized. Moved by sympathy for the death of a militant worker fallen in the struggle in the rear. The essential political aim of demonstrations like that of yesterday is to create among the reactionary small bourgeoisie and among the most backward layers of the working class a pogrom atmosphere against the revolutionary vanguard of the Catalan proletariat, CNT, FAI, and POUM. A psychological climate is being created preparatory to actions of greater magnitude. 72. Fast on the heels of Roldan Cortada's assassination came the slaying of Antonio Martín, the anarchist president of the Revolutionary Committee in the border town of Puigcerdà, during an encounter with Assault and National Repub. 427. Lacan Guards, Guardia Nacional Republicana, formerly the Civil Guard, in the neighboring village of Belfur. 73. Shortly thereafter, truckloads of Carabiners Corps composed of customs and excise officials and guards dispatched from Valencia by Finance Minister Juan Negrin, began seizing the frontier posts along the Franco-Spanish border hitherto controlled by revolutionary committees. 74. 2 weeks earlier, on April 16, an order issued by Negrin, assigning certain reorganized Carabiner units for duty on the border 75 had given advance warning of Valencia's intention to recapture this vital element of state power usurped by the revolutionaries and essential to the control of foreign trade and currency and to the flow of arms. 76. Knowledge of the death of Martin, of the seizure of frontier posts by the Carabiners, of attempted disarming by assault and National Republican Guards, and of raids by Rodriguez Salas, the Communist Police Commissioner, into the anarchist stronghold of Hospitalet. 77 to flush out Roldan Cortada's alleged killers, caused the storm clouds gathering in Barcelona to darken and thicken perceptibly. On April 29, groups of armed men mobilized by the local committees of the CNT and FAI occupied the streets of the Catalan capital. All had rifles and some wore hand grenades around their waists. At 6 p.m. the government met but, after a brief session, announced that it would not continue its work under the pressure of groups who were trying to impose their will by force and to compromise the war and revolution. The government is therefore suspending its meeting and hopes that all persons not subject to its direct authority will immediately leave the streets so as to make it possible for the state of disquiet and alarm that Catalonia is presently experiencing to quickly disappear. At the same time, the Council of the Generalitat has taken the necessary steps to ensure the strict fulfillment of its Orders 78. May Day was approaching. The negotiations that had been proceeding between the UGT and the CNT for a joint demonstration had to be abandoned. 79 The widening chasm between the opposing sides prevented any slogan from being found that was broad enough to bridge their differences even for a day. Under the surface aspect of the town, wrote George Orwell, an eyewitness, under the luxury and growing poverty, under the seeming gaiety of the streets, with their propaganda posters, and thronging crowds, there was an unmistakable and horrible feeling of political rivalry and hatred. People of all shades of opinion were saying forebodingly, "There's going to be trouble before long." The danger was quite simple and intelligible. It was the antagonism between those who wished the revolution to go forward and those who wished to check or prevent it, ultimately, between anarchists and communists. 80. In the explosive atmosphere, the new ultra-radical anarchist organization, the Friends of Durruti, became extremely active. In the last days of April, they plastered Barcelona with their slogans. "We accept their program," wrote Juan Andrade, commonly regarded as the most radical member of the POUM executive, "and are ready to agree to whatever proposals may be made to us." 81 There 428 are 2 points in those slogans that are also the fundamental ones for us: all power to the working class, and democratic organs of the workers, peasants, and combatants, as an expression of proletarian power. 82. On May 1, the POUM executive declared, "For 2 days, the workers have been standing guard. They have been watching day and night over the fate of the revolution. They are neither uncontrollables or provocateurs. They are the same workers who fought in the streets on July 19. Bearing arms, they are keeping vigil because their patience is exhausted. They are tired of so much political capitulation, of paper governments based on impotent compromises. We have no confidence in the members of the government. For this reason we keep watch in the streets. We can no longer tolerate the real uncontrollables. We want control, but absolute control. At the front and in the rear. Control by the working class. But our action must not degenerate into a sporadic movement, into a suicidal putsch, that would jeopardize the triumphant march of the working class. No, not the action of groups only, but the action of all the workers with a concrete program and a clear understanding of the needs and possibilities of the moment. And for this a revolutionary workers' front is needed, formed by the proletarian parties and organizations committed to winning the war and leading the revolution to its final consequences. And a government is needed that is the expression of those who work and those who fight, a workers' and peasants' government, elected democratically by the workers and peasants and by the combatants. 83. Meantime, the assault and National Republican Guards were increasing their efforts to disarm the anarcho-syndicalists in the streets. On May 2, Solidaridad Obrera warned, "The guarantee of the revolution is the proletariat in arms. To attempt to disarm the people is to place oneself on the wrong side of the barricades. No councillor or police commissioner, no matter who he is, can order the disarming of the workers, who are fighting fascism with more self-sacrifice than all the politicians in the rear, whose incapacity and impotence everybody knows. Do not, on any account, allow yourselves to be disarmed. 429. 42. The May Events, Part I. The dynamics of the political conflict in Barcelona were now leading inexorably toward open warfare, toward that bloody episode and decisive turning point in the Spanish Revolution known as the May Events. No historical episode has been so diversely reported or defined. The nationalist press almost uniformly described the events as an anarchist revolt against the Catalan government, although the Diario de Burgos also affirmed that the anarchists had gone into the streets to destroy the Russians. The Spanish people are not the Russian people, it added, and the Reds, sometimes in spite of themselves, remember that they are Spaniards too. The Pensamiento Navarro declared that what had occurred was a genuine anarchist revolution, the last stage of liberalism and democracy 3. As for the foreign press, Hitler's Volkskrieger Beobachter 4 and Mussolini's mouthpiece Il Popolo d'Italia 5 also spoke of an anarchist uprising, as did other prominent foreign newspapers of varying shades of opinion. 6. But it was among the foreign supporters of the Republican camp and within the Republican camp itself that the versions of the May events differed sharply. Pravda defined the conflict as a Trotskyist fascist putsch ordered by Franco and the Italo-German interventionists to distract the attention of Republican Spain from the front and to frighten bourgeois circles in England and France with the spectre of anarchy. 7. For its part, El Humanite, the organ of the French Communist Party, characterized the events as a Hitlerite putsch, whose ringleaders had adopted anarchist slogans and assured themselves of the assistance of irresponsible elements of the Iberian Anarchist Federation. 8. While the Daily Worker, the organ of the American Communist Party, reported that monarchists, as well as fascist supporters of Franco, uncontrolled anarchists and Trotskyists had taken part in the attempted uprising. 9. On the other hand, the Trotskyist Fourth International defined the events as an attempt by the bourgeois governments of Valencia and Catalonia, under pressure from Anglo-French imperialism and the Soviet bureaucracy, to crush the revolutionary proletariat. 10. Obfuscating the events still further was the statement by the Spanish embassy in Paris affirming that the riots were not exclusively anarchist as alleged by 430. Certain sources of propaganda seeking to spread confusion among world opinion, and that the old monarchist flag had appeared on several balconies in Barcelona in the belief that the ringleaders were already masters of the situation. 11. Inside Republican Spain, Frente Rojo, the leading communist daily, characterized the disturbances as a putsch by Trotskyist counter-revolutionary agents. 12. This view was opposed by the revolutionary left. According to the POUM, the conflict was a spontaneous explosion of dissatisfaction of the majority of the working class, provoked by the communists. 13. This too was the version of the CNT, although it also accused Catalan separatists of planning to make Catalonia an independent state in agreement with Mussolini. 14. Few of these accounts were reconcilable, which partially explains why the May events, despite numerous attempts to clarify them, are still, after 50 years, shrouded in obscurity. One thing, however, is certain: the political temperature in Barcelona had by May 1937 reached flashpoint. Seizing the initiative, Eusebio Rodriguez Salas, the PSUC police commissioner acting in concert with Artemio Aguad, the Esquerra Councillor of Internal Security, and in accordance with a prior decision by the PSUC's executive committee, made a daring move. At 3 p.m. on Monday, May 3, accompanied by 3 truckloads of assault guards, he raided the Telefonica, the central telephone exchange. 15. Strategically located in the Plaza de Catalunya, the CNT had taken possession of the building after the defeat of the military insurrection in July and regarded it as a key position in the revolution. 16. Swiftly entering the 10-story building, the assault guards occupied the ground floor but were stopped when they tried to reach the upper levels. 17. In response to an appeal for help by Rodriguez Salas, police reinforcements began to arrive and to occupy the roofs of neighboring buildings and station themselves in the adjoining streets and avenues with a great show of force. 18. Within minutes, wrote an eyewitness, trucks carrying armed men of the CNT, FAI, and libertarian youth arrived. They are ready to defend the conquests of the revolution at all costs. 19. In accordance with the Catalan government's decree on collectivization and workers' control of October 24, 1936 that legalized the sequestration or control of the larger commercial and industrial concerns seized by the unions during the first days of the revolution. 20. The telephone exchange, owned by the Compañía Telefónica Nacional de España, a subsidiary of the International Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, was controlled by a committee of the CNT and UGT. On this body the anarcho-syndicalists were the dominant force, and their red and black flag, which had flown from the tower of the building ever since July, attested to their supremacy. Although, in conformity with the decree, the committee was presided over by a government delegate, his presence merely created an illusion of official control where in reality none existed. Serious things were going on there that the government had to end, declared Juan Comarera, the PSUC secretary. All the interior controls of the Telefonica were in the service, not of the community, but of one organization, and neither President Aznar nor President Companies, nor anyone else, could speak without an indiscreet controller overhearing. 21. This 431 was no exaggeration. President Companies himself, in his notes on the May events, testifies that all the telephone calls of the Generalitat authorities, of the President of Catalonia and of the President of the Republic were intercepted. 22. If this interception was not a prerogative bestowed by law, it was nonetheless, in the opinion of the CNT, an infeasible right conferred by the revolution. In its ability to interpose its veto, to intercept, as the CNT-FAI leader, Diego Abad de Santillan, puts it, compromising messages and conversations and to overhear persons conspiring to whittle away the people's rights. 23. The CNT possessed a vital element of real power, which neither the PSUC nor the Izquierda could permit for long if they were ever to be masters of the region. Thus, when Rodriguez Salas raided the Telefonica with an order signed by Aguad 24, it is not unlikely that he had the tacit approval of most of the members of the government except those belonging to the CNT. 25. One other exception, however, was the shrewd and extremely circumspect Premier, José Tarradellas. According to President Aznar, it will be recalled, had left Madrid for Barcelona in October 1936. Tarradellas told him on the first night of the fighting that he had learned of the raid only after the order had been given and that he considered the decision hazardous because the government lacked resources with which to subdue any resistance it might encounter. 26. He criticized Aguad a lot, Aznar further testifies, for having launched a battle without preparing for it, and Companies for talking so much about doing battle, as a result of which he had alarmed the anarchists. He believed that ultimately everything would be settled through negotiation. 27. On learning of the raid, the CNT councillors demanded the removal of both Rodriguez Salas and Aguad, but to no avail. 28. The intransigence of the other parties, writes José Pirates, the anarcho-syndicalist historian, and especially the opportunist attitude of the President of the Generalitat, who resolutely opposed this punishment, provoked a general strike followed by an outbreak of hostilities. 29. In a retrospective account of the May events, Manuel Cruels, a staff reporter at the time on the Diari de Barcelona, the organ of Estat Català, representing the small separatist movement among the Catalan middle classes, states, if Companies had adopted an energetic attitude by removing his Councillor of the Interior and the General Commissioner of Public Order, as logically he should have done, there would have been no tragic week of May in Barcelona. It is somewhat difficult to understand the attitude of President Companies under the particular circumstances. Either he was badly informed and did not realize how grave the situation might become as a result of his refusal, or he was well informed and acquiesced in provoking the serious situation. Why did the President not insist on the proposed resignations? Had he allowed himself to be carried away by the anti-FAI hysteria that had already begun to manifest itself in the streets? Did he wish to be loyal, as on other occasions, to certain friends in his own party? It is difficult to explain the real cause of the president's attitude, but we can affirm that it was decisive in sparking the conflict, suffused with hate, that Barcelona had to endure 30. As news of the raid on the telephone building became known, anger swept. 432. Through the working class districts, mainly anarcho-syndicalist. Hundreds of comrades occupy the streets, wrote an anarchist eyewitness. They wish to go to the center of the city and make a clean sweep of those who want to repeat the fascist provocation of July 19. They are restrained with difficulty. The comrades know what the aggressors are seeking. What they want is to strangle the revolution, destroy the conquests of the revolutionary workers, and simply re-establish the bourgeois democratic republic. To achieve this goal, it is necessary to provoke the anarchists into a conflict, declare them enemies of the Popular Front government, destroy their organizations, open the way to intervention by the democratic capitalist powers, and drown the onward march of the revolutionary Spanish workers in blood. The so-called workers' fatherland is an accomplice in this executioner's job against the revolution and is sacrificing the future liberty of the Spanish people for the help the democratic capitalist powers offer against the fascist threat to its existence. 31. Hundreds of barricades were rapidly erected. The building of these barricades was a strange and wonderful sight, wrote George Orwell, an eyewitness in the Ramblas, one of the main avenues. With the kind of passionate energy that Spaniards display when they have definitely decided to begin upon any object of work, long lines of men, women, and quite small children were tearing up cobblestones, hauling them along in a handcart that had been found somewhere, and staggering to and fro under heavy sacks of sand. 32. Before nightfall, Barcelona was an armed camp. Thousands upon thousands of workers have returned to the streets with arms in their hands, declared the POUM executive. Plants, machine shops, warehouses have stopped work. The barricades of liberty have risen again in every part of town. The spirit of July has once more taken possession of Barcelona. 33. It is dubious whether those responsible for the assault on the Telefónica had anticipated such a widespread popular reaction. In a great ring around Barcelona extending from the working-class suburbs to the edge of the commercial and official section of the city, the anarcho-syndicalists were masters of the situation. Inside the business and political enclave of the Barrio Gótico, however, the opposing forces were fairly evenly matched. For example, in the Plaza de Catalunya, the central square, where the anarcho-syndicalists held the Telefónica, the PSUC was entrenched in its headquarters, the Hotel Colón, which it had sequestered in July, and from whose windows almost the entire square could be swept by machine gun fire. In the working-class suburbs of Sarria, Hostafrancs, and Sants, as well as the maritime quarter of Barceloneta, the assault and National Republican Guards were powerless. 34 Some surrendered without resistance, while others remained in their barracks, waiting to see how the crisis would run its course. Instantaneously, nearly the whole of Barcelona was in the power of our armed groups, affirms Abad de Santillan. They did not move from their posts, although they could have done so easily and overcome the small centers of resistance. 35. Had the CNT and FAI been interested in taking power, he asserted, their victory would 433 have been complete, but this did not interest us, for it would have been an act of folly contrary to our principles of unity and democracy. 36. Near the Catalan Parliament building not far from the port of Barcelona, where President Aznar had recently established his official residence, intermittent firing was going on. At 8 p.m. he instructed his General Secretary, Candido Bolívar, then in Valencia, to request Premier Largo Caballero for reinforcements to bolster his presidential guard. Caballero had already retired, and Bolívar brought the ruffled premier out of bed at 8:30 p.m. After urging him to dispatch additional forces without delay, Bolívar departed, little suspecting that his request would remain unheeded. 37 Shortly afterward, Interior Minister Galarza informed Caballero that Aguad had asked for the urgent dispatch of 1,500 guards, indispensable for suppressing the movement. 38. At 11 p.m. Premier Tarradellas, acting on behalf of President Companies, visited Azana to offer his apologies for the state of turbulence. The normally short trip of only a few minutes from the Generalitat Palace to the Parliament building had taken an hour and a half. He had been obliged to descend from his car at every barricade to parley at length, and had been humiliated, Azana notes in his diary. When he began to make excuses for the turmoil, stressing the fact that, as a Catalan, he felt ashamed, I interrupted him and repeated the remarks I had made to Bolivar to pass on to the Prime Minister. Don't make excuses. Suppress the insurrection. As far as I am concerned, guarantee my safety and my freedom of movement. Tarradellas then took leave of the president, who heard nothing more from the Catalan government during the rest of the fighting. No one in the Generalitat asked about me, or tried to speak to me, or concerned himself with my position, Azana remarks bitterly. It was more than a scandalous discourtesy, it was an act of silent hostility. 39. Nor did Prime Minister Largo Caballero concern himself with the president's plight. He neither called me nor sent me any message. 40. The whole night 34 May the rebels were masters of the city, Azania continues. They raised barricades, occupied buildings and important points without anyone interfering with them. I was not worried, but I was disturbed by the position they had put me in. I perceived vaguely that the conflict did not directly involve me, and I even thought that if things got worse it might help to achieve peace in Spain. What disgusted me and annoyed me was the scandal the rebellion would create abroad, the benefit the other rebels would derive from it, and its repercussions upon the war. 41. That same night the Executive Committee of the POUM met with the regional committees of the CNT, FAI and the Libertarian Youth. Julian Gorkin, a member of the executive, recalls, we stated the problem in these precise terms, neither of us has urged the masses of Barcelona to take this action. This is a spontaneous response to a Stalinist provocation. This is the decisive moment for the revolution. Either we place ourselves at the head of the movement in order to destroy the internal enemy, or else the movement will collapse and the enemy will destroy us. We must make our choice, revolution or counter-revolution. The Regional Com. 434. Committees made no decision. Their maximum demand was the removal of the police commissioner who had provoked the movement. As though it were not the various forces behind him that had to be destroyed. Always the form instead of the substance. Our party placed itself on the side of the movement, even though we knew it was condemned to failure. 42. The following morning, Tuesday, May 4, Aguad repeated his request for 1,500 assault guards, but Interior Minister Angel Galarza, acting on instructions from Largo Caballero, gave only a temporizing reply. I have ordered the concentration of police forces in Castellón, Murcia, Alicante, and Valencia, he responded, and, in case of necessity, should serious clashes occur in Catalonia, the necessary forces will be placed at your disposal. But the Premier and I agree that while everything should be prepared, the intervention of forces not stationed in Catalonia is undesirable, so long as those already there do not have to be employed to the full and have not been proved inadequate. 43. By temporizing, Largo Caballero hoped that the fighting would subside without government intervention. Waging a political battle for survival against the communists, he was not inclined to antagonize the CNT and FAI or to strengthen the hand of his opponents in Catalonia by sending reinforcements to the region. Meanwhile, the situation in Barcelona was deteriorating. The rattle of machine gun fire, the explosion of hand grenades and dynamite, and the fire of mortars merged into a single roar. This devilish noise, wrote Orwell, echoing from thousands of stone buildings, went on and on and on, like a tropical rainstorm. Crack crack, rattle rattle, roar. Sometimes it died away to a few shots, sometimes it quickened to a deafening fusillade, but it never stopped while daylight lasted. 44. Although isolated attempts were made to capture enemy strongholds, there was comparatively little fighting in the open. Most of the combatants remained in buildings or behind barricades and blazed away at their enemies opposite. 45. We realized that what was happening was that everybody's house was burning, declared Abad de Santillan some days later, and that the only hope under the circumstances was to extinguish the flames and end the bloody slaughter. 46. A few months later, however, he had second thoughts, perhaps. We allowed ourselves to be guided much more by a sense of loyalty and generosity than by a precise understanding of the plot that had been hatched against us. 47. At 2 p.m. the CNT and FAI appealed over the radio for a ceasefire. Workers, we are not responsible for what is happening. We are attacking no one. We are only defending ourselves. Lay down your arms. Remember, we are brothers. If we fight among ourselves we are doomed to defeat. 48. But there were forces intent on stoking the conflict. Not only were Rodriguez Salas's men initiating new offensive actions, but the tiny Trotskyist group of Bolshevik-Leninists and the dissident anarchists of the Friends of Durruti, joined by some of the more militant members of the POUM, were extremely active. The attitude of the POUM leaders, on the other hand, was pessimistic. We did not feel ourselves spiritually or physically strong enough to take the lead in 435. Organizing the masses for resistance, a member of the executive acknowledged. 49. And George Orwell, a participant in the fighting and a POUM sympathizer, corroborates, those who were in personal touch with the POUM leaders at the time have told me that they were in reality dismayed by the whole business, but felt that they had got to associate themselves with it. 50. As the workers were already in the streets, declared the Central Committee of the POUM on May 12, after the fighting had ended, the party had to take a position. But what position? Isolate ourselves from the movement, condemn it, or make common cause with it? We opted for the third position. Although we knew in advance that the movement could not triumph. To act in any other way would have been an unforgivable betrayal. It would have been possible to take power, but our party, a minority force within the working class movement, could not assume the responsibility of issuing that slogan, particularly as the attitude of the CNT-FAI leaders, who were urgently calling upon the workers over the radio stations in Barcelona to abandon the struggle, created confusion and uncertainty among the combatants. To call upon the workers to take power would have meant leading them into a putsch that would have had fatal consequences for the working class. For this reason, it was necessary to issue limited slogans, to demand the removal of Rodriguez Salas and Aguad, the direct authors of the provocation, the rescission of the reactionary decrees on public order, and the creation of committees for the defense of the revolution. 51. The POUM leadership did not publicly display its pessimism and on the surface appeared combative despite its unsuccessful overtures to the regional committees of the libertarian movement on the night of May 3 for joint, aggressive action. The next morning, La Badala urged the workers to remain in a state of permanent mobilization and to prosecute and intensify the offensive that has been initiated, as there is no better means of defense than attack. It is imperative to demand and obtain the resignation of the General Commissioner of Public Order. It is imperative to demand and obtain the abrogation of the decrees on public order adopted by reaction and reformism. To achieve all this and to continue the revolutionary action, broadening its scope every day and carrying it to its ultimate consequences, it is imperative that the working class, remaining in a state of mobilization and on the offensive, should form the Revolutionary Workers' Front and should proceed immediately with the organization of committees in defense of the revolution. 52. A few days later an article in Pravda declaimed, on May 4, the Trotskyist agents of Franco, through their organ, La Badala, appealed to their followers to remain in a permanent state of mobilization. Quepo Delano, the well-known executioner in Seville, addressed the Catalan rebels by radio with the following words: "We sympathize with you and we shall help you. Remain firm." The appeals by the executioners of the Spanish people and by the Barcelona Trotskyists and left anarchists seem to be fresh proof of the ideological and organizational link between these enemies of the people. Spanish Trotskyism is exposed as the agent of international fascism. 53. 436. Meanwhile, in Valencia, the the seat of government. On Tuesday morning, May 4, Premier Largo Caballero, fearing that the communists might exploit the fighting to topple his government, summoned the CNT ministers. He told them that Aguad, the Esquerra Counselor of Internal Security, had asked the Minister of the Interior to dispatch 1,500 assault guards. 54 The government, Caballero argued, could not do that because it would mean placing forces in the service of the person who may possibly have had something to do with the conflict. Before acceding, he would take over the administration of public order as provided in the Constitution 55. He therefore suggested that representatives of the National Committee of the CNT and of the Executive Committee of the UGT should leave for Barcelona immediately to try to end the hostilities. 56 A meeting of the National Committee of the CNT was then summoned, at which it was decided to send representatives to Barcelona so as to avoid the taking over of public order by the central government. 57. Mariano Vázquez, CNT Secretary, and Garcia Oliver, CNT Minister of Justice, were designated by the committee, while Carlos Hernández Zancajo and Mariano Muñoz Sánchez, both supporters of Largo Caballero, were appointed by the UGT executive. 58. At 11 a.m. the central government met. Backed by Indalecio Prieto and by the left Republican ministers, the communists pressed the premier to take immediate action, demanding not only that reinforcements be dispatched to Catalonia but that the government assume control of public order and of military affairs in the region. Succumbing to the threat of a cabinet crisis, Caballero reluctantly agreed to adopt these measures, but only if the situation did not improve by evening. At 1:10 p.m. President Companys, who had undoubtedly instructed Aguad to request the 1,500 assault guards from Valencia, informed Largo Caballero that the situation was very serious, that the police forces were inadequate for rapid action and are becoming exhausted. 59. Caballero replied, "I deem it my duty to inform you that all the ministers have decided that if the situation does not improve by an early hour this evening, the government will assume control of public order in accordance with the Statute of Catalan Autonomy. Tell me if you have any objection." 60. This was an extremely delicate question for President Companys, chief custodian of regional autonomy, who certainly would have preferred the dispatch of reinforcements to the sacrifice of Catalan autonomy. But, fearful lest he be denied the much-needed forces unless he surrendered the control of public order, he responded, "I believe that the central government should cooperate in strengthening the available forces of the Counselor of Internal Security." But, then, with resignation, he added, "In view of the danger that the state of public order may get worse, the government of the Republic can adopt the measures it deems necessary." 61. During a conversation with Azana by teletype at 3 p.m., Prieto gave a slightly different version of this dialogue. The cabinet, he said, had decided that Caballero should suggest to the President of the Generalitat that, in accordance with the Statute of Catalan Autonomy, he should request the central government to assume control of public order. This procedure, the cabinet felt, was preferable. 437. To the other alternative under the statute, which empowered the central government to intervene in the maintenance of internal order in Catalonia on its own initiative, when it considers that the general interests of the state or its security is in jeopardy. 62. After consulting with Companys, Caballero reported to the cabinet that the Catalan president had not given him a concrete answer, but that he had gained the impression that the Generalitat acknowledged that it was powerless to subdue the movement. 63. Nevertheless, Prieto felt sufficiently sanguine to inform Azana that he believed that when the cabinet met at 4:30 p.m. it would agree to take over public order with or without the request of the Generalitat. 64. The two versions are not inconsistent, and, in any case, there is no evidence that Companys offered any resistance to the assumption of public order by the central government. In a written statement, signed on August 9, 1946 in the presence of several Catalan refugees, Jaime Anton Aguad, the nephew of Artemio Aguad, alleges that his uncle told him that President Companys surrendered the control of public order to Valencia without either consulting him or the Catalan government. He further alleges that, according to his uncle, Companies' pleas for reinforcements were inspired by Juan Comarera, the PSUC leader, who, during those days did not move for a single moment from companies' side, giving him advice and taking advantage of the moral depression of the president to propose solutions that suited the interests of the PSUC. It was Comarera, the document claims, who suggested to companies that he accept the solution proposed by the government of Valencia 65. However this may be, there can be little doubt that President companies had the tacit if reluctant support of other leaders of the Izquierda, including that of Aguad himself, when he agreed to surrender the control of public order to Valencia, and that the document in question was a palpable attempt during a period of post-war dissensions within the Izquierda to lay the historic responsibility for the loss of Catalan autonomy solely at the door of companies and the PSUC. Despite companies' go-ahead, Premier Largo Caballero was not yet willing to act. He was still hoping that his emissaries in Barcelona might end the bloodshed by mediation. But Indalecio Prieto, his socialist rival and Navy and Air Minister, wanted immediate action. An irreconcilable opponent of the CNT and FAI, he believed from the inception of the revolution, according to his own account, that the most important task of the Republican government was to recover the reins of power. 66 at 12 noon on Tuesday, he notified Aznar by teletype that he had ordered the instant departure for Barcelona of 2 destroyers, whose commander had been given instructions to place himself immediately at the service of Your Excellency, and that the aviation in Lerida had been ordered to fly low over Barcelona in a show of strength. 67. As for the possibility of successful mediation by the CNT and FAI emissaries in Barcelona, Prieto was not optimistic. The head of the government, he informed Aznar at 3 p.m., was inclined to await the result of their negotiations before 438. Making a decision. For my part, I stated that I had little confidence in that result, and that if we allowed time to pass and the city to be dominated by the rebels, the task of taking over public order would be far more difficult. 68. At 9:30 p.m., Prieto again teletyped Aznar. He told him that the destroyers Lepanto and Sanchez Barquestegui, which were to evacuate the president, had left Cartagena at 2 p.m. and that 5 companies of Air Force men would arrive in Valencia at 3 a.m. en route for Barcelona. The spirit of the men and the ship's crews is magnificent, he assured Aznar. To this the president replied, "Here, in my residence, the Catalan Parliament building, we continue without adequate means of defense. Tell me, who will be in command as of tomorrow of the naval and air forces entrusted with the suppression of the uprising in Barcelona?" "The naval forces will be under the orders of the commander of the Lepanto," Prieto responded, "and the aviation will be commanded by the chief of the Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel Hidalgo de Cisneros. I have already told you my opinion that this matter must be resolved within hours. Clearly, my opinion is subject to that of the Prime Minister. The liaison between the Air Force and the ground forces is a simple matter, for all these forces have to do is to point out concrete targets to the aviation. Since there are no anti-aircraft defenses to impede low flights, the targets will be hit easily. As for the ships, they have the very simple mission to secure free access to the port." 69. Free access to the port from the Parliament building was one of Aznar's main concerns, for under normal conditions it could be reached within minutes. Since the beginning of the conflict, Aznar had urged the government with hysterical insistence, as Constancia de la Mora, the wife of Air Force Chief Hidalgo de Cisneros, put it, that steps be taken for his personal protection. 70. But only Prieto listened to his pleas. "I have already stated," Aznar records in his diary, "that the Prime Minister did not attempt to communicate with me either directly or indirectly. Nor did he inform the ministers of my situation. Prieto got in touch with me by telegraph on Tuesday, mid-morning. He was aware of the tumult in Barcelona, but he could not fully appreciate my position without seeing it. He told me that he was sending 2 destroyers to the port of Barcelona, to be placed at my disposal, that 20 airplanes would leave for Reus and Prat, that the Ministries of the Interior and War were sending 2 armed units, and that 1,000 Air Force soldiers were being flown to Reus. he was very alarmed and ready to crush the rebellion. 71. All day Tuesday the government in Valencia remained in continuous session. In the late afternoon Largo Caballero's opponents reminded him of the commitment he had made earlier in the day to assume control of public order and military affairs in Catalonia if the situation did not improve by the evening. During the entire day, the CNT and FAI in Barcelona had kept up their appeals for a ceasefire. At 3 p.m. they had exhorted over the radio, workers of the CNT, workers of the UGT. Do not put up with deceit and trickery. Above all, let us unite. Lay down your arms. Heed only one slogan: everyone back to work to defeat fascism. 72. 439. Despite these appeals, wrote Agustin Sushi, the 8th representative in Casa CNT-FAI, anarcho-syndicalist headquarters, the hostilities could not be contained. Rancor increased on all sides. 73. While the cabinet debate in Valencia was still in progress, Frente Rojo, the communist evening newspaper, declared, "For a long time we used to attribute anything that occurred to gangs euphemistically called uncontrollables. Now we see that they are perfectly controlled, but by the enemy. This cannot be tolerated any longer. There has been enough indulgence already. There is a limit to patience. When the existence of Spain as an independent nation is at stake, when the liberty of the Spanish people and the well-being and future of the popular masses is in jeopardy, we cannot allow ourselves to be stabbed in the back. There can be no more discussion on these matters. We must act. And with the severity that circumstances demand. All those who attempt, in one form or another, with some aim or another, to disturb order or break discipline should immediately feel the ruthless weight of popular authority, repression by the government, and punitive action by the popular masses. 74. Inside the cabinet the debate assumed a rabid character. Comrade Federica Monsanelli, said the CNT, led the opposition for 4 hours against the communists and Republicans who supported the taking over of public order and defense. It was a tumultuous debate, which we lost when the vote was taken. 75. It was decided, however, that the measures would not be put into effect until the last moment. 76. A condition wrung by Monsanelli and Caballero from their opponents in the belief that the CNT and UGT representatives now en route to Barcelona might negotiate a peaceful settlement. At 9:30 p.m., Prieto informed Aznar that the CNT ministers had abstained from voting, because they felt that the taking over of public order should be postponed until the result of the negotiations were known. 77. On their arrival in Barcelona, the emissaries from Valencia joined the Catalan leaders in the Generalitat Palace in appealing for a ceasefire. Mariano Vázquez, the CNT secretary, urged his embattled followers to remember the neighboring Aragon front, where the fascists might attack at any moment. 78. Garcia Oliver, one-time organizer of revolutionary strikes, insurrections, and bank robberies, now Minister of Justice, declared, "Think of the pain, think of the anguish of those anti-fascist workers in that part of Spain dominated by the whip of Hitler and Mussolini when they learn that in Catalonia we are killing one another. All of you should remain in your respective positions, but should cease firing, even though provoked by persons not interested in finding a solution to this conflict. I declare that the guards who have died today are my brothers. I kneel before them and kiss them. All those who have died today are my brothers." 79. That some libertarians were incensed by their leaders' appeals for a ceasefire is confirmed by anarchist sources. When our representatives, who went to the Generalitat Palace to arrange a settlement, observed an eyewitness, gave the order ceasefire, there were some comrades who felt, in their indignation, that 440. It was a form of treachery to allow those assassins a reference to the PSUC members and assault guards firing near Casa CNT-FAI to escape without just punishment. 80. There was also dissension among the leaders. Helmut Rudiger, vice secretary of the 8th, who was active in Barcelona at the time of the May events, testifies. The problem as to whether the CNT should go the whole way, taking into its own hands the reins of power, or should continue to collaborate was raised several times after the militants had decided in favor of collaboration on July 19. The decision of July 19 was unanimous, although spontaneous. Not everyone realized what it signified. But it was during the May days, in particular, during the stormy meetings in Casas CNTFAI in Barcelona, while the deafening noise of rifle and machine gun fire could be heard on every side, that more than once the question which finally received a negative response was raised: should we or should we not take power? It was in these terms that the representatives of the organization summed up the problem during those bloody days. But being anarchists, what did they mean by power? Let us first agree as to what they definitely did not mean. Anarchism and revolutionary syndicalism have never seen in state power, in government, with its administrative and repressive machinery, the means of realizing the social changes they desire. Nor were they of the opinion that the basic condition of socialist construction should be the erection of a new fascist Stalinist-style totalitarian superstate. They maintained that the social revolution should dispense with both the bourgeois state and the new totalitarian superstate, and that social reorganization, like the defense of the revolution, should be concentrated in the hands of working-class organizations, whether labor unions or new organs of spontaneous creation, such as free councils, etc., which, as an expression of the will of the workers themselves, from below up, should construct the new social community, thus discarding all conventional forms of authoritarian power exercised from above. But in view of the fact that on May 3 the CNT, representing the majority of the Catalan industrial workers, was in open conflict with all organizations comprising the other social layers. The small bourgeoisie, the intellectuals, the immense mass of the Catalan peasants, namely, the rabaisseurs, sharecroppers, white-collar workers, technicians, etc., the question of power meant whether the CNT at that time should crush them all, concentrate the leadership of public affairs in its own hands, and create its own repressive apparatus necessary to prevent the crushed from returning to public life. The reply was no, but the decisions of those tragic days later provoked a whirlwind of discussions, mutual recriminations, and struggles within the Spanish and international libertarian movement. 81. At about 9:30 Tuesday night, shortly after the appeals for a ceasefire had been broadcast from the Generalitat Palace, the emissaries from Valencia met. 441. With members of the Catalan government under the chairmanship of companies. We proposed the formula that a provisional council government should be set up, composed of 4 representatives, EC, CNT, UGT, and Unió de Rabaisseurs, in which no one who had belonged to any of the previous governments should participate, said the CNT National Committee. In this way, we would remove Aguad and Rodriguez Salas, because we stipulated that the new Councillor of Internal Security should assume absolute, that is, personal control of public order. This proposal was accepted. But when the CNT suggested that the new government should be formed immediately so that public opinion would know that the conflict had been resolved, the PSUC leaders maintained that it was first of all essential that the firing in the streets should cease. The CNT representatives tried to hold their ground. We believed it was necessary to gain time to prevent the central government from having to assume control of public order, but no agreement was possible. Although the Esquerra and the Unió de Rabaisseurs did not join in the debate, they supported the communist point of view. Finally, at 2 a.m. Wednesday, May 5, the meeting ended with a decision to announce over the radio that we had reached agreement and that firing should cease completely in order to normalize the situation. When the meeting was over, we informed the central government that things were going well. 82. Encouraged by this news, Largo Caballero announced before dawn that the government had approved the necessary decrees for rapidly resolving the situation in Catalonia, but believes that their implementation will not now be necessary and that order will be restored in Barcelona today. 83. Vain hope. During the remainder of the night, observed President Companys in his personal notes, hard fighting continued in the streets, and the rapid dispatch of reinforcements was demanded by the Council of Internal Security, by the Presidency of the Office of President Companies and also by VDLA the PSUC leader. 84. The CNT leaders redoubled their efforts early Wednesday morning to quiet their following. We threw into the balance all our influence, constantly sending delegations to the places where incidents were occurring. 85. But their efforts were not always well received. I heard some comrades cry with rage over the telephone, recalls Abad de Santillan, when they telephoned the CNT-FAI committees and the latter told them not to shoot, even though they were being attacked by machine gun fire. 86. Meanwhile, the Bolshevik Leninists and the Friends of Durruti did what they could to keep tempers afire and to give some direction to the fighting. 87 Long live the revolutionary offensive! No compromise! Declared a leaflet distributed on the barricades by the Bolshevik Leninists. This is the decisive moment. Next time it will be too late. Only proletarian power can ensure military victory. Complete arming of the working class. Long live the unity of action of the CNT-FAI-POUM. 88. A revolutionary junta. Demanded a leaflet signed by the Friends of Durruti. Shoot the culprits. Disarm all the armed corps. No surrender of the streets. The revolution before everything. We salute our comrades of the 442 POUM who have fraternized with us on the streets. Long live the social revolution! Down with the counter-revolution! 89. The next day, La Battella printed the leaflet of the Friends of Durruti on its front page with the comment that it was of really extraordinary interest and that we are very pleased to reproduce it. 90. But beyond this guarded comment, the POUM leadership kept a respectable distance between itself and the Friends of Durruti. Only the most radical elements of the party collaborated with it, but without the authority of the POUM executive. On the third day of the fighting, writes George Essenwein, the Friends of Durruti, according to the American Trotskyist Hugh Oehler, who was in Barcelona at the time, sent a delegation to the POUM headquarters inviting the executive to join in the setting up of a revolutionary junta, but failed to come to terms. 91 That there was a degree of cooperation between the Friends of Durruti and Marxist groups cannot be disputed. Yet, according to Clara and Paul Thalmann, who, along with other Bolshevik Leninists such as Moulin, Hans Freund, briefly worked in close association with the anarchist group, this amounted to little more than the distribution of one another's political leaflets. In no sense can the relationship of the Friends of Durruti with the POUM and the Trotskyists be described as a formal alliance. 92. Although the executive of the POUM did not join other organizations in appealing over the radio for a ceasefire. 93. It did not dissociate itself publicly from the efforts at pacification of the CNT-FAI leadership. True, La Battella had urged the workers in its issue of May 4 to remain in a state of permanent mobilization and to prosecute and intensify the offensive that has been initiated, but these exhortations were not repeated in subsequent issues, for the POUM felt helpless in face of the passionate and repeated appeals for a ceasefire by the anarcho-syndicalist leadership. For 4 days, stated the Spanish Revolution, the English-language bulletin of the POUM, the workers stood ready, vigilant, and awaiting the CNT's order to attack. The order never came. The National Confederation of Labor CNT, held by the workers as the mass organization of the revolution, recoiled before the question of workers' power. Caught up in the reins of the government, it tried to straddle the fence with a union of the opposing forces. That is why the revolutionary workers' fight of May 3 to 7 was essentially defensive instead of offensive. The attitude of the CNT leaders did not fail to bring forth resistance and protests. The Friends of Durruti group brought the unanimous desire of the CNT masses to the surface, but it was not able to take the lead. 94. According to Felix Morrow, the American Trotskyist, one of the most vitriolic critics of the leadership of the POUM and the CNT, this radical language was for export purposes only. In general, he alleged, Spanish Revolution has given English readers who could not follow the POUM's Spanish press, a distorted picture of the POUM's conduct. It has been a left face. Instead of putting itself at the head, the POUM leadership put its fate in the hands of the CNT leadership, not public proposals to the CNT for joint action made before the masses, but a behind-the-scenes conference with the Regional Committee. 95. 443. Whatever the POUM proposals were, they were rejected. You don't agree? Then we shall say nothing about them. And the next morning, La Badala had not a word to say about the POUM's proposals to the CNT, about the cowardly behavior of the CNT leaders, their refusal to organize the defense, etc. 96. In the interest of objectivity, it is important at this stage to quote from Senex, a defender of anarcho-syndicalist policy during the May events. In response to Felix Moro's criticism of the CNT leadership in his book, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Spain, he wrote, "It is often alleged by the revolutionary romantics of the Fourth International that had the Spanish workers struck out boldly for an uncompromising revolutionary line, they could have dispensed with Russian aid. The response of the international proletariat would have been so spontaneous, direct, and overpowering in its effect that no government would dare to halt the flow of armaments to revolutionary Spain." This point is brought out by Felix Moro in his analysis of the May events in Barcelona in 1937. The CNT, according to our author, should have taken up the challenge of the Stalinist and bourgeois forces and made the ensuing struggle the starting point not only of a thoroughgoing social revolution in Spain itself, but of a revolutionary world conflagration triumphantly sweeping the major countries of Europe. In other words, the CNT workers, upon whom rested the tremendous historic responsibility of holding the first line of defense against the fascists, should have thrown caution to the winds, indulged in a grandiloquent historic gesture, plunged recklessly into the adventure of breaking up the anti-fascist front, thus opening wide the gate to the fascist avalanche, and all in hope of immediately bringing about the world revolution. For much to the astonishment of all of us, we are assured that the European Revolution was so palpably near during the May events that it was only the reformist degeneracy of the Spanish anarchists that stopped it from proceeding along the inevitable stages of development envisioned by Felix Moro and other revolutionary strategists. It is interesting in this connection to trace the logical steps in the glib reasoning employed by the latter in order to conjure up the vision of a triumphant European revolution just waiting around the corner, ready to burst forth at the historic opportunity afforded by the May events, but hopelessly bungled up by the Catalonian anarchists. Had the anarchist and POUM workers of Barcelona kept up their resistance against Stalinist aggression during the May days, Mr. Moro assures us entire loyalist Spain would have been swept by a triumphant social revolution. Any attempt by the bourgeois Stalinist bloc to gather a proletarian force would have simply precipitated the extension of the workers' state to all loyalist Spain. But the reader will ask what of the well-armed communist police and military units, the flying corps mainly controlled by the Stalinists, the assault guards, the carabineros, the civil guards, many of the socialist-controlled military. 444. Units, the bourgeois sectors, the navy controlled by the right socialist Prieto? Would they give up without any fight? Would all those units, many of whom were drilled and trained for the specific purpose of exercising a check upon the revolutionary workers, disintegrate at the first clash with the latter? And how about the international brigades, the preponderant majority of whom were firmly controlled by the Stalinists? That the workers supported by the CNT units stood a good chance of victory in the case of this new civil war, can be readily granted. But this would be a Pyrrhic victory at best, for it is clear that a civil war behind the front lines resulting in the demoralization of the front and the withdrawal of the troops for the participation in this new civil war would open wide the gates to the triumphant sweep of the fascists. No one with the least knowledge of the situation will say that the French and British masses of people were ready to go to war for the sake of Spain. Nor will he readily concur with Felix Moro that had the revolutionary forces of Catalonia ousted the bourgeois parties and socialist and Stalinist elements, the French bourgeoisie would open its borders to Spain, not for intervention but for trade, enabling the new regime to secure supplies or face immediately a revolution at home. In order to do full justice to the profundity of such a statement, One has only to bear in mind that almost half of the French proletarian organizations are under the thumb of the Stalinists and the rest are swayed by the Socialists. How could a civil war waged against the Socialists and the Stalinists of Spain, in the face of the terrific danger of a fascist breakthrough at that, fire the socialist and communist-minded workers of France to the extent of having them lay down an ultimatum to their own bourgeoisie demanding arms for the anarchist workers of Catalonia? And, of course, the ultimatum would have to be laid down in the face of the frenzied opposition of the trade union leadership, socialist and communist, of both parties, who would use all powerful means at their disposal to slander, vilify, distort the nature of the struggle waged by the revolutionary forces of Spain. 97. In the debate among the factions of the left that followed the May events, the view of Leon Trotsky himself cannot be excluded. If the proletariat of Catalonia had taken power in May 1937, he wrote, it would have found support in the whole of Spain. The bourgeois Stalinist reactionaries would not even have been able to find 2 regiments with which to crush the Catalan workers. In the territory occupied by Franco, not only the workers but also the peasants would have aligned themselves with the Catalan proletariat. They would have isolated the fascist army and started an irresistible process of disintegration inside it. Under these circumstances, it is doubtful whether a foreign government would have risked sending regiments to the flaming soil of Spain. Intervention would have become materially impossible, or, at least, extremely dangerous. 98. No amount of debate on the May events will ever settle the disputes between the opposing factions. 1 week after the fighting had ended, a resolution of the 445 Paris-based Secretariat of the Fourth International declared, owing to lack of serious revolutionary leadership, the workers have been betrayed. 99. In June, the Executive Committee of the Spanish Bolshevik Leninists stated, the POUM leadership was not even capable of an independent policy, it clung timidly to that of the CNT and slavishly repeated its defeatist slogans. 100. And, after the war, a foreign Trotskyist wrote, betrayed by their organizations, abandoned and handed over to the Stalinist scoundrels, the Barcelona workers made a last heroic attempt in May 1937 to defend the conquests of July 19. Once again, a revolutionary party had a magnificent opportunity to join the rising revolutionary movement, to drive it forward and lead it to victory. But while the leading anarchists placed themselves right from the start on the other side of the barricades, the POUM joined the movement only to hold it back. In this manner, victory was presented to the Stalinist hangman. 101. The communists and their supporters, on the other hand, both in Spain and abroad, in a synchronized campaign, represented the POUM's conduct differently. No sooner had the fighting ended than José Díaz, the Communist Party secretary, declared that the Trotskyists of the POUM had inspired the criminal putsch in Catalonia. 102. Pravda's correspondent in Valencia sounded the same note, alleging that the anarchist workers had been deceived by the Trotskyist fascist agents provocateurs. 103. While the communist John Langdon Davies, writing in the Liberal News Chronicle of London, stated, this has not been an anarchist uprising. It is a frustrated putsch by the Trotskyist POUM working through their controlled organizations, Friends of Durruti, and the Libertarian Youth. 104. For months the campaign continued unabated. In October 1937, the U.S. communist Robert Minor, writing for the Daily Worker, described the fighting as a fascist uprising led by Nin and Gorkin. 105. While Georges Soria of the French communist El Humanite, in an article published in the Comintern organ, International Press Correspondence, in November, stated, the POUM was anxious to maintain the state of disorder as long as possible, for this was the order it had received from General Franco. The POUM, he alleged, wanted to weaken the resistance of the people so that Catalonia could not go to the aid of the Basques, then under attack by Franco's German and Italian allies. It was further hoped that it would be possible to organize widespread propaganda abroad against Republican Spain. And it actually happened that in those days the reactionary and fascist press abroad wrote about chaos in Catalonia, and about a rebellion of the people against the Soviet dictatorship. At the same time the insurgent radio transmitters in Salamanca and Saragossa broadcast unceasingly day and night orders couched in the same terms as those of the POUM: hold your rifles ready, do not give up the fight at any price, combine with your brothers at the front, throw the Russian dictators out of your country. 106. The communist interpretation of the events was so well propagandized that, years later, the ingenuous Claude Bowers, U.S. ambassador to Spain, who during the Civil War was stationed in Hendaye, France, on the Franco-Spanish border, gave the following version: in early May, the loyalist government moved against 446. The anarchists with cold steel. A crisis had been provoked by the anarchists and the POUM, which was composed of Trotsky communists. It was generally believed that many of these were Franco agents. In factories, they were urging the seizure of private property and strikes to slow down production in the midst of war. 107. A memorandum by General Wilhelm von Voepel, German ambassador to nationalist Spain, addressed to Adolf Hitler, on May 11, 1937, but published several years after the war. 108 was used by the Communists as proof of the links between the anarcho-Trotskyists of the POUM and FAI and General Franco. 109 According to Voepel, Franco told him that one of his agents, who was obviously trying to take credit for the conflict, had succeeded in having street shootings started by 3 or 4 persons. Since it was the raid by the Catalan communist, Rodriguez Salas, on the telephone exchange that sparked the fighting, the Voepel document is a worthless piece of evidence. It was for this reason that I omitted any reference to it in the French revision of the Grand Camouflage, published in 1977.110 in a letter to the Times Literary Supplement. 111 Herbert R. Southworth, a supporter of the Spanish Communist Party line and of Juan Negrin during the Civil War, asked why I concealed the very existence of the message to this. The distinguished British Sovietologist Robert Conquest replied, Southworth shows the cloven hoof so openly that few will be deceived when he attempts to revive the old Stalinist canard of Francoid inspiration in the May 1937 rising in Barcelona, a charge believed even at the time only by those who also believed that Trotsky was a German agent. Indeed, the slander on the POUM was part and parcel of the anti-Trotskyite falsification. 112. 447. 43. The May events, Part 2. The continuance of heavy fighting on Wednesday, May 5, brought the CNT leaders to the Generalitat Palace at an early hour. The firing continues, wrote Fraguas Social, the CNT organ in Valencia. The streets of Barcelona are bathed in blood. The danger that our rear might crumble increases from hour to hour. 1. As the morning advanced, reported Solidaridad Obrera, the fighting continued in various districts of the city and became general in the Plaza de Catalunya where the telephone exchange was located, in the Calle de Claris, Laytana renamed Via Durruti, where Casa CNTFAI and the General Commissariat of Public Order were uncomfortably close neighbors, and in the vicinity of the Generalitat Palace and the Avenida del 14 de Abril, increasing the number of wounded. In several places, groups of individuals who could be described as agents provocateurs devoted their time to firing their weapons and to arresting peaceful citizens, taking their union cards away from them. One of the most lamentable activities of the agents provocateurs was sniping from housetops in order to spread alarm in those districts where calm prevailed too. On arriving at the Generalitat Palace, the CNT leaders insisted that no time should be lost in forming the new government. They were aware that Caballero could not hold out much longer against his adversaries and that, failing a settlement through mediation, he would be forced to implement the measures he had approved the previous day. Our efforts were unavailing, said a report issued by the CNT National Committee, for at 11:30 the session was adjourned. When we reconvened, the Communists argued that the new government should not be formed for 3 hours. We were still deliberating when we were informed that the central government had decided to take over public order and defense. 3. We clearly observed the veiled satisfaction with which everyone welcomed the government's decision for At this juncture it is necessary to interpose a corrective observation. In spite of the CNT's accusation that everyone welcomed the government's decision to assume control of public order in the region, there is no hard evidence that any of the Esquerra or PSUC leaders actually preferred this extreme measure, which involved the loss of Catalan autonomy to the simple dispatch of reinforcements. 448. As requested by Aguad at the outset of conflict. It is of course true that President Companys, under pressure from the central government and fear of the CNT and FAI, felt constrained to sacrifice Catalan autonomy rather than risk an anarcho-syndicalist takeover of the region, but this is not to say that he welcomed the government's decision. It is also true, according to reliable testimony given to me after the war by the former PSUC Executive Committee member, Miguel Sarapamis, an intimate associate of Juan Comarera, that the latter informed the leaders of the Partido, in the words of Sarapamis, were disoriented, panic-stricken, and regarded the situation as lost, that they should keep up the fight until the reinforcements from Valencia arrived to repress the CNT and FAI. 5. But there is no certainty that even this hard-nosed politician willingly sacrificed the autonomy of the region. In contrast, the Spanish communists, who were centralists at heart, were not concerned with the nationalist sentiments of the Catalans and had pressed hard, as we have seen, for the assumption of public order by the central government. While the negotiations in the Generalitat Palace to form a new government in Barcelona were still in progress, the following teletyped exchange was taking place between Prieto and Aznar. Prieto: a meeting of the cabinet has been called for 11 o'clock to hear Garcia Oliver, who had now returned to Valencia. Whatever he may report, and I anticipate that he will play down the situation, I shall defend the decree on public order and insist that it be put into effect. I don't think Your Excellency should remain there. The government urges you to move to Valencia. Aznar: I doubt very much that the captain of the Lepanto, who had been given the command of the 2 destroyers sent by Prieto to evacuate the president, can reach me, because all access to the port is cut off. The airplanes have not yet made an appearance and the situation is unchanged. Firing continued throughout the night. It is confirmed that the insurrectionists have deployed artillery in the Paralelo in front of a movie theater occupied by the National Republican Guard. Last night, elements of the CNT spoke to their comrades at the front by radio, telling them to be ready to proceed to Barcelona when their help is needed. The idea that I should move to Valencia is good, but absolutely unrealizable. This is one of the most serious aspects of the situation, because it is impossible to go beyond the railings of my residence. All over, machine guns and rifles are being fired and hand grenades exploded. I have been in this position since Monday afternoon. In this connection, I must tell you that the problem has 2 sides to it. One is that this is an anarchist insurrection with all its grave consequences and deplorable effects, which I don't need to point out to you. The other is the inability of the head of state to move freely and to exercise his functions. The first is in itself very serious and calls for the most urgent and forceful decisions. The second increases the gravity of the first and can have incalculable consequences. From Monday afternoon, I have been awaiting what I might reasonably expect, namely, that the government put together sufficient repressive 449 forces to dominate the situation and free the President of the Republic from his captivity. All these considerations impel me to notify you that I cannot put up with any further delay by the government in taking decisive steps to solve these problems. Since the President of the Republic cannot by himself suppress the insurrection with the 60 poorly armed soldiers of his guard, he will have to solve the other aspect of the question personally. You have more than enough political perspicacity and enough sensibility to understand that neither my personal respect, nor the dignity of my office, nor the scandal the situation is creating throughout the world can permit the Chief of State to continue another day in his present plight. I shall try later to get in touch with the Speaker of the Cortes, Diego Martinez Barrio, as an successor in the event of his resignation, to whom I believe I owe an official and precise account of what is happening here, because of his high office. 6. Prieto: I deplore the hours that have been lost. I consider that the government's fundamental duty is to guarantee the absolute freedom of movement of the head of state at any cost. As for the arrival of rebellious forces from the front to join the insurrectionists, I guarantee that unless they move by night they will fail. I do not believe that the liberty of the President of the Republic cannot be achieved. It is just a matter of resolve. We have sufficient means. I urge Your Excellency to be calm for a few hours. I am now going to attend the cabinet meeting and I shall let you know what happens. Azana's threat of resignation was not lost on Prito, who undoubtedly conveyed it immediately to the cabinet. Nor, apparently, was it lost on Largo Caballero, for, on returning, Prito stated, the cabinet meeting lasted barely 6 minutes. The Prime Minister said that there could be no further delays because of the very serious responsibility involved. He proposed that the decrees approved yesterday be published in a special issue of the Gaceta de la Repubblica and that the Ministers of War, Interior, and the Navy adopt the necessary measures to restore order. The President did not appear satisfied with this reassurance and repeated his threat to Prito, the situation is getting worse. As I have already told you, the commander of the Lepanto has not yet been able to reach my residence. In fact, since Monday afternoon the President of the Republic has been deprived of the necessary freedom to exercise his functions. Since I have already explained the reasons to the Navy Minister Prito, I shall simply remind him of them in case circumstances compel me to make irrevocable decisions. These can only be avoided if the government takes immediate and overpowering action. 7. Azana's threat of resignation was only one of several made during the war but never carried out largely because of the efforts of Prito, who, although contemptuous of the President's faint-heartedness, valued him as a constitutional cover for the revolution. This was not the first time that Prito had witnessed Azana's faint-heartedness. In October 1936, when the President was urging the government to leave Madrid owing to the mounting threat to the capital, he asked Prito, 450. Does the government want the fascists to catch me here? Irritated by Azana's hurry to depart and by his concern over his personal safety, Prito remarked to Air Force Chief Hidalgo de Cisneros, that cowardly Ferry is acting like an hysterical whore. 8. Known as one of the most eloquent orators of the Republic, Prito also had a reputation for vulgar language in private conversation. Prito was very alarmed, seriously concerned about the events in Barcelona, Azana noted in his diary. He did what he could to help me, but, even so, he did not quite understand the situation. The proof is that he told me that very morning that, in the government's opinion, it was advisable that I leave for Valencia. The problem, I said, is not that I am against going to Valencia, but that I cannot go into the street. Martinez Barrio went to the telegraph and read the tape. It made such an impression upon him that, without waiting for the end of the conversation, he rushed off to see Caballero. He quickly returned, saying the government was going to do this, that, and the other, and I should be calm. I answered appropriately, and there was no further discussion. 9. That Largo Caballero had now decided that he could no longer afford to temporize is clear from a teletyped message from Prito to Azana at 8 p.m. The Prime Minister has notified me of his interview with the representatives of the CNT. They went to ask him not to send reinforcements nor to use armed force. Caballero categorically refused to accede to these requests and told his visitors that they should let their co-religionists know that it was folly to believe that they can conquer the state, because they will be crushed. 10. Already at noon, immediately after the short cabinet meeting referred to by Prito in his teletyped message to Azana, a statement had been issued to the press promulgating the public order and military decrees approved the previous day 11 but not yet put into effect. Colonel Antonio Escobar of the National Republican Guard was named delegate of public order, while General Sebastián Pozas, a convert, as we have seen, to the Communist Party, was made military commander of the region, officially the 4th Organic Division and of the so-called Eastern Army in neighboring Aragon, where the CNT and FAI were dominant. These appointments nullified the Catalan Councils of Defense and Internal Security and, along with them, the cherished autonomy of the region. Although, At its party congress held in June 1937, the Esquerra criticized Valencia for not responding immediately to the Catalan government's requests for reinforcements and denounced the delay as a maneuver to force Catalonia to surrender her autonomy. 12 None of its leaders protested at the time. Indeed, the tone of the official announcement by the Generalitat Palace suggests that President Companys and the other Esquerra leaders accepted Valencia's decision with relief and that their fear of the CNT loomed larger momentarily than their devotion to the autonomy of the region. The government of the Republic, on its own initiative, has taken charge of public order in Catalonia, ran the announcement. With resources superior to those available to the Generalitat, the government of the Republic can meet the needs of the present situation. This is no time for comment. All we can recommend and should recommend, if we wish to. 451. Serve the interests of the war against fascism, is loyal and determined collaboration with the government of the Republic. Long live the Republic! We urge everyone to lay down his arms and to end the turmoil in the streets. 13. To be sure, companies like Premier Tarradellas would have preferred a gradual erosion of anarchist power to any impingement on Catalan autonomy, but once the fighting had erupted and his requests for reinforcements had been denied, he bowed without protest to Valencia's decision to assume control of public order. Still, while acknowledging in his notes on the May events that it was the mission of the central government to proceed rapidly with the disarming of the frontier, he registered mild opposition to the taking over of public order. 14 Haunted by the fear that he would be held accountable before history for the surrender of Catalan autonomy, a fear that became an obsession in later months. 15 Companies made numerous attempts after the power of the CNT and FAI had been broken to regain control of public order, but always without success. 16 Until the May events, the faith of the anarcho-syndicalist leadership in companies had been virtually unquestioning. In all his words and in all his actions, wrote Diego Abad de Santillan, there was but a single attitude, a moral and spiritual purpose, that we shared almost completely. There were few Republicans who had acquired such a perfect understanding of the situation created on July 19, and there were few who expressed themselves with such clarity and such force in favor of a new social regime controlled by the workers. The May events suddenly presented him to us in a different light. From that time on we began to doubt the sincerity of the president's past conduct. Was he or was he not implicated in the provocation of the bloody events? While we played all our cards in an attempt to end that fratricidal bloodletting, we lacked the support of companies for the first time since the July days. Companies should explain to the Catalan working class, which supported him in very difficult times, if his role was that of an accomplice or of a prisoner in the May provocation and the subsequent invasion of the autonomous region. 17. In accordance with the CNT's proposal of Tuesday night, a provisional government was finally set up on Wednesday, composed of 4 councillors: Carlos Martí Feast of the Esquerra, Valerio Mas, the secretary of the CNT Regional Committee, Antonio Sisi, the Secretary General of the PSUC-controlled Catalan UGT, and Joaquim Po of the Unió de Rabassers. Although the question of Artemio Aguad's removal from the Council of Internal Security was automatically resolved as a result of the taking over of public order by the central government, Rodríguez Salas remained in charge of the General Commissariat, pending the arrival of Antonio Escobar, the delegate of public order appointed by Valencia. Fresh appeals were now broadcast from the Generalitat Palace. CNT Secretary Mariano Vázquez again begged the workers to leave the streets. We tell you that this situation must end. We do not want the stigma to fall upon the Spanish anarchists. This is not the moment, in front of piled-up corpses, to discuss. 452. Who is right? It is essential that you disappear with your weapons from the streets. We must not wait for others to do so. We must do so ourselves. Afterward we shall talk. If you decide, when you discuss our conduct at our next assembly, that we deserve to be shot, then you may shoot us, but now you must obey our slogans. 18 But Vázquez's stentorian lungs could not prevail against the aroused rank and file, and the struggle continued unabated both in Barcelona and in some of the towns and villages of the region, such as Tarragona, Tortosa, and Mora-la-Nueva, where latent animosities surfaced in response to the news from the capital. 19. Meanwhile, there was consternation among the militiamen on the Aragon front, some of whom were ready to march forthwith on Barcelona. Information is fragmentary and sometimes contradictory. According to a POUM source, the officers and political commissars of its 29th Division were divided. Some were in favor of heading an expedition to Barcelona, others of consulting the party. Then news was received that troops in Lerida, on the main road to Barcelona, had laid siege to the locals of the POUM and CNT. José Rovira, the division commander, accompanied by a part of a shock battalion, left for Benafar, 26 miles from Lerida. There he found 100 men under Maximo Franco, the CNT commander of the 127th Mixed Brigade, on their way to Barcelona. The two men decided to proceed alone to Lerida to parley with civilian and military leaders. A compromise was reached, the militia returned to the front, and the soldiers outside the locals of the POUM and CNT withdrew. 20 In a somewhat different version, Julian Gorkin states that the POUM and the CNT sent emissaries from Barcelona with orders to the militiamen to return to the front and that these orders were obeyed with absolute discipline. 21. For his part, Abad de Santillan affirms that the CNT Under-Secretary of Defense, Juan Manuel Molina, fought tooth and nail to stop a large motorized column of the CNT from going to Barcelona. We advised Molina to hand over the Capitania General 22 and the command of our militia to General Poses, the newly appointed commander of the 4th Organic Division. We could not rely on the leaders of our own organization for any decisive action against the Valencia decrees. 23. This somewhat ambiguous statement by one of the most influential figures in the libertarian movement was evidently designed to throw responsibility on the other CNT-FAI leaders for the decision to relinquish control to Valencia, for there is no independent evidence that he personally opposed them at the time. As for the communist version of the movement of troops from the front, La Pasionaria states that 2 CNT battalions and 1 POUM battalion were halted on their way to Barcelona by Alfonso Reyes, the Air Force commander on the Aragon front, a PSUC member, who threatened to bomb the deserters unless they returned to the front. The battalions, she affirms, returned to their units and only a group of POUmists arrived in Barcelona. 24. In Valencia, late Wednesday afternoon, a few hours after the government had announced the military and public order decrees, the communist organ Frente Rojo published the following editorial. 453. Those who have provoked the disturbances in Catalonia are not our brothers. They are neither anarchists, nor socialists, nor communists, nor republicans, nor are they anti-fascists of any kind. They are our ferocious enemies. They are people without ideals, without hearts, in the service of the invaders. What mercy can we show to those who, inspired by fascism, attempt to create a chaotic situation in the rear, a situation that may destroy the resistance of our army and may help the foreign interventionists? What mercy can we show to those who assassinate our workers, our soldiers, those heroic self-sacrificing defenders of the people? None, none whatsoever. There should not be a moment's vacillation. The government has assumed control of public order in Catalonia. Those who provoked the conflict should suffer the consequences. But the decrees cannot remain a dead letter. We must act now with the utmost speed and with ruthless energy. Not many hours should be allowed to elapse before the situation in Catalonia is completely liquidated. Whoever rises against the people, whoever collaborates bloodthirstily with the enemy, should be made to feel the force of the popular will. Everything, absolutely everything, must be done, so that another day does not pass before peace has been restored in Catalonia and all honest men and all sincere anti-fascists are once more working and fighting to win the war and carry the popular revolution forward. 25. Meantime, in Barcelona, the fighting continued. 3 serious incidents helped to envenom still further the political climate. Antonio Sisi, the newly designated PSUCUGT councillor, was shot and killed when proceeding to the Generalitat Palace. 26 Who was responsible was never known, although accusations were plentiful. It was alleged that he had been fired on from the CNT Public Entertainments Union, said the National Committee of the CNT, but it was subsequently proved that the bullet that cost him his life was not fired from the Union Building 27. The Communists charged that he had been assassinated by Trotskyist aggressors in the service of fascism. 28 While Augustin Souchy, the CNT-FAI spokesman, declared that the shot had been fired from a barricade belonging to CCS own party comrades. 29. That same day, Colonel Escobar, the newly appointed delegate of public order, was seriously wounded when shot at on his arrival in Barcelona to occupy his new post. 30 As a result, Valencia named Lieutenant Colonel Alberto Arando as the new delegate of public order. 31 Then, sometime between Wednesday night and early Thursday morning, Camillo Bernieri, a leading Italian anarchist intellectual and militant, and his compatriot and co-worker Francesco Barbieri were murdered by unknown assassins. 32 Up to now the only armed forces to arrive in Barcelona from Valencia were the Marines dispatched by Indalecio Prieto on board the destroyers Lepanto and Sánchez Barquestegui to evacuate the president, but they were unable to reach the Catalan Parliament building. 33 To judge from Azena's diary, the president was beside himself, furious over the glacial indifference and insolent behavior of Largo Caballero, and fearful of perishing unjustly and tragically in Bars. 454. Lona. 34 Although he claims in La Velada and Benicarlo that he diverted himself during the 4 days of fighting dictating the final draft. 35 There can be little doubt that he lived in dread of assassination. The anarcho-syndicalists, he knew, had not forgotten the horrendous massacre of anarchist peasants during the rising of Casas Viejas in January 1933, and although there is no proof of the allegation that, as war minister, he had ordered the assault and civil guards to take neither wounded nor prisoners but to shoot them in the belly, 36 He bore the odium of this unsubstantiated accusation. Nor had the anarcho-syndicalists forgotten that in 1932 at the time of their uprising in the mining district of Alto Llobregat, Azena, according to his own testimony before the Cortes, had given the general in command of the 4th Organic Division no more than 15 minutes to extinguish the rebellion from the time of the arrival of his troops at the scene. 37. Hence, there was good reason for Azena's agitation. On Thursday morning, May 6, during a break in the fighting, the commander of the Lepanto, accompanied by 5 or 6 Marines, presented himself in the Parliament building. 38 Azena thought that any attempt to depart would be foolhardy. Prieto continued to press me to take advantage of 10 minutes of calm to leave for the port. 39 But none of his suggestions appeared feasible to the president. There was a faint smile of skepticism on Prieto's face, writes Julian Zugazagoitia, a Prieto intimate and later Minister of the Interior. He was sure that with a little courage any of his suggestions could be carried out successfully, preferably evacuation by sea. The distance from the Catalan Parliament building to the port was very short, and the journey could have been made by car in 4 minutes. But Don Manuel preferred 4 days of fears and insecurity to 4 minutes of resolution. 40 Finally, according to Azena, after another conversation with Prieto, more pressing than ever, during which he expressed the thought that perhaps I was balking at taking the risk, I decided to go. But just as he was about to leave the Parliament building, Azena relates, the fighting resumed with greater violence than ever, causing him to postpone his departure for Valencia until the following day. 41. Meanwhile, it was clear from the heavy fighting on Wednesday that the calls for a ceasefire had not met with the unanimous approval of the rank and file. Fighting had already been going on for 3 days, wrote Souchy, the 8th representative in the Foreign Information Office of CNT-FAI headquarters, and there was no sign of peace. At about 5 p.m. the Regional Committee of the CNT made the following proposals: hostilities to cease. Every party to keep its positions. The police and the civilians fighting on its side are asked to agree to a truce. 42 But these proposals passed unheeded. The Friends of Durruti brought out a fresh leaflet that included the following demands: Formation of a revolutionary junta. Shooting of those guilty of attacking the working class. Disarming of the armed police corps. This appears to have been the exact wording of the principal demands, according to an article published after the May events in El Amigo del Pueblo, the organ of the group. The article criticized a CNTFAI pamphlet, Los Sucesos de Barcelona, 455. Its lack of seriousness and scant documentation in asserting that the leaflet had proclaimed that a revolutionary junta had already been formed and that the POUM had been invited to join it. 43. In any event, the regional committees of the CNT and FAI denounced the Friends of Durruti as agents provocateurs and declared that the leaflet was absolutely intolerable and in conflict with the policy of the libertarian movement. Everybody must fulfill the slogans of these committees. Now that the Council of the Generalitat has been formed, everybody must accept its decisions inasmuch as everybody is represented in it. All arms must leave the streets. 44. The Friends of Durruti responded immediately to this denunciation with a manifesto distributed by hand on the barricades. We knew beforehand that these committees could only hinder the forward march of the proletariat. We, the Friends of Durruti, have sufficient moral authority to repudiate those individuals who, through incapacity and cowardice, have betrayed the workers and the revolution. Their treachery is enormous. The two essential guarantees of the proletariat, internal security and defense, have been offered to our enemies on a platter. Instead of planning a swift and bold offensive, time and munitions have been wasted by sniping. Intelligence and direction have been lacking. Comrades, remain on a war footing. Do not weaken. Long live the social revolution. 45. One more terrible blow against the embattled workers, wrote Felix Marro, the Trotskyist critic of the POUM already quoted. The regional committee of the CNT gave to the entire press a denunciation of the Friends of Durruti as agents provocateurs. The POUM press did not defend the left-wing anarchists against this foul slander. 46. The fact that the leaflet distributed by the Friends of Durruti had hailed the comrades of the POUM who have fraternized with us in the streets was undoubtedly embarrassing to the POUM leadership, the more so as a rumor was in the air that the entire responsibility for the events was to be placed at the party's door. I dimly foresaw, wrote George Orwell, that when the fighting ended the entire blame would be laid upon the POUM, which was the weakest party and therefore the most suitable scapegoat. 47. At about 8:30 Wednesday evening the provisional government appealed to all the workers and people of Catalonia to lay down their arms and to forget their rancor and their enmities. 48. Other appeals were made. Do not listen to the aggressors, to the Trotskyists who want the struggle to continue, the PSUC declared. Let us unite around the government of the Generalitat. 49. Miguel Valdez, the PSUC leader, exhorted, workers of Barcelona, comrades of the CNT, we must not waste our energies a moment longer. We must put an end to the Trotskyist criminals, who in their newspapers continue inciting the anti-fascists of Catalonia to kill one another. 50. Jacinto Torrio, the director of Solidaridad Obrera, an FAI member, also spoke. Referring to the wave of collective insanity that was destroying all the achievements of the first 10 months of the revolution as well as the hope of the international proletariat, he stated, this behavior, comrades of the CNT and 456. UGT, comrades of the PSUC and FAI, comrades of the Assault and National Guards, is unbelievable, it is despicable because it is degrading to all of us. In Barcelona the workers are assassinating one another. This state of insanity that has transformed the most sensible people into madmen must end. Just think that there is a front nearby. Just think that this front may become demoralized if it should learn of this hecatomb. Comrades of the police, return to your barracks. Comrades of the CNT, return to your locals. Comrades of the PSUC and UGT, return to your centers. Let peace return. 51. Throughout the evening, a joint appeal of the CNT and UGT was broadcast urging the workers to return to work. It is necessary to return to normality. To continue this industrial inactivity at the present time when we are waging a war against fascism is equivalent to collaborating with our common enemy 52. As a result of these appeals, the fighting abated early Thursday morning, May 6. Disconcerted by the attitude of their leaders, the anarcho-syndicalists' ardor had begun to wane and many of them abandoned the barricades. But, as the morning advanced, fighting flared up again. The National Committee of the CNT said. The Transport Union ordered a return to work, but as the tracks were damaged, the repair cars had to be sent out before the streetcars could leave their depots. During the morning they had to return because they were fired upon. The metro had to suspend its service because at some entrances the communist police and members of Estat Katala surrounded the passengers. In some places large numbers of CNT cards were torn up. In others, our comrades were attacked. Our locals were besieged. In the afternoon, the situation was more serious than ever. The comrades were ready to take matters into their own hands regardless of the consequences. But in spite of the many provocations, we could not close our eyes and wage the final battle. It was perfectly clear that we had played our enemy's game. They wanted us to go into the street, they wanted public order to pass into the hands of the central government. We understood only too well the tragedy of those comrades who had been provoked and cornered and who had seen their comrades and friends fall. But, above all, it was necessary to prevent the entire struggle of the Spanish proletariat since July 19 from being suddenly reduced to 0.53. The POUM, feeling that further resistance was useless, instructed its followers to leave the barricades and presented the situation as optimistically as it could. In view of the fact that the counter-revolutionary maneuver has been repulsed, declared the executive in a statement published in La Battaglia on Thursday morning, May 6, the workers should withdraw from the struggle and return to work today, without fail and with discipline, to continue laboring with enthusiasm for the rapid defeat of fascism. The POUM orders all its armed militants to withdraw from the barricades and from the streets and to resume work, but to maintain a vigilant attitude. At the same time, La Battaglia claimed that the proletariat had obtained an important partial victory. It has smashed the 457 counter-revolutionary provocation. It has brought about the removal of those directly responsible for the provocation. It has dealt a serious blow to the bourgeoisie and the reformists. It could have achieved more, very much more, if the leaders of the predominant working class organizations in Catalonia had risen to the occasion as did the workers. On the repeated orders of their leaders the masses have begun to withdraw from the struggle, thus evidencing a great spirit of discipline. Nevertheless, the proletariat should remain vigilant. It should stand guard, bearing arms. It should keep watch over the activities of the bourgeoisie and the reformists and be ready to thwart their counter-revolutionary maneuvers. And, on May 13, after the fighting had ended, La Battaglia published the following summary of a long resolution adopted by the Central Committee of the party: as the workers fighting in the streets lacked concrete aims and responsible leadership, the POUM had no alternative but to organize and direct a strategic retreat. Avoiding a desperate action that might have degenerated into a putsch and resulted in the complete destruction of the most advanced section of the proletariat. The experience of the May days shows unequivocally that the only progressive solution to the present problem lies in the seizure of power by the working class, and that it is therefore essential to coordinate the revolutionary activity of the working masses through the formation of a revolutionary workers' front, uniting all organizations ready to fight for the total destruction of fascism. This can be accomplished only through military victory at the front and the victory of the revolution in the rear. The Central Committee considers that the policy pursued by the party during the events was absolutely correct and fully endorses the line of the Executive Committee, convinced that it has defended the interests of the revolution and the broad working masses. 54. On Thursday evening, May 6, news was received in Casa CNTFAI that 1,500 assault guards had reached the outskirts of Tortosa, 190 kilometers south of Barcelona. Both Federica Montseny, the CNT Minister of Health, who had arrived the previous day to help terminate the fighting, and Mariano Vazquez, the CNT secretary, hurried to the Generalitat Palace to communicate with Valencia. Not without reason were they apprehensive lest the assault guards en route to Barcelona might provoke every anarchist-controlled community in their path to insurrection. It fell to Garcia Oliver, the CNT Minister of Justice, now back in Valencia, and to Angel Galarza, Largo Caballero's Minister of the Interior, to persuade Vazquez and Monsanelli to facilitate the passage of the assault guards through Catalonia and to restore peace to the embattled city before the arrival of reinforcements. The secret discussions that took place by teletypewriter to put an end to the fighting form part of Companies' notes and documents on the May events 55, the essential portions of which are reproduced here. Garcia Oliver, this is the Ministry of the Interior, Valencia. Is the Minister of Health there? Monsanelli, yes. Listen, Garcia, Mariano is going to speak to you and then we shall talk to Galarza. 458. Vazquez, this morning it looked as though the situation would soon clear up. At midday, the situation began to deteriorate, because the police were preparing to attack union buildings. The fact that Arando, the new delegate of public order, who had replaced the wounded Escobar, has retained Rodriguez Salas as police commissioner has had a decisive influence on the situation. He is still in charge of the police and has no doubt instructed them to assume the attitude they are adopting. In many places the tearing up of CNT membership cards has been systematic. 5 comrades belonging to the bodyguard of Arles Dionisio Arles, the anarchist chief of services, in the General Commissariat of Public Order have been taken from their homes and murdered. As a result of these and similar occurrences, the comrades have taken steps to defend themselves. The atmosphere became more tense when news was received that 1,500 guards had arrived at Tortosa. It is impossible to foresee at this time what is going to happen. If there is not a rapid change in the attitude of the police and in their leadership, it will be impossible to avoid flare-ups in the villages through which they have to pass and where there has been no trouble up to now. Garcia Oliver, this is Garcia Oliver. The Minister of the Interior has ordered the immediate dismissal of Rodriguez Salas. He is ready to resolve the situation in Catalonia in the fairest possible way. It is imperative that the assault guards who are on their way to Barcelona reach their destination to relieve the police, who are extremely exhausted, nervous and inflamed by the conflict. You must understand this and make it clear to the committees and comrades. It is also imperative that you make it clear to the comrades and villages through which these impartial, absolutely impartial forces of appeasement have to pass. The government knows that without this strict impartiality the conflict, far from being resolved, would become worse, and would spread to the whole of Catalonia and the rest of Spain, and would result in the government's political and military downfall. The Minister of the Interior is considering the advisability of dispatching these forces by other means than by road, which is too long and full of potential obstacles that may be spread in their path by all those aggressors interested in prolonging the present situation in Barcelona and bringing about the collapse of the government. As the administration of public order has now been taken over, I repeat that it is advisable that you immediately instruct the comrades in the villages not to place any obstacles in the way of these forces of appeasement. On the contrary, they should give them every kind of assistance and receive them with affection, because otherwise the danger exists that if they are attacked en route they will become angered, as a result of which we should only have succeeded in transforming the problem of Catalonia into a national bonfire in which inevitably we would all be rapidly consumed. Above all, pay immediate attention to the province of Tarragona, where the POUM and the separatists a reference to Estat Català have many supporters, with the object of preventing them from mixing with our comrades and inciting them to armed resistance against the forces of public order. Vazquez, although we understand the undeniable advantage of relieving 459 the police in Barcelona, we should recognize that the problem here does not require the intervention of the police. The position is such that if they were merely to receive orders to return to their barracks for a few hours, normality would return completely. It is imperative that the police should not attack or do anything at all for a period of 3 to 4 hours. This period would be sufficient to restore confidence, as a result of which barricades would disappear and the police would abandon the buildings and places they occupy. Galarza, this is the Minister of the Interior. On learning at 7:30 p.m. that Police Commissioner Rodriguez Salas was still in command, I made the following statement to Arendo, which I copy from the tape I have in front of me: there should immediately be placed at the head of the administration of security a police commissioner, who is a member of the regular police corps, a man in whom you have more confidence, and the representatives of the unions and parties should stop intervening in public order. Arendo replied as follows: I absolutely agree and shall obey your instructions immediately. Regarding the time you require to restore confidence, I have no objection to the following: at 10 p.m., the police will receive orders not to fire a single shot and to refrain from attacking any building. Only those forces necessary for vigilance will remain on the streets, but without searching for arms or making arrests for a period of 3 hours. You will undertake the responsibility of seeing that your people in the street and in their locals withdraw to their homes during this period and do not fire a single shot. I am going to issue these orders. Obviously, you understand that if they are not observed loyally by both sides, nothing will be gained. The Premier is calling me. Wait a moment. Here is Garcia Oliver. Monsenay, Garcia, what Galarza says we can accept on condition that the truce is called tomorrow from 6 to 9 a.m., so as to give us time to organize a mass peace demonstration attended by the whole of Barcelona, and headed by the representatives of the organizations with their banners bound together. We shall suggest this to the UGT and are sure it will agree. Galarza, with regard to those 3 hours, I have no objection to their being between 6 and 9 a.m. As for the demonstration, provided there are no aggressors, it appears to me to be a very good idea, but I fear that these elements may take advantage of the general state of tension and that the demonstration may begin well but end badly. Perhaps it would be better to hold it on Sunday instead of tomorrow Friday and announce it in a joint statement of the two labor organizations. I am going to give orders to the police to observe the maximum prudence during the night. Leave it to me to see that after 9 a.m. tomorrow new and relaxed forces will be there with a person of my absolute confidence in command. This was a reference to Lieutenant Colonel Emilio Torres Iglesias of the Assault Guards, who was appointed police chief of Barcelona. 56. Monsenay, very well, Galarza. The truce may prove to be a salvation, but bear in mind that I do not know up to what point your orders will be obeyed if the same persons remain in charge of public order. Galarza, tomorrow, other officers will be there. 57. But keep this abso. 460. Loosely to yourself lest there be someone interested in repeating the Escobar incident. Tell your people that some of them should try withdrawing to their homes after midnight, and if, as I hope, nothing prevents them from doing so and everyone else does the same, then 3 hours will not be necessary tomorrow for this operation. It will be very easy to make the test. However, this implies such responsibility for me that I hope not only that I can rely upon your help, but that you will understand that this is the last attempt I can make at this type of solution. Do not announce any of these agreements over the air, but give them to your men of confidence in writing and with your signature. Does this sound all right to you? Monsenay, we shall endeavor to make a test at night, although we cannot promise anything owing to the difficulty of getting around at night and orienting our people personally. Mariano asks me to tell you that we should agree on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., as this will give us time to work and will be much easier. In accordance with their understanding with Galarza, Vasquez, and Monsenay worked feverishly throughout the night to arrange the truce. We informed the Catalan organization of the agreements we had reached, said the National Committee of the CNT, and ordered the comrades to prepare to withdraw at 6 a.m. 58. Furthermore, directives were sent to the villages and towns on the main road to Barcelona to allow the assault guards to proceed without hindrance. In Tortosa, where fighting had erupted on Tuesday 59, the local CNT was instructed not to offer any resistance to the assault guards. Our comrades acted accordingly, said Solidaridad Obrera, thereby displaying their discipline and respect for the directives of the organization. 60. In Barcelona, several hours before dawn on Friday, May 7, there were signs that the ardor of the revolutionaries had finally spent itself. A feeling that it would be futile to continue the struggle against the will of their leaders had overwhelmed them, and disillusionment was widespread. Many withdrew from the barricades and disappeared into the darkness. At dawn, the local committees of the CNT and UGT issued a joint appeal: "Comrades, everybody return to work." 61. That evening the assault guards from Valencia, accompanied by a force of carabineros sent by Finance Minister Juan Negrin, entered the city unopposed. Shortly after 7 p.m. the first vehicles rolled into the city, carrying assault and security guards, reported Solidaridad Obrera, and a quarter of an hour later the bulk of the forces arrived, entering via the diagonal. They passed through the Paseo de Gracia, the Plaza de Catalunya, the Ronda, the Via Durruti and the Paseo de Colón on their way to the Council of Internal Security. As they filed through the streets, the people of Catalonia welcomed them with tremendous enthusiasm and demonstrations of support, to which the guards replied with raised fists. 62. Reinforcements, equipped with the latest weapons, continued to arrive by land and sea, and within a few days the number in the region was estimated at 12,000.63. 461. The predominance of the anarcho-syndicalists in Catalonia, the citadel of the Spanish libertarian movement, had now been broken. What would have appeared inconceivable a few months earlier, in the heyday of the CNT and FAI, had now become a reality and the most portentous victory of the communists since the beginning of the revolution. 64. 462. 44. The overthrow of Largo Caballero. Having achieved their immediate objective in Catalonia, the communists now brought their struggle with Largo Caballero to a head. Exploiting the upheaval, they demanded that the government suppress the POUM, which they held responsible for the bloodshed and whose leaders they had long been denouncing as Trotskyists and as a gang of spies and provocateurs in the service of international fascism. At this point it is fitting to ask whether the communists themselves believed in their own propaganda or whether they were merely following Moscow's directives compliantly. The answer to this question lies partly in an interview given in 1974 by Santiago Carrillo, then General Secretary of the PCE, to Regis Debray and Max Gallo. "I had never regarded the Trotskyists as possible enemies until I went to the Soviet Union in 1935. Although I did not really regard the Spanish Trotskyists as being fascist agents, I accepted what I had never acknowledged before. Later came the Moscow trials. With all those confessions, all those admissions of guilt. I must say that I was convinced at the time that the confessions were genuine. I could not imagine that they had been extorted. I had always believed that any revolutionary when confronted by the police should resist to the end. I could not conceive of that ideological element that determined those confessions, the monstrous proposition that a man could serve the party and the revolution by admitting that he was their enemy even though it was not true. I am therefore among those who believed that those people were counter-revolutionaries, agents of the enemy." 1. No sooner had the May fighting ended than the agitation of the PCE assumed a frenzied character as every instrument of propaganda at its disposal was set in motion to force acceptance of its will. José Díaz declared at a public meeting on May 9. "Our principal enemies are the fascists. However, the fascists have their agents who work for them. Of course, if these agents were to say, 'We are fascists and we want to work among you in order to create difficulties,' they would immediately be eliminated by us. For this reason they have to give themselves other." 463. Names. Some call themselves Trotskyists, which is the name used by many disguised fascists who talk of revolution in order to spread disorder. I therefore ask, if everyone knows this, if the government knows it, why does it not treat them like fascists and exterminate them pitilessly? Every worker must know about the trial of the Trotskyists that has taken place in the USSR. It was Trotsky himself who directed the gang of criminals that derailed trains in the Soviet Union, carried out acts of sabotage in the large factories, and did everything possible to discover military secrets with the object of handing them over to Hitler and the Japanese imperialists. And, in view of the fact that all this was revealed during the trial and that the Trotskyists declared that they had done these things under Trotsky's direction and in complicity with Hitler and the Japanese imperialists, I must ask, is it not perfectly clear that the Trotskyists are not a political or social organization of a definite tendency like the anarchists, socialists, or Republicans, but a gang of spies and provocateurs in the service of international fascism? The Trotskyist provocateurs must be swept away. That is why I stated in my speech at the recent plenary session of the Central Committee not only that this organization should be dissolved in Spain and its press suspended, but that Trotskyism should be swept out of all civilized countries, that is, if we really want to get rid of this vermin. In Spain itself, who but the Trotskyists inspired the criminal putsch in Catalonia? La Battaglia in its May 1st edition was full of brazen incitements to revolt. Well, this paper is still coming out in Catalonia. Why? Because the government cannot make up its mind to seize it as every anti-fascist demands. If, after 10 months of war, a strong policy is not instituted to make the rear worthy of some of the fronts, I shall be forced to conclude, and I am sure every anti-fascist will be too, that unless this government imposes order in the rear another popular front government will have to do so. 2. The riposte of Largo Caballero's mouthpiece Adelante was unequivocal. The measures of repression, it affirmed, advocated by the Spanish section of the Comintern represented a threat to the unity of the working class. These measures would result in the most terrible disenchantment among the leaders of the CNT who are working zealously to get those workers who are influenced by anarchist propaganda to participate in the tasks of government. A repressive action by the Popular Front government, which a Gil Robles or a Lara would endorse, would destroy working class unity. Perhaps it would end up pushing those who have resolutely renounced their former apolitical methods back to their old ways. If such a misfortune should occur, we would certainly lose the war and the revolution, because neither the war can be won nor the revolution achieved with half of the working class against us three. Behind the scenes the PCE which, it will be recalled, had recently established close relations with the Socialist Party leadership met with the Socialist executive in order to chart a common course of action. The two parties. 464. Affirms the official communist history, were in agreement regarding the gravity of the political situation and on the necessity of finding a solution to the simmering crisis. For that the Republicans were privy to these talks there can be no doubt. President Aznar, who, with Preto's help, had been evacuated by air from Barcelona on 7 May 5 states that the former premier and left Republican leader José Giral visited him in Valencia that same day on behalf of the Republican parties. He told me that the Republicans as well as the Socialists and Communists had decided to do battle with Largo Caballero at the next cabinet meeting. Giral added that the Republicans, Socialists, and Communists formed a bloc that would facilitate a solution. Although he did not give any further explanation, I understood that the conversations between the three parties were well advanced. The Communists, he told me, would take the initiative at the next cabinet meeting by demanding a change of policy and, if they were not successful, would resign from the government. The Socialists and Republicans would support their demand. 6. Earlier in the day Largo Caballero had visited the president. Although Aznar was still enraged by the Prime Minister's glacial indifference to his plight in Barcelona 7, he decided not to mention the matter. Caballero arrived smiling and affable with a portfolio of decrees, he relates. He did not say one word about Barcelona. He began the conversation as though we had seen each other every day or I had just returned from a pleasure trip. I had thought over very carefully what I should do during this first interview. My natural impulse was to ask him to explain his behavior. But upon reflection, I refrained from doing so and decided that if he did not speak of it, I, too, would say nothing. I was sure that if I were to raise the matter things would become so entangled that he would not be able to depart as Prime Minister. And I was determined not to relieve him of his functions by a unilateral decision. especially as it might be regarded as an attempt to satisfy my justifiable anger. I remained silent. 8. Thus, when the Republican, Socialist, and Communist leaders visited him on 7 and May 8 to voice their combined opposition to the government, Azina was a constitutional position, as Raymond Carr correctly states, gave him for the first time since July 1936, a taste of power and an opportunity for revenge. 9 was careful not to take sides openly in the dispute. I listened to them all, he wrote, but tried not to disclose my own opinion regarding the conduct of the government. On the other hand, of course, I could not approve it. In the first place, I told them that I considered their visits to be of an informative nature, but that on no account would I allow the inference to be drawn that I was giving them permission to mount an offensive against the government. He reminded them that contrary to his advice the Giral cabinet had resigned in September 1936 to make way for the Caballero government, hailed as the government of victory, and that the cabinet reorganization in November, involving the entry of the CNT and the anarchists, which the Republicans themselves had deemed inevitable and useful, had been carried out not only against my advice, but in face of my most angry protest. Now, after a few months, he added, the very people who had 465 elevated Largo and admitted the FAI into the government could not abide them and were turning to him to resolve the problem. He had not created the Largo Caballero myth. If a change of policy was now considered necessary, this was because the parties had changed their attitude, not because the President of the Republic has changed his opinion, which he has not. 10. A few days later, on 13 May, just 2 days before the deadline when all political commissars whose appointment and rank had not been confirmed by Largo Caballero were to consider themselves dismissed from the Corps of Commissars, Jesus Hernandez and Vicente Uribe, the two communist ministers, demanded, at a tempestuous meeting of the cabinet, an immediate change in the Premier's policy in the areas of war and public order. They also demanded the dissolution of the POUM in terms that left no room for compromise. The meeting, attests Azina, who had been apprised of the proceedings by Giral and Prieto, was marked by unusual violence and vulgarities. Largo called the communists liars and slanderers, and 6 hours were wasted in this way. The moderate socialists, through Negrin, supported the arguments of the communists, and the Republicans also said something. 11. In the course of his acrimonious exchanges with the communist ministers, Largo Caballero vehemently dissented from their view that the POUM was a fascist organization and declared that he would not dissolve the party, that he had not entered the government to serve the political interests of any of the factions represented in it, and that the courts of law would decide whether or not a particular organization should be dissolved. 12. In his unpublished Notas Históricas sobre la Guerra de España, Largo Caballero states that he opposed the dissolution of the POUM with the utmost energy and declared that as long as he presided over the government no political or trade union organization would be dissolved, that if a crime were committed the courts would handle it, and that he was not going to play anybody's political game. 13. Failing to receive satisfaction, the communist ministers rose and left the room. 14. The anarchist POUM rising in Barcelona, writes Jesus Hernandez, gave us an excuse to provoke the crisis of the Largo Caballero government. 15. When the split in the cabinet occurred, testified Indalecio Prieto at a public meeting after the war, Largo Caballero intended to continue the dispatch of routine matters. I was sitting next to him and said, "Look here, Caballero, something serious has happened. The ministerial coalition has been broken because one of the parties in the government has withdrawn from it. I therefore think it is your duty, without continuing this meeting, to tell the President of the Republic what has happened and resolve the situation with him." 16. The opinion expressed by Prieto, writes Julian Zugazagoitia, himself a moderate socialist and Minister of the Interior in the succeeding government, surprised Largo Caballero, who believed that the cabinet could nevertheless continue its deliberations. Prieto's viewpoint, which was perfectly constitutional, was later condemned as part of the maneuver begun by the communists to overthrow Largo Caballero. 17. 466. It was not until some years after the war that Prito, reconciled with Caballero, publicly denied the charge that he had acted in secret agreement with the communists. Not until now, he declared, have I bothered to contradict the mistaken assumption that I had dealings with the communists in order to oust Largo Caballero. Apart from a rule that has guided my conduct toward them ever since the first unfortunate split in our party in 1921, a rule that has always kept me at a distance from them, I am incapable, because of my moral temper, of acting disloyally toward a co-religionist and a friend, who, as Premier, was charged at that time with such delicate and complicated functions. 18. On the other hand, Vicente Uribe, one of the two communist ministers who precipitated the crisis, declared in a speech in exile, Prito participated in the plan to remove Caballero from the leadership of the government, although without revealing himself openly. He wanted to take revenge on Largo Caballero, whom he had not forgiven, among other things, for frustrating his ambition to become head of the government in May 1936-19. Furthermore, Gabriel Moran, a one-time supporter of Indalecio Prito and Director General of Security, also alleges that Prito was in agreement with the communists to oust Largo Caballero 20, but the most convincing evidence is that of Palmiro Togliatti, the Comintern delegate and de facto head of the party, who stated, in his report to Moscow on August 30, 1937, that the centrists along with Prito had played a very important role both in the preparation and the solution of the crisis. 21. In any event, the view expressed by Prito that the withdrawal of the communist ministers had broken the ministerial coalition was an important factor in shaping the course of events, for Caballero decided to suspend the cabinet meeting and to tender his resignation to the president. 22. It is noteworthy, however, that according to Aznar, Caballero may have had no intention of resigning and was hoping that the president would simply authorize him to replace the two communist ministers. 23. Largo, he recalls, stressed to me the untimeliness of the crisis inasmuch as there were reasons of national interest that made it advisable for the government to continue to function in order to execute very important plans, whose suspension would be catastrophic. 24. The first of these was a plan to foment a rebellion in Spanish Morocco against General Franco, a plan conceived by Carlos de Barabar, Caballero's Undersecretary of War, and dismissed by Aznar as a harebrained adventure. 25. The second was a large-scale offensive in the region of Extremadura, originally planned by Barabar's predecessor, General José Asensio, and by General Martínez Cabrera, former chief of the War Ministry General Staff, both of whom, it will be recalled, had been forced out of office under communist pressure. 26. Largo told me, Aznar writes, that he was thinking of going to Extremadura to direct the operation in person, so as to prevent the rivalries among the officers from ruining everything. I assumed that in reality he would direct nothing and that in fact he would restrict himself to signing the orders submitted by the General Staff. There can be no question that he was very much sold on the project, from which he undoubtedly expected to derive the military. 467. Advantages explained by his advisers and the political and personal advantage of appearing, in the eyes of the general public, as the director of a victorious operation. 27. Largo Caballero's supporters have claimed that the operation might have been the turning point in the war had the communists and their Soviet advisers not opposed it. Its aim, writes Luis Araquistan, the left socialist leader and intimate of the premier and war minister, was to cut the rebel army's lines of communication with the south, whence it received steady reinforcements of Italian and Moroccan troops. The success of that operation, by splitting the enemy into two unconnected parts and depriving him of the foreign troops and war material that were entering through the ports near the Strait of Gibraltar, could have changed the course of the war completely. The north, i.e., the Basque provinces against which General Franco was waging an all-out offensive, would have been saved, the whole of Andalusia would have been recovered. Probably the war itself would have been won. At any rate, Franco's victory would have been neither so quick nor so decisive, and at least there would have been time and favorable circumstances for negotiating a diplomatic peace. 28. The projected operation, placed under the overall command of Lieutenant Colonel Enrique Gerardo, was, according to Ramon Salas Larrazabal, the nationalist military historian, to involve a total of 100,000 men, the largest number yet deployed in a single operation. 29. On the other hand, he says, the nationalists had available only 6 battalions, 3 tabors or Moroccan troops, 18 Phalangist centurias, 10 cavalry squadrons, 5 batteries, and 7 machine gun companies. The only reserve force was a mixed Italo-Spanish brigade of Flechas Azules. In view of this disparity, he observes, the offensive would have achieved spectacular successes at least in the beginning. However, it was dubious whether the Republicans would have won a far-reaching victory, because of the popular army's known lack of an offensive capability. Still, there can be no doubt that this was the opportune moment to try. The nationalist aviation was almost entirely in the north, hundreds of kilometers from the area selected for the offensive. The army reserves were either non-existent or were also in the Basque provinces. For this reason, the overwhelming initial superiority of the Republican forces could have been maintained for many days for a longer period of time than was necessary for them to reach Badajoz and the Portuguese border. Whatever the time needed to transfer nationalist reserves, the government forces were assured of absolute superiority in artillery, tanks, and men, and of a modest control of the air. A clear objective, he concludes, opened up before them, to cut off the bulk of the enemy's land forces from their bases in Andalusia and Africa and to place the army of General Queipo de Llano in an untenable position. At the very least, the paralysis of the offensive in the north would have been assured. 30. Scheduled for the beginning of May, the launching of the offensive was delayed on various pretexts by General Maella. Behind his dilatory maneuvers were the Spanish Communists and their Soviet allies, who feared the possible 468. Success of an operation that might delay their plans, now well advanced, for the overthrow of Largo Caballero. 31. Maella opposed the projected offensive from the very beginning, and when ordered to send several units from Madrid to the Extremadura sector, he at first refused. 32. His disobedience, affirms Araquistan, was inspired by the Communists, who were then Maella's real chiefs. In the end Maella had to abandon his insubordination in face of the energetic attitude of Largo Caballero and sent the troops that were required. 33. This, however, was not the end of communist resistance to the offensive. Colonel Segismundo Casado, Chief of Operations on the War Ministry General Staff, testifies, Maella realized that after the orders he had received he must proceed at once to move the forces under his command to the positions assigned to them. But during the afternoon of the same day a general, a friendly Russian advisor, came to my office telling me that no aircraft could take part in the action against Mérida Extremadura, because it was needed on other fronts. For several days past I had realized the possibility that the Communists were trying to hold up this action, and after listening to the friendly advisor I was convinced that it could not be carried out. 34. The highly regarded nationalist military historian, José Manuel Martínez Band, writes, a great deal has been written about the reasons why this operation was not carried out. Strangely enough, the versions generally speaking coincide with the facts. Indeed, the projected offensive against Mérida was obstructed first by General Maella and then by the Russian Air Force Command. The documentation I consulted fully confirms this. 35. According to Largo Caballero, the Russians had initially approved the project. They proposed the names of brigade commanders, all of them communists, to head the units that were to take part in the operation. But the General Staff and I had already appointed men to these posts. I gave orders to the effect that a memo be requested from the real Chief of the Air Force Soviet General Yakov Smushkevich or Douglas regarding the number of machines that could be assigned. He replied that we could count on 10 airplanes. 10 airplanes for an offensive involving 40,000 men. I interpreted this as a reprisal for not having given the commanding posts to the Communists. We were tired of seeing the Communists assigned to places where they could receive all the laurels and the others where they received only the enemy's bullets. 36. Jesus Hernandez asserts that he personally argued in favor of the Extremadura offensive during a meeting at the headquarters of Soviet military advisor General G. Kulik, after instructions had been received from Moscow to oppose the Asensio Plan, and was accordingly rebuked by Comintern delegate Togliatti. Although he also affirms that Largo Caballero's resolve to carry out the offensive finally collapsed when the Russians informed him at the beginning of May that they would not provide him with the necessary aircraft 37. It is clear from Caballero's conference with Aznar 2 weeks later, when he tendered his resignation, that he still hoped to execute the plan. Partly because Aznar felt that it would be impolitic to give the impression that he was eager to accept Largo Caballero's 469 resignation, and partly because the premier regarded the Extremadura offensive as a question of national interest. Aznar told him that he would ponder the matter of his resignation overnight and give him a decision the next morning, May 14. 38. The next day, Martinez Barrio, leader of Union Republicana, visited the president. He told me, Aznar relates, that he considered the crisis very dangerous because of the attitude the unions might adopt in the event Caballero were removed. In short, he favored postponing the crisis because it might mean a leap into the unknown. I did not share these fears entirely, save for the danger of a disturbance of public order by some unions and the anarchists. Largo was credited with much greater power in the UGT than he actually had. And people, in general, were tired of abuses and incompetence. In any case, I had decided not to give Largo and his supporters the impression that I personally viewed his defeat as inescapable or that his inevitable fall and replacement were due to anger or anti-proletarian bias on the part of the president. This point was of interest because already in March or April Largo had told me that he foresaw another expulsion of the workers from power as in 1933. It was essential, in the public interest, that those who might feel that they had been expelled from power should be expelled as a result of the well-known opposition of others, the communists who, because they wore the same labels, could speak in the name of the workers. After carefully weighing the pros and cons and concluding that the fruit was not yet ripe enough for him, Aznar told Caballero that he believed that the crisis should be postponed for a few days and that because the premier had invoked reasons of national interest he did not wish to hinder him from carrying out the Extremadura offensive. It would not be hard to convince the communists to rejoin the government, he added, if Caballero were to explain to them the reason for the postponement. Should the Extremadura plan be successful, the situation would improve appreciably, and he would have a decisive argument with which to confound his critics. He agreed immediately. 39. Largo Caballero gives a somewhat different version. The president suggested that I should withdraw my resignation and proceed with the projected operation. If this turned out well, the political atmosphere would improve. Afterward we would talk about the matter again. I opposed the president's suggestion because I was convinced that the maneuvers against the government were at their height and that any postponement would be useless. He insisted, speaking to me of sacrifices and other things, and I reluctantly agreed to withdraw my resignation. 40. To Aznar's surprise, Caballero made no attempt to bring the communists back into the government or to inform them of the decision to postpone the crisis. Largo Caballero must have thought that his omission was very astute, Aznar writes. But precisely because of this omission his socialist opponents entered the scene to force his hand and to prevent him from using the postponement as a means of escape. 41. Aznar does not explain how they had learned of his agreement with Caballero, but Araquistan suggests that it was perhaps through Aznar himself, who used to be in constant touch with Indalecio Prieto. 42. We were preparing to leave that afternoon for Extremadura, Caballero 470 recalls, when La Manita secretary of the Socialist Executive, Negrin, and de Gracia, two of the three moderate socialist ministers, presented themselves in my office at the War Ministry. Prieto did not go, he remained behind the scenes. They informed me that in view of the resignation of the communists, the three socialist ministers named by the party executive had resigned. I replied that their solidarity with the communists was incomprehensible. Negrin replied that it was a decision of the executive and they had to respect it. 43. At a meeting of the National Committee of the Socialist Party in July 1937, Geronimo Bujda, a Preto socialist, confirmed that the executive committee had taken the view that the socialists could not remain in the government after the communists had withdrawn their collaboration. 44. The maneuver was clear, wrote Araquistan. The three ministers of the Center Preto faction joined hands with the communists in order to oust Caballero. It was essential to prevent the Extremadura offensive from being carried out, lest it prove successful. This view was expressed by Juan Simeon Vidart, a socialist deputy belonging to the Preto faction, in the following frank and criminal words: "If Caballero should succeed in this offensive, no one will be able to throw him out of the government." 45. In his memoirs, many years after the war, Vidart did not reply to this accusation, but he did say the following about the Extremadura offensive: "I spoke to Preto about Asensio's plan. He told me that the whole thing was nothing but an illusion harbored by Asensio and Caballero. Mayaja had stated clearly that to provide 8 or 10 divisions would be to leave Madrid in grave danger. Preto, as air minister, could not provide more than 8 or 10 airplanes. The operation was unrealizable." 46. It was because of the resignation of the moderate socialist ministers, a resignation that could have been avoided had Indalecio Preto so desired in view of the influence he still exercised over González Pina, the president of the socialist executive, and other steadfast supporters, that the suspicion that he had acted in secret concert with the communist ministers hardened into positive belief. Moreover, it had not been forgotten that La Manita had carried out, at Preto's bidding, the subtle maneuver that had resulted in Caballero's removal from the executive before the outbreak of the Civil War. 47. Upon learning of the resignation of the socialist ministers, Largo Caballero visited President Aznar. "I told him what La Manita, Negrin, and de Gracia had said, and his reply was that he did not understand the attitude of these socialists. As I insisted on resigning, he decided to begin consultations." 48. Aznar continued to hide his animosity. "I extended to him a few words of courtesy and personal consideration. Ill-deserved, as they were, coming from me and after all that had happened." 49. This polite affability, as he describes it, 50, served its purpose during the delicate negotiations that lay ahead, for Largo Caballero harbored only an occasional doubt with regard to the president's true attitude toward him. 51. During the round of conferences that Aznar held on May 15 with a view to forming a new ministry, the concurrence of the Socialist Executive and the Communist Party was no less apparent than at the outset of the crisis. The 471 Communists and the Socialists, attests Aznar, lashed out at the incompetence of Largo, at his camarilla, at his lack of communication with the government and the Higher War Council, at his distrust of the Russians, etc., etc. The Communists told me that they would agree to his retaining the premiership, but on no account the war ministry. It was clear that the main point of contention would be the assignment of the portfolio of war and its separation from the premiership. I called Largo Caballero and asked him to form a government. He appeared very pleased. 52. On May 17, Caballero submitted to the president his list of ministers. In his proposal, writes Aznar, the premier, that is to say, he personally, not only retained the portfolio of war, but he appropriated the portfolios of navy and air. Considering that the crisis had arisen, Aznar observes, because Largo Caballero was not wanted in the war ministry, this devouring of defense portfolios could be construed as an attempt on his part to render a solution impossible and to leave the government. But on no account did Largo wish to withdraw from the government. It was one more step toward the absorption of government functions and a way to exploit the crisis by throwing Preto out of a leading ministry. "Are you going to dispense with Preto?" Aznar asked Caballero. "In spite of the services he has rendered and the prestige that he enjoys?" No, he was not going to dispense with him. He wanted to appoint him Minister of Agriculture, Industry, and Commerce. It was obvious, without any further analysis of the proposal, that Largo would not be able to form a cabinet. 53. Even before submitting his plan to President Aznar, Largo Caballero had been aware that it would encounter stern opposition from the communists and proto-socialists, for although they had made no overt objection to his being premier, they had not concealed their determination to exclude him from the war ministry. For their part, the communists had publicly insisted that the prime minister in the new government should occupy himself exclusively with the affairs of his own office. Another condition that was equally significant in view of the decree that was to have gone into effect on May 15, whereby all political commissars whose appointment and rank had not been confirmed on that date were to consider themselves dismissed from the Corps of Commissars, was that the Commissariat of War should enjoy autonomy in all matters connected with the appointment and political direction of the commissars. 54. As for the socialist executive, it demanded that Indalecio Prieto should head a new department known as the Ministry of National Defense. 55. A department that was to combine not only the Navy and Air Ministry, which he had held in the outgoing government, but also the Ministry of War. These demands were undoubtedly formulated in accordance with a prior agreement between the communist and moderate socialist leaders. After the war, Vicente Uribe, a member of the Politburo, wrote, Prieto was appointed Minister of National Defense by mutual agreement and on the understanding that he would correct the errors of Caballero, strengthen the unity of the people, and tighten the bonds between the communists and the socialists. I myself raised these matters with Prieto several times before. 472. He became defense minister, and he always told me that he was agreeable and would do nothing prejudicial to the unity of the socialists and the communists. 56. Clearly, the demands of the communists and socialists were tantamount to rejecting Largo Caballero not only as war minister but also as premier, for the Prieto socialists and the communists understood well the psychology of the left socialist leader. They knew that he would voluntarily relinquish no part of his authority, that in his heart there existed an indestructible pride, and that he would refuse to become an ornamental figure in a cabinet in which Prieto, his perennial adversary, would assume control of the most vital ministry. Indeed, even before they had publicly made known their views, the UGT executive, controlled by the left-wing socialists, declared that it would give no support of any kind to a government in which both the premiership and the war ministry were not held by Largo Caballero. 57. This statement had undoubtedly been inspired by Caballero himself, for it corresponded to his own position throughout the crisis. With stubborn energy, recalls Aznar, Largo had stated several times that he would not return to the government under any circumstances unless he personally held the Ministry of War, because he considered that his presence in that office was in the national interest. 58. You will remember, Caballero wrote to a socialist colleague after the war, that the communists wanted to throw me out of the war ministry and to leave me as a figurehead in the premiership. I declared at the time that, as a socialist and as a Spaniard, it was my duty to remain in the war ministry, and that otherwise I would not accept the premiership, but I did not say that because I considered myself irreplaceable, nor anything of the kind, but because I had the firm intention of fighting it out with the Communist Party and all its accomplices. This I could do only from the war ministry. 59. And on another occasion he wrote, what was truly senseless was that the other parties united with the Communist Party to oust me from the war ministry. Did they not see the danger to the war itself in that party's exclusivist conduct? Moreover, were they so blind that they did not perceive the tremendous desire of the communists to direct the policy of Spain? 60. In his efforts to retain both the war ministry and the premiership, Largo Caballero received the full backing of the CNT. While editorials in the anarcho-syndicalist press declared that the working class wanted him to remain in office as a guarantee for the proletarian revolution. 61. That it saw in him the most capable and honorable person for presiding over the government that must carry us to victory. 62. And that his presence in the premiership and war ministry was the most solid guarantee for the proletariat that the character of the struggle being waged against international reaction will not be distorted by anybody or anything. 63. The National Committee declared emphatically that it would not collaborate with any government in which he was not both premier and war minister. 64. Yet, in spite of this support, Caballero did not even bother to consult the anarcho-syndicalists when drafting his plan for a new government and, indeed, offered them only 2 seats, as compared with 4 in the previous cabinet. 65. 473. This treatment was intensely galling to the CNT, and, in reply, it declared that, although it did not aim at increasing its representation in the government, it could not accept fewer portfolios than before or agree on any pretext to parity with the Communist Party, which had likewise been offered 2 seats, and which, it affirmed, had provoked the crisis and had not collaborated in the government with the same degree of loyalty as itself. 66. If Largo Caballero had drafted his plan for a new government without regard for the views of the CNT, even less had he taken into account the opinion of the Communists. Far from heeding their demand that the Premier should occupy himself exclusively with the affairs of his own office, he had defiantly claimed for himself not only the control of the land forces but also the control of the fleet and air force and of arms production. 67. One may wonder whether he really expected that the Communists and their allies would consent to this proposal. If so, his expectations were quickly disappointed, for while José Díaz replied that the plan revealed no inclination to take into account the wishes of the Central Committee, wishes that were those of the Spanish people as a whole, and that the Communists could not form part of the government on the proposed term. 68. Ramón Lamanita declared, in the name of the Socialist Executive, that his party could not accept representation in the government because the plan neglected to take into consideration the executive's demands and also because the Communist Party had replied in the negative. 69. Likewise united with the Communists in opposition to Caballero's proposal was the Left Republican Party, which echoed the Communist demand that the Premier in the new government should concern himself solely with the affairs of his own office. 70. For the sake of appearances, President Aznar attempted to iron out the differences between Caballero and the Communists and even admonished José Díaz for his intransigence. 71. But the Communist Party remained adamant, as was to be expected, and the Prito Socialists and the Left Republicans stood behind the party. As a result, Caballero was forced to abandon his attempt to form a government. 72. 474. 45. The rise of Juan Negrin. As Largo Caballero had now been shunted aside, President Aznar charged a new man with the task of organizing a cabinet. This man was Juan Negrin, Minister of Finance in the outgoing government. Son of a wealthy middle-class family in the Canary Islands, a Cortes deputy representing Indalecio Preto's center faction of the Socialist Party, which he had joined in 1929, he was also a professor of physiology at the Madrid School of Medicine. I decided to entrust Negrin with the formation of the government, wrote Aznar. The public had expected that I would name Prito. But it was better to have Prito head the ministry combining the armed forces, for which there was no other possible candidate. In the premiership, his sudden changes of mood, his tantrums, could be inconvenient. I felt that it would be preferable to take advantage of the quiet energy of Negrin. One Prito believed that Aznar had another reason for passing him over in favor of Negrin. Aznar explained to me that he had not appointed me to head the cabinet because I was too much of an opponent of the Communists to preside over a coalition in which they were represented. I was very grateful for the explanation and even more grateful that I had been left out of a post in which I could not serve and did not want to serve too. Azanar's preference for Negrin is corroborated by José Giral, a loyal follower and confidant of the president, who told Prito a few days later that he had decided to appoint Negrin because he was more flexible with the Communists. Inflexibility, he added, might create conflicts within the government. 3. Just before Aznar appointed Negrin to form a new ministry, the Socialist Executive told Prito that it had decided to ask Aznar to entrust him with the premiership. Anything but that, Prito replied, according to Juan Simeon Vidart, a member of the executive. I get along badly with the Communists and my relations with the CNT are not cordial. The Communists are already broadcasting the name of Negrin in all directions as Caballero's successor. I believe that he has more support than I at the present time. He also has a calmer and more accommodating disposition. I definitely do not want to accept the premiership under these circumstances, not even if I could count on the benevolent support of Caballero, which I did not have in May 1936 when I could have. 475. Been premier and could possibly have averted the catastrophe. I commend the name of Negrin to you. 4. Although Prieto eschewed the premiership, some believed that he hoped to control the government through Negrin, his intimate and votary, whom he had recommended to head the Ministry of Finance in September 1936. But those who believed that Prieto would become the real head of the government deceive themselves, wrote Azana, not only because Prieto is too intelligent to overstep his role, but because the character of Negrin does not lend itself to that situation. 5. In any event, it is unlikely that Prieto realized, in May 1937, to what extent Negrin was hearkening to the call of the Spanish communists, for even Prieto, a vociferous anti-communist before the Civil War, was finding it expedient to maintain friendly relations with Soviet and Comintern representatives. Prieto and Negrin first met in 1931 in the Cortes, where Negrin represented the Canary Islands. In an intimate portrayal of Negrin, Prieto recalls, "We became very friendly, but later we became political adversaries. The differences that gave rise to our enmity were due to the fact that, while head of the government, he allowed himself to become subservient to the communists, a subservience that has been fully proved, although he insisted on denying it. Juan Negrin was a man of very exceptional physical and intellectual vigor and possessed a cordiality and charm that were captivating. His capacity for work was as enormous as his disorganization. He was just as likely to work at his desk for 24 hours at a stretch as to leave it without a trace for a week. At the League of Nations in Geneva, where he appeared in 1937, and where they must have thought that the government of the Republic was made up of ruffians, he sparkled with his winning manners, his culture, and command of foreign languages. But in a normal parliamentary regime, he could never have become a prime minister, nor even a minister, since he lacked oratorical gifts. His method of reading or reciting his speeches they were written for him was unsuitable to our parliament, where very often it was essential to improvise. He ate and drank as much as 4 men, but to avoid witnesses to these excesses, he dined 2 or 3 times at different places. Many evenings he had his first dinner at my home, then a second in a restaurant, and later a third, if all went well, in some night club. Educated in Germany, he acquired certain habits redolent of Nero's Rome, such as emptying a full stomach, rinsing his mouth, and continuing to gorge himself with food and drink. At the end of 1936, the official in the finance ministry who audited small accounts questioned the superintendent closely because of the unbelievable sums expended on aspirin. The explanation of the superintendent was in absolute accord with the truth. The new minister would frequently ask for aspirin, open the container, put it to his lips, and swallow all the tablets in one gulp. 6. Easygoing and a bon vivant, infinitely more pliable than the austere and stubborn Caballero, and presumed to be more acceptable to the Western democracies than the left socialist leader because of his moderate background, Negrin. 476. Had long been selected as Caballero's successor in the premiership by Arthur Stashevsky, the Soviet trade representative. In my conversations with Stashevsky in Barcelona in November 1936, wrote Walter Krivitsky, whose revelations on Soviet activities in Spain later proved, as we have seen, to be singularly accurate, Stalin's next moves in Spain were already cropping out. Stashevsky made no secret to me of the fact that Juan Negrin would be the next head of the Madrid government. At that time, Caballero was universally regarded as the favorite of the Kremlin, but Stashevsky had already picked Negrin as his successor. 7. Because Krivitsky was denounced as an impostor by the communists and their supporters when he made his revelations in 1938 and 1939, and inasmuch as his credibility is still being assailed, it is essential to stress that Negrin's close association with Stashevsky is confirmed by 4 prominent devotees: Louis Fischer, who states that Stashevsky was Negrin's friendly advisor on many economic problems; 8 Alvarez del Valle, who affirms that Stashevsky and Negrin formed a real friendship. 9 Mariano Anso, a future minister under Negrin, who observes that his talent and irresistible charm made a deep impression on some of the men with whom he dealt, including Stashevsky 10 and Santiago Garces Arroyo, a one-time prietista, whom Negrin placed in charge of the Servicio de Investigación Militar, SIM, after forming his second government in April 1938. While blandly asserting that Negrin ignored the Communist Party, Garces acknowledges that he got along very well with the Russians, especially with Arthur Stashevsky, with whom he ate lunch every day. 11. It is also noteworthy that Miguel Sarapamis, a member of the Central Committee of the PSUC, stated, when interviewed by me after the war, that in February 1937, 3 months before the overthrow of Largo Caballero, Pedro, the Comintern agent in Catalonia, who had just returned from Moscow, had told him and other leaders of his party that Negrin was favored as Largo's successor. 12 Even as zealous an admirer of Negrin as Professor Juan Merkel of Harvard University, who asserts that few men in European history during the last century and a half have displayed such a combination of intelligence and character, of moral integrity and intellectual capacity. 13 Acknowledges that he was the candidate of the Soviet Union and the Spanish Communists. 14 Juan Negrin, Krivitsky affirmed, had all the makings of a bureaucratic politician. Though a professor, he was a man of affairs with the outlook of a businessman. He was just the type to suit Stalin's needs. He would impress the outside world with the sanity and propriety of the Spanish Republican cause. He would frighten nobody by revolutionary remarks. Dr. Negrin, of course, saw the only salvation of his country in close cooperation with the Soviet Union. It had become obvious that active support could come only from that source. He was ready to go along with Stalin in everything, sacrificing all other considerations to secure this aid. 15. Whether Negrin was willing to abandon all moral and political scruples to secure Soviet aid as early as May 1937 is not entirely certain, although there is no 477 doubt of his willingness to compromise his principles once he had become installed in the premiership and, in April 1938, in the defense ministry. Salvador de Madariaga may be right when he argues that it is not sure whether at this early stage Negrin was aware of the part for which he was being coached by the communists, nor even whether he would have acquiesced in it if he had. It may still be found on closer scrutiny, he adds, that in ousting Señor Largo Caballero, the communists, both Russian and Spanish, were the only actors who knew the script of the whole play, while Don Indalecio Prieto and Dr. Negrin knew little more than some cues and the hard fact that they were getting rid of their rival in the Socialist Party. That in the mind of Dr. Negrin the new cabinet meant a move to the right, to authority, order, and centralization, was obvious. 16. Especially important to Moscow was the fact that Negrin had no official ties with the Communist Party. That Negrin himself must also have been aware that this public non-alignment was essential to his communist promoters and that he would eventually be forced to choose between his loyalty to Prieto and Soviet demands is suggested by the following private and unauthenticated dialogue that allegedly occurred when, on behalf of the Politburo, Jesus Hernandez visited Negrin to offer his party's support. "Doctor," I said, plunging into the purpose of the interview, "the Politburo wishes to propose your candidacy for the premiership to the President of the Republic." I observed Negrin. He did not show the slightest sign of surprise or emotion at this abrupt announcement of our intention. No doubt he knew more than I about what I was saying. "You realize that I am little known, least of all popular. Don't let that concern you. Popularity is manufactured. If there is anything we communists have that is well organized, it is our agitprop section," I said, laughing. "But I am not a communist. That's an advantage. If you were a communist we could not propose you for the premiership. We want a premier who is a friend of the communists, nothing more, but nothing less," I said knowingly. "Many aspects of communist policy seem appropriate and wise to me," said Negrin. "You won't have much support within your own party if you replace Caballero." "Little, very little. but you will be able to count on the power of the communists, I affirmed. Only in that way shall I be able to govern, Negrin commented. Then you shall govern. I would not want you to interpret my acceptance as my consent to becoming your man of straw. Don't expect that of me. Besides, I wouldn't be useful to your party, to myself, or to anyone else, Negrin commented, preoccupied. 478. I understand and share your scruples, but I can assure you that our support will be as discreet as it will be staunch and respectful. But one thing cannot be avoided: you will be labeled a communisticoid, I explained. That's inevitable. Who do you plan to support as defense minister? He inquired. We shall not object to Prito. Prito isn't much of a friend of yours, observed Negrin. True, but his personal prestige more than outweighs all the harm his anti-communism might do. In making this statement about Prito, I had in mind the tactic that we had decided to follow regarding the future defense minister. When the Politburo discussed the pros and cons of accepting Prito as head of the defense ministry, we took into account his great prestige in moderate political circles at home and abroad. In this respect, Prito was useful to us. We also took into consideration the negative side of his character. He was a pessimist, he had no faith in victory. To entrust him with the maximum responsibility for prosecuting the war was an anomaly. The members of the Politburo hesitated to support his candidacy. Togliatti, the Comintern delegate, gave us the following advice: by supporting the candidacy of Prito we shall bring him under our control. If he doesn't agree to serve us, we shall exploit his notorious and self-proclaimed pessimism to bring about his removal, whenever it is convenient for us. We shall try to envelop him in such a heavy shroud of disrepute that he will be rendered useless as an outstanding socialist leader. One enemy less. Personally, I hold Prito in great esteem, but you will have problems with him, Negrin insisted. We shall try to neutralize him, I replied, smiling. How? The undersecretaryship is just as important as the ministry and, at times, more so, because of its technical aspects. When Prito becomes minister we shall ask for the undersecretaryship of War and Air. The commissariat of war is virtually in our hands. And with your friendship. And that of the Russians, Negrin added, laughing. Agreed, doctor. Agreed. 17. With the elevation of Juan Negrin to the premiership, Largo Caballero had been defeated, and the communists had achieved their most resounding victory to date. During the incredibly short period of only 10 months, the left socialist leader, who had enjoyed at the outbreak of the Civil War more real influence and popularity than any politician in the Republican camp, had been nullified politically and virtually reduced to impotence. Not only had he lost control of the UGT of Catalonia and the Federation of the Spanish Socialist Party in the region, not only had he been despoiled of his authority in the JSU, the powerful Unified Socialist Youth Federation, but he had lost control to the Communists of Clary. 479. Dad, his mouthpiece in Madrid, 18 and had been betrayed or forsaken by many of his closest collaborators as well as by countless supporters holding commanding positions in the UGT and in local socialist units. And now, in a final agony, he had been ousted from the premiership and war ministry and soon would be assailed by the communists as enemy number one of the working class. From the moment I left the government, he recalled some years later in Mis Recuerdos, his published memoirs, Largo Caballero was no longer the same person. He had been transformed. He was no longer a socialist and even less a Marxist. He was enemy number one of the working class. They called me arrogant, ambitious, intransigent, an anarchist, and other idiotic names. My photographs disappeared from everywhere. The idol they had created, they themselves delighted in destroying. 19. And in Notas Historicas, his unpublished memoirs 20, he wrote. For a long time, in Russia, Caballero was the man of the hour. In all the cities, theaters, newspapers, international slogans, his name had been linked with everything that signified the emancipatory action of the working class. The Communists wanted to exploit for the benefit of Moscow the influence he had gained among the Spanish working class thanks to 50 years of sacrifice. They flattered him in every way, with articles, photographs, political proposals, invitations to visit Russia, etc. He was the savior of Spain and the proletariat. They thought he had the moral character of Álvarez del Valle, that he would surrender to their policy and play their game. But when, in the government, he became convinced of the dishonest behavior of the Communists and began to adopt measures to impede their hegemony in the army, the Commissariat of War, the General Staff, the Quartermaster Corps, and Medical Corps, and when he told them that he would not betray the Socialist Party or the UGT and that he would conduct foreign and domestic policy like a true Spaniard and a true socialist, he ceased to be the leader of the projected United Party and of everything that they had previously said he was. On the other hand, the Communists, through the prestige derived from Soviet arms, through their own self-discipline, cohesion, and ruthless energy, and through their adroit permeation of almost the entire machinery of state, had risen within the same short period of only 10 months from a position of relative insignificance to one where they virtually controlled the destinies of the anti-Franco camp. But this power they themselves could never have achieved without the active support, the connivance, the unsuspecting good faith, and the obtuseness of others. As Valentin González, El Campesino, the former Spanish communist, asked some years later, after he had left the PCE. With few exceptions, especially during the early part of the war, how many Spanish politicians and military men were there who did not welcome the communist agents with open arms and refused to play their game? At least I was a convinced communist, and my attitude had some logic to it, but what logic was there in the 480 attitude adopted by the others? Without the lack of understanding and the complicity that were almost general, would it have been possible, in the course of a few months, for a party, as weak numerically as the Communist Party, to penetrate and nearly dominate the whole governmental apparatus? I am not trying to excuse my mistakes, but I should like everyone else to confess his own. If we Spanish Communists were guilty of abuses and iniquities and established our rule completely or were on the point of doing so, it was because the others, with few exceptions, did not rise to the occasion. The communist parties of the world are strong in proportion as the other parties and trade union organizations are weak and vacillating and play their game. That was the lesson of Spain, and that, today, is the lesson of Europe and the world. If they understand this lesson, they will save themselves, but if they do not, then they are lost. 21. 481. Part 6. The Reflux of the Revolution. 483. 46. The Negrin government and the reaction of the libertarian movement. The period embracing the rise of Juan Negrin in May 1937 to the end of the Civil War falls into 5 stages. The first stage is distinguished by the efforts of the PCE and the Negrin government to tighten the reins of power and by the continuing descent of the revolution, the second by the political eclipse of Largo Caballero, by the efforts of the new defense minister, Indalecio Prieto, to end the military predominance of the PCE, and by his ouster from the government in April 1938. The third stage is marked by the reorganization of the cabinet, by Negrin's assumption of both the premiership and defense ministry, and by the high water mark of communist power. The fourth is identified by the growth of dissension and disillusion, by the failure of the government to secure Anglo-French support, and by overwhelming military defeats, and the fifth by the collapse of the PCE's power and influence and the overthrow in March 1939 of Negrin and his communist allies through a coalition of left-wing and moderate forces, who vainly attempted to negotiate with General Franco a settlement without reprisals. The composition of the Negrin cabinet formed on May 17, 1937 was as follows: 1. Juan Negrin, Socialist. Premiership and Finance. Indalecio Prieto, Socialist. Defense. Julian Zugazagoitia, Socialist. Interior. Jesus Hernandez. Communist. Education and Health. Vicente Uribe. Communist. Agriculture. Jose Giral. Left Republican. Foreign Affairs. Bernardo Giner de los Rios. Republican Union. Public Works. Manuel de Irajo. Basque Nationalist. Justice. Jaime Aguad. Esquerra. Labor and Social Welfare. 484. Comprising only 9 members as opposed to 18 in the Largo Caballero government, and divested of left-wing socialists and anarcho-syndicalists, the new cabinet increased the relative strength of the PCE. Unlike Largo Caballero, recalls Ivan Maysky, the Soviet ambassador to the United Kingdom, the new premier understood the vital need to cooperate with the Communist Party and did not grieve unduly that the anarcho-syndicalists refused to come into his cabinet. He boldly slashed the numbers of ministers from 18 to 9. This made the government more compact and functional, and, most important, the ratio of communists within it was considerably higher. 2. On the day of its formation, the government declared that it was the genuine representative of all the political parties, that it regretted that the efforts to bring the CNT and UGT into the cabinet had failed, and that it would not allow any organization regardless of its ideology to commit acts of violence. 3. The reaction in libertarian circles was belligerent. The CNT and FAI press condemned the government as counter-revolutionary, and on May 25 the National Committee of the CNT characterized the PCE as the party of the counter-revolution, which, in close collaboration with the bourgeois Republican parties and right-wing socialists, had brought to fruition the political maneuver that had culminated in the provocation in Barcelona and the formation of the new government. It also accused the communists of being agents of a national and international conspiracy and declared that it was essential that the people should take the party's guilt into account on the day of reckoning. Nevertheless, it continued, in spite of everyone and despite everything, the revolution would continue its course. Here are the working masses ready to reaffirm their revolutionary will and their unshakable opposition to the maneuvers prepared by the skilled hands of the new Red Jesuits. 5. On May 29, Mariano Vázquez, the National Secretary, issued a report on the CNT plenum of regional committees that had just concluded its deliberations. The plenum had resolved, inter alia, not to collaborate either directly or indirectly with the government, to spread propaganda among the armed forces against the government of the counter-revolution, and to reach an agreement with the UGT in order to conduct a joint campaign of opposition. 6. But these bold resolutions were viewed by the opponents of the CNT as bluff and bluster, for only 2 days later representatives of the National Committee, headed by Mariano Vázquez, visited Negrin to discuss conditions for possible collaboration. 7. The reason for this volte-face was clear. The National Committee of the UGT, controlled by moderate socialists and communists, had just repudiated the position adopted by the left socialist executive during the cabinet crisis. 8. The executive, it will be recalled, had declared that it would support only a government in which Largo Caballero held both the premiership and war ministry, a posture that had received the full backing of the CNT. Fearing political isolation, the CNT decided to reverse its stand and solicited representation in the government. In a minimum program, published on June 8, the National Committee proposed equal representation for the Marxist, Republican, and Libertarian 485 sectors in all matters relating to national defense, the economy, and public order. It also proposed the creation of advisory committees comprising an equal number of representatives of the CNT and UGT in several other areas. 9. But, in the existing circumstances, these inordinate pretensions, as the official communist history describes them, were totally unrealistic and, not surprisingly, came to nothing. Just how far the FAI, once regarded as the ideological bastion of the CNT, was also willing to stray from its pre-war commitment to apoliticismo and direct action as a result of the formation of the Negrin government was reflected in a resolution passed at an FAI plenum held in July 1937. It was agreed during the 4-day meeting that the FAI would create a new organic structure and that the nerve centers of the FAI, the small affinity groups, Grupos de Afinidad, would be dissolved and replaced by local, district, and regional organizations, agrupaciones, consisting of a large number of members. In this way, the FAI would become a mass organization that would extend to the public life of Spain and propel the revolution from all the popularly based organs of power. 11. As Alejandro Gilabert, a leading festa and secretary of the local federation of anarchist groups in Barcelona, explained, with the new structure, the FAI finds itself in circumstances whereby it can both orient and direct the revolution. The old organic structure, based on affinity groups, was very effective before the revolution, when organized anarchism existed clandestinely, on the fringes of legality, and against the law, when at times it was obliged to systematize violence in the struggle against the bourgeoisie and the state. Now, in face of a new situation that offers us the brightest prospects, it would be absurd for the FAI to maintain a position on the margin of present realities. 12. What Gilabert did not mention was that in its new form the FAI would to all intents and purposes become a political party and that, in any case, the proposal would have to be put to a Peninsular Congress for ratification. 13. The proposed reorganization was acerbically criticized by those anarcho-syndicalists who were opposed to the politicalization of the libertarian movement. For example, Felipe Alas, a well-known member of the FAI, described this pillar of apoliticismo as the new governmental party. In his judgment, the decisive step was tantamount to rejecting everything that anarchism stood for. By constituting itself as a new political party, the FAI is asserting that the people are incapable of directing their own destinies. These are the very people who made up the deficiencies of the state in the trenches and on the barricades in July 1936. They are the same people who cultivate the land, who transport the products, improve the soil and sacrifice themselves on the land, sea, and in the air, but are now nothing more than a bunch of country bumpkins. 14. Just how deep was the resistance within the FAI to the reorganization cannot be gauged accurately. To judge from the testimony of Alejandro Gilabert, opposition was considerable, so much so that the differences reached the point of threatening a split. 15. In face of this grave problem, a committee was nominated to seek a formula of reconciliation that would unite the opposing views. 486. The committee decided that the large opposition would be free to continue as affinity groups, but that their resolutions of an organic nature will be taken into account only in proportion to the number of affiliates they represent. 16. However, as this compromise had to be put to a Peninsular Congress for ratification, the change was never formally sanctioned, since there is no record that a Congress was held. 17. Meanwhile, on May 31, President Azanawo a year later recorded woefully in his diary that Negrin was acting without consulting him and was always presenting him with accomplished facts. 18. Made the following optimistic comment: the new government has been received with general satisfaction. The people have heaved a sigh of relief. They expect energy, decision, the will to govern, the restoration of normal methods in the affairs of state, the crushing of indiscipline. Public anxiety has been allayed by the belief that the government will soon put an end to the disorder in the rear. This is the most painful sore. The new premier has great confidence in his plans, in his authority. He affirms that the war will continue for a long time, another year, and that he is preparing for this. Little known and still young, Negrin is intelligent, cultured, recognizes the problems and understands them. One may agree or disagree with his personal views, but when I now speak to the head of the government I no longer have the impression that I am speaking to a corpse. After so many months this is a pleasant novelty for me. 19. Despite the moderate complexion of the cabinet and the fact that the communists held no more than the 2 seats they had occupied in the government of Largo Caballero, its composition was deceptive. In the first place, although Julian Zugazagoitia, a Priatista, was made Minister of the Interior, the Communists not only retained all the pivotal positions in the police administration they had held previously, but Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Ortega, a party member 20 was named Director General of Security in place of Wenceslao Carrillo, a supporter of Largo Caballero. At the request of Negrin, Juan Simeon Vidart, a Prietista and member of the Socialist Party executive, took over the Undersecretaryship of the Interior. When urging him to accept the post, Negrin, according to Vidart, made the following comment: "Look here, Vidart, I made Zugazagoisha Minister of the Interior because Prito asked me to." In reality, this is as though Prito had two ministries. I know little about Zuga, he is not a friend of mine. He is Prito's man. On the other hand, the communists asked me to give the general direction of security to Lieutenant Colonel Ortega, who is an unconditional supporter of theirs. Whom do I have in the administration? I am not offering you a post. I am asking you a favor. 21. In his book, Zugazagoisha, who speaks of Ortega's rapid evolution from moderate Republican to enthusiastic communist, refers to him as his theoretical subordinate and states that he did not appoint him to the position of Director General of Security. 22. This is confirmed by Justo Martinez Amucio, a Caballero socialist, one-time governor of Albacete and secretary of the Socialist. 487. Federation of Valencia, who states that, when Zugazagoisha took possession of the Ministry of the Interior, Negrin at the bidding of the Communists had already appointed Colonel Ortega to his post as Director General of Security and had also made appointments to the command positions in the security services in Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. The entire police corps, he added, underwent a massive upheaval that resulted in its total domination by the Communists. 23. Even more convincing evidence of the predominance of the PCE in the police administration is that of Negrin's friend Vidart, who quotes his boss, Julian Zugazagoisha, as saying that the Ministry of the Interior and the General Direction of Security were nests of spies and confidants of the GPU and KVD. 24. The Communists of course did not acknowledge publicly their penetration of the police apparatus, but their control is implicit in their official history, which states that the government adopted a series of forceful measures designed to strengthen public order, concentrating in its hands all the levers of power. 25. The moderate complexion of the cabinet was also deceptive in another way. Although Indalecio Prieto held the defense ministry, the philo-communist Julio Alvarez del Valle kept his post as head of the General Commissariat of War. As Prieto complained to Azana on June 29, this institution was almost entirely communist, and Alvarez del Valle acts as strawman. 26. In addition, Largo Caballero's executive order dismissing all political commissars whose appointment and rank had not been confirmed by May 15 was shelved, leaving the communists entrenched in that vital body. It will be recalled that one of the Communist Party's conditions for participating in the new government was that the General Commissariat of War should enjoy autonomy in all matters relating to the appointment and political direction of the commissars. According to Vidart, when newsmen asked Negrin if any personal friend of Largo Caballero was going to join his administration, Negrin replied, "Of course, no one other than the chief commissar, Señor Alvarez del Valle." Vidart's comment, "Everyone knew that no one at that time was more detested by Largo Caballero than his former Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom he had flayed mercilessly in the cabinet." But Negrin combined the seriousness of a scientist with the sense of humor of a man of the world. 27. Furthermore, Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Cordon, a Communist Party member, whom Largo Caballero had discharged from the Technical Secretariat of the Undersecretaryship of War, was reappointed to that post. 28. Major Manuel Estrada, also a party member, whom Largo Caballero had removed from the War Ministry General Staff, re-emerged in the Defense Ministry. Captain Eleuterio Diaz Tendero, the philo-communist, who had been dismissed from the highly sensitive Information and Control Department, was reinstated, and Mayaja's eminently capable Chief of Staff, the enigmatic and politically adaptable Colonel Vicente Rojo, was made Chief of the Central General Staff. 29. All these appointments were undoubtedly made in accordance with a prior agreement between Prieto and the Communists as a condition of his heading the Defense Ministry. 488. At the same time, the process of reorganizing the inefficient and undisciplined militia into units of the Popular Army was accelerated under Prito thanks largely to the unremitting efforts of the PCE, which perceived in the centralization, efficiency, and discipline of the new army not only the sine qua non of victory but an essential prerequisite for the control of the state. On June 23, a decree was published suppressing the last of the militia headquarters. 30 In this way, writes the official communist history, all the armed forces were subordinated to the general staffs of their respective fronts and these in turn were subordinated to the Central General Staff. Thanks to these and other measures adopted by the government of Dr. Negrin, the militia were incorporated into the regular army on all fronts and discipline and the single command were established throughout Loyalist territory 31. Finally, although Álvarez del Valle was replaced in the foreign ministry by former Premier José Giral, a close friend of Ezena's, he left behind him a legacy of communist functionaries in the ministry and in its various dependencies, including the Foreign Propaganda Press Agency, the Agencia Española, and the Foreign Press Bureau. In addition, Federico Melchor, who had joined the PCE in November 1936, was made Director General of Propaganda. 32. The Communists had good reason to be elated at the course of events. In fact, in a report to Moscow on August 30, 1937, Palmiro Togliatti stated that the overthrow of the Largo Caballero government had undoubtedly gone to the heads of some of the comrades. They believed, he wrote, that their success was due entirely to the party and forgot that the centrists, together with Prito, had played a very important role both in the preparation and the solution of the crisis. That erroneous assessment, he continued, has given rise to the opinion that the party is already in a position to raise the question of its hegemony and to fight openly for that hegemony in the government and in the country. 33. The idea that the PCE at this stage should throw off all restraint and make an open bid for power was at variance with Stalin's advice to Largo Caballero in December 1936 that everything possible should be done to secure the support of Ezena and his middle-class republicans in order to prevent the enemies of Spain from regarding her as a communist republic. This policy had not changed, and it was Togliatti's task, as Comintern delegate, to see that the Spanish communist leadership towed the Kremlin line. One has only to speak with our comrades, his report to Moscow continued, and listen to their discussions to realize that even today, August 1937, they lack sufficient clarity on the matter. One of our tasks is to explain this to them and help them to understand it. In Catalonia, the confusion was such that some comrades had suggested that their principal task was to fight for the destruction of all capitalist elements and to prevent their resurgence and reinforcement and had come to the conclusion that this policy could be realized only by a proletarian and communist government. It is clear, Togliatti observed, that with this point of view, these confused comrades were not able to appreciate that after the fall of Caballero their task was to exert 489. Pressure on the government to carry out a popular front policy, i.e., a policy behind which the party could continue to disguise its hegemonic aims and to broaden the government's base by creating, through adequate political work, a split in the ranks of the anarchists and Caballero socialists. 34. What all this meant in the arcane realm of Comintern politics will be seen in subsequent chapters. 490. 47. The PSUC supersedes the CNT and FAI as the dominant force in Catalonia. In Catalonia, where the May events had resulted in the taking over of public order and defense by Valencia, the political victory of the PSUC was consolidated by the formation of the Negrin government. The liberal Republican, General Sebastián Pozas, head of the civil guard at the outbreak of the war, who had quietly entered the Communist Party in October 1936, when he was commander of the Army of the Centre, and who, on May 5, had been made military commander of Catalonia and of the Eastern Army in neighboring Aragon, openly joined the PSUC and in the months to come gave the Communists free rein. Pozas was aided by two Communist Party members, his chief political commissar, Virgilio Llanos, a former Caballero socialist, and Antonio Cordon, recently appointed Chief of Staff of the Eastern Army by Indalecio Prieto. 2 Furthermore, Lieutenant Colonel Emilio Torres, who was sympathetic toward the CNT and FAI and whom Interior Minister Angel Galarza had appointed police chief of Barcelona during the fighting in order to facilitate the passage of the assault guards through Catalonia, was replaced on June 8 by former police chief of Madrid Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Burelo, a Communist Party member. 3. The growth in the political power of the PSUC after the May fighting was evidenced by the increased stridency of its attacks on the CNT and FAI. In a speech on June 1 that exceeded in ferocity anything that he had previously delivered, Secretary Juan Comerera condemned the forced collectivizations in town and country that had been carried out with a sinister policy of coercion, violence, and, on occasions, assassinations, and railed against the dictatorial will of powerful unions that dominated the mass of workers, who were literally hunted through the streets of Barcelona, and denounced and executed. These powerful unions, he asserted, had attacked the lower middle classes, undermined the economic fabric, the industrial, commercial, and banking reserves, the very reserves that form the basis for the reconstruction of our economy. And last of all, there had been the systematic organized smuggling out of precious metals, of merchandise, and the hoarding of money. 491. There was of course some truth in these accusations. For instance, the CNT and FAI did indeed export precious metals in order to purchase arms and supplies, but in strict fairness it must be stated that the amounts involved were infinitesimal as compared with the massive shipment of gold to the Soviet Union, which, as we have seen, constituted the financial reserves of the nation. 5. A more genuine grievance against the CNT by its opponents was its control of the main ports and the Franco-Spanish border, a control that enabled it to ship abroad through its own export entities valuable agricultural products that yielded large quantities of foreign exchange. 6. Whereas the anarcho-syndicalists regarded this control as an inalienable conquest of the revolution, the central government viewed it as an impingement on the infeasible power of the state. In the long run, this political and ideological conflict could only be resolved by force, as demonstrated when Juan Negrin dispatched his carabineros to the Franco-Spanish border in April and May 1937 to wrench control from the revolutionaries. The heart of the matter was that no government, regardless of its political composition, could afford to relinquish these important elements of authority if it hoped to function as a sovereign power. Hence, it is not surprising that from the moment he entered the finance ministry in September 1936, Negrin, an implacable opponent of the left wing of the revolution, should have found himself at odds with the CNT. Julian Zugazagoitia, the moderate socialist, who became interior minister under Negrin in May 1937, claims that the premier and finance minister preferred not to have anarchists in the government because he wished to dismantle all the export organizations created by the CNT and to end once and for all the loss of foreign exchange resulting from the shipment abroad of almonds, oranges, and saffron. 7. While the opponents of the PSUC followed their own line with its negative results, Comerera's diatribe continued, "We have kept to our line and in such a way that, today, the balance of forces is not the same as it was at the beginning of the war. Today, as a result of experience, the great masses have been able to prove by the light of daily events the correctness and honesty of our political line. Today the scales are turned. The balance of forces has changed and the change is profound." And touching on one of the most sensitive issues for the libertarian movement, Comerera inveighed against the CNT's control of public utilities and services, urging that the provisional government formed during the May events should be replaced by a new government that would give every facility to the city councils to municipalize immediately all public services, especially transport, gas works and water works, public entertainment, housing, slaughterhouses and markets. He added, "It is said that to talk of municipalizing transport, for example, is counter-revolutionary, because it would mean taking from the workers what they now have in their power. Do we want to create a privileged caste? Do we want to create a new aristocracy, a new bourgeoisie? Have thousands of workers died at the battlefronts so that in the end we can substitute CNT-FAI Tramways Limited for Barcelona Tramways Limited?" 8. 492. On the other hand, the anarcho-syndicalists argued that they were not against municipalization. "We have already stated and will repeat as often as necessary," said Solidaridad Obrera, "that municipalization is in keeping with our principles. But it must be guaranteed by city councils freed from bureaucratic inertia and cleansed of the immoralities inherent in old-time politics." 9. This was just another way of saying that they would not agree to municipalization as long as they did not control the city councils. Despite its increased strength, the PSUC in this instance did not get its way, for when the question of municipalization came up for discussion in the Barcelona City Council, the Esquerra, frightened that the PSUC was gaining too much power, sided with the CNT in declaring that in its opinion municipalization could not be carried out unless it had the firm collaboration and understanding of the comrades of the working class. 10. Nevertheless, both the PSUC and PCE continued to press for municipalization. 11. As they did for the nationalization of the basic industries. 12. With a view to breaking the economic power of the CNT and FAI. Meanwhile, the patrullas de control, or patrols, the police squads created in the early days of the revolution whose attempted dissolution and absorption into a single internal security corps had been one of the main causes of the political deadlock in Catalonia in March and April, came under renewed assault by the PSUC. 13. They were dissolved on June 4 by an executive order of the Esquerra Councillor of the Interior, Carlos Martí Feast. 14. In accordance with the legislation approved in March, providing for the dissolution of the patrols and the assault and National Republican Guards and for their incorporation into a single internal security corps, legislation that Solidaridad Obrera had denounced as completely alien to the struggles and aspirations of the working people. 15. Martí Feast, it will be recalled, was one of the 4 members of the provisional government formed on May 4 during the fighting in Barcelona. But his real authority as head of the Generalitat's forces of public order was ephemeral, for, after the central government had assumed control of public order on May 5, he became a simple auxiliary of the delegate of public order appointed by Valencia. After observing that the delegate had informed him that the services of the patrols were no longer needed, his executive order stated that in accordance with the legislation approved in March, the individual members of the patrols could apply for admission into the single internal security corps. In view of the fact that the single internal security corps had never been formed and that nothing was said of the dissolution of the assault and National Republican Guard. 16. It was clear that the March legislation was invoked only to give legal support to the dissolution of the patrols. A few days later, the delegate of public order, José Echeverría Nova, announced that he had issued instructions to ensure that within 48 hours the members of the patrols handed over whatever equipment and barracks they possessed. 17. Although it took more than 48 hours to overcome their resistance. 18. They disappeared for good by the end of June as an organized force of the revolution. It is noteworthy that Colonel Eduardo Cuevas de la Pena, a member of the 493 PCE, who had been placed in charge of the assault guards in Barcelona and who in April 1938 became Director General of Security under Negrin. 19. Claims personal credit for the executive order and the subsequent dissolution of the patrols. The Catalan authorities, he asserts, in an obvious reference to the timidity of the Esquerra Councillor of the Interior, at first argued against the measure because of the dangers it presented. Perhaps some militia units would abandon the front and march on Barcelona. They did not convince me. My decision was unshakable. The next day the order was published and we seized the barracks without serious incidents. Once again, Barcelona was able to breathe freely. 20. During the preceding weeks, the CNDP to foil any attempt to suppress the patrols had argued that they had remained neutral during the fighting. 21. This was a flawed argument, for the POUM publicly announced that the patrols had suffered 57 casualties including 17 fatalities. 22. Equally ineffectual was the gesture made by the patrols themselves, offering their services to Lieutenant Colonel Torres and to the Catalan government, a gesture that, although supported by Torres, was rejected by President Companys. 23. His rebuff was not surprising, for now that the central government had assumed control of public order, he no longer placed his hopes of political survival in an accommodation with the CNT and FAI but in the swift destruction of their armed power, in the expectation that this would induce Valencia to restore the control of public order to the Generalitat, salvaging his honor as the recognized champion of Catalan autonomy. Thus, while expressing the view that the central government should not have taken over the administration of public order but, instead, should have provided the Generalitat with reinforcements 24, he nevertheless advocated the rapid disarming of the rear and the seizure of arms depots and urged Valencia to proceed with the cleaning up and disarming of the frontier posts. 25 The work of reclaiming control of the Franco-Spanish border, it will be recalled, had already begun before the May fighting with the arrival of Negrin's Carabineros, and on June 2 the frontier militias of the CNT-FAI and POUM were officially dissolved. 26 But, in the sequel, Companies was disappointed, for not only did the central government take swift advantage of its seizure of the frontier posts by the Carabineros to recover the control of foreign trade from Catalonia 27, but in November 1937 it moved to Barcelona, shattering his hopes that the administration of public order would be restored to the region. If the dissolution of the patrols, the disarming of the rear, and the seizure of the frontier posts were a heavy blow to the CNT and FAI, no less so was the loss of their power in countless towns and villages in the region. On May 15, the revolutionary committees that had hitherto resisted the Generalitat's decree of October 9, 1936 providing for their replacement by municipal councils, in which the various organizations were to be seated in proportion to their representation in the cabinet, 28 were declared illegal by the Catalan government. 29 In fact, many of the committees were overturned by the newly arrived guards and carabineros even before they were outlawed in mid-May. Furthermore, the CNT was excluded from 494. Some of the town councils that had already been set up in accordance with the decree of October 9, 30 and on July 5 the Congress of the Esquerra of Tarragona province voted to eliminate from the city councils all those elements who had played an active part in the May events and had not condemned them. 31. The decline in the revolutionary power of the anarcho-syndicalists exacerbated the animosity of the more extreme elements toward the moderate leadership. In its first issue published in the latter part of May, El Amigo del Pueblo, the mouthpiece of the recently formed radical group, the Friends of Durruti, accused the regional committees of the CNT and FAI of having betrayed the workers and the revolution by their incompetence and cowardice. 32. The regional committees lost no time in excommunicating the radicals and issued a declaration denouncing the accusation as very grave calumnies and ordering the expulsion from the CNT and FAI of all those belonging to the Friends of Durruti who do not publicly declare themselves against the stand taken by this group. 33. It was symptomatic of the growing dissensions within the anarchist movement that the local Federation of the Libertarian Youth of Barcelona, the Regional Committee of the Libertarian Youth, and the local Federation of Anarchist Groups of Barcelona refused to sign the declaration. 34. By mid-June a new shake-up in the Catalan government appeared inevitable. The provisional government formed during the May fighting was ineffectual. In his denunciatory speech of June 1, Juan Comarera called for an end to this transitional political situation and for the formation of a stable government that could fulfill the duties imposed by the war and meet the problems of economic reorganization. 35. On June 19, Tierra y Libertad, the FAI organ, published the text of a confidential political report purportedly sent by the Central Committee of the PSUC to local units outlining its plans for a change. The new government, the report said, would be a strong government of the Popular Front. Its mission would be to pacify emotions and make those who were responsible for the counter-revolutionary movement pay for their deeds. The CNT would be offered posts in the government, but in such a manner that it will feel compelled to reject participation. Although the authenticity of the report cannot be proved, it is curious that the CNT soon found itself maneuvered out of office in the way suggested. During the negotiations that began at the end of June for the formation of a new cabinet, it was at first agreed that the Esquerra, the CNT, and the PSUC would each have 3 portfolios and the Unió de Rabasers 1, while President Companies himself would assume the premiership. 36 But at the last moment, overruling the objections of the CNT, companies gave a seat to the distinguished anthropologist Pedro Bosch Gimpera, a member of Acció Catalana Republicana, a small middle-class party and ally of the Esquerra, thus increasing the relative strength of the left Republicans. The CNT denounced the action as a maneuver, a disloyalty, and informed companies of its absolute disagreement with the appointment 37. Failing to perceive what may indeed have been a maneuver, the CNT declared categorically that it would not participate in the government if companies did not withdraw the appointment. 38. 495. Clearly, the anarcho-syndicalist leaders did not realize to what degree the political balance had tipped against them and may have harbored the illusion that companies would not attempt to govern without them. But the time had now passed when he was forced to take their wishes into account as in the heyday of the revolution. Abandoning his role as shrewd conciliator, he took a firm stand and left the CNT out in the cold. "I am the President of Catalonia," he declared over the radio, named by Parliament, and ratified explicitly and repeatedly by all the trade union and political organizations. But an attempt was being made, he said, to deny him the right to form his own government. Catalans. Enough. The new government of the Generalitat is a popular front government, and here is its composition. Companies then read the following list of names and portfolios. Luis Companies. Ec. President. Antonio Maria Spert. Ec. Interior. Jose Tarradellas. Ec. Premier and Finance. Carlos Paisunier. Ec. Culture. Juan Comarera. PSUC. Economy. Rafael Vidiella. PSUC. Labor. Miguel Serra Pamies. PSUC. Supplies. Jose Calvet. União de Rabaceiros. Agriculture. Pedro Bosch Gimpera. Acció Catalana. Justice 39. But it should be mentioned that the dispute over Bosch Gimpera was not the only reason why the CNT leaders decided against participation in the cabinet. According to Valerio Mas, the CNT councillor in the previous administration, there were other factors. Two are worth recording. 1. The growing dissension between the CNT leaders who favored governmental collaboration and the anti-collaborationists who day by day saw their revolutionary conquests being wrenched from them, and 2. The difficulty in finding comrades willing to collaborate. In a government that destroyed rather than reinforced the economic achievements of the CNT. When I was a councillor, Mas informed me after the war, I succeeded in having 40 industrial groupings legalized, but because of pressure by the PSUC on companies and the Rabaceiros, the remainder were not legalized, although they had already been approved by the Council of Economy, in which all the parties and organizations were represented. 40. It is indeed most likely that the anti-collaborationists exerted pressure on the CNT leaders and that companies' unexpected appointment of Bosch Gimpera provided the CNT negotiators with a face-saving opportunity to decline participation. In any event, the anti-collaborationists did not disguise their satisfaction over the outcome of the crisis. "The maneuver has been exposed," declared Tierra y Libertad. The CNT, with more than 1 million affiliates in Catalonia 41, is no longer in the government. This is because anarcho-syndicalism cannot get involved with professional politi. 496. Quiens and cannot humble itself before anyone. It refuses to defile itself with this kind of dirty politics. 42. Far more direct and combative was Juventud Libre, the national organ of the FIJL, which declared on July 3, "Up to now the directors of the counter-revolution have achieved their aims. They have removed the CNT from the central government and from the government of Catalonia. They have not hesitated to use any means, no matter how despicable or Jesuitical, to betray the revolution. They have jeopardized and continue to jeopardize the war in their desire to satisfy their shameful appetites. But the Spanish people see their game and will no longer permit the further advance of the counter-revolution. Revolutionary socialists, sincere republicans, and anarcho-syndicalists must form rapidly a powerful alliance that will descend on the enemies of the revolutionary Spanish people and crush them forever. The revolution is in danger. The conquests that you have won at the cost of infinite sacrifice and loss of life are being betrayed by our enemies in the rear. Do not allow them to snatch those conquests from you. Despite these revolutionary outbursts, which expressed the feelings of a large segment of the libertarian movement, the CNT leaders made several attempts even as late as December 1938 to re-enter the Catalan government 43, but their efforts were unavailing. 44 In any case, their participation would have had no significant impact on the course of events, for real authority in Catalonia since the May upheaval had passed to the central government and, in the last analysis, to the communists, thanks to their assumption of police and military power in the region. Just how much the power relations in Catalonia had changed since May has been accurately recorded by Manuel Cruels, a staff reporter at the time on the Diari de Barcelona, the organ of Estat Català, which represented the small separatist movement among the Catalan middle classes, despite the semblance of continuity created by the presence of Companys and his party in the government of the Generalitat. Political ascendancy had passed from the anarcho-syndicalists to the PSUC. And thanks to this absolute ascendancy, the PSUC was able to impose on the government of the Generalitat total obedience, humiliating at timesto the directives of the central government over which Dr. Negrin presided until the end of the Civil War 45. The change in power relations was clearly discernible on the streets. Writing immediately after the May events, Robert Luzon, a French revolutionary syndicalist and eyewitness, notes, during the first months of the revolution, Barcelona was filled with workers bearing arms. Later, only those entrusted with special functions could be seen, but they were still workers. Today, except perhaps in a few exclusively proletarian districts, not a single worker carrying arms can be observed, only assault guards with rifles, assault guards on every corner as in the heyday of bourgeois power. Even the apparel on the streets reflected the decline in the predominance of the CNT. The exclusively working class attire, which I noted in August, Luzon continued, n. 497, which was still being worn in February, has given way in the central districts almost completely to bourgeois or at least petty bourgeois dress. A still more striking fact is that red and black have almost totally disappeared. Before May, everyone sported the colors of the CNT. Today, in contrast, those who have the courage to wear the insignia of the CNT are rare. No longer can red and black flags be found outside trade union buildings. As for caps and kerchiefs, which were once the most popular, none at all can now be seen. 46. 498. 48. Communist repression of the anarchists and the POUM. In the weeks and months following the May events, the story of Catalonia, a former power center of the CNT-FAI and POUM, was one of arbitrary arrests, of detentions in clandestine jails, of tortures, kidnappings, and assassinations, as well as of the destruction of agricultural collectives. The spontaneous, indirect terror of the CNT and FAI during the height of the revolution had now given way to the more sophisticated, centrally directed, and, hence, more fearful terror of the communists. A wave of blood and terror has swept over the communities of Catalonia, declared the National Committee of the CNT in mid-June 1937. Our libertarian movement has kept silent. Not out of cowardice, but out of discipline and a sense of responsibility. With incomparable stoicism it has endured the assault on the collectives, on the constructive work of the proletariat. 1. From May up to the present time, declared the Regional Committee of the CNT at the end of June, the provocations against the CNT of Catalonia have not ceased. Our militants have been persecuted, they have been indicted and assassinated, our locals have been closed and collectives destroyed, outrages have been committed in order to drive the Catalan CNT to the point of desperation, yet we have remained calm in spite of this hurricane of repression and provocation. We do not want to ignite a fratricidal war. We do not want to destroy the anti-fascist coalition, which is already split by the vile maneuvers of certain elements too. This forbearance riled the more radical spirits in the libertarian movement. On July 1, the underground newspaper Anarchia, in its first issue, expressed the growing cleavage between the leadership of the movement and a large segment of the rank and file. In face of the serious situation confronting our organization, in face of the barbarous repression unleashed against us, in face of the assault on and destruction of our collectives and our revolutionary work, we must sound a cry of alarm and urge the militant comrades, that is, the leaders of the CNT and FAI, who optimistically believe that our revolution is advancing and that we are still a force to be feared and respected, that they should let the scales fall from 499 their eyes. The repression in the rural areas is incredible. The hatred of the CNT and FAI has reached unsuspected heights. In an orgy of bloodletting, the assault guards, sent to maintain order, attack the villages and destroy everything, imprisoning and assassinating our comrades. 3. For months, the repression in Catalonia and other regions of the Republican zone continued unabated. In September, the National Committee of the CNT affirmed that there were thousands of proven revolutionaries and anti-fascists in prison and, in November, Solidaridad Obrera gave a figure of 15,000.5. How many assassinations of CNT affiliates occurred during this period will always remain a matter of speculation, since no trustworthy figures have ever been published. 6. However, there can be little doubt that the number of assassinations was substantial, if we take into account those committed both at the front and in the rear. Despite the repression, National Secretary Mariano Vázquez, addressing the AIT Congress in Paris in December 1937, painted a rosy picture. In an attempt to counter the pungent criticism of the CNT leadership by certain foreign anarchists, among whom was the prominent Russian émigré Alexander Shapiro, Vázquez declared, according to the minutes of the Congress, the growth of the Communist Party, the arbitrary acts of the reactionaries, the presence of our militants in Republican jails, etc., might suggest that our movement is declining and deceive some ill-informed observers. But the fact is that the CNT is on a good course, with a growing membership, with renewed combativeness and realism, and absolutely united in its point of view. For the moment, our concern is to win the war. Once this has been achieved, we shall resume the offensive in the social sphere, and the newer friends must believe us, the revolution will be achieved without delay. Neither communism nor the bourgeoisie can frighten us. We alone can conquer. We shall win, and we shall have in Spain the total dominion totalitarism of the CNT. 7. According to Jaap Kloosterman of the International Institute for Social History, Amsterdam, the Congress of the Eight was a secret extraordinary Congress held between 6 and December 17, 1937, and the minutes, in French, published only in part, were all that ever appeared if one accepts the very tendentious summary printed by the CNT National Committee in 1938. Despite the optimistic assessment of the situation given by Mariano Vázquez, the truth of the matter is that the repression directed against the libertarian movement, which represented half the working class, had already begun to take its toll on the revolutionary exultation of the first months of the Civil War. In the rear, wrote Ricardo Sanz, the CNT militia leader, things are not going as well as they did in the early days of the revolutionary movement. The workers no longer think of working long hours to help the front. They only think of working as little as possible and getting the highest possible wages. This, on the whole, represents a degenerating situation. 9. While the repression against the CNT was still in progress, the POUM was being threatened with extinction. On June 16, Ricardo Burillo, a lieutenant, 500, colonel of the assault guards and communist police chief of Barcelona, acting on instructions from Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Ortega, the communist director general of security, seized the POUM headquarters in Barcelona and other buildings of the party, arresting most of its top leaders and taking them to prisons in Valencia. 10. On the same day, José Rovira, the commander of the POUM's 29th Division and a member of the party's executive committee, was summoned to Barcelona by General Poses and quickly arrested by the communist police. 11. Obeying secret orders received directly from the NKVD in Valencia. 12. Alexander Orlov's headquarters. Ortega withheld all knowledge of the impending coup from his immediate superior, Interior Minister Julian Zugazagoitia. 13. As an additional precaution, so that the operation would not be thwarted, he dispatched to Ciudad Real, on a false alarm, the Subdirector General of Security, the moderate socialist Gabriel Moran, whom Zugazagoitia had appointed to keep him apprised of whatever might happen in the police department because of his distrust of the Director General. 14. At this point it is appropriate to relate a personal experience that confirms the primary involvement of the NKVD, the Soviet secret police, in the coup. I was at that time the United Press correspondent in Valencia and sympathetic to the Communist Party line. On June 18, 2 days after the arrest of the POUM leaders, an NKVD agent, who went by the name of Irma, and to whom I had been introduced by Orlov 15, handed me a document, which she claimed was an advance copy of a communiqué soon to be released by the Director General of Security. 16. The announcement stated, 1. That a vast conspiracy against the security of the state had been discovered, as well as numerous documents that proved irrefutably the suspected links between the POUM and the enemy, among them a plan of Madrid, on the back of which was written in invisible ink a message by one of General Franco's agents referring to an interview with the leaders of the POUM, including an obvious reference to Andrés Nin, the POUM secretary. 17. And 2. That this espionage organization informed Franco's general staff of present and future military operations and that 200 arrests had already been made. Although the accusations of espionage against the POUM taxed my credulity, I felt sure I had a major scoop that I should telephone without delay to the United Press. There was only one hitch. The agent stated emphatically that I could not use the Director General of Security as the official source. I argued that in that case the United Press would conclude that I was personally endorsing the charges of espionage without any serious evidence and would question my credibility. So you do not believe that the POUM is an organization of spies in the service of Franco? She retorted suspiciously. I reiterated my objections, and each time her suspicion and agitation grew. Fearing that I might not be given the scoop, I agreed to bear in mind her restrictions but secretly decided to use the source. But, when I delivered my typewritten story an hour later to Constancia de la Mora, the communist censor at the Foreign Press Bureau, she deleted my opening sentence: "The Director General of Security has issued the following communiqué." She had 501. Obviously been forewarned by the NKVD. Finally, however, she agreed that I could use the vague expression, "It is stated that." 18. In looking back at this incident with the benefit of subsequent knowledge, I have reached the following conclusions. 1. The NKVD was anxious to give the maximum publicity through a wire service to the alleged conspiracy without involving the government, which had not been informed and whose reaction it was difficult to foretell. 2. The communiqué had not been issued by the Director General, as I had been told, but originated in the offices of the NKVD in the Soviet embassy in Valencia, where the incriminating documents were fabricated. 19. 3. Attributing the communiqué to the Director General was a ploy designed to ensure my confidence, for, after all, I was not a long-term sympathizer, least of all a party member, for, by omitting any mention of the Director General, it was hoped to avoid, or at least delay, any punitive action against him by the Minister of the Interior, who had not been apprised of the impending coup, and 5. The Foreign Press Bureau, officially under the control of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs now occupied by José Giral, a left Republican and loyal friend of President Aznar, was actually controlled by the NKVD through the Spanish Communists, who received their guidelines from the headquarters in Valencia. It is doubtful whether Giral was aware of this when he took office, for, as we have seen, he simply inherited from Álvarez del Valle the staff of the Foreign Ministry and its various dependencies, but he must certainly have known Constantia de la Mora's political sympathies when he made her chief of the Foreign Press Bureau a few months later. Although news of the arrest of the POUM leaders was published in Mundo Obrero, the Madrid Communist daily, on June 18, it was not until June 22 that the communist press in Barcelona mentioned the alleged espionage organization linking the POUM with General Franco. A few days ago, said Las Noticias, the PSUC Uctorgan in Catalonia, the police discovered in Barcelona an organization of enormous importance dedicated to espionage in various countries. The most elementary caution compelled us to remain silent with respect to this important police action, for otherwise we might have damaged the success of the entire operation. But now, we can give our readers some of the facts regarding this vast spy organization, whose best elements had infiltrated the POUM. The first step taken by the police was to arrest all the POUM leaders as well as a large number of foreigners of both sexes, who, it appears, had the closest contact with this espionage service. At present, the number of persons arrested is estimated at 300.20. During the seizure of the party's buildings, documents of such great importance were found that the culprits cannot in any way deny their guilt. During the weeks and months that followed, the PCE and PSUC, in the press and on the platform, increased their denunciations of the POUM as spies and traitors and likened them to the Trotskyists and saboteurs in the Soviet Union. On June 25, Frente Rojo declared 502. From the very inception of the war, at meetings and in the press, and in official government bodies, our party constantly demanded the adoption of severe measures against spies, agents of fascism, and agents provocateurs. If we had not already known from historical experience the way fascist espionage operates, we would have gained sufficient knowledge by observing the trials in the USSR against Trotskyists and saboteurs in the service of Hitler. However, with an indifference and a lack of awareness that are punishable, a reference to Largo Caballero, months were allowed to pass by without any effective action being taken. Today, however, under the present government, this attitude has been rectified and now we have the proof of the correctness of our accusation. As our comrade Stalin stated admirably many years ago, Trotskyism is no longer a faction within the working class movement, but a band of assassins, saboteurs, and spies, who operate in the pay of and under the direction of the Gestapo. Is it surprising that the Trotskyists in this country, the so-called POUmists, who are no different from the renegades and traitors in the USSR, are in the service of Franco? The present government has clamped down on spies and traitors and we are sure that it will tighten its grip implacably. The fate of our cause demands that we show no weakness or consideration. Anyone who serves the enemy in one way or another must perish. 21. After the arrest of the leaders of the POUM and the subsequent apprehension of many of its members and foreign supporters, 22 some of whom were assassinated or held without formal charges in clandestine jails, 23 the repression spread to other cities and shortly thereafter to the POUM's armed forces on the Aragon front, where its 29th Division was dissolved. 24 Some members of the division took refuge in CNT units, others were jailed or executed, including one of the division's most respected political commissars, Marciano Mina. 25 While many were drafted into government-controlled units, the reaction of the CNT was not slow in coming. In a long censorious article entitled "Are We Now Being Presented with the First Bill?" Juan López, CNT Minister of Commerce in Largo Caballero's government, declared that although he was an opponent of both the official and dissident communists, he was filled with indignation when he saw how men who had devoted their entire lives to the fight against capitalism were now being represented as allies of Hitler. Our revolution cannot be dragged so low as to make the elimination of anti-fascist parties an established practice. Spain has not yet mortgaged its political independence to the point of paying such a high price for the help we accept and appreciate, provided it is given in a disinterested manner, but are forced to reject when handed the bill. By creating a new insufferable persecution, the very spirit of the Spanish Revolution is being adulterated. To the communist comrades, it will come as no surprise if we tell them that even the very stones of Spain will rise against them the day the Spanish people realize the danger of the imported dictatorship they represent. 26. On the first anniversary of the defeat of the military insurrection in Catalonia, La Battella, in a clandestine issue, published the following manifesto. 503. 12 months after that heroic exploit. Hordes of opportunists, deadly enemies of the working class, have descended like an avalanche on the organizations of the revolutionary proletariat. These despicable scoundrels are sheltered and directed by the ill-named Communist Party of Spain and the PSUC. To justify their crimes, they cunningly exploit the well-worn labels of uncontrollables and spies. But the truth is very different. Moaning and rotting in different jails in Barcelona, some of which are filthy dungeons without light and air, there are hundreds of workers and peasants, some of them recently arrived from the front and affiliated, for the most part, with the CNT and POUM. They have committed no crime. Nothing that is punishable in the eyes of the workers weighs on their consciences. They have been incarcerated by that very policy that is in the service of the Communist Party and its offshoot, the PSUC, for the simple reason that they are militants of organizations that do not go down on their knees before the reactionary bosses who carry communist membership cards. 27. George Orwell, who served in the POUM militia and managed to escape from Barcelona during the repression, wrote to a friend in July 1937, "Nearly all our friends and acquaintances are in jail and likely to be there indefinitely, not actually charged with anything but suspected of Trotskyism. The most terrible things were happening even when I left: wholesale arrests, wounded men dragged out of hospitals and thrown in jail, people crammed together in filthy dens where they have hardly room to lie down, prisoners beaten and half-starved, etc., etc." Meanwhile, it is impossible to get a word about this mentioned in the English press, barring the publications of the ILP, the Independent Labour Party, which is affiliated to the POUM. 28. In the roundup of POUM leaders on June 16, the prime target and the first to be arrested was Andrés Nin, the party secretary. 29. And Stalin's most coveted prey. 30. Internationally known in working-class circles, author and translator of numerous works, he had held a key post as secretary in charge of the Spanish-speaking countries, Italy and France, in the early days of the Profintern, the Red International of Trade Unions, Krasny International Profswazov. 31. Taken to one of the NKVD's secret prisons near Madrid, he was subjected to horrendous torture in a vain attempt to extract a confession of espionage on behalf of General Franco, Hitler, and Mussolini, essential to a successful Moscow-style show trial in Spain. 32. He was never seen again. What Stalin and his hirelings of the NKVD wanted, writes Julian Gorkin, a member at the time of the POUM executive, who was one of those arrested and taken to Valencia, was not the assassination, pure and simple, of Nin and his principal comrades, but our prosecution at a public trial, our conviction and immediate execution, under the guise of Republican legality, a trial on the model of the trials in Moscow and, later, of those in the so-called people's democracies. This appearance of legality was contained in the decree published on June 23, 193,733, a few days after the arrest of the POUM leaders, and its scope was both 504. Broad and precise enough to imprison, and even liquidate, all opponents of the Negrin government. This decree had not received the approval of Parliament and, furthermore, the tribunals of espionage and high treason created by it were composed of 3 civilian and 2 military magistrates appointed by the government itself and empowered to sit in secret session. Its dictatorial, or, if one prefers, its executive character is therefore obvious. The decree set forth the following categories of crimes: the commission of hostile acts against the Republic both in Spain and abroad, the defense and propagation of news and opinions unfavorable to military operations and to the reputation and authority of the Republic, meetings and demonstrations aimed at weakening public morale, the demoralization of the army or undermining of collective discipline. The punishments ranged from a minimum sentence of 6 years and 1 day in prison to the death penalty. but the most serious thing of all was the retroactive character of the decree. 34. The police action against the POUM and the frightening scope of the decree, which provided for secret hearings and the very summary procedure established by the Code of Military Justice, alarmed the opponents of the Negrin government. On June 28, in a statement addressed to the President of the Republic, the President of the Cortes, the Premier, the Interior and Justice Ministers, and to the national committees of all parties and organizations, Mariano Vázquez protested on behalf of the CNT National Committee that the dangerous course initiated by the elimination of the POUM would be followed by the annihilation of other minority parties, and that the decree of the Minister of Justice establishing special tribunals with trials behind closed doors appeared to be one more concession to the designs of the PCE and Russia. We feel that Spanish liberal opinion cannot consent to this. 35. That same day, Vázquez publicly declared his opposition to the political aspect of the decree. All opponents of the government, he said, or anyone who might talk or demonstrate against it came within its scope. This means, for example, that at this very moment I am in jeopardy, that tomorrow I could be arrested and, behind closed doors so that you would not be aware of or blush at the crimes I had allegedly committed, he could be condemned to 6 months and 1 day in jail or to death. 36. And the organ of the Friends of Durruti, El Amigo del Pueblo, declared, the espionage suit that has been cooked up against the comrades of the POUM on orders of the Comintern is outrageous. And, paradoxically, it is a Catholic minister, the Basque nationalist minister of justice, Manuel de Irajo, who is entrusted with the preparation of this concoction, which is half Spanish and half Russian. We shall not tolerate the maneuver against the POUM. We must bear in mind that before long it will be the militants of the CNT and FAI who will appear before the same tribunal. 37. The CNT and FAI had ample reason for alarm even though their immediate organic destruction was not on the agenda. Shortly after the arrest of the POUM leaders, the agitprop section of the PCE asserted that the documents found in the buildings of the POUM provided sufficient evidence of treason by the Trotskyists. It then proceeded to challenge the CNT. What do the comrades of the CNT 505 who have ventured publicly to defend the Trotskyists now say? What do the newspapers of the CNT that have protected and defended the POUM now say? After the overwhelming proof of treason by the Trotskyists discovered by the police, anyone who dares to raise his voice today in their defense must be named as an accomplice. The anarchist comrades who may perhaps have honorably defended the POUM are obliged to make a public and categorical declaration of their error and demand the implacable punishment of the traitors with the same loyalty and energy as all true anti-fascists are demanding. 38. The decree was sharply denounced by the foreign friends of the POUM in a dogged campaign in Europe and America to save the leaders of the party. The very decree under which the POUM leaders are now being accused was issued after the alleged commission of the crimes charged against them, declared the Workers' Age, the organ of the Communist Party of the USA. Opposition, which was associated with the POUM, like the British Independent Labour Party, through the International Bureau for Revolutionary Socialist Unity. In other words, the POUM leaders are being tried under an ex post facto law, a gross act of judicial tyranny by those very standards of liberal democracy which the Stalinists pretend to hold so sacred. 39. An international deputation headed by James Maxton, M.P., the chairman of the Independent Labour Party and representing the parties in various countries affiliated with the International Bureau, visited Spain to exert pressure on the government to find Andrés Nin and to provide legal safeguards, including a public trial, for the other POUM leaders who had been arrested. During the delegation's first visit in August, Defense Minister Indalecio Prieto revealed the dilemma of the government when he told the French delegates Marceau Pivert and Daniel Guérin that the deputation represented only those countries that have done little for Spain, whereas the Russians send the arms that enable the Spanish Republic to resist. From this insinuation, the members of the delegation gained the clear impression that the minister was alluding to the political compensation demanded by Russia in exchange for her support. 40. As no progress was made, a second delegation comprising Professor Félicien Challet of Paris University and John McGovern, Independent Labour Party M.P., visited Spain in November. We had no word of the trial by the end of November, McGovern reported, and we were greatly disturbed not only by the continued imprisonments, but by the disappearance of individuals and by the open threats of death to Señor Benito Pabon, the famous Spanish lawyer, who was engaged to defend the POUM prisoners and was forced to flee abroad. The evidence of Checa's secret police brutality grew 41. Although Justice Minister Manuel de Irajo tried to be helpful, he was powerless to get permission for the delegation to see the POUM prisons. The mask was off, McGovern wrote. We had torn aside the veil and shown where the real power lay. The ministers were willing, but powerless. The Chaica was unwilling, and it had the power. We realized that if we pressed further we ourselves would be in danger. In return for Russian assistance in arms, the Comintern has been 506. Given this tyrannical power, and she uses it to imprison, torture, and murder socialists who do not accept the Comintern line. It is my firm conviction, born of study and experience of communist tactics, that to assist them to win a place in the workers' movement is criminal folly. For my part, I cannot excuse or apologize for their acts. Human decency demands an exposure of their brutal methods. 42. Communist methods contrasted with the moderate aims professed by the party and had a pernicious effect in the democratic countries whose help it sought. In a letter to the centrist executive of the PSOE, Enrique de Francisco, a prominent leader of the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena and supporter of Largo Caballero, stated that broad sections of liberal and working-class opinion perceived a communist hegemony in the government and that recent events in the field of public order had alarmed the conscience of the world. 43. At the same time, Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, La Correspondencia de Valencia, argued that the despicable exclusivist policy of the PCE was responsible for the decline of enthusiasm in democratic circles abroad and that neither the democratic countries themselves nor the popular masses could be inspired by a country in which the communists push and control and exercised what in effect was a communist propaganda dictatorship. 44. In his famous, and last, speech in Spain in the Teatro Pardinas in Madrid in October 1937, Largo Caballero took advantage of the occasion to stress the damage being done to the Republican cause abroad. You all know, he said, that there have been unfortunate cases, which have still not been resolved, of persons who have disappeared as a result of the action of elements who are not part of the government and who represent a state within a state. Things have reached such a point, comrades, that representatives of the Internationals, the International Bureau and the Second International have come to Spain expressly to ascertain the truth and have told me personally, after what has happened we cannot arouse enthusiasm abroad among our comrades, because they suspect that those who have influence and that those who dominate here are communist elements. They say so clearly, and everyone is asking whether they should help Spain only to have the communists control her destiny. 45. Meanwhile, the fate of Andrés Nin, who had been taken to a secret prison in Alcalá de Henares, near Madrid, had been decided. Having failed to extract the required confession for a show trial in Spain, his tormentors had no alternative but to dispose of him. Julian Gorkin states that Enrique Castro, one-time member of the Communist Party's Central Committee, assured him, after he had left the party, that the personal executioner of Nin had been his former comrade in the 5th Regiment, Carlos Contreras, Vittorio Vidali, and that Orlov had selected him as his immediate collaborator in the case of Nin. 46. But since Nin was internationally known, his disappearance had to be explained. Hence, according to former Politburo member Jesus Hernandez, Vidali simulated a Nazi assault to liberate Nin from his secret place of captivity in Alcalá de Henares, the sham assault being executed by 10 German members of the International Brigades, who 507 carried him off, leaving behind incriminating documents purporting to show his connection with the Nazi secret police. 47. The alleged liberation of Nin by the Gestapo was the version adopted by the Communists to account for his disappearance whenever the question was asked, where is Nin? In fact, it was this version that Vidali himself tried to impress upon me when I met him in Mexico in 1939. It was also the one given by Mikhail Koltsov. The accused Nin, he wrote, was spirited away by a group of armed fascists, Spanish and German Gestapo agents, who broke into the provincial transit prison, where he was being held temporarily under a very weak guard. 48. A not too dissimilar version of Nin's release that did not explicitly mention the alleged involvement of the Gestapo was publicized by one of the most zealous pro-Soviet propagandists of the time, the representative in Spain of the French communist daily, El Humanite, Georges Soria, who wrote a series of articles in the Comintern organ International Press Correspondence 49, later published in a booklet under the title Trotskyism in the Service of Franco. 40 years later, however, in an attempt to exculpate the Spanish communists from responsibility for the death of Nin, he stated that the accusations leveled against Nin in Spain in the form of the couplet, "Where is Nin?" in Salamanca or Berlin, were purely and simply an extension into the international arena of the methods that constituted the most somber aspect of what has since been called Stalinism. It was clear from the mass of evidence, Soria added, that the disappearance of Nin was due to the machinations of the ominous figure of Orlov. This flagrant intervention in the internal affairs of Spain had serious consequences. The PCE vigorously denied any connection with the matter. But this did not diminish the polemics that were unleashed and that vitiated the relations of the PCE with the other parties and organizations. From an historical standpoint, this question elicits two observations. On the one hand, the charge that the leaders of the POUM, among them Andres Nin, were agents of the Gestapo and Franco was no more than a fabrication, because it was impossible to adduce the slightest evidence. On the other hand, although the leaders of the POUM were neither agents of Franco nor agents of the Gestapo, it is true that their relentless struggle against the Popular Front played the game nolens volens of the caudillo General Franco. 50. Soria's attempt, as well as that of other writers, to exonerate the PCE by shifting responsibility for the crusade against the POUM and for the disappearance of Nin to the phenomenon of Stalinism in keeping with the Euro-communist trend in the 1970s toward de-Stalinization, 51, cannot withstand serious investigation, for the campaign was conducted religiously by every leader of the party and by every communist daily and periodical, both local and national, from the earliest months of the Civil War. That the roots of the campaign originated in Moscow is immaterial, for, as Ignacio Iglesias, a POUM leader, affirmed later, if the repression against the POUM and the assassination of Nin perpetrated by the Stalinist police services was possible, this was due to the enthusiastic and 508. Wholehearted collaboration of the Spanish Communists, the PCE, the PSUC, and the JSU, all working in harmony. 52. It was José Díaz, the party secretary, it will be recalled, who declared immediately after the May events, only 5 weeks before the coup, that the POUM was a gang of spies and provocateurs in the service of international fascism and that the Trotskyist vermin should be swept out of all civilized countries. Moreover, it will also be recalled that the coup was ordered by the Communist Director General of Security, Lieutenant Colonel Ortega, in accordance with secret instructions from the NKVD, and executed by Lieutenant Colonel Burelo, the Communist police chief in Barcelona, and that it was also Spanish Communist police who took Andres Nin to a secret prison in Alcalá de Henares to meet his fate. The exact form of Nin's death has never been established. Nor is it known for certain whether he was assassinated in Spain or shipped to Russia alive or dead. The moderate socialist Juan Simeon Vidart, then Undersecretary of the Interior, relates in his memoirs that he and Interior Minister Zugazagoitia sent a special police agent to Madrid to investigate Nin's disappearance. The agent reported that Nin had been taken to a private home in Alcalá de Henares used as a communist checa, whence screams and moans had been heard, that one morning a large car picked up a crate and proceeded to Alicante, where it stopped alongside a Soviet ship, and that, in the agent's opinion, Nin left Spain alive. 53. 40 years later, this version received some support, but by no means conclusive, from a certain Javier Jimenez, who, when interviewed by Cambio 16, the Madrid Weekly, claimed that he had belonged to a special police unit in Madrid, a Brigada Especial that was sent to Barcelona at the time of the coup against the POUM. He asserted not only that he had witnessed in Madrid the fabrication of documents with Nin's signature, designed to implicate the POUM in enemy espionage, but that, after the Civil War, he met the chauffeur who had driven him and other members of the unit to Barcelona and who had confessed that he had later taken Nin from Alcalá de Henares to Valencia, where a Soviet ship was waiting. 54. Whatever the fate of Nin, the communists and their friends clung tenaciously to their version that he had been freed by a Nazi commando group. The Gestapo, they argued, could not afford to have such a valuable agent interrogated by the Republican police regarding its activities in Spain. 55. The NKVD chief, Alexander Orlov, who defected to the United States in 1938 and exposed and condemned many of the violent crimes of Stalin and the NKVD in other countries, remained silent on those committed in Spain. Nowhere in his books, articles, or testimony before the U.S. Senate subcommittee does he mention either the POUM or the disappearance of Andrés Nin. However, in private conversation many years after his defection, when Bertram D. Wolfe asked him point-blank, "Did you have a hand in the assassination of Nin?" Orlov replied that he did not even know him, that his role in Spain had been limited to counter-espionage and guerrilla warfare in rebel territory. His stock description of his activities. 56. And that he had never been given a murder. 509. Job. 57. It was, of course, unlikely that he would incriminate himself. It is also unlikely that he personally assassinated Nin. There were others who could do the job. In 1953, after the publication of his article The Ghastly Secrets of Stalin's Power in Life magazine, Orlov denied that he had anything to do with Nin's murder. The denial was made on his behalf by the editors of Life in reply to a letter by Jaume Miravitlles, a Catalan liberal republican. He could not have carried out his diplomatic job, to direct counterintelligence and guerrilla activities, if also involved in assassinations. These were carried out, Orlov says, by a task force of secret liquidators sent from Moscow, one of whom, Bolloten, was probably the agent who did away with Andrés Nin. 58. But 15 years later, in response to Stanley G. Payne's oft-cited questionnaire, Orlov placed the entire blame on the Spanish communists, avoiding any hint that the Kremlin, through its NKVD apparatus in Spain for whose activities, as head operative, he must of necessity be held responsible, had in any way been involved. The leaders of the Spanish Communist Party, he stated, had an axe to grind with the POUM, and the disappearance of Nin was an act of political vengeance. 59. The disappearance of Andrés Nin dealt a heavy moral blow to Negrin's administration, which had hoped to establish for itself a reputation for constitutional procedure in the eyes of the Western world. The premier's desk was piled high with telegrams and letters of protest from abroad. 60. Negrin was disturbed by the international reverberations and was at first outraged by the stigma on his government only a month after its formation. 61. Nevertheless, to judge from the memoirs of Vidart, one of his supporters, his concern seems to have had more to do with the illegal nature of the repression rather than with the repression itself. I believed at the time, and I still believe, after more than 30 years, writes Vidart, that there probably existed between Negrin and the communists some kind of tacit understanding, whereby in return for the unconditional political support they had promised him and for the shipment of arms that Spain needed more than ever because of the loss of the North and Malaga, Negrin would permit them to carry out within the law the liquidation, ordered by Stalin, of a rival party that had taken up arms against the government. 62. That Negrin had backed the communists' demand for the dissolution of the POUM even before he became prime minister was clear from his stance during the cabinet crisis on May 13, as attested by Manuel Azana. Jesus Hernandez who claims that he was unaware of the whereabouts of Nin and that he had opposed the NKVD's projected operation against the POUM on the grounds that it would provoke a tremendous political scandal because the Minister of the Interior, Zagazagoysha, had not been informed. 63 confirms Negrin's vexation when he learned of Nin's disappearance. "What have your people done with Nin?" Negrin asked him. With obvious anger, Negrin told me that the Interior Minister had informed him of a whole series of abuses committed in Barcelona by the Soviet police, who behaved as though they were in their own country and didn't even trouble to notify the 510 Spanish authorities, even as an act of courtesy, of the arrests of Spanish citizens, who were transferred from one place to another without judicial warrant, and were imprisoned in private prisons, totally beyond the control of the legal authorities. I didn't know what to answer him. I could have told him that, like him, I was also wondering where Nin was and that I detested Orlov and his gang of police. But I decided not to. I could see the storm descending on our party and resolved to defend it, even though, in this case, the defense of the party meant implicitly defending a possible crime. 64. Although there is no confirmation that Hernandez was as indignant as he claims, there is no doubt about the initial reaction of Negrin. Nor is there the slightest doubt about the indignation of Zugazaygoitia and the Minister of Justice, Manuel de Irajo, who were unable to locate Nin in any of the official prisons maintained by the government. Irajo attests that he appointed a special judge to handle the case, that he ordered the arrest of a considerable number of policemen who were suspect, that some of them found refuge in the Russian embassy, and that a few days later a special police unit, Brigada Especial, attempted to arrest the judge. It was then that Irajo raised the matter bluntly in 2 cabinet meetings and threatened to resign. 65. The 2 cabinet meetings at which the disappearance of Nin was discussed were described by the Minister of the Interior as almost savage. 66. According to Hernandez, the minister wanted to know whether his jurisdiction was to be determined by the advice of certain Soviet technicians. 67. The communist ministers, Zugazaygoitia testifies, defended their colleague Director General of Security Ortega with extraordinary passion. I stated that the Director General could remain at his post, but in that case I would relinquish mine. Prieto, adopting a firm stand, reproached the communists for the manner in which they conducted the debate and declared, in support of my position, that he would add his resignation to mine in the event Ortega were not replaced. 68. No one in the cabinet believed in our sincerity, writes Hernandez, when we stated that we did not know the whereabouts of Nin. We defended the presence of Soviet technicians and advisors as an expression of disinterested help. We emphasized once again how much the supply of arms from the USSR and the assistance we were receiving in the international arena from the Soviet Union meant to our cause. As the atmosphere remained hostile, I compromised by agreeing to the removal of Colonel Ortega's scapegoat for overstepping his functions and for not duly informing the minister, but I threatened to make public all the incriminating documents against the POUM and the names of all those persons in and outside the government who, for simple questions of procedure, protected the spies of that party. This tactic was demagogic and disloyal, Hernandez acknowledges. Negrin was conciliatory and proposed that the debate be suspended until we had all the evidence to which the communist ministers referred and the Ministry of the Interior could give us concrete news of the whereabouts of Nin. We had weathered the first and most perilous storm. 69. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was replaced in the General Direction of Security. 511. By the moderate socialist, Gabriel Moran, 70, who, the reader will recall, had been appointed to the post of subdirector by Zugazaygoitia to keep him apprised of whatever might happen in the police department. But his new appointment, which lasted only a few months, was ill-starred from the outset, for, according to his revealing but little-known memoir, his efforts to carry out a rigorous reorganization in the police corps were aborted by communist resistance. The Communist Party, he asserts, decided to have recourse to every possible means, even to the point of having me ejected from the department. In this it was successful because of the timidity, complicity, and restraint of the socialist ministers in respect to the scandalous affair of Andres Nin. Moran inveighs with particular vehemence against Defense Minister Indalecio Prieto, the most prestigious politician in the government, with whose centrist faction of the PSOE he had always been identified, better than anyone else. he could have taken advantage of the opportunity offered him to remove communist influence from the Security Department once and for all. But the fact is that the illustrious parliamentarian was not in the least bit interested. 71. Moron also has harsh words for Manuel de Irajo, the Justice Minister, Señor Irajo, the entire cabinet, the public prosecutor, and I knew perfectly well where to find the only person responsible for the abduction of Nin. But Irajo and the judges under him, Moron alleges, thought they could discharge their duty by allowing the hand of the law to fall on minor police officials. Moron told Zugazagoisha that if he really intended to bring to justice the person directly responsible for Nin's disappearance, he had taken all the necessary measures to this end. But the Minister of the Interior, deeply grieved and embittered by the distressing situation in which he had been caught, decided that nothing more could be done. It was in these circumstances that I left the General Direction of Security. 72. From the timorousness of the cabinet ministers, it was obvious that they were not inclined to investigate the disappearance of Andres Nin too closely. Confirmation comes from Vidart, the Undersecretary of the Interior. Moron, he says, blew his top, telling the Minister of the Interior, since the Premier is so determined to learn the truth, you can tell him that the abduction of Andres Nin was planned by the Italian Vittorio Codovilla, by Commandante Carlos Vittorio Vidali, Togliatti, and by the leaders of the Communist Party, including Party Secretary Pepe Diaz. The order to torture him was given by Orlov. Tell this to Negrin. If he wants me to arrest them, I'll put them all in jail first thing in the morning. The minister was confounded. Because of the political implication of such arrests, he refrained from making any comment. Undoubtedly, he must have told Dr. Negrin immediately, and the question of responsibility for the abduction or assassination of Nin was not mentioned again. And there things remain. 73. It is clear from the reluctance of Interior Minister Zugazagoisha and other cabinet ministers to act forcefully that despite the initial outrage over the disappearance of Nin, they were loath to pursue the investigation to its ultimate consequences, the exposure of Alexander Orlov and his close collaborators for fear. 512. Of antagonizing the Soviet Union, the sole purveyor of arms and the custodian of Spanish gold. If it is true, as Prieto later alleged, that when Zugazagoisha started an investigation into the disappearance of Nin and the shameful truth was about to be discovered, Negrin ordered the suspension of the investigation. 74. Then it is equally true that the Premier was expressing the mood of submission and futility that paralyzed his cabinet. Only a few weeks later, on August 14, the Minister of the Interior, in an effort to silence any press criticism of the Soviet Union, issued a stern warning from which it was evident that the government would never seriously investigate the disappearance of Nin and expose its Soviet authorship. After stating that there appeared to be a deliberate attempt to offend an exceptionally friendly nation, thus creating difficulties for the government, the warning said that some newspapers had equated the USSR with those countries that are invading the national territory. Such intemperance, which is absolutely reprehensible, cannot be permitted by the censorship and must cease forthwith. If the order were not observed scrupulously, the offending paper would be suspended indefinitely and the censor who had read the proofs would be arraigned before the special tribunal that handles crimes of sabotage. 75. It was no mere coincidence that only 3 days earlier Frente Rojo, the communist organ, warned Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, La Correspondencia de Valencia, to desist from any further criticism of the USSR. Watch out, you anti-communists of the Correspondencia de Valencia. You are gambling with the interests of the Spanish people by allowing yourselves to be carried away by your hatreds and your malice. The Soviet Union, its government, and its people have a special place in the hearts of all Spaniards. It is no longer permissible for anyone to make them the target of insults, slanders, and poisoned arrows. Enough. The people will call to strict account those who think that they can attack and wound its dearest friend, its most consistent defender, which is aiding it with total unselfishness and self-sacrifice. Their motive is to foster suspicion and mistrust between our two peoples. No enemy of the Soviet Union, no enemy of the Spanish people will be allowed any longer to do as he pleases. The people are vigilant and are determined to impose silence. 76. But the most devastating and fulminatory attacks on the Soviet Union were beyond the reach of the press censorship. They were the leaflets and newspapers that circulated surreptitiously from hand to hand. On August 14, La Battella, in a clandestine issue, railed against the interference of the Soviet police and stated that a special political police unit linked closely with the Stalinist-controlled Spanish police has subverted the state to such a point that the titular holders of government office hardly control anything, and that behind their backs, and compromising them, Stalinism acts in a criminal manner. In the police station of Santa Ursula, La Battella alleged, there were elements of the Russian secret police, working with indigenous Stalinists, who had imported new methods of torture to extract through pain and terror statements and confessions that serve the murky politics of Stalinism. Everything we say is known in Valencia. It 513 is known by the Minister of the Interior and the whole government. But the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Interior can only act secretly. Because they are prisoners in a government held hostage by the Stalinists, who are blackmailing them with Soviet aid in the most shameful way in order to thwart our revolution. 77. Given the fact that the Ministry of the Interior and the Department of Security were, according to the minister himself, nests of spies and confidants of the GPU NKVD 78, it is not surprising that the removal of Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was but a minor concession, that it had little impact on communist influence in the security services, and that Gabriel Moran, Ortega's successor, was soon forced to leave the security department. Although the Nin scandal embarrassed the Spanish communists, their discomfort was only a slight inconvenience. What counted was that the main objective of the Kremlin's virtual destruction of the POUM, its most abrasive critique, had been achieved. Most of the leaders of the executive committee were in jail, many of its less well-known militants and foreign supporters had been imprisoned or shot, its press proscribed, its buildings seized, its militia dissolved, and never again would it function effectively. True, a few representatives of the POUM sat on the city councils of Castellón and Valencia until their expulsion at the end of 1937-79, and a new executive committee was formed that not only maintained contact with members at the front and in the rear but even visited the Interior Minister in November 1937.80. Furthermore, underground editions of the party newspaper La Battella 81 and its youth organ Juventud Obrera, formerly Juventud Comunista, were published with the help of the CNT 82, but the new executive was arrested in April 193,883 and, henceforth, what remained of the party apparatus functioned only spasmodically until the end of the Civil War. 84. Negrin's indignation over the disappearance of Nin was fleeting. Only a month later, when talking to President Aznar, he stubbornly supported the version that Nin had been abducted by the Gestapo. He doesn't believe that it was the work of the communists, Aznar commented in his diary on July 22. The communists, of course, become indignant at the very idea. Believes that Nin was abducted by the Gestapo to prevent him from making revelations. Isn't that too novelesque? The disbelieving Aznar responded. No, sir, replied, who, to impress the president with the efficiency of the formidable Gestapo, proceeded to tell him of an attempt by the Nazi secret police to poison the Russian general staff in Madrid. 85. There is no reason to assume that believed this far-fetched version of Nin's disappearance any more than did his ministers of the Interior and Justice, who certainly possessed enough evidence of the NKVD's involvement to expose publicly the prime suspect had they not been constrained by deference to Russia. Nor is there any reason to suppose that they believed in the authenticity of the documents incriminating the POUM in acts of espionage, for, when interviewed by Nin's wife, Ira Jo told her, only the confidants of other ministers can know. 514. What has happened to Nin? This business of espionage is false. The documents I have seen pertain to the Phalange, and it has been proved that the one with the letter N is false, because someone removed the documents from the police archives and added everything relating to the POUM. The trial of the leaders will not be held behind closed doors and, For my part, I shall provide them with every facility so that they can defend themselves. 86. But 4 months later, Irajo resigned from the Ministry of Justice. In his farewell speech to his staff on December 11, he stressed the importance of maintaining the independence of the judiciary and his total disagreement with the concept that the courts could apply the laws in accordance with the views and requirements of the government. 87. That he was alluding to attempts by the communists to influence the judicial process is clear from the memoir written by his brother and private secretary, Andrés María de Irajo. This work, based largely on Manuel de Irajo's personal recollections, quotes approvingly from an article in La Nación of Buenos Aires that refers to the political tension between himself and the communist ministers, who were determined to modify the judicial system. 88. Manuel de Irajo was also alluding to a fundamental disagreement with Negrin over the text of the decree published on December 1, 1937 creating the tribunals especiales de guardia, which were to be set up in those places where the government deems it necessary and which were designed like the Special Tribunal of Espionage and High Treason to repress flagrant crimes of espionage, treason, and defeatism, using the very summary procedure of the military courts. 89 and, needless to say, without the regular guarantees for the defense of the accused. In a memorandum written in 1938, referring to these special tribunals, Manuel de Irajo attests that Mariano Granados, a member of the Supreme Court, was entrusted by Negrin to draft a decree creating a tribunal modeled after the repressive secret police courts of fascist Italy. 90 At the request of Negrin, Mariano Anso, the Undersecretary of Justice and a friend and admirer of the Premier, 91 handed the decree to Irajo for submission to the cabinet, but the minister refrained from presenting it for approval. Negrin therefore introduced the decree himself in his capacity of Premier after making a few changes that enabled him to bypass the Minister of Justice. 92 The cabinet session was difficult and tumultuous like many others, Irajo's memorandum recalls. I managed to include enough substantial amendments to convert the secret police tribunal into a court of law. Even so, I informed the cabinet after the debate was over that if the approved text were published in the Gaceta, I would resign the moment it appeared. I could not forget the aims pursued by the decree, nor the political methods employed to introduce it. 93 Although Irajo informed Aznar that he would step down if he signed the decree, the president ignored the warning and the justice minister was replaced by Mariano Anso, Negrin's confidant. 94 At this stage we must ask a pertinent question. What effect did the repression of the CNTFAI and POUM and the ouster of Largo Caballero have on the 515 conduct of the war? The answer is given by Fernando Claudin, a prominent member of the PCE for 30 years and, later, a leading analyst and critic of its policies. By fulfilling the directives of Moscow to eliminate Largo Caballero from the premiership and to unleash the repression against the POUM, the PCE assumed responsibility for deepening the divisions within the working masses and greatly weakening the Republic's ability to fight. 95. 516. 49. Highlights of the POUM trial. Due to successive delays, the trial of the POUM leaders was not held until October of 1938. Although the trial took place toward the close of the Civil War, it is necessary for the sake of thematic unity to digress briefly from the strict chronology of events. The long delay in bringing the leaders to trial can be attributed to the following causes. 1. The principal cause, according to a report in the Workers' Age, the organ of the Communist Party of the USA. Opposition, which was linked to the POUM through the International Bureau for Revolutionary Socialist Unity, was the question as to which kind of law, civil or military, was applicable. This question, said the report, has involved both the defense and the prosecution in all sorts of legal arguments. In addition, the defense attorney argued that his clients could not be tried under a law passed after the commission of the alleged crimes. 2 Since it was obvious that the law was not retrospective, the report continued, the prosecution then changed their tactics and brought the same charges under 2 previous laws. 3. 2. The second cause was the campaign in Europe and America for a free and open trial waged by the International Bureau with the support of the Second and Fourth Internationals and the International Federation of Trade Unions. 4. As a result of this campaign, the plans for a Moscow-style show trial in Barcelona could not proceed as rapidly as intended. 3. The third cause was the enormous difficulty in securing and retaining competent defense attorneys owing to communist intimidation. At first, Benito Paban, who had defended the anarcho-syndicalists in the early years of the Republic, was appointed by the National Committee of the CNT to defend the POUM. But, as soon as it was learned that he was to serve as the POUM's attorney, he began to receive anonymous letters threatening him with death and eventually forcing him to flee abroad. 5. If I were convinced that my staying in Spain would offer any guarantee to your comrades, he said in a letter to the POUM executive, I would not hesitate in the least to remain even against my own interests. Recently in anti-fascist Spain a theory has been adopted more 517 ridiculous than we ever imagined possible in the most despotic period of the monarchy. This is the theory that a lawyer defending a case can for this reason be accused of complicity in the alleged acts of his clients. Can you tell me what guarantees I would have in such an atmosphere, where calumnies are invented and documents of accusation forged overnight, that my role would not be changed from that of defending lawyer to that of one of the accused, without any possibility of defending myself against all the slander that they wish to heap upon my name? 6. As a result of Paban's withdrawal, the services of Henry Torres, the most famous of French trial lawyers, were secured. 7. But the government refused him permission to assist on behalf of the accused. We have asked for a foreign lawyer, ran an appeal by the POUM prisoners in the state prison in Barcelona. Such a procedure is even accepted by Horthy in Hungary and by Hitler in Germany, as the cases of Rákosi and Dimitrov show. The government of the Republic has denied this to us. Our lawyer has been hounded by Stalinist threats of violence and has had to resign and flee to a foreign country. Other lawyers, even though they manifested great sympathy for us, did not dare to undertake our defense. One accepted upon the condition that we guarantee the safety of his family. That is how far the fear of Stalinist terror has gone. We are in jail, paying the bill, paying it in part, for the help Russia has given to the Spanish government. If we have not paid with our lives yet, we owe this to the solidarity of the international labor movement. Fortunately, the working class of the world understands. They know what is at stake. Because of these problems, the young socialist attorney, Vicente Rodriguez Revilla, who had been retained by the POUM in a junior capacity, assumed full responsibility for the defense. There is more than a little irony in the fact that the Communist Daily Worker, London, reported from Barcelona that the trial had been postponed several times in order to allow the defense to prepare its case. 9. As the opening day approached, the Spanish Communists intensified their efforts to influence the course of justice. Signatures were obtained in plants and workshops, in cafes, and in official circles, demanding the death penalty. Writes Julian Gorkin, one of the accused. Signatures were also obtained at the fronts. Officers and men who refused to sign were threatened with the worst reprisals. 10. In their campaign the Communists were aided by a widely diffused book, Espionage en España, purportedly written by a Max Rieger and published in Spain and France shortly before the trial with the object, as Jordi Arquer, another of the accused, put it, of preparing the public for our guilt and for the necessity of exemplary punishment. 11. The book was dignified by the inclusion of a preface by José Bergamin, the well-known dissident Catholic intellectual, who described the POUM as an espionage organization that was an integral part of the international fascist organization in Spain. 12. The author of the book, which was translated into French by the famous writer Jean Casseux, regarded at the time as a regimented communist, and published by Denoil, was totally unknown and never properly identified. 13. He was referred 518 to by the Communist Frente Rojo simply as a socialist worker, who had fought in the international brigades. 14. There can be no doubt from internal evidence that the book was authored by the NKVD with the help of the PCE 15 and that José Bergamin knew exactly what role he was playing. One of the most dangerous kinds of enemies of the revolution and of socialism, said Spartacus, a left socialist journal published in Alicante, are those Catholics described as Christians of advanced spirit and free from prejudice. And one of the most prominent elements in this category in Spain is José Bergamin 16. Bergamin's intimate association with the Spanish communists by whom he was surrounded when he emigrated to Mexico in 193,917 suggests that he was one of the precursors of the theology of liberation that came into being in Latin America many years later. His importance to the communists can be gauged by a letter sent by Constancia de la Mora, a member of the PCE, to Eleanor Roosevelt in July 1939 praising Bergamin's cultural activities in Mexico. This was indicative, she told the president's wife, of the way the real tradition of Spanish culture, which was essentially democratic, could be kept alive. 18. The trial of the POUM leaders began in Barcelona before the Tribunal of Espionage and High Treason on October 11, 1938 and lasted until October 22, although the judgment was not announced until 2 November. 19. The trial was held in open court in the presence of the foreign press and not in secret as originally feared, a concession that was due to the international campaign on behalf of the POUM. 20. In a report to Moscow, Togliatti complained that during the trial Paulino Gómez, the moderate socialist minister of the Interior, prohibited any campaign in the press against the Trotskyist traitors. 21. But the fact is that he allowed Frente Rojo to flout the prohibition with impunity when, among other violations, it declared in front-page headlines, "The people demand punishment for the spies of fascism and the leaders of the POUM are guilty of high treason." 22. It can be proved beyond doubt, wrote Juan Piro, former CNT Minister of Industry, that while the CNT-FAI press was prohibited from commenting on the details of the trial and its whys and wherefores, the communist and pro-communist press enjoyed absolute freedom to continue heaping mud on the accused, especially during the days following the trial, when the tribunal was deliberating the sentence. 23. But a more serious attempt to influence the course of justice is said to have been made by Juan Negrin. Luis Araquistan claims that Mariano Gómez, the president of the Supreme Tribunal, told him that during the trial Negrin went to see him to demand the death penalty for some of the accused, asserting that otherwise the fronts would collapse. This was communist phraseology, says Araquistan. Mariano Gómez resisted this attempt at coercion with dignity. 24. A longer and slightly different version, which does not state whether the incident occurred before or during the trial, is given by Gorkin and is allegedly confirmed in a letter from the President of the Supreme Tribunal to Indalecio Prieto. According to this version, Negrin summoned Mariano Gómez to his office, together with the Minister of Justice, the public prosecutor, and the President of the Tribunal of 519. Espionage and high treason, and placed a pile of telegrams on his desk. "The army demands the death penalty for the accused," he told them. "The situation at the fronts is very delicate and the morale of the troops has declined somewhat. I consider it essential to give satisfaction to the army. If necessary, I shall place myself at the head of the army against the tribunal." When Mariano Gómez and Ramón González Pina, the Minister of Justice, protested, Negrin changed his tone and allegedly stated, "The international situation compels me to demand the sacrifice of you, Señors. If you pronounce the death penalty, I undertake not to apply it." 25. This version is also given by Jacinto Torrio, one-time director of Solidaridad Obrera, who claims that after the war Mariano Gómez, then in Buenos Aires, recounted the episode to him personally. 26. It is impossible to ignore this testimony from three different sources, but in all fairness it must be stated that the key evidence, Mariano Gómez's letter to Indalecio Prieto, has not yet come to light. The only significant document I have found is a telegram preserved in the Civil War section of the Archivo Histórico Nacional in Salamanca, the main repository of Republican documents captured during the war. The telegram is dated October 22, 1938, the last day of the trial, sent by Negrin to one of his aides, José García Valdecasas, asking him to deliver by hand and with the utmost urgency a message to the President of the Supreme Tribunal, the public prosecutor, and the Minister of Justice, requesting them to see him that day and to let him know their reply urgently, so that if they could not come he would try to visit them. 27. Whatever may have been the significance of this urgent telegram and Negrin's role in the trial, there can be no question about the efforts of the PCE to pervert the course of justice. According to Jordi Arquer, Manuel Hernando Solana, one of the presiding magistrates, told him when he visited him in 1950 that he suggested in chambers that all those persons who had sent letters, telegrams, and petitions to the court demanding the death penalty should be prosecuted for exerting pressure on the judiciary and that the prisoners should be exonerated. This proposal, said Hernando, caused a commotion among his colleagues, who replied alarmed that if it were implemented the communists would assassinate them, the prisoners. 28. Nothing could express more tellingly the atmosphere of intimidation in which the trial was held. Despite the pressure on the judges, the charges of espionage and of desertion from the Aragon front during the May events by the POUM's 29th Division were dismissed. There was no evidence, the judgment stated, that the accused had furnished information of any kind to the enemy about the battle fronts or the rear. On the other hand, it continued, their conduct shows that they are all definite anti-fascists, con una marcada significación antifascista, that they contributed to the struggle against the military uprising and that their sole aim was to go beyond the democratic republic and to institute their own political beliefs. 29. This remarkable statement proves that there were members of the judiciary who refused to bow completely to intimidation. Several factors helped to absolve the POUM from the charge of espionage. 520. 1. The manifest forgery of the documents, particularly the one in invisible ink, bearing the initial N, 30, which made a mockery of the trial. Says Jesus Hernandez, a Politburo member at the time, the trial was a crude comedy based on falsified documents and on statements extracted from wretched spies of Franco who were promised their lives although afterward they were shot, provided that they declared that they maintained contact with the leaders of the POUM. The evidence in whose documentary preparation W. Rosas Wenceslao Rosas, at one time Hernandez Undersecretary of Education 31, played a very active part, was so hollow and false that not one of the POUM leaders could be sent before a firing squad. 32. 2. The testimony in their favor by Iraquistan, Caballero, Irajo, Montseny, and Zugazagoisha. 33. 3. The spirited defense by the accused. 34. 4. The failure of the NKVD to extract a confession from Andrés Nin. The importance of this is stressed by Ubaldo Solano, the secretary of the POUM's youth organization and later secretary of the party in exile. The resistance of Nin to his executioners upset the plans of the GPU-NKVD and its Spanish collaborators. A confession from Nin would have created a dramatic situation for the POUM and its imprisoned leaders, for it would have enabled the NKVD to operate as in the USSR and show the world that there were also Trotskyist traitors who recognized their crimes. But thanks to the heroic sacrifice of Nin, a Moscow trial could not be mounted in Spain. 35. Although the POUM leaders were absolved from the charges of espionage and desertion, they were sentenced to various terms of imprisonment for their participation in the May events. Enrique Adraher, Juan Andrade, Pedro Bonet, and Julian Gorkin were sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for attempting to take advantage of the rebellious movement in order to implement their plans to seize power and to set up the social and economic system they advocate, while Jordi Arquer, the political commissar of the 29th Division, was sentenced to 11 years in prison. Although he did not participate in the events in Barcelona, the judgment said, he pursued the same conduct as his colleagues on the executive committee in order to prepare and benefit from any movement that served to advance the POUM's revolutionary program. 2 of the accused were acquitted and the party as well as its youth organization, JCI, both of which had long been unable to function openly, were officially dissolved. 36 An attempt was made by the foreign friends of the POUM to overturn the sentences, but Barcelona fell 3 months later and the prisoners managed to escape to France. 37. The judgment was a moral and political victory for the POUM leaders, for it clearly stated that they were all definite anti-fascists and that there was no evidence they had provided the enemy with information. In the opinion of Gorkin, the sentence was a compromise. This was apparent, he claims, from the words of the Minister of Justice: if the POUM leaders had been freed, they would have been assassinated in the streets by the NKVD. We've already had enough with the Nin scandal. 38. 521. The foreign supporters of the POUM were of course triumphant over the outcome of the trial. Where does all this leave the Stalinist poison pen artists? Asked Workers' Age. That the POUM is a Trotskyist fascist organization, working hand in hand with the Gestapo, has for a year and a half been a cardinal point in Stalinist propaganda. Charges have been deliberately concocted, evidence brazenly manufactured out of thin air, and given worldwide currency in thousands of columns of newspaper space and thousands of copies of pamphlets. And now, the POUM stands vindicated of these charges and the evidence itself is thrown out by the court, by a court of the Negrin government. What will the Stalinists do now? Will they withdraw their shameless slanders against the POUM? Or will they, as we have every reason to believe, continue their poison pen campaign? Everything that has happened. 39. That the result of the trial was a bitter pill for the Comintern is evidenced by Togliatti. In a report to Moscow, he described the sentence as outrageous since no serious punishment for it was meted out. The result was also an acute disappointment for the PCE, but it made the best of a bad situation by not publishing the judgment and by continuing to attack its opponents during the last few months of the war and in the years in exile as Trotskyist agents and traitors in the pay of General Franco. 41. 522. 50. The destruction of the agricultural collectives and the Council of Aragon. In order to follow the descending course of the revolution, we must now return to the spring of 1937, when the collectivization movement, initiated with such evangelical élan in July 1936 by the peasant unions of the CNT and UGT, was coming under increased attack. 1. Encouraged by the decree of October 7, 1936, issued by Communist Minister of Agriculture Vicente Uribe giving legal status to expropriations carried out at the inception of the revolution, but exempting from confiscation properties belonging to landowners who had not identified themselves with the military rebellion. Many owners who had been forced to accept collectivization were now demanding the restitution of their land. Furthermore, to the anguish of both anarcho-syndicalists and left-wing socialists, the communists used the decree to encourage tenant farmers and sharecroppers, who before the war had been in conflict with the rural wage workers but had been swept up involuntarily by the collective farm movement, to recover their former parcels. Many of these farmers, it will be recalled, had belonged to right-wing parties before the war, especially in the province of Valencia, where 50,000 joined the Peasant Federation organized by the PCE. At the height of the offensive against the collective farms at the end of May 1937, left-wing socialist Ricardo Zabalza, a loyal follower of Largo Caballero and General Secretary of the National Federation of Land Workers affiliated with the UGT, declared, "Our most fervent aim today is to guarantee the conquests of the revolution, against which a world of enemies is rising up, namely, the reactionaries of yesterday and those who held land on lease because they were lackeys of the political bosses, whereas our members were either denied land or evicted from their wretched holdings. Today these reactionaries, protected by the famous decree of October 7, are endeavoring to take by assault the collectivized estates with the object of dividing them up, and putting an end to the agrarian revolution too." And on June 6, Adelante, the mouthpiece of the left-wing socialists, who 523 controlled the National Federation of Land Workers, declared, "For the bourgeois Republicans, who wish to limit the struggle to one against feudalism, the policy of the Communist Party is the most beneficial. Not so for the working class parties and organizations. The Communists," it protested, "wish to destroy the constructive work of the collectives, using as an excuse the excesses committed against the legitimate interests of small farmers loyal to the regime. It is one thing to defend the existing peasant owners. But it is an entirely different thing to create a small rural bourgeoisie by destroying the peasant collectives. Early in June, the anarchist newspaper Ideas claimed that terror and death were being spread among our best comrades, particularly in the agrarian collectives. 3 and a few weeks later, the General Secretary of the CNT Peasants' Federation of Castile declared, "We have fought terrible battles with the communists, especially with brigades and divisions under their control, which has assassinated our best peasant militants and savagely destroyed our collective farms for." An Andalusian peasant recalls, "If the communists did not destroy the collectives of the CNT by force, they sent groups of unconditional supporters to seize their work mules on the pretext that they required the meat to feed the army. Their aim was to control everything without opposition as in a totalitarian regime." 5. The attacks on the collectives damaged both rural economy and morale, for as the campaign reached its peak before the summer harvest, the agricultural laborers abandoned their work in many places. Vicente Uribe, the communist minister of agriculture, then issued a decree at the beginning of June promising help to the collectives to avoid economic failure that might chill the faith of the land workers in the collective forms of cultivation they chose freely when they confiscated the land and granting them legal status during the current agricultural year. 6 Commenting on the decree, the PCE organ Frente Rojo ignored the fact that the status of legality had been given only temporarily. The decree, it affirmed, grants to the agricultural collectives an indestructible legal position. What began as a spontaneous impulse among a large section of the agricultural workers has now been converted by virtue of the decree into a legal form of agricultural labor. 7. Nevertheless, as noted in an earlier chapter, the Minister of Agriculture, who remained in charge of the department until the end of the war, never granted the collectives permanent legal status. Although the decree of June 1937 offered no protection beyond the current agricultural year, it produced a feeling of relief in the countryside, thus achieving its immediate purpose. But no sooner had the crops been gathered than foreboding again set in. On August 11, the central government dissolved the anarchist-dominated Regional Defense Committee of Aragon that had been established in Caspe in October 1936 to direct the revolution in that area of Aragon occupied by the anti-Franco forces, predominantly libertarian. The real masters of Aragon, states the official communist history of the Civil War and Revolution, were the anarchists, who, with the help of the militia of the Catalan CNT, instituted an anarchist dictatorship in that region. The forced collectivization imposed by 524. The anarchists in Aragon, the plunder, crime, and disorder that prevailed in the region caused profound discontent and unrest among the workers. To silence the disquiet and give their domination greater respectability without using the abominable label of government, FAI leaders thought up the Regional Committee of Aragon and created a bureaucratic and police apparatus that would preserve their power. 8. These criticisms were not entirely without substance. By October 1936, the uncontrolled requisitioning of food and animals by the militia columns, the majority libertarian, had become so serious as to threaten, according to Joaquim Esqueso, the anarchist president of the council, the total ruin of the region. This, he said, impelled the council to prohibit the heads of the columns from making requisitions without its prior approval. We hope that everyone, without exception, will abide by this order, thus avoiding the lamentable and paradoxical circumstance of a free people hating its liberty and its liberators, and the no less sad situation of a people totally ruined by the revolution for which it has always yearned. 9. In a report to Largo Caballero in November 1936, in which he justified the creation of the council, Joaquim Esqueso stated that the absence of all governing organs in the 3 provinces of Aragon and the occupation of part of this region by militia, not all subjected to the necessary and desirable discipline, had given rise to a chaotic situation that threatened economic ruin in the rear and disaster at the front. For these reasons, he added, it had been essential to create a body that would assume all the functions exercised by the former organs of administration, a body adequate both in its structure and functioning to the present situation. 10. Initially, the council had been made up solely of representatives of the CNT and FAI and had operated as a completely independent entity. The creation of an autonomous organ of power that was exclusively libertarian could not satisfy a central government formed of representatives of all the political parties, writes Cesar M. Lorenzo, the son of Horacio M. Prieto, who, it will be recalled, was secretary of the National Committee of the CNT until November 1936 and one of the principal advocates of CNT participation in the government. Nowhere else in the Loyalist zone was there a local body in the hands of one single segment of opinion. The Council of Aragon thus became a choice target of the Republicans, the Socialists, and the Communists, who did not hesitate to denounce it as a camouflage dictatorship and to accuse it of cantonalism. 11 The disapproval was so widespread that even the leaders of the CNT proclaimed their dissatisfaction. Lorenzo adds that they thought the creation of the council not only rendered their efforts to join the government more difficult, but that the council itself was illegal because it had been created without the approval of the CNT National Committee and had not been ratified by any plenum or regular Congress. The Aragonesa anarchists, he affirms, were not slow to recognize the problems created by their high-handed conduct. They realized that in order to survive they must obtain the authorization of the government at all costs. Benito Pabon, the well-known leader of the Syndicalist Party 12 and a great friend of the CNT. 525. Devoted his efforts to persuading them to request openly the legalization of the Council of Aragon even at the cost of their own pride. He showed them that the complexity of the international situation required a total reorganization of the Council because the great powers would not help the Republic if the predominance of the extreme left were advertised ostentatiously, and he convinced them that it was essential to maintain certain bourgeois democratic appearances. 13. As a result, the Defense Council of Aragon agreed to give representation to other organizations in return for recognition by the central government. 14 The CNT and FAI nevertheless retained in their hands the key posts: presidency, public order, propaganda, agriculture, economy, transport, and supplies. 15 Although the communists were given 2 seats, they could not live with an arch-revolutionary body that fomented libertarian communists in the countryside and pursued a policy of collectivization of the holdings of the small proprietor and tenant farmer. 16 But only after the power of the CNT and FAI had been broken in the neighboring region of Catalonia in May 1937, and after Largo Caballero had been replaced by Juan Negrin in the premiership, and Indalecio Prieto in the defense ministry, was it possible for the central government, now disencumbered of the CNT, to dissolve the council. The cabinet was united in its hostility to the council, and a decree providing for its dissolution was handed to President Aznar for signature on July 12. As usual, he was timorous. He was fearful that the operation might turn out badly, because of the predominance of the CNT forces in Aragon. 17 But on August 6 Negrin assured him that all possible precautions had been taken and expressed the hope that the matter would be resolved without serious incidents. 18. A month earlier, on July 4, Aznar, encouraged by the precipitous decline of anarcho-syndicalist power in Catalonia, had asked Negrin when the council would be dissolved. He is ready to do it, the president noted in his diary, and to put them in jail, for which there is more than sufficient reason. 19. Interior Minister Julian Zugazagoitia claims that the council's irregular acts were blood-curdling. 20. But it is clear from the dissolution decree that the principal objection was that it escaped the authority of the government. The region of Aragon, ran the preamble to the decree, which was not published until August 11. Suffers more than any other region from the effects of the diffusion of power. The government holds that only by remedying the crisis of authority in Aragon will it achieve its goal of concentrating power in its hands. 21. Since Aragon was the last remaining bulwark of the anarcho-syndicalists against the central power, and they controlled 3 of the 5 divisions in the region, 25th, 26th, and 28th, formerly the Joubert, Durruti, and Escaso columns, it was essential to proceed with secrecy and to delay the publication date until after the actual dissolution of the council. On August 5, Prieto summoned Enrique Lister, the communist commander of the 11th Division, one of the most efficient and best armed units of the Popular Army, to the Defense Ministry and told him that the government had resolved to dispatch a military force to Aragon capable of carrying out its decision. Prito 526. Told me, Lister testifies, that there would be no written orders regarding my mission and no reports issued on its fulfillment, that it was a secret between me and the government, and that I was to liquidate without compassion and without bureaucratic or legalistic procedures everything I deemed necessary. 22. Since Lister was a member of the Central Committee of the PCE 23, we can assume that Prito was acting in concert with the party. Lister claims that he prepared a plan of psychological attack infantry maneuvers with artillery fire on the outskirts of Casp and the parade of a tank battalion through the streets that produced the desired result. Hated by the people, he writes, the Council of Aragon collapsed without the firing of a single shot. And when the next day, August 11, the dissolution decree appeared in the Gaceta, the council had ceased to exist. 24. Commenting on the decree, Adelante, mouthpiece at that time of the moderate socialists in the government, stated, perhaps the change that took place yesterday in Aragonesa territory may not have extraordinary repercussions abroad. No matter. It deserves to have them because by this action the government offers the firmest testimony of its authority. 25. The population of Aragon, especially the peasants, recounts the official communist history of the Civil War, acclaimed the dissolution of the council with indescribable enthusiasm. 26. But Ricardo Sanz, the anarcho-syndicalist commander of the 26th Division, paints a less radiant picture. The 11th Division, he claims, took by assault the official centers in Casp and arrested the majority of the office workers, dissolving the Council of Aragon by force. It took harsh measures against all the villages, attacking the peasant collectives. It despoiled them of everything: work animals, food, agricultural implements, and buildings, and initiated a fierce repression and persecution of the members of the collectives. 27. After the war, José Duca, one of the two communist members of the Defense Council, stated, when he was no longer a member of the party but still a critic of the council's radical agrarian policies, that in his opinion Lister's measures were more severe than they need have been. 28. Manuel Almudí, the other communist on the council, agreed, speaking as a communist, Lister's measures in Aragon were very harsh. He could have acted with greater discretion. Great ill feeling was aroused as a result of his conduct. 29. In September, a clandestine issue of El Amigo del Pueblo, published in Barcelona, stated that Lister had announced in Casp that the collectives in Aragon would disappear from the face of the earth. The fascist mentality of the Stalinists, it added, has seized hold of our brotherly region. It is distressing and provoking to observe how the entire work of the CNT in Aragon has been destroyed by the agents of the USSR. 30. Lister alleges that upon his return to Valencia, Prito, using all his hypocritical skill, began to shout reproaches at him so that the 30 or 40 people in the waiting room could hear him. What have you done in Aragon? You have killed the anarchists and now they are demanding your head. I shall have to give it to 527 them, otherwise another civil war will erupt. Lister denied that anyone had been executed. This is contradicted by Almudí, who told me that Lister did not kill many. 31, and he agreed to free the prisoners. Prito hated the anarchists, but he hated the communists just as much. He was also a defeatist regarding the outcome of the war. If his plan had succeeded, he would have killed two birds with one stone. He would have opened up a new civil war between the communists and the CNT, in which the two organizations would have destroyed each other, and he would have put an end to the war against Franco in keeping with his ideas. 32. But the truth is that the communists required no prodding from Prito to break the power of the CNT and FAI. Antonio Cordon, the communist chief of staff of the Eastern Army in Aragon under General Sebastián Pozas, alleges that Prito's behavior was in keeping with his plan to mount an anti-communist offensive, which from that time on was becoming clearer every day. 33. This was true as events will testify. It is also true, as José Duca, the Communist Party secretary in Aragon, said a month after Lister's sweep through the region, that certain Republicans and Socialists had profited from the situation to tell the anarchists that the Communists were responsible for the campaign against them. 34 That the Republicans and Socialists should attempt to throw the blame entirely on the Communists is not surprising, but the anarchists had no difficulty in identifying their most dangerous opponents. The Exith division under the Communist Lister, said the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, was sent to Aragon to undertake a repressive and punitive action. Its purpose was not only to destroy the collectives, but to provoke a violent reaction on the part of CNT-FAI comrades or a revolt by the CNT division so as to bring about the maximum repression. The calm but forceful behavior of our responsible committees prevented a disaster. 35. There is evidence that a part of the PSUC-controlled 27th Division stationed on the Aragon front joined in the assault on the collective farms. 36 Under the circumstances, one may wonder why the three anarchist divisions remained inert during the Communists' forays through Aragon. One Manuel Molina, who, it will be recalled, was CNT Under-Secretary of Defense in the Generalitat government during the May events and who had fought tooth and nail to prevent a large motorized column of the CNT from leaving the front for Barcelona, states that the 127th Brigade of the 28th Division was burning with desire to go into action against the Communists. I was able to convince the men, he attests, that before such a step were taken I should leave for Valencia and inform the National Committee of the CNT. He would also see Negrin and would launch a military offensive on his return if the demented repression had not stopped. On arriving in Valencia he found the National Committee busy stamping membership cards, totally unaware of the gigantic operation underway to end once and for all the influence of the CNT. He then called on Negrin accompanied by CNT Secretary Mariano Vázquez, who passed the time discussing trivialities until the Premier, looking at his watch, said it was time for lunch. I stood up, approached Negrin, and said with some embarrass, 528. Meant, excuse me, Señor Presidente, we have not yet explained the purpose of our visit. If this intolerable situation does not cease immediately our divisions will enter into action. Which means that this could well be the end of the war, of your premiership, and of the Republic. Negrin told Molina that he was not aware of the gravity of the situation and would give orders for the release of the CNT prisoners immediately. Tomorrow morning, he said, I shall leave for that front to inform myself personally, and if any irregularities have been committed they will be remedied. On being informed of the interview with Negrin, the CNT National Committee said that it was satisfied and that it considered the problem solved. As was to be expected, observed Molina, Negrin did not go to Aragon as he had promised, but the arrests ceased, the members of the Regional Committee and the other prisoners were freed, the terror imposed by the Communists diminished. However, their objectives were achieved and the CNT had lost one more battle: dissolution of the Council of Aragon without a fight. 37. On August 12, while the repression and the destruction of the collective farms were still in progress, the CNT sent a delegation to President Aznar to complain. He could hardly be expected to lend a sympathetic ear. After listening to its grievances, he suggested soberly, as he puts it, that the delegation should take them to the government. One of the three delegates, Aznar observes, demanded representation in the cabinet, while another stated that they did not want any ministries. They ask not to be persecuted, runs the entry in his diary, that there be understanding and respect for what the CNT represents. They referred repeatedly to the demoralization and discontent of the comrades and stated that if another episode like the one in May should occur, their efforts to settle it peacefully might be useless. The common goal was to win the war, but if this policy of persecution were to bring about the destruction or subjection of the CNT, then it would be better if everything should sink. 38. Despite these ominous words, the leaders of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, at a general meeting in Bujarelas representing the CNT units, decided not to take any retaliatory action. 39. There can be little doubt that at the back of the minds of most of the CNT-FAI leaders, bedeviled by political setbacks, by ideological constraints, and by ambivalence toward governmental collaboration, there lay the hope of salvaging what they could of the revolution by rejoining the cabinet. Cesar Lorenzo claims, clearly reflecting his father's thinking, that the CNT committees wanted to collaborate with Negrin and avoid provoking any serious conflict apt to poison their relations. 40. On August 29, David Antona, CNT secretary in the Central Zone, announced that the regional committees had unanimously agreed to offer the government of the Republic everything they possessed, their organizations and means of production, because it was the inescapable duty of everyone to support the government and to exercise the right to participate in the responsibilities of power. 41. But the government felt that it could manage very well without the CNT and rejected the overture on the grounds that it did not consider the moment opportune. 42. 529. Meanwhile, the repression in Aragon was continuing. On the same day that the government published its dissolution decree, it appointed José Ignacio Manticón, a former member of the council, as Governor-General of the region. Officially a member of Izquierda Republicana, he was an ambitious fellow traveler, who, in the words of Enrique Lister, was an intelligent, dynamic, forceful, and courageous man. From the first day, he adds, we understood each other perfectly and we gave him all our collaboration and help in his difficult task. 43. However, according to Ezana, Manticón was not always as accommodating as Lister would have liked. On November 24, 1938, he made the following notation in his diary: Lister suggested to Manticón that he should execute Dar Paseo the members of the Regional Council of Aragon. He refused. The game was clear, he told me. I would have shot them and then Lister would have thrown the blame on me, representing himself as the champion of the working class. 44. That Manticón was not the ideal paradigm of the accommodating fellow traveler is attested by José Duca, although it is true that he was inducted into the Communist Party after the Civil War. 45. In a report, on August 17, to the Central Committee of the PCE, Duca criticized Manticón for excessive legalism and for his abundant weaknesses and vacillations. The governor, he complained, was not attending forcefully and decisively to such problems as the disarming of the rear, the struggle against espionage, provocateurs, and hidden enemies. 46. Despite this criticism, Manticón, aided by the 11th Division and by 2 companies of assault guards, continued the ruthless destruction of the collective farms initiated by Lister. Ricardo Sanz recalls, this petty individual, cleverly manipulated by the Communist Party, was charged with the final liquidation of the collectives. He savagely persecuted the genuine anti-fascists and revolutionaries who were said to have acted with excessive violence in the early days. And he dissolved all the remaining collectives. 47. According to a report of the Aragon CNT, the land, farm implements, horses, and cattle confiscated from right-wing supporters were returned to their former owners or to their families. New buildings erected by the collectives, such as stables and hen coops, were destroyed, and in some villages the farms were deprived even of the seed necessary for sowing, while 600 members of the CNT were arrested. Of this repression, the tenant farmers and small owners who had entered the collective farms in the early weeks of the revolution, when the power of the CNT and FAI in Aragon was undisputed, took full advantage. They divided up the land as well as the crops and farm implements, and, with the aid of the assault guards and communist military forces, even raided those collectives that had been established in accordance with the wishes of their members. The situation became so serious that the communists, although evading personal responsibility, later acknowledged that a dangerous policy had been adopted. José Silva, General Secretary of the Institute of Agrarian Reform and a Communist Party member, wrote, 530. It was in Aragon where the most varied and strange experiments in collectivization and socialization were made, where undoubtedly the most violence was used in order to compel the peasants to enter the collective farms, and where a manifestly false policy tore open serious breaches in rural economy. When the government of the Republic dissolved the Council of Aragon, the Governor-General tried to allay the profound uneasiness in the hearts of the peasant masses by dissolving the collectives. This measure was a very grave mistake and produced tremendous disorganization in the countryside. Under cover of the order issued by the Governor-General, those persons who were discontented with the collectives and who had good reason for being so, if the methods employed in forming them are taken into account, took them by assault, carrying away and dividing up the harvest and farm implements without respecting the collectives that had been formed without violence or pressure, that were prosperous, and that were a model of organization, like the one in Candasnos. It is true that the governor's aim was to repair injustices and to convince the workers of the countryside that the Republic was protecting them, but the result was just the opposite from that intended. The measure only increased the confusion, and violence was exercised, but this time by the other side. 48 As a result, labor in the fields was suspended almost entirely, and a quarter of the land had not been prepared at the time for sowing. 49. The danse macabre of the communists and reactionary owners resulted in the ruin of agriculture in Aragon. José Pirates, the anarcho-syndicalist historian, charges. The collectivists who were not in jail were either persecuted or took refuge in other regions or sought protection in the CNT divisions. In these circumstances the hour arrived to prepare the soil for the next harvest. The small owners who had been triumphant could not work with their own hands the properties they had occupied. On the other hand, the dispossessed peasants and transigent collectivists refused to work under a regime of private property, or, worse still, to hire themselves out for wages. 50. On October 9, at a meeting of the Agrarian Commission of the Aragonesa Communist Party, José Silva emphasized the little incentive to work of the entire peasant community. It is necessary to end this situation. We must raise the morale of the peasants, and we must do this through the Agrarian Commission of the Communist Party. The situation brought about by the dissolution of the collectives, he added, was grave and critical, because our enemies are taking advantage of these circumstances to hurt production. 51. Only a few days earlier the communist-controlled regional delegation of agrarian reform acknowledged that in the majority of villages agricultural work was paralyzed, causing great harm to our agrarian economy. 52. Indeed, the situation created by the Communist Party's own actions was so alarming that in order to redress the situation it had once again to change its policy and restore some of the dismantled farms. The recognition of the rights of the collectives, said Silva, and the decision to return what had been unjustly taken. 531. Away from them, together with the efforts of the Governor-General of Aragon in this direction, brought things back to normal. Tranquility returned, and enthusiasm was revived among the peasants, who gave the necessary labor for sowing the abandoned land. 53. According to Pirates, although there is no complete information on the effect of communist repression on what he calls the second stage of collectivization, the comparative figures of delegates who attended the two congresses of collectivists held in Aragon in 1937, 500 in February, before the breakup of the collective farms, and 200 in September, after their dissolution and the subsequent reversal of communist policy, when some of the dismantled collectives had been restored, are significant. It is very possible, he concludes, that this second stage of collectivization reflected more faithfully the sincerity of its adherents. They had been subjected to a hard test, and those who had been capable of withstanding it were collectivists inured to all adversities. However, it would be foolish to characterize all those who abandoned collectivization during the second stage as anti-collectivist. Fear, official coercion, and uncertainty of the future weighed heavily in the decisions of an important segment of the Aragonesa peasantry. 54. But, while the economic situation in Aragon improved in some degree after the communists had modified their policy, the hatreds and resentments generated by the breakup of the collectives and by the repression that followed were never wholly dispelled. Nor was the resultant disillusionment that sapped the spirit of the anarcho-syndicalist forces on the Aragon front ever entirely removed, a disillusionment that no doubt helped to contribute to the collapse of that front a few months later. Pirates writes, the collective farms were once again authorized. The prisoners were released. Collectivization got underway. The new sowings were prepared. But this time it was Franco who reaped the harvest. In the spring of 1938, the whole of Aragon, and parts of Catalonia and Valencia would be invaded by the fascist armies. One cannot play the game of demoralizing a front and its rear with impunity. 55. 533. Part 7. The Eclipse of Largo Caballero and Indalecio Prieto. 535. 51. Indalecio Prieto challenges the PCE. At this point it should be stressed that the decision of the Communists to halt the attacks on the collective farms stemmed not only from the damage to rural economy and morale but from growing friction with Indalecio Prieto and the need to find an accommodation with the CNTAS will be seen in the next chapter in preparation for the inevitable showdown with the defense minister, for although it is true that Prieto had allied himself with the Communists against Largo Caballero, his perennial adversary, he soon made it clear that he would not be their puppet. Shortly after taking over the Ministry of National Defense, the two communist ministers, Uribe and Hernandez, came to see me, Prieto told the National Committee of the Socialist Party a year later. They said that they wanted to work closely with me. But when Hernandez suggested that he visit Prieto every day with suggestions, ideas, and views of the Politburo on military matters, the defense minister replied bluntly that if Hernandez had anything to say regarding military policy, he could present it to the entire cabinet. "You are mistaken," Prieto told him, "if you assume that you can carry on the kind of struggle with me as you did with Largo Caballero. You cannot manipulate me and I will not put up with disputes such as you had with Largo Caballero in cabinet meetings that evoke such unpleasant memories." 1. Equally disconcerting to the Communists was Prieto's attitude toward the fusion of the Socialist and Communist parties. Despite his assurance to Vittorio Codovilla, the Comintern delegate, and to Pietro Nini, the Italian socialist leader, before the ouster of Largo Caballero, that he was ready to work for the merger of the two parties, he made it clear after he became defense minister that he would not yield to the hectoring demands of the Soviet ambassador Leon Gakis that he support the fusion. To be sure, in July, at one of the weekly meetings of the Socialist Party executive, he appeared to have second thoughts about the matter. Juan Simeon Vidart, a member of the executive, records Prieto's thinking. In his opinion, the Communists were gaining a large number of allies. The principal cause was the betrayal of the democracies. Since Russia was the only country that sent arms to Spain, Republican sympathy turned toward 536. Her, and the Communists derived the utmost benefit by appropriating key positions everywhere. Career officers, who had been among his best and most loyal friends, such as Air Force Chief Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros and many others, were now Communists. Finally, Prieto expressed the opinion that the time had arrived to think about the advisability of merging the Socialist and Communist parties before it was too late and we find ourselves displaced from the political leadership of the working class. 2. Although Prieto may indeed have made the statement in a moment of exasperation over the betrayal of the democracies, it is questionable whether he ever seriously envisioned the possibility of fusion. Just 12 months earlier his mouthpiece El Socialista had condemned the campaign for the fusion of the two parties as the fraud of unification and had denounced the merger of the two youth movements as the absorption of the socialist youth by the Communist Party. In any event, it is inconceivable that a man as independently minded as Prieto would ever have assented to the Communists' conditions. In a letter to the PSOE executive, published on July 7, 1937, the Politburo laid down the following fundamental rules and principles for the fusion. 1. The United Party would be the monolithic vanguard of the workers with a single will. 2. Once taken, a decision, whether on a debated issue or on a course of action, would be binding upon everyone. 3. All those subject to the mandate of the party, ministers, deputies, governors, newspapers, etc., would be obligated to carry out the decisions and directives of its supreme organ, and 4. All members guilty of sabotaging the party's work or conducting activities that threaten the unity of the party would be liable to expulsion and public condemnation. The responsibility that weighs upon us is immense, the Politburo warned. It is essential to achieve the political unity of the Spanish proletariat, to create the powerful united party through the immediate fusion of the two working-class parties. This is the duty that history imposes on us. This is the burning desire, the firm will, the imperative and unanimous clamor of the socialist and communist workers. 3. Apart from the fact that such important local units of the party as Madrid, Valencia, Alicante, and Jaén, which represented its left wing, were not taken into account, it was unlikely that the center faction would agree to the Politburo's conditions. Indeed, so strong was the opposition to the proposal for immediate fusion within the executive committee that even its secretary, the ambitious, subtle, manipulatory, and intelligent Ramón Lamanita, who at this time was warily supporting the communists, did not venture to go beyond a qualified pledge of future unification when addressing the National Committee of the Socialist Party on July 17, 1937, "We are in favor of fusion into a single party of the Spanish proletariat," he declared, but with adequate guarantees that if that unity is realized it will not be broken immediately by failure to foresee all the aspects of the problem. 5. In making this statement, Lamanita was responding not only to his own apprehensions, and to his personal ambition to secure for himself a leading post in 537. The United Party by deftly playing his hand. 6. But also to the fears of other leaders of the center faction who saw in the unification of the two parties the inescapable absorption of the socialists by the PCE. Although the National Liaison Committee, formed in April, in which Lamanita represented the PSOE, urged that the two parties should work with total enthusiasm for unification. 7. The socialist executive, according to the official history of the PCE, tenaciously opposed the creation of the single party of the proletariat in spite of its asseverations in favor of unity. 8. It was this opposition, spearheaded by Prieto, with the backing of a majority of the executive, which included such loyal supporters as Manuel Albar, Manuel Cordero, Francisco Cruz Salido, and Anastasio de Gracia, that led the Comintern, as we have seen, to conclude in July 1937 that the communists should not force amalgamation and that those socialists who were already prepared to join the Communist Party should be persuaded that it would be more beneficial to continue to work within the Socialist Party to strengthen unity of action and prepare for the amalgamation of the workers' parties. 9. The well-known British author Ralph Bates, an outstanding authority on the Spanish working-class movement, who at one time worked for the Comintern and served as assistant commissar in the 15th International Brigade, made the following remarks in a letter to me in 1940 regarding the communist drive for the United Party. It aroused furious, envenomed opposition in the Socialist Party that went right down to the intelligent rank and file. You must remember that Lamanita and co., who declared for it, were not ordinary socialists. They were in large part communists, either socialists who had been won over and who had been instructed to remain in the SPTHE party was reproved for the inadvertent waste of M-10, or a mere handful of genuine socialists who had been convinced of the necessity upon war grounds rather than final acceptance of theory. The majority of the Socialist Party members, Bates added, viewed the whole unity campaign as a mere absorptionist effort on the part of the CP. They believed that they would lose control of the UGT, be submerged in the new party, which would virtually become a CP, controlled by the Comintern, and that the socialist tradition would be lost. Certain it is that never was there any real mass clamor, on the part of the socialists, for the fusion with the CP. It antagonized the CNTFAI, frightened the IR. Izquierda Republicana and the Republicans in general. It was therefore a colossal blunder. Fortunately, the CP was never very insistent. I believe the CI. Communist International understood the dangers and did not push the Spanish CP very hard on this point. I know that Luis Pseudonym for Codovila, the most able of the CI delegates in Spain, disliked the whole thing. 11. It was now obvious to Stalin, who had undoubtedly regarded the fusion of the Communist and Socialist parties as an essential step toward the establishment of a single-party state, that more time was needed to bring about the merger. But despite this indefinite deferment, Fortune continued to smile benignly on the Communist Party, which by now had far outstripped the Socialists and Republicans in political influence. In the vast literature on the Spanish Civil War, no one 538 has described the party's spectacular ascent more authoritatively than Eudosio Ravines, the Peruvian communist leader who was appointed by Codovilla to edit Frente Rojo, the most important communist newspaper in Spain. Writing after he had left the party, and drawing on first-hand experience in Spanish communist circles, he offers the following picture of its stunning growth and the concomitant perquisites of success. The political defeat of Largo Caballero increased communist influence and gave it the halo, if not of power, at least of the administration of power. Communist adherents multiplied, coming from every field, from the Republican Army, from the employees of the ministries and from the black markets, from the storerooms of spongers and speculators of every kind. Men who until yesterday had suffered prison and torture for the communist cause and for the defense of the workers' rights had now become important communist directors with houses outside of town where they could sleep undisturbed by sirens, men who ate well while hunger brought the civil population to the point of exhaustion. They were members of a kind of confraternity of the elect, for whom this war provided the most comfortable hour of their lives. For the party leaders, the war was a period of great comfort. It was an easy life of which they had no doubt dreamed in their hours of misfortune. Comfortable dwellings, cellars full of fine wines, cars at the door, chauffeurs, beautiful women, blonde and brunette, with green eyes or brown eyes, short-haired or long-haired, painted or not painted. For men like Manuel Delicado, a member of the Central Committee, those were the days of the fat calf. But not for the Spanish people, not by any means. The communist preponderance in the Republican government increased its power and influence over the military to the end that the Republican troops might be transformed into an authentic Red Army, which would take its orders from the party. At the same time an attempt was made to absorb, subjugate, or liquidate the most important nuclei of the socialists and anarchists. As for the Marxist Workers' Party of Catalonia POUM, the Central Committee declared them Trotskyists and decreed that they should be dealt with as they had been in Russia. The anarchists offered the strongest resistance. In the Republican left Izquierda Republicana something was happening very similar, always allowing for conditions and distance, to what had taken place in the Radical Party in Chile. There were even similar personalities. Kind, intelligent, ingenuous men had cooperated in good faith and given disinterested service, only to find themselves trapped and without the courage to shake off the communist yoke or to free themselves from their willingly contracted servitude. Besides these, there were rogues dominated by the desire for money, high position, good situation. There were also thousands of poor devils who served humbly and devotedly without asking or receiving anything, on condition only of being left in peace in some little government post with a miserable little salary and haunted by the nightmare of dismissal. There were numerous traders of the type of Strapper Low, 12 traffickers in 539. Jewels and hunger, miniatures and narcotics, false passports and human blood. These knew well enough that help given to the Communist Party was at that time a good investment, which paid dividends and which at some moment might save them from ruin or even from death. With such filth the directors of the Central Committee and the Soviet leaders built up what they considered the greatness of the Communist Party of Spain, its undisputed and totalitarian authority. The Socialists had already abandoned all frontal attack against the Communist Party. While their forces diminished or remained stationary, those of the Communist Party had grown by leaps and bounds. The Socialists accused the Communists, each time more weakly, of the crime of proselytization. The Communists denied it or promised to change, but they continued to use the most violent and shameless pressures to get new adherents. Everything served: the offer of a job in a ministry, the threat of dismissal, the hope of promotion, the promise of a transfer. Sometimes for 600 or 700 pesetas a month, paid out of the treasury, a whole family would join the ranks of the glorious party of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Pepe Diaz. It was clear that the large communist group was sunk in shamelessness, crime, and cynicism. Facing the situation honestly, we could not help seeing that the procedures of fascism and communism differed only by a hair's breadth. It was becoming clearer every day that this violent terrorism was accepted without repugnance by constantly widening circles, as more and more people joined the victorious party. 13. It was in the midst of this phenomenal growth of the Communist Party that Indalecio Prieto took up the campaign against it that Largo Caballero had initiated shortly before he was maneuvered out of office. Provoked by its proselytizing efforts in the armed forces and by its crescent power, he issued on June 28 a ministerial order forbidding all propaganda among the air, land, and naval forces aimed at encouraging officers and men to join a specific party or trade union organization. The proposal or mere suggestion by a superior to his inferior that he change his political or trade union affiliation, the order stated, will be regarded as a coercive act and will result in the demotion of the offender without prejudice to the criminal responsibility he might incur. 14. On Communist Party orders, Constancia de la Mora, the chief censor in the Foreign Press Bureau and wife of Air Force Chief Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, refused to allow foreign journalists to send information about Prieto's order abroad. I had to suppress it, she told me after the war, because it would have created a bad impression. Prieto forced me to resign. 15. The intrusive and ubiquitous Louis Fisher, who claims that he was instrumental in getting her the job through Álvarez del Valle, the foreign minister, in January 1937, went to great lengths with both Prieto and Negrin to get her reinstated. It would be difficult to find a substitute for her and loyalist propaganda abroad would suffer, he pleaded with Prieto. It's up to Negrin. Let him do as he pleases, was Prieto's atypically meek reply. 16 As a result, Constancia de la Mora returned to her post. 540. And within a few months she was made chief of the Foreign Press Bureau by the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, the left Republican José Giral. 17 Prieto hated me, she said shortly after the war, because he believed that I had influenced Ignacio to join the Communist Party. 18. While the socialist and anarchist newspapers roundly applauded Prieto's attempt to curb proselytism in the armed forces, 19 Mundo Obrero, the communist organ in Madrid, attacked the malcontents, who, instead of examining the reasons why the Communist Party had won the sympathy of most of the combatants, engage in all kinds of speculation and consider this support to be abnormal, a product of who knows what kind of pressure and coercion, perhaps even of deception. These malcontents, Mundo Obrero continued, were not doing the heroic sons of the people any favor by regarding those who had entered the Communist Party with enthusiasm as weak individuals, turncoats, incapable of adhering firmly to their ideals. We must bear in mind some of the reasons why thousands upon thousands of the most heroic combatants have entered the Communist Party. We do not want to dwell on the allegations that these soldiers of liberty have allowed themselves to be coerced. That is puerile and ridiculous. The truth is that the Communist Party has set an example. By this we do not wish to say that the other parties and organizations have not contributed to the struggle to the extent of their possibilities, but the fact is that from the first days of the fighting the Communist Party has occupied very important posts, front-line positions, and places of the greatest danger. Finally, the paper asked, who is harmed by the growth of the Communist Party? Certainly not the socialists, because very shortly we shall merge the two parties and shall create. For this is the desire of communists and socialists, and of the working class in general, the united party of the proletariat. No anti-fascist organization is harmed, because the growth of our party signifies the strengthening of the Popular Front. 20. That the PCE was undaunted by the opposition of the malcontents to its drive for predominance is evident from the following passage in a report by Togliatti to Moscow on August 20, 1937, the party has understood one thing clearly, it must carry forward a coherent struggle to expand and strengthen its position in the army, in the police, and in the state apparatus, etc. The strengthening of the positions of the party is one of the principal guarantees of victory. We must not lose any of the positions we have conquered in all areas, and we must continue conquering new ones. 21. This recommendation was an unmistakable prescription for the ultimate conquest of power by the PCE and the eventual destruction of every element of political democracy. Point 22. Under cover of the Popular Front, the Communists continued their proselytizing activities without intermission, converting Preto's order forbidding proselytism in the armed forces into the worthless piece of paper that the anarcho-syndicalist CNT had hoped it would not become. Point 23. 2 months after the promulgation of the order, Preto's mouthpiece, El Socialista, censured the partiality shown in the delivery of certain newspapers at the front and the favors bestowed upon the readers of those newspapers. Point 24. CNT had a simple solution. 541. Proselytism in the army. The headline stated, can be eliminated only by execution squads. In this way, it argued, no one would ever again disturb the mutual understanding and the happiness of our soldiers with disruptive underhanded maneuvers and with absorptionist pretensions. 25. But the Communists were not deterred either by Preto's decree or by the facile solution proposed by CNT. Every one of our comrades, declared La Passionaria before the Central Committee of the PCE, must bear in mind that neither decrees nor restrictions can prevent them from carrying out their work of political education on behalf of the Popular Front aimed at raising the level of political consciousness among the mass of soldiers. I do not believe that anyone can interpret this decree as a measure designed to curb the political rights of the soldiers to the prejudice of the popular army. Obviously, that is something all of us wish to avoid. 26. Pursuing his offensive against the politicalization of the army, Preto published the following executive order on October 5. 1. Army chiefs and officers are forbidden to take part in public meetings of a political character. 2. They are also forbidden to make statements to the press or to make radio broadcasts. Newspapers that violate this order by publishing interviews with army chiefs or officers without the prior approval of the Ministry of National Defense will be severely punished. 3. No inspections or military parades shall take place without the express permission of the Ministry. Point 27. Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, La Correspondencia de Valencia, rejoicing at this turn of events, praised the efforts of the new defense minister to nip in the bud the havoc created in the army by certain political elements and urged him to act with inflexible energy. 28. Preto needed no encouragement, for, in addition to the 2 ministerial orders curbing proselytism and political propaganda in the army, he attempted to redress the predominance of the communist political commissars. Largo Caballero, it will be recalled, had vainly attempted to rectify this predominance shortly before his ouster from the government, when he issued his directive dismissing all commissars who had been provisionally appointed by Alvarez del Valle and whose appointment and rank had not been confirmed by May 15. Although the measure had been shelved after Caballero's removal from the War Ministry, Preto refused to ratify the appointment of hundreds of commissars until he could determine their political affiliation. His failure to confirm the appointments was vigorously condemned by the Communist Party. In her report to the Central Committee of the PCE on November 13, La Passionaria declared that the conduct of the Ministry of National Defense, in failing to ratify the appointments of hundreds of commissars with an exemplary history of struggle since the outbreak of the war, was incomprehensible and had resulted in the sad experience of commissars who have died at the front and left their families in the utmost misery. 542. Because their appointments had not been ratified. This situation must be remedied, she added, and every commissar should understand that regardless of whether his appointment had been officially ratified or not, he should continue his work as commissar because the maximum efficiency of the army depends on it. 29. The barbed issue of the political commissars was raised by Preto at a meeting of the Higher War Council, which, after the fall of Largo Caballero, had been reorganized and now comprised Juan Negrin, José Giral, Vicente Uribe, and Indalecio Preto. In a letter to Negrin after the war, Preto recalls that during the meeting he read detailed figures relating to the political affiliation of the commissars. These figures, he said, revealed that the percentage of commissars officially listed as communists was infinitely higher than that to which the PCE was entitled based on its relative strength. In addition to the official communists, he told Negrin, there were many commissars who belonged to the JSU and to the PSUC, as well as other commissars who disguised their affiliation with the simple appellation of UGT 30. As a result of the analysis I made in everyone's presence, I proposed that equilibrium be re-established by a fair distribution of posts among all the political and trade union organizations. Vicente Uribe vigorously opposed this equitable proposal, and you supported his negative stand. 31. Undaunted by this resistance, Prito issued a decree on October 21 restricting the rank of political commissar, in the case of men subject to the draft, to that of company, battalion, and brigade commissar. Among the most prominent communists subject to the current draft were Santiago Alvarez, the 24-year-old divisional commissar of Lister's 11th Division, and Francisco Anton, the 27-year-old lover of La Pasionaria, and Inspector Commissar of the Madrid Front, whom Prito replaced with the socialist Fernando Piñula. 32 According to the official communist history of the Civil War, Prito's decree was aimed primarily at those commissars who belonged to the Communist Party, the PSUC, and the JSU, a substantial number of the latter, who despite their youth held the position of commissar in units larger than a brigade, and who from the first moment of the military rebellion had voluntarily joined in the struggle, were compelled to leave their posts. 33. Hernandez and Uribe, both Politburo members, made a special effort to spare Francisco Anton the humiliation of being demoted from the rank of Inspector Commissar of the Madrid Front, where there were several army corps, to that of Brigade Commissar on the inactive and unpublicized Teruel Front, but Prito refused to budge, and Anton had no choice but to vacate his post. The uproar created over the fact that a commissar had to accept a lower rank and join a combat unit instead of meddling with 2 or 3 armies was really childish, Prito commented later. 34 Anton, wrote Carlos Contreras in a laudatory article published in the Communist Press, has left the political commissariat of the largest army of the Republic to join a brigade, and has done so with that open and honest smile, which encouraged us in the most tragic times. 35. But Anton, with the backing of the Politburo, did not report for duty at his brigade headquarters. 543. And was dismissed by Prito on April 1, 1938 from the Corps of Commissars for not yet occupying his post in the 49th Mixed Brigade of the 47th Division, 5th Army Corps, 15 December 1937. 36 Before being discharged, he emerged, without Prito's authority, as a civilian attaché to General Vicente Rojo, the chief of the Central General Staff. 37 It was not without cause that Rojo once told Enrique Castro, a member of the Central Committee of the PCE, "Prito thinks that I am an instrument of yours." 38. Meanwhile, the General Commissar of War, the philo-communist socialist Julio Alvarez del Valle, disquieted by the defense minister's campaign, asked Enrique Castro, who had replaced Antonio Midge, a member of the Politburo, as Subcommissar General of Organization 39, if he thought the party might make some concessions to Prito. Don Julio, Castro reported, "I am surprised at your question. Do you by any chance believe that the party will allow its political hegemony in the army to be taken away from it when it knows that the very existence of an army capable of victory depends on its hegemony? No, Don Julio. The party will fight Prito just as it fought Caballero. I believe that we should make some concessions to placate Prito and the Socialist Party," Del Valle responded. "After all, I am a member of the Socialist Party." "No," was Castro's final answer. 40. That same night the matter was taken up at a special meeting of the Politburo attended by Alvarez del Valle, who, according to Castro, was given short shrift by Party Secretary José Díaz. "Does it mean nothing to you, Comrade del Valle, that Castro has replaced a member of the Politburo as subcommissar of organization?" "Comrade Díaz, I believe." "Comrade del Valle. If you had asked Comrade Castro what he thought about those words, I believe, he would have said, in keeping with his duty, what you believe, Comrade del Valle, means nothing. The important thing is what the party believes, what the party demands, what the party thinks. Isn't that so, Comrade Castro?" "That's true, Comrade Díaz. But, No, Comrade Del Valle. No. If Castro for a single moment were to question the party or to disagree with the party, he would not represent the party in the political commissariat for one moment. Don't forget that, Comrade Del Valle. When you speak to Comrade Castro, forget about Comrade Castro. You are addressing the party. And Castro is right, one concession leads to another concession. No. Castro is the party. Prito is the anti-party. Don't forget that, Comrade Del Valle, don't forget that. On leaving communist headquarters, Del Valle observed to Castro, every interview with the party leadership is a marvelous lesson. 41. Shortly afterward on 18 November Prito removed Alvarez Del Valle from his post of Commissar General, appointing in his stead Crescenciano Bilbao, a. 544. Moderate socialist. 42. During the following weeks, in addition to discharging from the Corps of Commissars a large number of commissars of lesser rank, whose names filled columns in the Gaceta de la República and the Diario Oficial. 43. Prito ousted a number of prominent communist or pro-communist political commissars and army officers, including Carlos Contreras, Vittorio Vidali, 44, a founder of the famous 5th Regiment and now chief political commissar of Lister's 11th Division, Alejandro Garcia Val, the Director General of Transportation, whom Prito himself had appointed. 45. The now familiar Eleuterio Diaz Tendero of the highly sensitive Information and Control Department, the equally familiar Antonio Cordon, formerly Technical Secretary of the Undersecretaryship of War, but now Chief of Staff of the Eastern Army under General Pozas. 46. And Luis Dopertug, a Subcommissar General of the General Commissariat of War. 47. Cordon acknowledges that Prito removed him for having participated in a political meeting commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Russian Revolution. 48. Both Diaz Tendero and Cordon, it will be recalled, had been removed by Largo Caballero but were reappointed by Prito when he assumed control of the Defense Ministry. 49. In addition to his post as head of the Information and Control Department, Diaz Tendero was also a member of the recently created Junta de Mandos, which made recommendations to the defense minister regarding officer appointments and promotions, and in which the chief of the General Staff, Vicente Rojo, had the final word. In appraising Rojo's services on behalf of the PCE during the Civil War, no memoir is more valuable than that of Colonel Jesus Pérez Salas, a Republican officer of unquestioned loyalty and honesty, yet no work of equal solidity has been so neglected or conveniently ignored. 50. In his account of the Junta de Mandos, Pérez Salas, whom Prito appointed to replace Diaz Tendero, 51, affirms that Rojo was the most able assistant of the communists and organized the army in conformity with their wishes. This, he says, was an act of disloyalty toward the minister, who placed his trust in Rojo. 52. Diaz Tendero, he adds, slavishly obeyed the suggestions and orders of the Communist Party. The only person on the junta who was absolutely loyal to the minister was his undersecretary Antonio Fernandez Bola Fios, who belonged to the Corps of Engineers, but as he was always in the minority and did not know any professional officers other than those who belonged to his branch of the service, he was invariably defeated and, on most occasions, was deceived when it came to the matter of appointments. 53. Clearly, the Communists, aided by the connivance of Rojo and by the inside knowledge of Diaz Tendero, had the advantage of possessing more complete knowledge than Fernandez Bolaños of the career officers whose appointments or promotions they favored or wished to hinder. Because Prito was aware of Diaz Tendero's identification with the Communists, he did not automatically approve all the nominations and promotions presented to him. His failure to do so stemmed from his conviction, as he averred after the war, that the Communist Party was only interested in gaining predominance. 545. Nance in the army, because this would give it complete power if we were victorious. 54. His attempt to block communist ambitions was exasperating not only to the party but to Vicente Rojo, who has consistently presented himself in his books as a professional officer aloof from party politics. Evidence of his true position in this baneful feuding comes from Air Force Chief Hidalgo de Cisneros, who remained loyal to the Communist Party until his death in Prague in 1966. On several occasions Rojo told him that he could not stand Prito and that he would like to resign from the Central General Staff because he could do nothing useful in view of Prito's pessimism and animus toward communist officers. 55. No less vexing to the communists and their allies was Prito's hostility to the communist militia leaders who had risen to officer rank, such as Enrique Lister, Juan Modesto, El Campesino, and Manuel Tagana. La Pasionaria affirms, Prito did not believe in the military capacity of the commanders who had risen from the people. Nor did he have any faith in the career officers, although he supported and protected them. On the other hand, he lost no opportunity to oppose the militia commanders, especially if they were communists. At the root of Prito's attitude, apart from his inveterate anti-communism, there was something that he did not acknowledge but that kept him awake at night. He knew that the Popular Army was an immense revolutionary force that would play a decisive role in determining the future political structure of Spain. 56. It was undoubtedly for this very reason that Prito was ready to go to great lengths to combat communist predominance in the armed forces. It has even been alleged by Captain Alberto Bayo, his adjutant, in a book published in Mexico in 1944, that the former defense minister offered to cede to Great Britain 3 strategic locations in Spain in return for military assistance in order to counteract the influence of Russia. This offer, which, to my knowledge, was never denied by Prito, who was living and writing extensively in Mexico at the time the book was published, was allegedly made in February 1938 to 2 British Air Force officers, Colonel R.V. Goddard and Major H.M. Pearson. According to Captain Bayo, who was present at a meeting with Prito, when the 2 officers visited the defense minister just before returning to London, Prito made the following statement through his secretary Gisela, who served as translator. The government is convinced that if England looks unfavorably on us, we shall lose the war. When these gentlemen return to their country, I would like them to make on behalf of my government a confidential proposal, to which I shall anxiously await a reply. My proposal is the following: if England allows us to win by tilting the scales in our favor, which it can do at any time and which, moreover, it should do, so that we will not be beholden to Russia, which is the only country that is helping us with war material at the present time, Spain, through my intermediacy, will hand over to England the impregnable naval base of Cartagena, the superb naval base of Mahon, and the magnificent Vigo estuary, which is spacious enough to shelter the entire British fleet. 546. With these 3 positions, England will see its power reinforced in the Mediterranean and in the Atlantic, and Spain will be indebted to British protection, throwing off forever all possibility of Russian influence. 57. Although I corresponded with Pearson in 1948, then group captain and air attaché in the British Embassy in Lima, Peru, I was unable to confirm Bayo's story. I am afraid that my reply will be a little disappointing to you. His letter ran, but you will understand that even now I am not at liberty to pass on the text of any conversation of a confidential nature even if I were to remember it. The main purpose of the visit which Goddard and I made to Spain was air intelligence, that is to study the air tactics and equipment which were being used in that theater of war. However, it was a common habit of our hosts at all levels to let the conversation drift or be diverted towards the international and political implications of the conflict. The Foreign Office is the only authority which can confirm or deny whether the proposition of Prito mentioned by Bayo was in fact made to the British government through Goddard, and whether it was answered. 58. Whatever the accuracy of Bayo's allegation, no one can seriously doubt that it was Prito's drive to prevent the communists from achieving dominion over the armed forces, rather than his pessimism and defeatism, that was responsible for their decision to oust him from the defense ministry and to install Juan Negrin, just as it was the main reason for their offensive against Largo Caballero rather than the latter's alleged ineptitude and senility. To the apologists and eulogizers of Negrin, to those historians and writers who make much of his supposed political independence and romanticize his activity during the Civil War, it should be instructive that after he replaced Prito in the Defense Ministry in April 1938, The fierce battles such as those the Communists had waged against Largo Caballero and Prieto in order to gain control of the armed forces came abruptly to an end. This fact alone should carry more weight in attesting to Negrin's amenability to the PCE than all the documentary evidence assembled in this volume. Before his ouster from the Defense Ministry, which will be discussed in a later chapter, Prieto had shown his intractability on another vital issue connected with communist control of the armed forces. This was his effort to prevent the newly created Military Investigation Service Servicio de Investigación Militar, SIM, from falling irremediably into the hands of the Spanish Communists and their Soviet friends. In his speech before the National Committee of the PSOE he acknowledged that although he had agreed to the creation of the SIM at the suggestion of certain Russian technicians, he at first resisted the idea on the ground that such a sensitive service would be taken over by elements outside the control of the government as had recently occurred in the General Direction of Security 59. In reply to Stanley G. Payne's questionnaire, from which I have already quoted, NKVD Chief Alexander Orlov stated, "Strange as it may seem, Prieto resisted my insistent requests that he let me organize a military intelligence service. Once I told him bluntly that his resistance was unfair not only to 547, the Spanish troops, but also to our Russian soldiers, pilots, tankists, artillerymen who were fighting and dying in Spain. Why, I asked him, are you dodging the issue? The answer he gave almost knocked me down. I am afraid, he said with a roguish smile, that having the intelligence apparatus in your hands, you will come one day, arrest me and the other members of the government and install our Spanish communists in power. I said that he might appoint his own man as chief of military intelligence and that I would supply only advisors who would provide the know-how. This seemed to satisfy him. As a result, Prieto published a decree on August 9 in the Diario Oficial del Ministerio de Defensa Nacional, creating the SIM, whose official mission it was to combat espionage, prevent acts of sabotage and carry out duties of investigation and vigilance within the armed forces dependent on the ministry. Prieto claims that he personally drafted the decree as I didn't want to follow servilely the project that was handed to me. 60 Under the terms of Article 2, the appointment of all chiefs, inspectors, and agents of the SIM was to be the exclusive prerogative of the defense minister. Nevertheless, Prieto did not limit his appointments to non-communists. As he told the Socialist National Committee, he named Gustavo Durán, whom the PCE itself has since identified as a member of the party, as we shall see shortly. To head the Madrid zone on the recommendation of the sponsors of the Project 61. Durán was a gifted composer and linguist, who had been a commander of the famous Communist 5th Regiment 62, then interpreter and chief of staff to the Soviet General, Emilio Kleber, of the 11th International Brigade. 63 Later he would be promoted to commander of the 20th Army Corps under Negrin. 64 It was not concealed from me that the nominee was a communist, Prieto told the Socialist National Committee. I knew that he was, but I nevertheless appointed him. 65. Orlov affirms that he told Durán that the defense minister was afraid of communists and that he should not appoint too many to his staff. Use the same ratio that exists in the Council of Ministers. There are only 2 communist members in the cabinet, I said. A day or so later, Prieto called me up and said that he would like to appoint a personal friend of his, a socialist, as deputy to Durán. He hoped I would not object. Of course, I did not. Send as many socialists and friends of yours as you can, I told him, there is work for everybody. 66. It is of course dubious whether Orlov urged Durán to appoint too many communists, for, according to Prieto, Durán appointed several hundred communists as his agents and only 4 or 5 socialists. This was intolerable, Prieto said, and he fired Durán, reassigning him to his post as commander of the 47th Division. 67 Durán went immediately to Orlov. I have just been fired, he told him. I could hardly believe it, Orlov affirms. Within 15 minutes the NKVD chief was in Prieto's office. Why did you do this? I asked Prieto. His eyelashes fluttered. His smooth tongue began to stammer. Duran had appointed too many communists, only communists, in fact. This is not true, I retorted. Here is the list of the new officers with their party affiliations. There are 548 times as many socialists as communists here. But Prito was obdurate. I insisted that he rescind his order and reinstate Duran. Prito then looked at his watch and said he would resume the discussion next day. There is nothing more to discuss, I said. I can tell you only one thing, if you don't reinstate Duran, I will never come to see you again. I got into my car and this was the last time I spoke to Prito. This happened on Thursday, October 22, 1937. 68. Prito's version of this incident, as given to the National Committee of the Socialist Party, is substantially the same as Orlov's. He told Orlov that he had dismissed Duran because he lacked authority to make appointments. To this, Orlov replied, Duran can make provisional appointments. Neither provisional nor definite appointments, was Prito's response. Here in Spain, furthermore, the provisional becomes definite. Prito undoubtedly had in mind the hundreds of provisional appointments of communist political commissars made by Álvarez del Valle, when Largo Caballero was war minister. In any case, I have come to demand the immediate reinstatement of Major Duran as head of the CIM in Madrid. I am very sorry, but I cannot agree. If you do not agree to Duran's reinstatement, I shall break my relations with you. I regret, but Major Duran will continue at the head of his division and will not return to the CIM. Your behavior is unjustified and I will not cave in to you. 69. Because of the many years of unresolved controversy that raged in the United States over the alleged communist affiliation during the Civil War of Gustavo Duran, who became an American citizen after 2 years' residence instead of the usual 7 under current requirements and was employed in sensitive posts by the U.S. State Department in the early 1940s, it is important to record that he is now clearly identified as a wartime member of the Spanish Communist Party in its official history of the Civil War, published in Moscow in 1977-70, and that, to my personal knowledge, he was held in the highest esteem by the leading communists I met and interviewed during the Civil War and during the post-war years in Mexico. Alexander Orlov's insistence that Duran should continue as head of the CIM in the Madrid zone is indicative of the unqualified trust that the NKVD and the Spanish Communist Party placed in him. However, when he emigrated to the United States after the war and was investigated first by the Parnell Thomas Committee on Un-American Activities, U.S. House of Representatives, and then by Joseph McCarthy of the Senate Committee on Government Operations, he denied that he had ever been a communist or an agent of the NKVD. Shortly after entering the country, he was employed by Spruey Braden of the State Department, from which he resigned under pressure in 1946. He then became an official of the United Nations in the International Refugee Organization program. In hearings before the Loyalty Board of the U.S. Civil Service Commission, he explained his relations with the communists in the following manner. I must add in this connection, even at the risk of being misunderstood, that during the first 549 year of the Spanish Civil War all I saw of communist behavior was the performance on the front line of those individual communists who were among the military units that I commanded, and that from the point of view of courage and discipline their performance was in accordance with recognized military standards. As a result, a natural result in times of war, my attitude towards them, like the attitude of practically all the Republican military leaders at that time, was friendly. It became increasingly hostile as I gradually learned of the ruthless methods and duplicity of the communists, of their attempts at complete control of any situation in which they happened to participate, of the fact that their primary allegiance went not to the government they professed to serve but to their party, and finally that the instructions that that party received were not founded in any idealism but in very specific interests which were far from identical with those of the Spanish people. 71. Although Orlov claims that after his altercation with Prito over Duran's reinstatement he recalled his advisers and that they had nothing more to do with the CIM, 72, this is untrue. As Gabriel Moran, who was Director General of Security at the time, attests, the SIM, like everything else, fell under the camouflaged control of our good Russian friends, who ended up trampling on the minister's terrain, taking over the inalienable function and authority of making appointments and transferring personnel. 73. It was about this time, when Prito's opposition to the communists had assumed threatening proportions, that Orlov, according to Jesus Hernandez, decided to have the defense minister assassinated. Hernandez claims that he heard of the plot through the chief of his bodyguard. Managua had received the information from Antonio Zubiorin, a Spanish operative of the NKVD, that he apprised Codovila and Gaikis just in time to save Prito's life. "Listen here," he said to the Soviet ambassador, "if Orlov, after the tremendous scandal of Nin's abduction and disappearance, commits the crime he is planning against Prito, I myself will denounce the criminal." 74. Although the historian must pick his way carefully through Hernandez's evidence, there is no reason to believe that the idea of assassination so congenial to the NKVD never entered Orlov's mind. At all events, it was now clear to the communists that Prito, like Caballero before him, would never be their pawn, and that it was imperative to replace him. 550. 52. The PCE courts the CNT. As noted in the previous chapter, the decision of the communists to restore some of the dismantled collectives stemmed not only from the injury inflicted on rural economy and morale and from the threat presented by Largo Caballero's provisional alliance with the CNT, but from the growing friction with Defense Minister Indalecio Prito. Indeed, Prito's resolve to thwart the PCE's inexorable thrust toward dominion over the armed forces now impelled the PCE to devise his removal from the Defense Department and to bolster its position by seeking a temporary accommodation with the CNT. 4. Although the PCE had championed the interests of those segments of the rural and urban middle classes threatened with economic ruin, it could not allow them to become too strong, lest with the aid of the moderate socialists and Republicans, who were now emboldened by the recoil of the revolution, they should attempt to take the reins of government into their own hands. In order to guide domestic and foreign policy, the PCE had to be supreme, and this was possible not only by controlling the police and army but by a skillful balancing of the various factions and class forces, exploiting to the full their mutual antagonisms and inherent self-interest. Former Politburo member Jesus Hernandez writes, "In our political struggle, we could rely upon something the other organizations lacked: discipline, the concept of blind obedience, absolute submission to hierarchical control. What did the others have in face of this granite monolith? A broken, divided, fragmented socialist party, working in three different directions, with three representative figures, Prito, Caballero, and Bastyro, who fought among themselves and to whom another was added shortly afterward, Negrin. We managed to exploit their suicidal antagonisms for our own ends. One day we supported one side against the other. The next day we reversed our position and supported the opposite side. And today, the next day, and every day we incited one side against the other so that they would destroy one another, a game we played in full view and not without success. Thus, to destroy Francisco Largo Caballero we relied principally on Negrin and, to a certain extent, on Prito. To get rid of Prito we utilized Negrin and other prominent socialists, and had the 551 war lasted we would not have hesitated to ally ourselves with the devil in order to exterminate Negrin if he had obstructed us. 1. Among the anarcho-syndicalists the panorama was no better. Although their ranks were tighter and more compact than those of the socialists, we managed nevertheless to create a breach. We helped to deepen the schisma product of evolution that was developing in the CNT by drawing into government collaboration a large part of the anarchist movement, which thereafter experienced a process of internal strife. Nor did the Republican parties present a solid and homogeneous front. Cowed by the violent and disorderly character of the popular reaction to the military rebellion during the first days of the fighting, they allowed themselves, to a large degree, to be influenced and won over by our policy of order and discipline. Their value to us lay more in their name than in their effectiveness. For that reason we respected and defended them, but not without taking advantage of their good faith, using them like a Trojan horse when we had difficulty with other forces of the Popular Front. Point 2. The experiences gained in Spain during the Civil War indubitably served the Kremlin well in helping it to achieve absolute power in Eastern Europe after World War II. In Hungary, for example, where Matyas Rákosi, the communist leader, was advised and supervised by Erno Gero, the former Comintern delegate in Catalonia, the communists gained power thanks largely to the splitting tactics that had been honed to perfection during the Spanish Civil War. It was in Hungary that these methods first became known as salami tactics. Paul Ignotus, a well-known liberal political writer in pre-war Hungary, who spent the war years in London on the BBC staff and the years of the Rákosi-Gero dictatorship, 1949-1956, in Hungarian jails, has described the classic process. In a moment of captivating sincerity, he writes, Rákosi boasted that he sliced off the non-communist partners in the Hungarian government coalition like pieces of salami. Indeed, these salami tactics of his were most effective, and little else was needed to ensure his success except perhaps a lack of scruples and a knife to cut the salami. Few historians and political scientists in the West have recognized how the process of splitting parties and organizations so as to feed on their decay, a process practiced and preached by Lenin long before the Russian Revolution, was first applied most successfully outside Russia in the political laboratory of the Civil War in Spain. Just as important as these salami tactics in the communists' drive for power was their ability to exploit the fears of the small and middle peasants, of the small tradesmen, handicraftsmen, and manufacturers, who at the outset of the Civil War had turned to the PCE for protection against the tidal wave of collectivization, and whose political allegiance before the war had been divided among the Republican and right-wing parties. Although the Republicans served the purpose of the PCE in strengthening its power base, it could not regard them as permanent allies. Nor, for their part, could the Republicans have lasting faith in the party's defense of their property rights. Moreover, the party did not believe that the 552 Republican middle classes could be relied upon to support a protracted struggle, since they lacked the revolutionary incentive of the working classes and suspected that even if the war were won they would be politically and economically annihilated. This mutual distrust was confirmed by Edmundo Dominguez, a member of the UGT executive, who succumbed quite early in the war to the blandishments of the PCE. In his book, Los Vencedores de Negrin, published shortly after the war and revised along party lines by Margarita Neckin, for Dominguez wrote, the Republicans, who at the beginning of the war had been swept along by the popular tide rather than by their own impulse, lacked the steadfastness to endure a prolonged fight of indefinite duration. The nature of our struggle and the political factors it involved led them to suspect that even if the war were carried to a victorious conclusion they would be superseded. This diminished their very limited spirit of resistance. 5. To retain the upper hand, the communists had not only to balance one rival faction against the other but to neutralize and efface them one by one. With every step up the ladder of power, they left fresh adversaries behind. When we broke with Caballero, Hernandez writes, we broke with the preponderant force of the Socialist Party. When we provoked the Caballero crisis, we made mortal enemies of more than 1 million men organized in the CNT. The offensive against Prieto affronted the Republican parties, which saw in the socialist leader the brain that more than any other represented their Republican policy in Spain. If, during this period, a total collapse of our position did not occur, it was because all the forces that hated the communists were incapable of forming a united front. 6. Faced by Prieto's enmity, which reached its peak after he assumed control of the defense ministry, the communists needed a temporary truce with the CNT in order to maintain their balancing position in the scale of power and to prepare for the approaching showdown with the socialist leader. This change of policy was now doubly necessary, for, as will be seen presently, Largo Caballero was attempting to restore his own position by concluding an alliance with the CNT. In a report to the Comintern on August 30, 1937, Togliatti criticized the PCE for not appreciating soon enough the need for a change in tactics. After the fall of Caballero, he wrote, the party did not understand the importance of getting the anarcho-syndicalists to draw close to us and of preventing another rapprochement of the CNT with the supporters of Caballero 7. How the party could have improved its relations with the CNT in the midst of the destruction of the collective farms and the repression against the libertarian movement is not explained by Togliatti. He also criticized the party for committing other errors. On the way from Barcelona to Valencia, he stated, "I raised the question of the anarchists with the comrades who accompanied me. Their opinion was very simple: the anarchists have lost all influence. We hope they will organize another putsch and then we shall put an end to them for good." This attitude, unfortunately, is widespread in the party, especially in Catalonia, and when such opinions are held, a policy of drawing closer to the anarchist masses and divorcing them from their leaders cannot be achieved. The members of the party. 553. Know nothing about the CNT, its leaders, its internal problems, its factions, its crises, etc. I have yet to find a single comrade who can tell me the names of the members of the National Committee of the CNT. 8. It is interesting to note that Togliatti attributed the failure of the PCE to improve its relations with the CNT to Vittorio Codovilla, whom he had recently replaced as head of the Comintern delegation. In a letter to Georgy Dimitrov and Dmitry Manuilsky, dated September 15, he criticized Codovilla for not pursuing a coherent policy with respect to a rapprochement with the anarchists and the isolation of Caballero, and urged them not to allow him to return to Spain. "I do not want to make hasty judgments," he said, "but I believe that I have now concluded that his presence hurts the party." 9. It was no doubt due to Togliatti's advice that the party softened its tone toward the CNT. In a conciliatory gesture, La Pasionaria declared in her speech in the Cortes on October 1 that we should not ignore the importance of the CNT in our country and must consider the possibility of getting the sincerely revolutionary workers in its ranks to share in the responsibilities of power. 10. On another occasion, José Díaz declared that those who think or say that we cannot talk of revolution today because we are at war are profoundly mistaken. A few days later, El Campesino, the communist military commander on the Central Front, who had risen from the ranks of the militia, embraced his counterpart, Cipriano Mera, the anarchist commander, at a public meeting in Madrid. 11 This embrace, observed Frente Rojo, the communist organ, should be extended to all the workers of our fatherland. 12. In his speech on this seemingly historic occasion, El Campesino declared that unity cannot be just another slogan or a subject for discussion. It has to be achieved by actions and by an overall change of policy. In this way, the necessary confidence among those who fight and those who work together will develop. 13. But it was palpable from Mera's speech, in which he condemned proselytism and sectarian activities capable of destroying or weakening the unity sealed with blood in the trenches. 14 That more than a symbolic embrace was needed to convince the libertarian movement of the communists' sincerity. For months the CNT-FAI press had been denouncing the PCE as counter-revolutionary. The PCE, said Solidaridad Obrera, was not inspired by the Iberian ideals that distinguish our revolution, and it puts a Russian stamp on all its work. 15. Anyone who glances through the communist press, wrote Frente Libertario, must get the impression that except for the militants of the hammer and sickle there is only garbage and scum in Spain. Only these militants are intelligent, loyal, heroic, capable of overcoming all difficulties and showing the people the road to victory. The Communist Party must convince itself once and for all that it has taken the wrong path, a path that can end in irreparable disaster in which the party itself will be the first to go under. 16. Even after the first signs of the Communists' conciliatory line began to appear, Frente Libertario cautioned, "We cannot accept the words about unity as sincere when the facts show criminal intentions to wage war on the working class." 17. The PCE was not deterred by this hostile reception and attempted to allay 554 suspicions. The desire of the party to secure the collaboration of the CNT in the leadership of the war and revolution, declared Mundo Obrero reassuringly, was not due to a fleeting or opportunistic policy, but to the firm conviction that it will strengthen the anti-fascist Popular Front and accelerate victory. We congratulate ourselves on the fact that throughout the country some successes have been achieved in improving relations among all the anti-fascist forces. And perhaps the perfect expression of this reconciliation is the fraternal and enthusiastic embrace of comrades Campesino and Mera. Our fervent desire and the desire of all workers is that not many days will pass before the relations between the CNT and other parties and organizations of the Popular Front are completely normalized. 18. This was too sanguine an expectation. Not only did the Communist Party lack credibility within the libertarian movement, but there was another obstacle to a tactical rapprochement with the CNT. This was Caballero's control of the UGT executive, in which he had resumed his post as Secretary General shortly after leaving the government, determined to continue his struggle against the Communists. I am in my element, he wrote, in constant communication with members of my class. They are not professionals of intrigue and political maneuvering. My concern today is what will be the fate of Spain. What are those men, who lack scruples and conscience and whose only thought is power, going to do with Spain? Poor Spain! Your fate is in the hands of ambition, disloyalty, and treason, and I envision your moral and material ruin. This is my soliloquy in my moments of solitude. 20. Hoping to shore up his political fortunes against his inveterate opponents, Largo Caballero had signed a provisional alliance on July 30, 1937 with the National Committee of the CNT. Among other things, both labor unions agreed to renounce violence against each other and to grant the workers absolute freedom to join whatever organization they saw fit. 21 Although there was no mention of such important issues as nationalization, on which the two labor unions had divergent views, this historic agreement between the two rival unions strengthened the position of the left socialists and the anarcho-syndicalists vis-a-vis their communist antagonists, who characterized the agreement as an offensive alliance directed against the political parties and the government. 22. In the opinion of Togliatti, expressed in a report to the Comintern on August 30, the PCE's opposition to the agreement was a grave error, because Caballero now appears as the champion of trade union unity. The party, he added, did not understand that if it had taken the lead in the movement for a rapprochement between the two unions, the pact directed against us could have been used against its inspirers. 23. In any event, the pact imperiled the Communist Party's immediate goal of establishing a temporary truce with the leadership of the CNT in preparation for the approaching showdown with Prieto. Equally serious was Largo Caballero's control of the UGT executive, which blocked the party's ultimate goal of bringing the socialist trade union organization into its domain. It was therefore essential to dislodge him from his citadel. 555. 53. The political demise of Largo Caballero. The UGT-CNT sign a pact of unity. To dislodge Largo Caballero from his bastion in the UGT executive, the PCE had simply to exploit the differences between the left and center factions in the Socialist Labor Federation and to bring into play its own accrued influence, for not only had it made inroads into the rank and file, but several influential members of the National Committee, including Amaro del Rosal, Edmundo Dominguez, Antonio Prieto, and José Rodríguez Vega, had been drawn into the orbit of the party. This boded ill for Caballero, for the National Committee had the statutory power to appoint a new executive. The asperities and dissensions within the UGT became especially visible in May, when the National Committee disapproved of the stand taken by the executive, which had proclaimed its opposition to any government in which Caballero was not both premier and war minister. Tensions increased in June, when Amaro del Rosal, a member of the executive and president of the Federación Nacional de Banca, who was one of the first of Largo Caballero's outstanding followers to shift his allegiance to the PCE, resigned from the executive after criticizing its policies. 2 In July, the atmosphere became more acrid when Largo Caballero rejected an invitation to attend a meeting commemorating the first anniversary of the Civil War. If the Communist Party were not going to be present, he replied, the UGT would without a shred of doubt be represented,
but from the very moment that Frente Rojo, the communist organ, declared on July 10 that the executive committee was a band of enemies of unity, of enemies of the people, of persons who are washed up and resentful, who represent no one and who place their rancor and personal passions above the sacred interests of the people, we cannot participate in the same meeting with the Communist Party. 3. This reply, said the Politburo, was the best proof of Frente Rojo's claim that the majority of the members of the UGT executive did not represent the will of the masses. Nevertheless, it stated, more than ever before, in view of the international situation after 1 year of war, the strictest unity should prevail among all parties and organizations, which should reinforce that unity on the basis of their 556. Common objective to win the war as soon as possible and develop the popular revolution. 4. The expression popular revolution, which the PCE many years later called the National Revolutionary War, was a sop for domestic consumption and had recently been put into circulation by the PCE to placate those critics who had given a hostile reception to the slogan calling for a democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type. 5. The precise nature of the popular revolution was no more clearly defined than the democratic and parliamentary republic of a new type, and did not allay the suspicion that if the communists extended and consolidated their power, the élan of the July Revolution would continue to decline and the future configuration of society, regardless of slogans, would be determined by the PCE. That the left socialists distrusted the PCE slogans on the nature of the revolution was clear from the speeches of prominent members of the PSOE, and UGTO had remained loyal to Largo Caballero. At a public meeting in September, Carlos de Barabar, Undersecretary of War in Caballero's government, railed against those who were trying to put a brake on the revolutionary thrust of the people. To say that we are fighting for the democratic republic lessens the enthusiasm of the combatants and of those in the rear. At the same meeting, Carlos Rubira, former Undersecretary of the Interior and Secretary of the UGT's National Federation of Clerical Workers, Empleados de Oficina, declared, "Today many Spaniards are asking themselves where are the illusions of July 18. Why don't the streets throb as they did then? The reason is that there has been a recoil. We must not forget the rhythm of the revolution, because without the revolution the triumph of liberty cannot be achieved. There are many people who want to devitalize the impulse of the revolution, to adulterate the content of July 18. The Spanish working class must react to this situation. Much has been said of the popular revolution, but what is a popular revolution without a social revolution? 6. In passing, it is noteworthy that the communist-controlled Foreign Press Bureau considered its own slogan "Popular Revolution" too radical for moderate opinion abroad. For instance, on July 7, Constancia de la Mora, the communist censor, deleted the following italicized phrase from a dispatch I sent to the United Press, quoting a passage from a letter of the Politburo to the PSOE urging the fusion of the two parties as a guarantee of military victory and as the essential prerequisite for the triumph and consolidation of the popular revolution. 7. In the opinion of the Politburo, the time was close at hand for the final onslaught against Caballero. There can be little doubt that the provisional alliance that the UGT executive and the CNT signed on July 30 increased the urgency. Acting in concert, the Communists and their allies requested the executive to convoke a plenary session of the National Committee. The undeclared but obvious purpose of the convocation was to elect a new executive. In mid-August, at the apogee of the offensive against the collective farms and several weeks before the Communists made their conciliatory gesture to the CNT Frente Rojo Com. 557. Plain that the Executive Committee had made common cause with the anarcho-syndicalists by allowing the plants, the workshops, and public services to remain under the control of committees and trade unions without governmental intervention. This, it argued, was one of the fundamental reasons for the disorganization of production. Instead of following the line laid down by the National Committee, the principal leaders of the group that controls the executive have yielded more and more to the syndicalist policy of the CNT, and this reversal, which prompted the protest of Comrade Amaro del Rosal within the executive, explains why the decisions of the National Committee regarding confiscations, nationalization of the basic industries,
and workers' control are not obeyed. The executive, Frente Rojo continued, had gone even further in its antagonism to the National Committee. Instead of consulting the committee with regard to a rapprochement with the CNT, the executive had gone right ahead and concluded a national alliance to reinforce the syndicalizing tendencies and to combat the government of the Popular Front. Where will this policy lead if the executive continues to operate without any control by our great labor union? It could result in the UGT becoming a tool of a small group guided solely by its own personal ambitions. To prevent this from happening, it is essential that the National Committee should meet urgently. 8. Several times during the ensuing weeks, the National Committee, in accordance with the statutes of the UGT, called on the executive to convoke a plenary session of the committee, but Largo Caballero, foreseeing the danger, either ignored the requests or found a reason to reject them. In reply to one of our requests, writes Amaro del Rosal, the executive stated that they should be countersigned by each federation. This was irregular. The members of the National Committee had never had to submit to this procedure. 9. In a desperate move to salvage his position, Largo Caballero expelled 10 of the 42 federations represented on the National Committee on the purely technical grounds that they had not paid their dues. 10 No effort, however monstrous, declared Frente Rojo, can halt the executive of the UGT in its frenzied drive toward a schism. On the pretext of non-payment of dues, a pretext fabricated by the executive itself, because it has refused to accept back payments. 11 It has expelled 10 national federations. But the expulsion, it affirmed, was not a matter of complying with regulations but a maneuver to obtain an absolute majority on the National Committee. 12. On September 29, the National Committee brought matters to a head, demanding that a plenary session be held within 48 hours. 13 To this Caballero replied tartly, "It is our duty to remind you that the National Committee cannot meet if it has not previously been convoked by the executive. If the meeting you announce were to be held, it would be regarded as rebellious." 14. Undaunted, the National Committee announced that a plenary session would be held on October 1. The National Committee, said the announcement, will meet in accordance with Article 33 of the statutes when the majority of the delegates deem it pertinent, which is now the case. 15. To this, the executive responded that it viewed the 558 manner of convoking the National Committee as an act of indiscipline and provocation and threatened to suspend the rights of those federations that had either signed the request to hold the meeting or might attend it. 16 The next day, the press published a list of 29 federations either expelled or suspended by the Caballero-controlled executive. 17. This frantic attempt to outmaneuver the National Committee was doomed to failure, for Largo's adversaries simply ignored the expulsions and suspensions. True, he may still have enjoyed, as he later claimed, the support of the majority of the rank and file 18, but the hostile members on the National Committee commanded a majority of the votes. On October 1, at a hastily improvised gathering on the stairway of the UGT's headquarters, the National Committee members elected a new executive. 19 Ramon González Pina, a Prietista and famed leader of the Asturias Rebellion in 1934, was made president, and the following supporters of the Communists, all members of the PSOE, were given the remaining key posts, placing the PCE in effective control of the new executive: Edmundo Dominguez, Vice President; José Rodríguez Vega 20 Secretary General; Amaro del Rosal, Vice Secretary; Felipe Pretel, Treasurer. The coup was a stupendous victory for the Communists, who before the Civil War had merged their small CGTU, Confederación General del Trabajo Unitaria, with the UGT and until the outbreak of the conflict had enjoyed scant influence within the unions. As Juan Simeón Vidart, a Preto socialist and later a Negrinista, frankly acknowledged in his memoir, they lacked roots and prestige and during the war exercised their influence by using persons who had nothing socialist about them except their membership cards and who were more valuable to the Communists in our party than in their own. 21. There is no inkling in the writings or public declarations of Indalecio Prieto as to what role he may have played in the political undoing of his longtime rival or as to how he felt about this victory of the Communists, with whom he was locked in combat for the control of the army. In major political maneuvering Prieto had always preferred to remain anonymous, but there is evidence in Azena's diary that the entire cabinet, in which Prieto was still a dominant figure, was united in its desire to pulverize the left socialist leader. That this might enhance the power of the PCE seemed less important to the moderate socialists, and even to the Republicans, than settling old scores and stripping Largo Caballero of the last vestige of his authority in the UGT. On August 23, 5 weeks before the coup, Azena recorded that Negrin told him the cabinet had agreed unanimously to postpone the opening of the Cortes until October. Negrin gave me many reasons. Most were flimsy and all were secret. The strongest, on which there appeared to be unanimity, was that it suited the government to wait until Largo Caballero was no longer secretary of the UGT. Negrin assured me that the National Committee at its next meeting would replace the executive. Negrin also told Azena that since Caballero intended to oppose the government in the Cortes, he and his ministers believed that it was advisable to delay the opening of Parliament until he had been replaced, so that once relieved of his functions, Largo would not be able to say that he was speaking in the name of 1 million workers. Dissimulating his own 559 animus toward Caballero, Azena argued perfunctorily that the postponement might hurt the government as it could not publicly divulge the reasons, but he nonetheless agreed with Negrin to delay the opening until the 1st of October. 22. On August 28, according to Azena's diary, the president received another visit from Negrin informing him that Caballero, together with Luis Araquistan and other colleagues, had called on Diego Martinez Barrio, the Speaker of the Cortes, to protest the postponement. They wanted to criticize the performance of the government in both the political and military spheres, in the political sphere because of the preponderance of the Communists and the Russians and because of the persecution to which they considered the CNT was being subjected. Negrin assures me, Azena noted parenthetically, that a tight rein is now being kept on the Russians and the Communists and that never have they had less control. 23. How Azena reacted to this transparent piece of misinformation is not recorded in his diary. The date of October 1 set for the opening of the Cortes was providential, for it fell on the very day that the National Committee met to name the new executive and when Largo Caballero was too preoccupied with the internal crisis of the UGT to attend the session. Thus, not a breath of dissension over the growth of communist power penetrated the Cortes. As usual, the Comintern apparatus harped on the government's observance of the Constitution. On October 1, the international press correspondence reported. The Spanish Parliament resumed its work. The Negrin government shows itself to be one of the most faithful defenders of the Constitution. In face of unjustified accusations of Bolshevism, Red Spain, etc., etc., whereby the allies of the Spanish fascists attempted to frighten the democratic peoples. The parties of the People's Front, and above all the Communist Party, have repeated untiringly day by day that we are fighting for a democratic parliamentary republic with a new social content. For this reason, the Parliament is an irrefutable confirmation of the character of our struggle, the struggle of democracy against fascism. 24. But behind this simplistic definition of the conflict, there lay the continuing struggle for survival of those elements in the Republican camp that were still opposing the hegemonic aims of the Communist Party. Despite his manifest defeat, Largo Caballero refused to recognize the new executive committee. As a result, both executives subsisted side by side in a state of unconcealed belligerency. We have reason to suspect, Caballero declared at a public meeting in Madrid 2 weeks later, that it is planned to do with the UGT what has been done in Catalonia. You all know that in Catalonia there is the United Socialist Party, which is not a United Socialist Party, but the Catalan Communist Party. Right from the start it joined the Third International and those who direct it are communists. The fact of the matter is that since the UGT in Catalonia is in the service of the communists and since our party is, in effect, also in the service of the communists. The only organization that can stand in opposition is the UGT. Therefore they want to take possession of it. We cannot allow this to happen. We want it to remain free. 25. To bring pressure to bear on the socialist leader, the government decided. 560. According to Largo Caballero's memoir, Mis Recuerdos, to intercept and confiscate all correspondence addressed to the UGT, including that addressed to me personally. Francisco Giner de los Rios, the Republican Minister of Communications, he alleges, lent himself to this indecent stratagem. As if that were not enough, the government ordered the banks not to hand over any union funds so that we could not pay our overhead expenses. 26. Caballero's opponents simultaneously opened fire from other directions. Negrin, Prieto, and Zugazagoitia, he asserts, were responsible for removing him from his 2 parliamentary posts as chairman of the socialist minority and as a member of the Permanent Commission of the Cortes. They would not permit any opposition and systematically expelled me from all my posts. They didn't attempt to remove me from the Madrid socialist organization, the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena, over which he presided, because they themselves would have been expelled. 27. Indeed, throughout the war, the Madrid Socialist Organization remained loyal to the left socialist leader, who after the government shake-up in May traveled from Valencia to Madrid every Sunday to attend the meetings, accompanied by Luis Araquistin, José Díaz Alor, and Pascual Tomash, his close associates. The Prieto-controlled executive of the PSOE, Caballero claims, tried to subject the Agrupación to its reckless policy, but it did not succeed because Madrid does not yield to tyranny. 28. In Valencia, however, where the Caballero socialists controlled the provincial committee of the Federación Socialista Valenciana, the second largest federation, the Prieto socialists were more fortunate. Since the removal of Largo Caballero from the government, the Valencia Federation had become the main focus of opposition to the centrists and the PCE. On 9 and July 10, the provincial committee met under the chairmanship of its General Secretary Justo Martinez Amuccio and approved a series of resolutions. The 2 most provocative were as follows. 1. After examining closely the problems created in the countryside as a result of the formation by the PCE of the Valencia Peasant Federation, the Provincial Committee of the Federación Socialista Valenciana resolves that any organization created on the fringe of the UGT and CNT should be considered schismatic, and orders the expulsion from the party of all members affiliated with the Peasant Federation, which was formed for the sole purpose of dividing the workers in the countryside and is directed by elements who have resuscitated the most contemptible and despotic features of Spanish politics. 29. 2. We regard the speeches of Hernandez and Pasionaria against Largo Caballero as an assault on unity because of their slanderous nature. 30. We therefore agree to dissolve immediately the so-called liaison committees of the socialist and communist parties in the province until such time as the offensive statements are retracted. 31. On July 16, El Socialista, the organ of the PSOE Executive Committee, condemned the dissolution of the liaison committees formed in April to facilitate the fusion of the socialist and communist parties and asked, do we have to put up with the disgrace of seeing the cancer of irresponsibility grow within our 561 party? The answer was soon forthcoming. On July 25, the Socialist Party executive, in agreement with the centrist Minister of the Interior Julian Zugazagoitia, decided to take action. The newly appointed governor of the province, the centrist Manuel Molina Conjero, acting on orders from the minister, removed the committee of the Valencia Socialist Federation and appointed another to the taste, as Largo Caballero put it, of the government and the governor. 32. Martinez Amuccio, the general secretary of the deposed committee, attests, at midday, a police inspector accompanied by a squad of carabineros under the authority of Negrin's Ministry of Finance presented himself at the headquarters of the Valencia Federation and at the editorial offices and print shop of Adelante, its daily newspaper, and Largo Caballero's mouthpiece, carrying a letter from the Socialist Executive and an order signed by Minister of the Interior, Julian Zugazagoitia. ordering us to hand over the offices, documents, and funds. When we tried to resist this outrage, the inspector informed us that he had instructions to take us to the provincial prison if we did not obey the Order 33. A few days later, the PSOE executive publicly announced the reason for deposing the provincial committee. The Valencia Federation, it said, had for 2 years adopted a rebellious attitude, but no disciplinary steps had been taken because its demagogic platform made it appear fervently revolutionary. 34. Frente Rojo commended the socialist executive for acting promptly and forcefully and denounced the enemies of proletarian and socialist unity. This group, it declared, inflamed the distrust of the workers and constantly stirred up everything that might divide the socialist and communist workers and obstruct the creation of the United Party of the Proletariat. 35. The seizure of Adelante left Largo Caballero and his supporters with only one daily newspaper, the very inferior Correspondencia de Valencia, the local organ of the UG, to defend his position in the whole of Spain. At the very outset of the war, he had lost Las Noticias, the mouthpiece of the Catalan UGT, when the PSUC brought the regional trade union organization under its control, and less than 1 year later he had been divested of Claridad, his mouthpiece in Madrid. It was now essential to strip him of his last daily medium of communication. In a letter to Moscow on September 15, Togliatti reported that La Correspondencia de Valencia was waging the dirtiest campaigns against the PCE and that the matter had been taken up by the party secretariat. The comrades, he stated, guarantee every day that they will throw the Caballistas out of the regional leadership of the unions and out of the editorial staff of the newspaper. Their plan, he said, was to come to an agreement with the centrists in the local leadership of the UGT and to carry out a kind of semi-legal coup against the paper, throwing out the Caballista editors and forming a new editorial staff. They assure me that the matter can be settled with the help of the authorities within 24 hours. For my part, I am prodding them and pushing them along these lines. But, he complained, it turned out that the party secretariat had never been promised any help by the authorities, and the centrists of the local UGT organization were not ready to carry out a coup. In this way, a whole month has been lost in conversations with 562. The socialists, with the authorities, etc., etc., and during that period the most elementary work among the massist mobilization of the workers in plants and trade union assemblies against the newspaper and its staff has been completely forgotten. 36. Faced with the timidity of the centrists in the local UGT, the newly formed National Executive decided to intervene and, with the aid of a small force of Negrins Carabineros commanded by Enrique Puente, then a trusted collaborator of the Premier, 37, occupied the offices of La Correspondencia de Valencia early in November. 38 Before he was divested of this last daily medium of expression, Largo Caballero made a bold attempt to reach a mass audience. On October 17, he passionately denounced his opponents at a public meeting in Madrid, but he exhibited no statesmanship and offered no solutions or directives. Nevertheless, the response was resounding and univocal and showed that the old socialist leader still had a large following. As he stepped onto the platform, a man shouted, "Paco, don't worry, all your old friends are here with you." This show of support convinced Caballero, according to Ginés Gunga, the left socialist Cortes deputy, that the people continued to have confidence in him. 39. The meeting was held in the capacious Cine Pardinas, which, in spite of its size, proved inadequate for the crowd, and 2 other theaters had to be equipped with loudspeakers. The enthusiasm was indescribable, Caballero recorded. 40. Although Caballero planned to hold mass meetings in several other cities, he was not allowed to speak publicly again. He was placed under strict surveillance by Zugazagoitia and was stopped at gunpoint by assault guards when on his way to Alicante for the first of a series of mass meetings accompanied by Luis Araquistan, Rodolfo Llopis, Wenceslao Carrillo, Pascual Tamash, and Ginés Gunga, all socialist deputies and close associates. 41 Despotism, outrage, and injustice triumphed, Largo Caballero commented bitterly. 42. A few days later, on October 29,
Azana discussed the matter with Negrin, who told the president that Largo Caballero had been asked not to make the trip so as to avoid any disagreeable incident. As he insisted on going, Azana records, the Minister of the Interior and the Prime Minister decided to prevent him. Negrin assures me that Largo has very little or no public support. He will not allow Caballero or his acolytes and advisors to do any harm even if he has to put them in jail and bring them before the Special Tribunal of Espionage and High Treason, because in Valencia they are disseminating defeatism 43. I stress that his organizations should observe prudence and tolerance and not carry matters to the breaking point 44. On October 26, Largo Caballero had addressed a letter to Diego Martinez Barrio, in which he informed the Speaker of the Cortes of the humiliating treatment to which he and the other socialist deputies had been subjected en route to Alicante, describing it as an affront to all the deputies of Loyalist Spain. 45 The matter was taken up by the Permanent Commission of the Cortes, from which Largo Caballero had recently been removed, but the action of the government was approved by all of the 16 members present with the exception of Luis. 563. Araquistan. Ramon Lamanita, the secretary of the PSOE, praised the delicacy with which Zagazagoitia had handled the situation, and La Pasionaria argued that the government had fulfilled its duty in preventing certain public meetings that might cause disorders. 46. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that Vidart, the moderate socialist undersecretary of the Interior, claims that when he heard that Caballero was under police surveillance, he asked the otherwise timorous Minister of the Interior Zagazagoitia 47 if this was true and was painfully surprised when the minister retorted, "That's nothing. I am going to put Largo Caballero and his friends in jail. My orders are not open to discussion." 48. Despite this threat, Caballero's adversaries could not afford to go to this extreme, but he was effectively silenced for the duration of the war and was never able, either in the press or on the platform, to appeal to the court of public opinion. The dictatorial regime of the Negrin government, he wrote in his Notas Historicas, did not allow any expression of disagreement in newspapers and meetings with the conduct of the Communist Party. Nor could the complicity of the executive committees of the UGT and the Socialist Party with all the monstrosities committed by the Communist Party be denounced publicly. 49. Even before the final muzzling of Largo Caballero, the left-wing socialists were incensed by the combined efforts of the communists and the centrists in their own party to deprive him of every medium of communication and remove him from every level of public life. No published polemics express more vividly the feelings of mutual revulsion that separated the two sides than 3 long letters exchanged between the leaders of the Agrupación Socialista Madrilena and the Executive Committee of the PSOE in mid-October, and from which the following passages have been excerpted. 50. The Agrupación Socialista Madrilena ran the first missive addressed to the Executive Committee, which has always been the vanguard of the Spanish working class, would be truant to its traditions and historical obligations if at this grave moment for the Republic it did not tell the truth about what is happening by pointing unequivocally to the errors and responsibility of those who have brought us to our present pass. A political organization, which first and foremost is striving for the expansion of its political power with the secret aspiration of becoming during and after the war the sole power, is dangerously undermining the morale of those who are trying to liberate the country from every form of national and foreign despotism and endow it with the kind of social and political regime that the people, especially the proletariat, the largest class, should have complete liberty to decide. Until 3 months ago there was real anti-fascist unity in Spain. All the parties and trade union organizations were collaborating in the government and in the responsibilities of the war. Today this anti-fascist unity is broken. Who is responsible? In the first place the Communist Party, which conspired to dislodge 564 from power the men and organizations that did not submit to its imported slogans, and then demolished the figures, which yesterday it deified, as soon as it saw in them an obstacle to its sectarian work in the army and in all the departments of the state. It justifies itself with the splendid anti-Marxist theory that the parties, and above all the Communist Party, are privileged entities, almost of divine origin,
whose mission it is to direct policy, whereas the mission of the trade unions is only to work and blindly obey the new elite. The PCE has declared war to the death on those in the UGT and CN who oppose its totalitarian policy. This divisive party, which is a brutal enemy of anti-fascist unity, sets itself up as the champion of the political unity of the Spanish working class. The example of absorbing the Socialist Youth and the Catalan Socialist Party by handing them over tied hand and foot to the Communist International is no incentive for the fusion of the two working class parties. Nor are the innumerable acts of coercion and persecution carried out by the Communist Party at the front and in the rear favorable examples. We must also point out the disastrous international consequences of this policy. Some believed that the elimination of the trade union organizations and of the left socialists from the government as a result of the May crisis would stimulate the sympathy of the European and American democracies for the cause of the Republic. The very opposite has occurred. The international situation is more unfavorable today than ever, and for these reasons. On the one hand, the reactionary classes of these democracies perceive in the change of government and policy a weakening of the Spanish anti-fascist front and therefore a greater chance of victory by the rebels. On the other hand, broad segments of liberal opinion in those democracies, including the great mass of the international working class, perceive in the present government the hegemony of the Communist Party. This belief has grown and deepened owing to certain events relating to public order, which have alarmed the conscience of the world, and to the outrageous campaign of persecution waged by the Spanish communist press. All this has helped to alienate a large part of the international support we enjoyed. This is due primarily to the communists, who are mainly responsible for the crisis. However, it would not be fair to ascribe to the Communist Party the entire responsibility for what is happening. It is the main culprit, but it is not the only one. There is another party that docilely supports the spectacular, divisive, and defamatory campaigns of the Communist Party even against its own members. We shall not mention its name. We do not want to embarrass ourselves by the wretched behavior of those with whom we share a common lineage. But the immense majority of the members of the Socialist Party know to whom we are referring, because they are aware of a certain inexplicable complicity, whose authors will have to render an account one day to Spanish socialism and to history itself. We are acquainted with infinite forms of betrayal, but liquidating one's own party for the benefit of another is unheard of. This is equivalent to submitting to that party's orders and to tolerating in silence, if not with actual pleasure, its indignity. 565. THIRD. Only an anti-revolutionary, anti-democratic minority, a reference to the executive committee of the PSOE without scruples, is capable of this deed, a minority concerned only with power for power's sake. In response, the executive committee of the PSOE stated: "If your letter did not bear the heading of the veteran Agrupación Socialista de Madrid, we should have believed that it was a copy of the document recently disseminated by the CNT, so similar are the arguments. Your language perhaps is more insidious and aggressive, which explains the great publicity given by the anarchist press. Hence, your letter is in accord with the persistent campaign against the present government, against Russia, and against our own party. The fact that the Negrin government has the very explicit support of the national committees of the PSOE and the UGT should be sufficient for a local socialist committee to abstain from attacking it. According to the anarchists and yourselves, we are faced with a new tyranny, an anti-Spanish despotism, for which you hold the Communist International primarily responsible. Salamanca and Rome say the same thing. You call it despotism in government, but that is what loyalist Spain demands, a government that governs, not one that must ask permission every day of the ungovernables. You who are socialists, orthodox socialists, uphold an anti-authoritarian or libertarian opinion in a time of war when a socialist should not only be authoritarian, in keeping with his doctrine, but also a fervent advocate of the greatest possible concentration of power without going to the extreme, as you did not much more than a year ago, of calling for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Anti-Spanish despotism. It is true that Spain must not lose faith in its own destiny, but it requires the help of Russia if it is not to lose its independence. With the help of the very country, which according to you, the Trotskyists, and Franco, wants to colonize us, we are saving ourselves from colonialization. You attack the Communist Party, the Bolsheviks of yesterday, alleging that it carries to extremes its work of expansion and its efforts to secure posts for its members. This is not the moment to discuss the legality or illegality of that policy. It is a subject for the meetings of the liaison committees of the two parties. The Communist Party, which you call supranational, despotic, and incompetent, is a model of energy, of calm deliberation, and of responsibility. Yet, while attacking it, you tighten your bonds with the anarchists. You are incapable of forgetting your grievances with the communists, but, on the other hand, your capacity to bury your differences with the anarchists is inexhaustible. The government, in your opinion, has alienated the sympathies of the democracies. Why are the democracies alarmed? Because, like yourselves, although for different reasons, they believe in the specter that stalks the world, the specter of communism. Now, when they read your very timely document, they will believe in it even more. 566. You violate socialist doctrine and discipline and betray them both when you accuse this executive of complicity with the Communist Party. Fortunately, it is complicity in the reassuring company of the national committees of the UGT and the PSOE, which we believe count for more than a local committee. It is a complicity that raises the problem of unification in the same terms as does, for example, the French Socialist Party with its Action and Unification Committees. You allude to the example of the PSUC and the JSU. We do not repudiate them. You contributed not a little to their becoming a reality. We had nothing to do with it, but are opposed to dissolving them. In a third letter, which appears to have been the last in the exchange, the Agrupación Socialista Madrileña stated. On reading your letter, our first impulse was to treat it as though it had not been received, because we believed that it had been drafted not by a socialist but by a communist, and because it seemed incomprehensible to us that such apologetics and flattery, bordering on servility, could be piled so generously on a party that is not one's own. But such is the accumulation of falsehoods both in fact and doctrine that appear in the letter, that it would not be right or wise to allow them to remain unanswered. On occasions you describe us as National Socialists and on others as Trotskyists. Even in this respect you imitate the communists who are apparently your mentors in everything. You believe, as they do, that by hurling derogatory and incongruous words at a group of men you can liquidate them. This is the most childish tactic, because even children laugh at it. If you seek to identify us with the National Socialism of Hitler, which is a rabid anti-socialist chauvinism, the laughter will be heard as far as Canton. But if you wish to say that we believe in Spanish socialism, in a socialism that could be instituted in our country despite foreign intervention, by the sovereign will of our people and in the form it pleases, then, that Spanish socialism, although it is not universal, that National Socialism, without being international, is ours. If not, then why do our socialist combatants shed their blood? Why did Russia, which also suffered foreign invasions at the beginning of its revolution, not renounce its program of establishing socialism in its territory and not wait for the outbreak of world revolution? Do you not believe that socialism in one country is possible? That is the fundamental doctrine of Trotsky. Consequently, you, not we, are Trotskyists. The fact is that you do not believe in the socialist revolution in a single country nor in all of them at the same time, because you have lost faith in socialism and because you have never had faith in the proletariat as a class destined to bring about and consolidate the socialist revolution. Quite simply, we are Marxist socialists, namely, revolutionary socialists, affiliated with a party which, because of its long and fruitful history and its political maturity, has the task of directing the Spanish Revolutionary War despite the deviations of many people who call themselves socialists, but who are socialists in name only. 567. In the same letter, The Agrippacion excoriated the executive for vilely despoiling the left socialists of their daily press with the help of the police and of unscrupulous individuals and traitors, 51, whereas the Communist Party in Madrid alone had 5 or 6 official or unofficial daily newspapers. No less galling to the left socialists than the seizure of their press was the free rein given to communist newspapers, which were able to express themselves without constraint. Largo Caballero and his lieutenants, declared Frente Rojo, are the enemies of the UGT, repudiated by all the workers. They are enemies of trade union unity, enemies of the CNT, enemies of the Popular Front 52. Meanwhile, the conflict over the two rival executives of the UGT boiled on until January 1938, when the dispute was arbitrated by Léon Jouarho, the French trade union leader then partial to the communists who decided that the new executive should be enlarged to include 4 Caballeristas. 53. But as the key positions remained with the men appointed by the National Committee in October, and inasmuch as the executive comprised 15 members, the 4 Caballero representatives posed no threat to the Communists' control of the Union. 54 Caballero, who had been urged by Jouarho to join the new executive in order to strengthen unity, 55, declined. His decision was welcomed by his opponents. The truth is, writes Amaro del Rosal, that given Caballero's character and the amount of political venom fed to him by his advisers, it would have been quite impossible for him to collaborate with the new executive presided by González Pina, who was also president of the PSOE, with whose leadership Caballero was in a state of war. 56. No sooner had the new executive consolidated its victory over Largo Caballero than it appointed Edmundo Dominguez and Amaro del Rosal, both philo-communists, and César García Lombardia, the secretary of the Teachers' Federation, the Federación Española de los Trabajadores de la Enseñanza, who was expelled from the party in January 1939, 57, to start negotiations with the National Committee of the CNT with a view to drafting a broad program for united action. 58. Meanwhile, the Communists, who had initiated their friendly overtures to the CNT in October, continued to sing their siren song. "We shall not allow the revolution to be turned back in its course," La Pasionaria declared on 5 January. 59. In a memorandum to Moscow, dated November 25, 1937, Togliatti had stressed the importance of a pact with the CNT and had reported that the party's overtures to the National Committee had been encouraging. "It is essential," he said, "to avert the possibility that the CNT might pursue an adventurous course, and we must seek a bond with the healthy portion of the CNT as a point of support in the struggle against capitulators and traitors, i.e., Prieto, Azana, and Largo Caballero. The leaders of the CNT, Vázquez, are favorable to a pact with us. 60. It is of course true that Mariano Vázquez, the secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, and other moderates convinced that the Communists now had the upper hand, that the provisional alliance with Largo Caballero was a lost cause, and that isolation would be fatal to the libertarian movement. That 568. Decided on a policy of conciliation with their opponents. Nevertheless, Togliatti reported to Moscow on January 28, 1938 that both the PCE and the UGT were proceeding too slowly toward a rapprochement with the anarchist masses and organizations. They did not understand, he said, that the turnaround of the CNT made the question of unity with the anarchists an urgent matter, and that it was precisely that unity that will permit the final defeat of anarchism. If, on the other hand, he warned, we do not carry out a policy of unity, the CNT will grow in strength. Because its cadres are more active than those of the UGT, and it has the advantage from the viewpoint of a segment of the workers of being outside the government. The party, he added, had already been in touch with Mariano Vázquez but so far had not reached an accord. The principal task at this moment, he concluded, was to convince the socialists of the need for the closest collaboration between the two unions, and we are now concentrating our efforts on this task. 61. Shortly after this report was sent to Moscow, the first formal meeting between the leaders of the two labor federations, at which Mariano Vázquez, Horacio M. Prieto, and Federica Montseny represented the CNT,
was held 62, but it was not until March 18, under pressure of a crushing enemy offensive on the Aragon front and the rapidly deteriorating military situation, that the differences in the draft proposals put forward by the two sides were finally reconciled. 63. Although the pact affirmed that workers' control was one of the most valuable of the workers' conquests and called for the legalization of the collectives, it was a complete negation of anarchist doctrine. For it recognized the ultimate power and authority of the state not only in these two issues but in such important matters as the nationalization of industry and the regular army. 64. Nevertheless, the pact was enthusiastically received by the C&T Press. 65. Even by some groups of the FAI, such as the Regional Committee of the Center. 66. But in the long run neither workers' control nor the collectives were ever granted legal status. Hence, in retrospect, the pact appears to have served the ends only of the communists and their allies in strengthening their position vis-a-vis the leadership of the C&T and ensuring them of its support in the approaching crisis with Indalecio Prieto, whose removal from the defense ministry was the PCE's next objective. Still, the pact was welcomed by a segment of the rank and file weary of the bitter factional strife and the endless chain of military defeats, but the enthusiasm was largely stifled by the dissident voices in the libertarian movement. We know, declared National Committee Secretary Mariano Vázquez at a public meeting called to celebrate the pact, that many comrades were annoyed when they learned that the UGT and CNT had agreed on a broad program uniting them on the measures we must take to win the war and reconstruct our shattered economy. But we are indifferent to these malcontents. I embrace Comrade Rodriguez Vega, the secretary of the UGT, as a symbol of the unity of the Spanish working class. 67. Horacio M. Prieto, vigorous opponent of the FAI's anti-statism, who, it will be recalled, had been instrumental in bringing the anarcho-syndicalists into the government of Largo Caballero, declared after the war with evident satisfaction. 569. That the CNT-UGT pact was a triumph without precedent for Spanish anarchism, for it represented its definitive defeat as an apolitical ideology. The national state, he added, was officially recognized and doctrine was sacrificed to reality, which does not recognize theoretical subtleties. 68. In spite of its enthusiastic reception in the CNT press, the pact exacerbated the dissensions within the libertarian movement between the collaborationists and the purists, who regarded the acceptance of government control as a denial of anarchist doctrine and a victory for the Marxists. The Communist Party, wrote Abad de Santillan, a prominent member of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, who during much of the war was engaged in a bitter feud with members of the CNT National Committee, endeavored to lure the CNT leaders in order to manipulate and exploit these rubber stamps in the interest of its hegemonic policy. The more the comrades of the National Committee heeded these advances, the more the Peninsular Committee of the FAI found itself at odds with the leadership of the CNT. 69. But, for the moment, this opposition was muted by a sense of relief that the conflict between the rival unions may at last have ended. The CNT-UGT pact, observed Frente Roja, is one of the strongest levers for mobilizing the people and consolidating its granite-like unity in the struggle against the common enemy and in the immense and glorious tasks that lie ahead. The workers and all the popular layers know this and are ready to defend the unity of the proletariat and to reinforce the popular front against all maneuvers to which the enemies of unity may resort in shameful desperation. 70. 570. 54. The removal of Indalecio Prieto from the defense ministry. Encouraged by their rapprochement with the national leaders of the CNT and by the political eclipse of Largo Caballero, the communists now felt strong enough to come to grips with Indalecio Prieto. In their campaign against the defense minister, the military situation played a crucial role. On December 23, 1937, the Republicans captured Teruel, their first major successful offensive action since the start of the Civil War. But only 2 months later, on February 22, after a grueling battle, fought in the snow and in sub-zero temperatures, they were forced to evacuate the city, ending abruptly the mood of exultation that had briefly suffused the Republican camp and raised the standing of the defense minister. One then, On March 9 General Franco, aided by an overwhelming superiority in aviation of 4-1,2 launched in Aragon the most spectacular offensive seen so far in the Civil War. The month of March was calamitous, records Interior Minister Julian Zugazagoitia. All our lines collapsed. The enemy's motorized columns advance without difficulty. Hour by hour we lose positions, fortified heights, villages. The Commissar General of the Eastern Army sends a report to Preto in which the situation is described as hopeless. The morale of the men has fallen precipitously due to the difficulty of supplying food and ammunition and to the threat from the air. 3. Santiago Alvarez, the Communist chief political commissar of the 144th Mixed Brigade, 44th Division, informed the Central Committee of the PCE on March 18 of the apathy, indifference, the panic of the majority of professional officers, and the absolute lack of good intermediate cadres. In many cases, he added, the situation resembled the early days of the militias when there were neither officers nor organization. 4. The plight of the international brigades, now partially integrated into Spanish units, was no better. Sandor Rose, an American commissar in the 15th Brigade, writes, the terror in the international brigades is on. To halt the fascist offensive, we need air power, artillery, tanks, armored cars, transport, trained officers, non-coms, and men. The Kremlin leaders think differently, although they 571 supply us with some material. They base their main reliance on terror. Officers and men are ruthlessly executed on orders. The toll is particularly high among the Poles, Slavs, Germans, and Hungarians, especially among those who came to Spain from Moscow. These are summary executions, carried out in most cases secretly by the SIM. 5. His evidence of extensive arrests and executions of members of the international brigades is corroborated by Carlo Pencinetti, former commander of the Garibaldi Brigade, who claims that the Chayka was functioning at full capacity at that time. 6. The terror was simply an extension of what had been going on for a long time in Albacete, where André Marti, the organizer of the brigades, known as the Butcher of Albacete, had set up the NKVD's headquarters, according to former German communist Gustav Regler and political commissar of the 12th International Brigade. The result, Regler informed me, was that the French brigade, whose political commissar was a young ambitious communist of Marti's creation, sent all dissident elements down to the base, where they were jailed and some shot. The same insinuation came to my brigade, where it was rejected violently, even by my communist general Paul Lecoq, who died at my side in 1937. The regime of Albacete was the regime of terror. There was even a punishment company there in which JEF lasted Dutch communists served for a while. I got details from him that proved how Albacete was used as an execution place, and in the end no one in the staff was of any other party than the C.P7. In those military units, in which the CNT, FAI, POUM, and left socialists were strongly represented, and the factional strife and attacks on the revolution had done more to undermine morale than in other forces, the lack of combativity cannot be ascribed solely to military reasons. The collapse of the Aragon front, ran an unpublished report by the Peninsular Committee of the FAI on April 1, was also due to the undeclared and fierce battle between parties and factions. There were parties and groups, it affirmed, whose sole aim was the pursuit of their own hegemony. In such circumstances, it is easy to understand that the courage and combativity of the soldiers of the people are practically annulled. It is a terrible tragedy that our combatants have to face a most powerful enemy with the feeling they are led by traitors, by enemies of the people's cause. 8. On 15 April, within 6 weeks of the onset of the offensive, the enemy reached the Mediterranean coast, splitting the Republican territory in two. No one has yet explained, President Aznar wrote shortly after the war, why in March 1938, when the enemy took Lerida, he did not take Barcelona, the seat of the government since November 1937. Between the two cities there were no forces at all. 10. An explanation for the failure of the nationalists to exploit their military advantage lies in Hitler's decision,
as we have already noted, to prolong the war and encourage Italy to make a major military investment in Spain in order to bind Mussolini closer to Germany. This would divert his attention from Austria and Czechoslovakia, whose absorption into the German Reich was essential to the consummation of Nazi aims in Eastern Europe. It was surely no coincidence that on March 13, 4 days after the start of the Aragon offensive, in which German 572 Map 4 Division of Spain, April 15, 1938. Aviation, tanks, and artillery played a major role. Hitler occupied Austria without a word of protest from Mussolini, who, in 1934, had been ready to defend it against a Nazi assault. But it was not until after the Munich Pact in September 1938, in which Mussolini supported Hitler's demands on Czechoslovakia, that the Führer resolved to end the war in Spain as soon as possible and concentrate his attention on Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, in the Republican zone, even before the start of the nationalist offensive on March 9, the fate of Indalecio Prieto had been decided. It was necessary, wrote Jesus Hernandez, to dig a deep grave for him, in which all his measures against communist predominance in the army would be buried. By removing him from the defense ministry, all the levers of military control not held directly by the communists would be concentrated in the hands of Dr. Negrin, Moscow's man of confidence. 11. But how could Prieto be removed? Asks El Campesino, the commander of the 44th Division, in a book written after he had escaped from Russia. His prestige was high, especially after the successful operation of THIRD-WORLDISM. The former communist alleges that Kremlin agents decided to sacrifice the city in order to discredit Prieto. He also asserts that when his own division was surrounded in THIRD-WORLDISM, he was deliberately abandoned by the communist commanders Enrique Lister and Juan Modesto as part of the conspiracy to discredit Prieto, but managed to escape with most of his men. 12 Lister, for his part, claims that L. 573 Campesino fled from THIRD-WORLDISM when it was not yet surrounded and cowardly abandoned his forces. 13 Because of the political animosity between the two men, their testimony must be treated with caution. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that when El Campesino informed Prieto by letter in October 1950 that he had been used as a scapegoat to oust the defense minister, Prieto asserted that certain army chiefs had told him at the time that the communists had devised the loss of THIRD-WORLDISM in order to destroy him. But, he affirmed, despite the many indications that their assertion was well-founded, I did not believe it, because I could not believe it. Impossible. Now, El Campesino, in his letter of October 10, 1950, appears to confirm it. So many things that I once believed impossible have turned out to be true. 14. Although it is debatable whether the communists went to the extreme of ordering the abandonment of THIRD-WORLDISM in order to destroy Prieto, there is no question that the loss of the city was the starting point for their drive against him. Just as they had once launched an insidious campaign against Largo Caballero spreading the epithets stupidity, ineptitude, vanity, and senility from mouth to mouth, so too did they use what means they could to discredit Prieto. The entire front and rear guard were filled with rumors. Hernandez claims, Prieto is a capitulator, Prieto does not want Soviet aviators to take part in our war, Prieto says that without French aid it is stupid to continue the war, Prieto has asked the English government for a destroyer to flee to England, Prieto wants to hand over the entire central southern zone of the Republic to Franco on the pretext of fortifying ourselves in Catalonia, etc., etc. 15. We must make use of the loss of THIRD-WORLDISM to liquidate Prieto, the Comintern delegate Pedro told a meeting of the Politburo, Hernandez asserts. Stefanov, who had just made a very quick trip to Moscow, brought back precise instructions and supported Pedro with the following words: the comrades of the Casa Moscow recommend that the army be supplied with new reserves that will make it possible to prolong resistance. 16 In this way, the struggle can be continued with a view to an eventual world conflict that could change the entire panorama of the war. Resist. 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 That is the directive of the Casa. Do you believe that's possible with Prieto in charge of the defense ministry? 17. The question was purely rhetorical, for, as Togliatti remarked, Preto's pessimism was the chief obstacle to a policy of all-out resistance. 18 He was of course correct, for Preto's pessimism was notorious. Ignacio Hidalgo de Cisneros, the chief of the Air Force and one-time intimate of Preto's, told me after the war that he frequently had to caution the defense minister not to speak pessimistically before his subordinates. Preto, he said, claimed that a responsible pessimist was worth more than an irresponsible optimist. He spoke like a pessimist, but worked like an optimist. That was one of his contradictions. 19. Preto's pessimism expressed itself in various ways. A few days after the formation of the Negrin government in May 1937, he refused to speak over the radio. Anyone could do a better job than I in addressing the Spanish people, he told the cabinet, because no matter how hard I might try to disguise my thoughts. 574. They would be transparent to my listeners. 20 At another time, his pessimism led him to contemplate declaring war on Germany. On May 31, the German fleet had shelled the Republican port of Almeria in retaliation for the bombing of the German pocket battleship Deutschland, one of the naval vessels involved in the international patrol scheme. At a cabinet meeting, Preto proposed a massive aerial attack on the fleet even though it might provoke a war and, consequently, a European conflagration. My cabinet colleagues and the chief of state, he affirmed, regarded my idea as foolhardy and rejected the proposal. It was the proposal of a pessimist, who saw no possibility of winning the war. Half the Spanish nation, he said, was fighting, the other half aided not only by Italy, Germany, and Portugal, but by the indifference, if not the hostility, of the rest of Europe. By declaring war on Germany, he added, I sought a solution through an international conflict, because the Western nations, faced by the danger of an open conquest of Spanish territory by Italy and Germany, might decide to intervene. 21. One might have thought that Preto's proposal would have been welcomed by Moscow in view of the Kremlin's desire to involve Britain and France in the Spanish conflict. 22 It was not. According to Hernandez, during a cabinet recess before the arrival of President Aznar, who had been asked to preside over the second half of the meeting, the communist apparatus within 5 minutes put everything into motion to find out the line. Codovilla went to the Soviet embassy. Togliatti proceeded to El Veda, a small village near Valencia, where, in a farm lost in a beautiful orange grove, the Soviet delegation had set up a very powerful radio station with which it maintained direct contact with France and Moscow. Moscow's orders were categorical: Preto's provocation must be prevented at all costs. Hernandez, who claims that he believed, like Preto, that the war was an agony without hope, alleges that his disappointment was tremendous and that his conscience battled with the conflicting feelings of subservience to Moscow and loyalty to Spain, but that obedience to Moscow prevailed. 23. It must be said in passing that the attack on the Deutschland was carried out by a Soviet pilot, G.K. Levinsky. This was revealed by Major General G. Prokofiev, the Soviet Air Force advisor to Republican Spain. I had the opportunity of making several flights with him, he wrote 28 years later. Levinsky was an excellent bombardier and his skill was soon proved by a direct hit on the German battleship Deutschland. 24. Obviously, one cannot infer unequivocally from this statement that Levinsky was acting on specific orders from the Kremlin to attack the Deutschland, then lying at anchor off Ibiza, but, if he were, the question arises, why did Moscow, which was intent on involving Britain and France in the Spanish conflict, veto Preto's proposal? The answer may be that the Kremlin, seeing that the reaction of Britain and France to the bombardment of Almeria was cautious and apprehensive, may have concluded that Preto's proposal, if adopted, would have been counterproductive in that it would undoubtedly have resulted in a massive increase in German aid to Franco without any 575 change in the policy of non-intervention on the part of Britain and France, and would have been condemned as a deliberate attempt to ignite a conflict in Western Europe. Referring to a meeting of the non-intervention subcommittee on the day of the bombardment of Almeria, Ivan Maysky, the Soviet ambassador, who attended the session, writes, "The committee should have been protesting. But the diplomats of the so-called democratic countries were scared to death that the whole farce of non-intervention would now collapse like a house of cards." 25. The fact is that distrust rather than fear governed the behavior of the British and French diplomats. The request made by the British ambassador of the German foreign minister on May 31 not to do the Reds the favour of expanding the conflict in Spain into a World War XXVI, and the remark by British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden to the US ambassador on June 3 that it looked as if the Soviet government wanted the British to pull its chestnuts out of the fire and would not be disturbed if Germany was at war with England and France, leaving Russia with a comparatively free hand on the other side. 27. Reveal the true feelings of the British government. Nor was the French government less suspicious. According to the German ambassador in Paris, Socialist Premier Leon Blum allegedly gave the Soviet charge d'affaires to understand that a repetition of such incidents would encounter the sharpest disapproval of the French government and would create a very grave situation. 28. Although Moscow opposed Prito's proposal to bomb the German fleet, its relations with him were not affected by the incident or by his self-avowed pessimism, which it could have tolerated had he been less refractory. Far more disquieting was his determination to curtail communist predominance in the armed forces. 29. While recognizing that his pessimistic nature was proverbial and bordered at times on defeatism, the official communist history acknowledges that his administration of the defense ministry had unquestionably positive features, but that his tendency to depoliticize the popular army constituted one of the most negative aspects of his work. 30. At this point it is appropriate to remind the reader of the following statement by Hernandez, cited in a previous chapter, regarding the party's attitude toward Prito before he became defense minister. When the Politburo discussed the pros and cons of accepting Prito as head of the defense ministry, we took into account his great prestige in moderate political circles at home and abroad. In this respect Prito was useful to us. We also took into consideration the negative side of his character. He was a pessimist, he had no faith in victory. To entrust him with the maximum responsibility for prosecuting the war was an anomaly. The members of the Politburo hesitated to support his candidacy. Togliatti gave us the following advice: by supporting the candidacy of Prito we shall bring him under our control. If he doesn't agree to serve us, we shall exploit his notorious and self-proclaimed pessimism to bring about his removal, whenever it is convenient to us. We shall try to envelop him in such a heavy shroud of disrepute that he will be rendered useless as an outstanding socialist leader. One enemy less. 31. 576. Hence, the loss of Teruel on February 22 provided a felicitous occasion to initiate an all-out offensive against the defense minister, who, like Manuel Azana and Julian Basteiro, the right-wing socialist, looked more and more to mediation to end the conflict. Many feelers were put out in 1937 and 1938, 32, but General Franco, backed to the hilt by Germany and Italy and confident of ultimate victory, would consider nothing but unconditional surrender. The opening salvo against Prito was fired by La Passionaria on February 27, 5 days after the loss of Teruel. Eusebio Simera, a staff writer on the communist organ Mundo Obrero in 1936 and, later, political secretary to Hernandez in the Ministry of Education, wrote after the war, for the communists, for Passionaria, who regarded Prito's measures prohibiting proselytism by the political commissars as a relentless policy against the communists, the failure of the Teruel operation was an opportunity delivered on a silver platter to discredit the defense minister. 33. Without mentioning Prito by name, or any other socialist or Republican known to favor mediation, La Passionaria declared: "Who are these people who spread defeatism and talk about the inefficiency of our army? They are incompetents and cowards, people who burn one candle to God and another to the devil, people who stand with one foot here and the other in the camp of the rebels. We must tell them that our men did not go to the front in order to preserve the privileges of the landlords and bankers. We must tell them that our women did not give their sons in order to return to the old slavery. Those who plan to destroy the revolutionary gains of our people won during 19 months of sacrifice are not qualified to speak of democracy. When the General Commissariat of War pursues a policy of removing political commissars who are cited for heroism and enjoy the confidence of the soldiers, then we who are inspired solely by the desire to win the war and defeat fascism must say that we will not allow this policy to continue. 34. During the next few days, the communist offensive against Preto continued without let-up, picking up momentum when General Franco's forces began their lightning advance toward the Mediterranean coast, and no one knew where the route would end. On March 16, in an atmosphere of impending disaster, Ulrich Laban, the French ambassador, visited Negrin to apprise him of his government's willingness to serve as mediator in the conflict. The same day, the ambassador reported to Paris that those members of Negrin's cabinet who favored mediation relied principally on the argument that Italian and German intervention was so overwhelming as to leave the Republicans with no hope of victory regardless of outside help. It was therefore better, they held, to give up while there was still time, because mediation offered the best possible opportunity of safeguarding the ideals and even the lives of the Republicans. On the other hand, Laban reported, Prime Minister Negrin replied that the stubborn resistance shown by the Spanish people on previous occasions would allow time for the development of a 577 more favorable international situation. Mediation, Negrin said, was condemned to failure, because even if Franco agreed, the Germans and Italians would impose their veto and the only result would be to undermine army confidence and morale in the rear. At this point, stated Laban, the Prime Minister, in a burst of temper and with eyes flaming, exclaimed, "In resistance there is no room for vacillation. I can handle the situation. No matter how highly placed the opponents of resistance may be, they will be crushed." 35. Negrin then convened a meeting of his cabinet. It was rumored, recalls Carles Pisunier, former mayor of Barcelona and now Esquerra Councillor of Culture in the Catalan government, that the question of peace would be raised and that some ministers, particularly Preto, would demand that negotiations should begin. As a result of these rumors, and as though obeying a single slogan, telegraphed messages from the army began to arrive at the Prime Minister's office, demanding the resignation of the wavering ministers. 36. According to Interior Minister Zugazagoitia, Negrin informed the cabinet of Laban's offer and of his decision to continue the struggle to the end. No one suggested peace negotiations and Negrin's view prevailed. Only Irajo Manuel de Irajo, the Basque nationalist minister 37, brought up the advisability of studying the military situation so that, if we were convinced of the inevitability of defeat, we could reduce the agony of prolonging a hopeless war. As for Giral, foreign minister and President Azan's spokesman in the cabinet, he suggested that it would be advisable not to reject the offer outright, since it might be welcome if the need arose. 38. Giral's recommendation, Preto told Zugazagoitia after the meeting, was due to a visit he had received from the French ambassador, who had offered him a warship to evacuate the President of the Republic and the cabinet, suggesting, in return, that we should send our aviation to French airfields and the units of our fleet to Bizerta, Tunisia. 39. Why harbor any illusions that we can wait for the arrival of French war material, as Negrin suggested, Preto commented bitterly. It is obvious from the French ambassador's proposals that his government regards us as dead. 40. After a short recess, the cabinet reconvened at 6 p.m. in the palace of Petrolbes under the chairmanship of Azana, who, as expected, raised the question of peace negotiations. He condemned the government's rejection of the French proposal and asked the ministers if they didn't consider it more prudent not to close the door to negotiations that we would need if the optimism of the head of the government did not materialize. 41. Knowing that Preto was as pessimistic as he, Azana asked him to report on the military situation. The defense minister replied that the army was demoralized and was fleeing in all directions, abandoning arms and ammunition. 42. His words simply reinforced Azana's argument that the war was lost. 43. Meanwhile, as rumors of capitulation began to spread, the Communist Party, backed by Mariano Vázquez, the secretary of the National Committee of the CNT, organized a demonstration, headed by assault guards, which marched through the principal streets of Barcelona toward the Petrolbes Palace. The Communist 578 Party, recalls La Pasionaria, mobilized the population of Barcelona, demanding that the government continue to resist. 44 The coercive character of the demonstration, observed Zugazagoitia, was patent. 45 The following day, Frente Rojo declared that the working class of Barcelona, representing all the workers of our fatherland and the thousands of heroic combatants, resoundingly proclaimed its will to prosecute the struggle until final victory and to expel from our midst the cowards, vacillators, and traitors. Members of the Food Workers' Federation, the newspaper reported, closed all bars, cafes, and restaurants. Other groups of comrades entered the movie houses and theaters, where they exhorted the audiences to join the demonstration. 46. As Prieto later put it, the demonstration was formed by emptying the theaters and cinemas so that, whether they wanted to or not, the spectators would join it, and the same was done with passengers on the trams and buses. 47. As the demonstrators tumultuously entered the gardens of the palace, cries of "Down with the treacherous ministers! Down with the Minister of Defense!" were heard by the assembled ministers. 48 Zugazagoitia affirms that Prieto told him that he was convinced that Negrin had advised the communists to hold the demonstration in order to coerce the President of the Republic and to impose his will in advance so as to thwart any weakness of Azina. 49. Togliatti informed Moscow that the Republican parties had complained that the demonstration was organized without them and, in fact, directed against them. The fact is that to have invited the Republicans would have meant sabotaging everything. A few days earlier, he added, the Republican parties had met in order to form their own coordinating committee, thus taking an initiative outside the Popular Front, and had raised the matter of a political change. All this was undoubtedly inspired by the President of the Republic and in preparation for a pronunciamento against Negrin and in favor of surrender. The demonstration of March 16 brought the Republicans back to reality, making them understand that the working class and its organizations will not tolerate any form of capitulation and that nothing can be done without them. Indeed, since March 16, the Popular Front has begun to function again almost regularly and the official position of the Republicans has improved. 50. As for the CNT, Togliatti complained to Moscow that its support of the demonstration had been fleeting. Its representatives, he reported, had formed part of the commission that had presented the demonstrators' demands to Negrin, but the next day Solidaridad Obrera ignored the demonstration. This can be explained, he said, partly by bad communications. The leaders of the CNT who were in contact with the party remained almost the entire night in party headquarters to escape a bombardment and could not communicate with the editors, and partly by the usual duplicity of the anarchists and the dissensions within the leadership. 51. Juan Simeon Vidart, the Undersecretary of the Interior and a partisan of the Premier, confirms Negrin's advance knowledge of the demonstration. The socialist executive, Vidart states, received a telephone call from Negrin announcing 579. That a demonstration was being organized in favor of the government and that he personally had authorized it. Shortly afterwards, a commission of the Communist Party arrived, which was more explicit than the Premier. There was a far-reaching maneuver to overthrow Negrin and place at the head of the government an accommodating individual who would agree to unconditional surrender. They could not allow Negrin to be stabbed in the back and, as they were convinced that the people were on the side of the government, they had taken the initiative in organizing the demonstration in his favor. Not a minute should be lost. The demonstration should coincide with the meeting of the cabinet. To this, Manuel Cordero, the veteran socialist and Prietista, retorted, "Let us speak clearly. The truth is that the purpose of the demonstration is to coerce the President of the Republic." No. The communists responded. The purpose is to prevent the throats of 500,000 patriotic Republicans from being cut. Their argument was overpowering, and the socialist executive appointed Vidart to represent the party at the demonstration. "We are always complaining about the communists," Cordero grumbled, "but all we do is dance to the piper's tune." At the Petrolbes Palace, Vidart and Negrin had the following exchange: "Are you happy with this spontaneous demonstration that has been so well organized?" Vidart asked banteringly. "Believe me," Negrin answered, "it was necessary to avoid the danger of unconditional surrender." "In that case, I am glad I came," Vidart replied. He then asked, "Do you believe that Azana is capable of surrendering?" And Negrin responded, "No less than he was on 18 July 52. As on July 18, 1936, Azana's hopes of a compromise settlement were shattered by a mass demonstration. Even so, there was no likelihood that General Franco would have considered a negotiated peace at a time when total victory appeared so close at hand. Furthermore, according to Vidart, the socialist executive was in complete accord with Negrin that it was impossible to achieve a compromise settlement that would end the war honorably, for the simple reason that Franco would not accept anything but unconditional surrender, namely, the destruction of the Republican Armed Forces 53. In a letter written shortly after the war, Azana stated that he had done everything possible since September 1936 to bring about a compromise solution, because the idea of defeating the enemy was a fantasy. No prime minister, no defense minister, no foreign minister, no important ambassador, he affirmed, was ignorant of his position. The extremists were not ignorant of it when they organized demonstrations outside the Petrolbes Palace against the Republican traitors. Those were the days when the president was accused of being a defeatist and of wanting to concoct a deal on pastel. Today, none of them would mind if that deal had been made 54. Although, at the call of the National Committee of the CNT, the anarcho-syndicalist workers in Barcelona participated in the demonstration, there had already developed a profound cleavage of opinion in the libertarian movement over the advisability of prosecuting the war to the bitter end. The CNT historian José Pirates, himself a witness to this torturous dilemma, states that in face of the 580 reconquest of Teruel and the subsequent invasion of Aragon, Levant, and Catalonia, some militants began to ask themselves if there was anything left to sacrifice and to what end. Two tendencies, he says, stood out, that of the National Committee of the CNT headed by Mariano Vázquez, which, in order to escape the torture of doubt, sought the necessary optimism in Negrin's drug of all-out resistance, and that of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, which tried to save its honor by a ceaseless and systematic opposition to the advance of the counter-revolution and even thought of bringing about an armistice in mid-1938. 55. To what degree disenchantment and confusion had begun to pervade the libertarian movement, which represented half the working class, was apparent from a speech by Horacio M. Prieto, the former secretary of the CNT. At a national plenum of the organization held in March, he declared that the war was lost and that the CNT should use its influence to profit from the defeatism of the socialists and Republicans and to arrive at an honorable peace by ceasing to play unconsciously the game of the Russians, who were interested in waging a war that was ruining Spain and that was bleeding the libertarian movement for a cause that was ours only in appearance. In this way, we would save a large number of lives, spare our men great suffering, and could rebuild our movement after less damage had been done than if we continued to resist vaingloriously. 56. Finally, the delegates decided to offer their full support to the defense minister and put an end to the ascendancy of the communists by a test of force. 57. Nothing came of this decision. Although Indalecio Prieto acknowledges that he received the support of the CNT leadership. 58. He does not mention a test of force. Indeed, it is barely conceivable that Prieto would have allied himself with the CNT against the Communist Party even in the last extremity. Meanwhile, the role of Mariano Vázquez, the secretary of the CNT, who had recently signed the Pact of Unity with the new communist-controlled executive of the UGT and had marched with the communists against Prieto, was disconcerting to the PCE. Vázquez adopted an equivocal position, Togliatti told the Comintern. He demanded that the composition of the cabinet should remain unchanged except that it should be enlarged to include representatives of the unions. In other words, he defended Prito against Negrin and the Communists 59. This unexpected switch astounded some of the leaders of the CNT, among them José García Pradas, the director of the Madrid newspaper CNT and delegate at the National Plenum in Barcelona, who records that shortly after the demonstration Vázquez shifted his position and proposed that the National Committee should inform Prito that we would be happy if he remained in the Defense Ministry 60. Such waverings and inconsistencies characterized Vázquez's behavior throughout the war and contrasted with the firm line of the PCE, which knew precisely what it wanted. Despite Vázquez's ephemeral support of the defense minister, Prito's political career was now in its twilight hours. In an article entitled Unrepentant Pessimist, that appeared in both Frente Rojo, the communist organ, and in La. 581. Vanguardia, the mouthpiece of Juan Negrin, Jesus Hernandez delivered a scorching assault on the defense minister. 61. Although he used the pseudonym of Juan Ventura, the author's true identity was clear. At a cabinet meeting on March 29, Prito declared, "If these were normal times, I would immediately resign, because in view of my concept of cabinet solidarity, I regard the attack on me by the Minister of Education as inadmissible. However, the present situation prevents me from resigning. Duty ties me to my post. To abandon it of my own free will, even for such a powerful reason, would be equivalent to desertion, and I do not desert. Hence, I shall remain Minister of National Defense, but in the knowledge that from now on I shall be occupying the post without authority and without respect." 62. Nevertheless, Prito did not have to suffer further indignities as defense minister, for Negrin, according to Togliatti, had now arrived at the same conclusion as the PCE. It was essential to remove Prito from the military leadership of the country in order to avoid a catastrophe. 63. Although the premier affirmed that the decision was his own, Prito insisted that he had yielded to the demands of the Communist Party. 64. My decision to replace you as defense minister, Negrin stated in a letter to Prito, his old friend and former mentor, was exclusively and strictly personal. I reached this decision on the night of 2930 March after a painful and difficult inner struggle. It was a result of the cabinet meeting of March 29. When, with your great eloquence, your personality, your customary dramatization, and with the authority of your post, you completely demoralized our cabinet colleagues by portraying events in the darkest tones of desperation. 65. Clearly, there was no longer any place for Prito in the cabinet, for Negrin, fostering the hope, like the communists, that the conflict would eventually merge with a European conflagration, could no longer tolerate as his Minister of Defense a man who was convinced that the war was lost. In a speech some years later, Negrin declared, "It has been bandied about that my decision to remove Prito was the result of outside pressures, concretely, the Communist Party and the Soviet government. This is false, absolutely false. Those who say this do not know me. I swear to you on the graves of our war dead that there is not a word of truth in it." 66. In his report to Moscow, Togliatti stated that Negrin had called a meeting of the socialist leadership and declared that he could no longer continue with Prito in the defense ministry as he was a defeatist who deserved to be shot. He also stated that he wished to free himself of Girol Azana's confidant, who, like Prito, was telling everyone that the war was lost, thus making it impossible to receive any help from abroad. The Socialist Party leadership, Togliatti added, gave Negrin a free hand to reorganize the cabinet. 67. This was the nadir of Prito's influence in the socialist executive. From now on, many of those who had been known as Prietistas became metamorphosed overnight into Negrinistas, although sometimes of dubious loyalty. In informing Prito of its decision to support Negrin, the socialist executive was mildly apologetic. "The fact that you are leaving the defense ministry," said Ramon González Pina, the party's presi. 582. Dent, is almost an indignity, but in view of the present political situation we have no option but to accept the sacrifice. 68. While the composition of the new administration was still under discussion, the Politburo was debating a Comintern proposal that the PCE should withdraw its 2 ministers from the government. In this way, affirms the official communist history of the Civil War, the Communist International believed that the position of the Republic would be strengthened by destroying the argument used by Spanish and foreign reactionaries in their slanderous campaign against the Popular Front government, branding it as communist. On the other hand, the Spanish Politburo argued that the departure of its ministers from the government would not be understood by the people and would not strengthen the Republic, especially after the loss of Teruel when capitulationist tendencies were rampant. It was precisely these circumstances, it claimed, that made the presence of the Communists all the more necessary. 69 According to José Duca, a member of the Central Committee, one of the principal objections of the Politburo was that Negrin and Del Valle, who was to resume his post as foreign minister, were not strong enough to control the cabinet without the backing of the Communists. 70. The tactic of withdrawing communist participation, Togliatti told the Politburo, was aimed at convincing English and French public opinion that the Communists are not interested in the conquest of power, not even in Spain, where we could do so with comparative ease. In this way, we shall strengthen Anglo-French ties with the Soviets. If Hitler should decide on war, he will have to wage it against the USSR and the Western democracies. 71. Hernandez claims that he opposed the tactic. The hatred and hostility for our party and Negrin, he wrote after he had left the party, were shared unanimously by all the forces of the Popular Front. Negrin could govern only by relying completely on the Communist Party's military and political power. To withdraw our ministers would have meant death to the resistance policy. 72. Hernandez's opposition is corroborated by Togliatti. In a tone of despair, Hernandez objected, "This will mean the loss of everything." 73. Nevertheless, a compromise was reached. Hernandez alone would withdraw, leaving Vicente Uribe as the only minister representing the PCE. This reduction in communist representation, Hernandez announced at a press conference, while still a member of the Politburo, demonstrated once again the dishonesty of those persons inside and outside the country who have played on the existence of a terrible communist danger, seeking to provoke distrust and division among the anti-fascist forces in Spain and to impress world opinion with blustering threats of communist influence in the state machinery. My removal from the government is clear proof to the contrary. 74. 583. Part 8. Communist influence crests. 585. 55. The Second Negrin Government. Communist predominance in the army. The composition of the Second Negrin administration, formed on April 5, 1938, was as follows. 1. Negrin. Socialist. Premiership and Defense. Julio Alvarez del Valle. Socialist. Foreign Affairs. Paulino Gómez. Socialist. Interior. Ramón González Pina. UGT. Justice. Vicente Uribe. Communist. Agriculture. Segundo Blanco. CNT. Education and Health. Francisco Méndez Aspe. Left Republican. Finance and Economy. Antonio Villau. Left Republican. Public Works. Bernardo Giner de los Rios. Republican Union. Communications and Transportation. Jaime Aguad. Esquerra. Labor. José Girol. Left Republican. Minister without portfolio. Manuel de Irijo. Basque Nationalist. Minister without portfolio 1. The request of the CNT for representation in the cabinet was only partially satisfied by the appointment of a single anarcho-syndicalist, Segundo Blanco, who replaced Jesus Hernandez in the Ministry of Education. Although the CNT newspaper, Fragua Social, described Blanco as an unfailing revolutionary, two his libertarian opponents later characterized him as just another Negrinista. 3. The UGT also joined the government and was represented by Ramón González Pina, the socialist president of the pro-communist executive. Togliatti welcomed the return of the CNT to the government. he informed 586 Moscow that it created a new relationship with the anarchists and reduced the danger of an anarchist revolt. For Solidaridad Obrera, the once fiery voice of the revolutionary CNT, but now the mouthpiece of the more politicalized and chastened elements led by Mariano Vázquez, declared that the new government with its enlarged representation would help to raise the morale of our soldiers and that the participation of the CNT and UGT opened up new courses of action that inspire everyone with confidence, serenity, and a spirit of sacrifice. 5. For cosmetic reasons, Indalecio Prieto was urged to remain in the cabinet, since his presence would have been reassuring to both foreign and domestic opinion. The Communist Party, La Pasionaria claimed after the war, made every effort to keep him in the government, but he rejected all proposals. 6 Negrin also tried to retain him in the cabinet, but, as he told his socialist colleague Vidart, the only portfolio Prieto would accept was that of finance so that he could mobilize all available funds and resources for purposes of emigration. I could not agree to that request, Negrin stated. As long as the war lasts, the Ministry of Finance cannot have its own policy independent of the Prime Minister's. I know how much Prieto means to the Socialist Party and I have done all I can to keep him at my side. 7. As for Hernandez, whose departure from the cabinet was designed to convince British and French opinion that the Communists were not interested in the conquest of power, he was named Chief Political Commissar of the Central Southern Region, which embraced 80% of the land forces. 8 In order to facilitate the reorganization of the government as a government of national union, declared La Pasionaria a few weeks later, our party made every sacrifice. This refutes those who disseminate stupid myths that our country is on the way to a dictatorship of the proletariat and who sow seeds of suspicion and disunity by representing the communists as masters of the government and the state. Our participation in the government is simply a result of circumstances and expresses our support of the democratic republic. The Communist Party has never fought for positions in the government or regarded them as fundamental, nor will it ever do so. 9. Even though the PCE held only one portfolio, it now controlled more levers of command than hitherto. This was clear not only from the return to the foreign ministry of Julio Alvarez del Valle, the crypto-communist par excellence who, in addition to maintaining communist control in the foreign propaganda and foreign press bureaus, gave Manuel Sanchez Arcas, a party member, the key post of Undersecretary of Propaganda. 10 But above all from the assumption of the Defense Ministry by Premier Juan Negrin, anathematized in the post-war years by Jesus Hernandez as Moscow's man of confidence. 11 And by L. Campesino as the communists' ambitious and docile tool. 12. These epithets have been vigorously challenged by Negrin's Spanish and foreign admirers, whose extravagant praise contrasts sharply with the savage denunciations of some of his socialist critics. Whereas Largo Caballero asseverated that he had surrendered himself body and soul to the Communist Party. 13 And Luis Araquistin branded his 587 government as the most despotic and unscrupulous suffered by Spain even during the darkest days of the Austrian and Bourbon dynasties. 14 Professor Juan Merkel of Harvard University has since claimed that few men in European history during the last century and a half have displayed such a combination of intelligence and character, of moral integrity and intellectual capacity. 15 For his part, the Spanish historian Angel Vinas has described him as one of the most clear-sighted and extraordinary politicians of the entire Republican era and the great statesman of the Republic. 16 These encomia were later transcended by the U.S. historian Edward Maleficus, who affirmed that Negrin was without equal in Spain since Olivares in the XVIth century and of the same caliber as such wartime leaders as Winston Churchill. 17 Of the foreign admirers of Negrin, the most notable was Herbert Matthews, who, for over 30 years, was the authority on Spain of the New York Times, and whose books on the Civil War profoundly influenced public opinion. In 1957, he claimed that Negrin had made a mark on Spanish history of which future generations will have a reason to be proud. 18 And, in 1973, he wrote, Dr. Negrin used and worked with the communists simply for practical reasons which had nothing to do with leftism or any ideology. He had no political coloration or preference for any political party as such. 19. Since the historiography of Spanish Republican politics has been so skewed by Negrin's disciples in their attempts to raise him to the status of a national hero and conciliator, it must be recorded that Matthews's portrayal of the premier bears comparison with his portrayal of Fidel Castro in 1964, the belief fostered by Washington and Cuban exiles that Fidel Castro is a prisoner of the Cuban communist apparatus or a puppet of Moscow is a myth. He is, by character, incapable of accepting orders or even advice. Now that 5 years have passed, it is surely time for American officials and the American public to realize that he is one of the most extraordinary men of our age. 20. My own judgment of Negrin, based on oral and written testimony garnered and digested over 50 years, is that he did more than any other politician, whether willingly or unwillingly, to extend and consolidate the influence of the Communist Party in the vital centers of power, the Army and the Security Services. 21. During the final year of the war. This does not imply that in all matters he was totally amenable to the PCE, but on the fundamental issue of armed power in which the future political structure of the Spanish state depended, he allowed himself, as will be seen shortly, to be guided and directed by the Communist Party. It is true that the party's control of Negrin did not extend into every sphere, for the PCE, appreciating his singular value as a moderate cover for its hegemonic aims, could not afford to alienate him by attempting to impose all of its proposals. One of the important witnesses to the control that the PCE exercised over Negrin was Enrique Castro, Subcommissar General of War in 1938, whose informative and deeply introspective memoir Hombres Made in Moscow 22, from which I have quoted previously, is one of the most valuable books on the civil. 588. War in its treatment of some of the non-party men upon whose innocence, ignorance, connivance, or plain goodwill the PCE was able to build its immense power. Castro's account of the Premier and Defense Minister is therefore worth recalling. While acknowledging that in the early stages of his tenure of the Premiership and Defense Ministry Negrin appeared excessively considerate toward the old-timers in the Socialist and Republican parties who embodied the old methods, Castro nevertheless affirms that the Premier was controlled by the Communist Party, by the party directly and by two of his closest collaborators, a certain Benigno Rodriguez, who was director of Militia Popular, the organ of the 5th Regiment, and Manuel Sanchez Arcas, a good architect, marvelous person, blindly obedient to the party, who occupied the Undersecretaryship of Propaganda. 23. According to Antonio Cordon, whom, as will be seen shortly, Negrin elevated to the Undersecretaryship of the Army and who was a faithful member of the PCE until his death in 1969, Sanchez Arcas was enthusiastically supported in his work by Benigno Rodriguez, who directed the political department linked to the Prime Minister's office. 24. Furthermore, as mentioned in an earlier chapter, Benigno Rodriguez was made political secretary of Negrin on party orders, and, in the words of Cordon, the Prime Minister appreciated Benigno's great merit, his talent, his enormous capacity for work, his unshakable enthusiasm, and always showed him, even after the war, great affection and consideration. 25. It was precisely because the Premier was so closely shepherded by his communist entourage that Comintern delegate Palmiro Togliatti, who had expressed doubts regarding Negrin's reliability in a memo to Moscow on November 25, 1937, describing him as a man without scruples. 26. Affirmed categorically in a report on May 21, 1939 that the second Negrin government was undoubtedly the one that collaborated most closely with the leadership of the Communist Party and accepted and implemented more fully and more rapidly than any other the proposals of the party. 27. Despite this tribute, Togliatti was not entirely satisfied with the Premier's performance, for, in the same report, he criticized his disorganization, even his moral conduct of Bohemian not without a sign of depravity, women, and likened his style of work to that of an undisciplined intellectual. 28. This description of Negrin by the leading representative of the Comintern in Spain is compatible with what non-communists, who were well acquainted with him, have said about his eating and working habits. With regard to the latter, Julian Zugazagoitia, who became General Secretary of the Defense Ministry under Negrin, states that official papers would pile up without receiving attention and that during the Premier's trips, his private secretaries would follow him with 7 suitcases bursting with files. They came and went, upstairs and downstairs, without his finding the time or being in the mood to open them. The irregularity of his hours further complicated things. 29. As to Negrin's gargantuan eating habits, which Prieto and others have colorfully described, Justo Martinez Amucio, the left socialist leader, says that Soviet agents were aware quite early in the war of 589. Negrin's love of feasts often converted into wild parties. They had sized him up, he alleges, and began to work on him in order to use him in their plans. 30. In any event, there can be little doubt that he dissipated his energy on personal indulgence that undermined his capacity for work. In his report of May 21, 1939, Togliatti criticizes Negrin for tolerating, in the economic life of the country, especially in the area of foreign trade, the presence of a series of thieves, speculators, and saboteurs, and for denying the communists positions of decision important in the economic field. 31. This refusal may conceivably have had the direct support of Stalin, who may have preferred to deal with Negrin through his commercial representatives, such as Arthur Stashevsky, rather than subject his clandestine transactions to the scrutiny of the Spanish Communist Party. 32. Togliatti also criticized Negrin for his weakness in dealing with the socialist leadership, inspired, as he stated, by ever-increasing hostility to the Communist Party. The leadership of the PCE, he pointed out, always attempted to encourage Negrin to overcome difficulties by taking the leadership of his party into his own hands and to collaborate more closely with the unions of the UGT. But Negrin, an intellectual by nature, not having participated actively in the life of his party, never agreed to follow this course. 33. As a result, he resolved problems by making continual concessions to those whom he knew were his enemies and who defended mistaken policies. 34. How genuine or accurate were these complaints? It is hard to say with assurance, for it is evident from Togliatti's reports to Moscow that he never failed to present himself in the best possible light, even at the expense of the 2 other Comintern delegates Vittorio Codovilla and Boris Stefanov and of the PCE itself. 35. At all events, from his long report of May 21, 1939, there emerges a picture of Negrin that reveals a man pushed and pulled by conflicting emotions, by his desire to accommodate the Communist Party, the only party that supported him loyally. 36. And to which, he affirmed, he owed a debt of honor. 37. And by his fear of totally alienating the socialist executive. Antonio Cordon, who denies, as have most loyal communists and sympathizers for half a century, that Negrin was in any way controlled by the party, stresses the fact that the Premier was afraid of being called a philo-communist and that this fear acted as a brake on his behavior. 38. This is no doubt true. In a report to Moscow, dated 2122 April 1938, Togliatti refers to attacks upon Negrin as an agent of the communists. The socialists, the Republicans, and the CNT, he stated, pose grave difficulties for Negrin. He is accused of being a communist agent, and any proposal to appoint forceful men to posts of maximum responsibility is opposed. Any forceful man anxious to work in order to win the war is called a communist. The result, delay in the solution of elementary problems, a week to accomplish things that could be achieved in 24 hours. The party insists on a more rapid pace, but it has to take the situation into account and cannot force matters. 39. There can be little doubt that Negrin's fear of being labeled a philo-communist and of breaking with the socialist leadership explains why he appeared to Cordon and others who had the opportunity to observe him 590. Closely, strong in most cases in his conception and explanation of the correct slogans, but weak, in not a few cases, in their application. 40. To be sure, the communists would have preferred a man after their own heart, whose very life and soul revolved around the party, but their policy required both a moderate and a socialist, at least in name. They had raised Negrin from relative obscurity to national and international prominence, and despite his weaknesses, they did not hesitate to support and extol him as long as he furthered their primary objective, the control of the army and the security services. Not that they had any choice in the matter, for there was not a socialist of distinction who could meet their requirements and adequately replace him. As the communist commander of the 6th Army Corps, Ignacio Gallego, confirms, there was no other man in the Socialist Party and he had to come from the Socialist Party who could lead the government. As an alternative to Negrin, we never rejected any other candidate who we could say today offered better qualifications. I do not want to give names, but who was there? The only man who for a long time believed in victory and fought to achieve it was Negrin. That is why we supported him. Furthermore, he was loyal and his conduct clean. 41. Even in 1945, 6 years after the Civil War, the Russians, according to Alvarez del Valle, the premier's indefatigable supporter, still held him in great esteem. Some months earlier, he added, I talked with Umansky, the very intelligent and charming Soviet ambassador to Mexico. He made it clear that in Moscow no one thought anyone could replace Negrin as head of a government in lieu of General Franco. I got the same impression in San Francisco when I had dinner with Manuelski, former head of the Comintern. His opinion on Spanish affairs was carefully heeded in Moscow. Manuelski expressed himself in the most laudatory terms about Negrin. 42. During the Second World War, Ivan Maysky, the Soviet ambassador in London, was on intimate terms with Negrin, who was then living in emigration in England. He had taken a very pleasant English country house at Bovingdon, not far from London, the ambassador recalls, with its own garden, vegetable allotment, outhouses, and even an English manservant, who had been left there by the owner of the house. Negrin suggested that Maysky and his wife be his guests on weekends. We did, in fact, try at the following weekend and were most satisfied. Thereafter Bovingdon became our regular resting place on weekends. 43. Negrin had arrived in England from France on June 25, 1940 during the German invasion, accompanied by other Spaniards including Francisco Méndez Aspe, his former finance minister, and Benigno Rodriguez, his communist political secretary. 44 He had been granted permission for a visit of not more than 3 weeks and subject to the proviso that he should not indulge in any political activities while here. 45. Sir Samuel Hoare, the British ambassador to Spain, and the Foreign Office were seriously concerned over relations with General Franco and were fearful that Negrin might remain in England and engage in political activity hostile to the nationalist regime. 46 Maysky did his best to extend Negrin's stay. In a conversation with R.A. Butler, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Office on July 25, 1940, Maysky said that he trusted that Dr. Negrin 591 would not have to leave for America. He thought that this would be deplorable. On the memorandum recording the conversation, there is a handwritten comment signed B, presumably Butler, stating that since the Soviet government was not doing anything to help, M. Maysky's intervention was rather impertinent. There is also a handwritten comment by S. Williams, private secretary to Alexander Cadogan, permanent undersecretary at the Foreign Office, observing, "It is a pity Senior Negrin cannot be persuaded to go to Russia where he should be welcome." 47 Nevertheless, Maysky's intervention must have carried considerable weight, for, thanks to the protests by some leftist leaders alerted by the Soviet ambassador, Negrin was allowed to remain in England after his application for a U.S. visa was rejected on July 20 by Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was no doubt concerned about alienating conservative Catholic voters in the approaching presidential elections. 48. Despite Negrin's value to Moscow and the PCE during the Civil War and his friendly relations with the Soviet ambassador, it would be a mistake to argue that during the Spanish conflict he blithely offered his services to Moscow and that he did nothing to preserve a measure of political independence for himself. He was a pragmatist who believed that the war was lost without Soviet arms and that eventually Paris and London would be forced to intervene in defense of their own interests. 49 But the question must be asked, how far was he willing to yield to communist pressure in order to secure Soviet aid? It would also be a mistake to argue that he had no apprehension or qualms of conscience about the role he was playing, for he had willfully contributed to the destruction of the two leading socialists in Spain and to the virtual prostration of his own party as well as to that of the entire opposition upon which any form of democratic system depended. If he had any knowledge at all of the fate of so many of those who had served the Kremlin, he could not but envision the possibility that one day, as his friend Vidart put it to him, he too might be sacrificed to the Moloch of Stalin. Do you imagine that this odious servitude does not weigh upon me as heavily as anyone else? Negrin retorted. But there is no other course. When I speak to our friends in France, I hear only promises and fine words. Our only course, no matter how painful it may be, is to accept the help of the USSR or surrender unconditionally. The Socialist Party cannot count on me for unconditional surrender. I will not deliver hundreds of thousands of defenseless Spaniards who are fighting heroically for the Republic so that Franco may enjoy the pleasure of shooting them 50. That Negrin may have genuinely believed that he had been cast by history to play a heroic role as the savior of Spain is suggested by his emotional outburst after the bombing of the Catalan town of Granollers. The whole town, writes Zugazagoitia, was spattered with blood and strewn with human remains. The Prime Minister, who witnessed the spectacle, does not conceal his emotions from me. He speaks of the orphaned children who run through the streets stealing in order to live. He falls silent and looks at the garden. His eyes are shining, moist with tears. Then, according to Zugazagoitia, Negrin soliloquized. 592. It is terrible, terrible. What deep suffering this discharge of duty causes me. I have to conceal it from others, because, for them, I have to be the motivating force, the animator, the spur. But, on whom can I lean? I can only reveal my weakness to you. How terrible it all is, especially as I have arrived at the conviction that everyone, absolutely everyone, socialists, communists, republicans, phalangists, Francoists, all of them, are equally contemptible. If it were just a matter of a fight among themselves I would voluntarily step aside, because none of their disputes is worth the sacrifice of a single life. But it is a matter of Spain. Of Spain. I very much fear that it will end up being dismembered by the European powers in a final diplomatic deal thanks to our stupidity, because we regard ourselves as Basques, Catalans, Galicians, Valencians. This fear gives me strength. If I did not believe that I must oppose the disappearance of Spain I would have ceased asking for sacrifices some time ago and resigned with great pleasure. The spectacle of those children in Granollers, so common these days, destroys me morally. Still, we must go on fighting. 51. It is possible that Negrin did indeed believe that in enduring his odious servitude he was pursuing the only honorable course open to him, since Largo Caballero and Prieto had also accepted Soviet aid and made concessions. But what distinguished him from his predecessors was the degree to which he was willing, in order to secure that aid, to contribute to the growth of the Communists' power and eventual enthronement of their party. Was Negrin so ingenuous that he was not aware of this possibility? Largo Caballero and Prieto were certainly aware of it when they fought to depoliticize the army. In his report to Moscow of May 21, 1939, Togliatti gives Negrin credit for having changed the military policy of Prieto in accordance with the requirements of the Party 52. Among the important changes mentioned by Togliatti were the maximum reinforcement of the party's positions in the army and the revaluation of the political commissariat of war. 53 Prieto's blunt accusation, shortly after the war, that Negrin had pursued an insensate policy of assuring the military predominance of a single party 54 is bolstered not only by Togliatti's recognition of Negrin's services in reversing Prieto's policy but by the markedly political nature of Negrin's appointments. As soon as he took charge of the defense ministry appointments that were made in spite of the demand by the socialist leadership that it supervise all appointments made by him in the army and in the ministries 55 for example, he elevated Antonio Cordon, whom Prieto had removed as chief of staff of the Eastern Army because of his political activity, to the Undersecretaryship of the Army 56, which was the most important subordinate position in the Defense Ministry, he promoted Carlos Núñez Maza, Air Force Chief of Staff, to the Undersecretaryship of Air 57 and appointed Pedro Prados to the post of Navy Chief of Staff, all three members of the PCE. 58 True, in order to placate the Socialist Party, he elevated Alfonso J. Taiva to the Undersecretaryship of the Navy 59 and retained Bruno Alonso as Chief Political Commissar of the fleet both. 593. Confirmed Socialists. On May 21, 1939, Togliatti reported to Moscow, in spite of the proposals regarding the navy made to Negrin by the party and approved by him. Nothing was done until January 1939, and even then the reorganization of the Naval Command was inadequate. The political commissariat of the Navy remained in the hands of a socialist, Bruno Alonso, a bitter enemy of the resistance policy and one of those mainly responsible for the inactivity of the fleet during the war. 60. This tolerance by Negrin of socialists in key positions in the Navy was a prime example of what Togliatti had in mind when he informed Moscow that Negrin's concessions caused him to make many wrong decisions and to compromise between the Communists' wise proposals and the demands of our adversaries. 61. But, aside from the Navy, the PCE had the situation in the Defense Ministry well in hand. Carlos Núñez Maza, the Air Force Undersecretary, and Antonio Cordon, the Army Undersecretary, were two of the most trusted members of the party. Zugazay, who was assigned the purely decorative post of Secretary General of National Defense as a sop to the socialist leadership, says of Cordon, his unpopularity outside the circle of his co-religionists was immense. Rarely did an officer visit me who did not display his absolute disagreement with the Undersecretary, accusing him of tireless and tenacious political proselytism. 62. The argument against his communist fanaticism made no impression on Negrin, who regarded the communists as his best allies. When he weighed their defects against their virtues, he found the latter more abundant than the former. 63. Such was the confidence that Negrin reposed in Cordon that, according to the Undersecretary's own testimony, Negrin delegated to him the resolution of the largest possible number of matters relating to the army, with the exception of executive orders that required his signature or questions of political importance on which I considered he should be consulted. 64. Furthermore, Eleuterio Diaz Tendero, ousted by Prieto from the Vital Information and Control Department, reappeared as head of the Personnel Section of the Defense Ministry. 65, to which the Department of Information and Control was made subordinate. 66. At the head of this department stood Manuel Estrada, a party member, who had been removed in the spring of 1937 by Largo Caballero from his post as Chief of the Central General Staff. 67. Diaz Tendero, it will be recalled, had belonged to the Junta de Mandos, which made recommendations to the defense minister regarding officer promotions and appointments, and over which the pro-communist chief of the Central General Staff, Vicente Rojo, exercised the maximum authority. As head of the personnel section with information at his fingertips on the political antecedents and present political persuasion of every officer in the army, Diaz Tendero resumed his crucial role in the Junta de Mandos. Rojo, Cordon, Estrada, and Diaz Tendero were now able, with the blessing of Negrin, to make whatever appointments and promotions served the interests of the Communist Party. As Jesus Perez Salas, Cordon's predecessor in the Undersecretaryship of the Army and in the Junta de Mandos, affirms in his much 594 neglected memoir, all the positions necessary to carry out the reorganization of the army were occupied by communists. 68. With the immense power of the Undersecretaryship of the Army in their hands, the Communists were soon able to recoup the positions they had lost under Prieto and to enhance their predominance in the army. A tactic particularly exasperating to non-communists that was used to ensure the rapid promotion of party members and their friends was employed by Cordon as soon as he took possession of the Undersecretaryship. This tactic involved the notices for tests for admission to the officers' training schools, convocatorias. The dates of these examinations were published in the Diario Oficial del Ministerio de Defensa Nacional, and priority was given to all frontline combatants. but before the notices were published, writes the anarcho-syndicalist historian José Pirates, the communist brigades were alerted by the party so that aspirants could prepare themselves in advance. Normally, the diario official arrived late at the front. As a result, the non-communist combatants always made their applications late. This maneuver was the work of Antonio Cordon 69. Pirates also cites an example of how rapidly the communists and their supporters were able to advance their military careers. During the month of May 1938, 1,280 promotions, corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and commissars of all ranks, were made in the 27th Division, formerly the Carlos Marx Division, commanded by José del Barrio, a PSUC member. The men who were newly promoted were posted to vacancies in other divisions, brigades, and battalions. In this way, the Communists conquered new positions in the anarchist, socialist, republican, and non-party units 70. Because of the unfettered authority of the Undersecretaryship of the Army, it is not surprising that, according to an unpublished report by the military section of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, dated September 30, 1938, 5,500 of the 7,000 promotions since May 1938 involved members of the PCE.71. Nor is it surprising that the CNT, which commanded 8 of the 52 divisions of the Popular Army in November 1937,72 controlled only 9 out of a total of 70 in September 1938.73. Hence, Jesus Hernandez's claim that, in the spring of 1938, the Communists held 70% of the commanding positions in the army seems reasonable enough. 74 Proselytism by means of corruption, cajolery, promotions, favors, and coercion of all kinds, even in the trenches, testifies Diego Abad de Santillan, created an atmosphere of resentment and decomposition that weakened the combativity and efficiency of the military apparatus. 75. As for the larger units that comprised the Popular Army, data provided by the official Communist history of the Civil War reveals that in the winter of 193,839 8 of the 17 Army Corps, including the Agrupación Toral, in the central southern region had Communist commanders while 5 of the remainder had Communist commissars in charge of their political orientation. 76 In other words, 13 of these 17 units were under the direct military command or political control of the PCE. In addition, the 4 Army Corps of the Army of the 595 Ebro in eastern Spain were commanded by Communists José del Barrio, Enrique Lister, Manuel Tigueña, and Itelvino Vega. No less alarming to the anarcho-syndicalists than the PCE's overwhelming predominance in the military commands was its attempt to destroy the homogeneity of their combat forces by transferring CNT members to other units. CNT affiliates were deliberately separated from the Army Corps and divisions to which they had always belonged, testifies Pirates. The integrity of the large anarchist units obstructed the hegemonic aims of the Communist Party. 77 On June 26, 1938, an unpublished report issued by the military secretary of the FAI charged that it had irrefutable proof that the PCE was systematically persecuting CNT combatants, using every possible weapon, including the weapon of assassination employed in the midst of military Operation 78. It also charged that the Communist Party used calumny and denunciation with the help of unconditional supporters in the military tribunals and that Vicente Rojo, the chief of the Central General Staff, assigned positions of command in the CNT units in accordance with orders received from the Communist Party. 79. Especially infuriating to the anarcho-syndicalists, and to all those who opposed the Communists, was the treatment they received in the field hospitals, which were now mainly administered by the PCE, thanks to Dr. Juan Planels, a party member, who was appointed Director General of Health, when Juan Negrin took over the Defense Ministry. 80 Personal physician to Largo Caballero at the beginning of the war, Planels rose to prominence when he became the chief medical officer of the Communist 5th Regiment in 1936, then Undersecretary of Health in May 1937.81 In 1938, he was named Chief Medical Officer of the Army of the Center 82 comprising 4 Army Corps, to which he appointed. In the words of Alfredo Nistel, a CNT political commissar, a plethora of subordinate civilian personnel, who belonged either in their entirety or in their immense majority, to the Communist Party 83. We have already seen that one of the manifold complaints of the left socialists during the first year of the war was the preferential treatment given in the hospitals to members of the PCE. Their testimony is worth repeating. In some hospitals, testifies Largo Caballero, just as the priests and nuns had once acted toward non-communicants, non-communists were not taken care of. They were neither treated properly nor fed properly. All the attention was given to Communist Party members and future converts 84. And Carlos Rubira, the left socialist Cortes deputy for Madrid, declared, in the military hospitals the same thing goes on as in the days of the nuns, when, in order to get a stew or chicken, or whatever there was, you had to wear and venerate the scapular or the cross. Now you need the hammer and sickle 85. To judge from an unpublished document of the CNT and FAI, comprising 5 separate reports, the situation had deteriorated since the previous year. The worst thing, stressed one of the reports, dated July 8, 1938, is the large number of men who die from the negligence, incompetence, or breach of 596 trust on the part of the staff. We have seen shameful cases that arouse fears of deliberate and premeditated sabotage. After listing a series of inexplicable deaths, the report continued, we, who have a heart, who possess a high sense of moral responsibility, cannot permit such cases to recur. Our soldiers are too valuable to remain at the mercy of elements who can kill with absolute impunity. 86. In a brief preamble to the 5 reports, the document fulminated against the PCE. Enormous is the record of crimes committed by the Communist Party of Spain. Can anyone conceive of assassinating the wounded, of trafficking politically with the sick, the wounded, and the maimed? Can even the basest human being imagine that directors, doctors, nurses, etc. in the hospitals, acting on the orders of the party, pay more attention to the membership cards of the wounded than to their injuries? Well, one of the most brutal and despicable episodes is occurring in this very area. In the health services, this policy of the communists has reached unimaginable proportions. 87. The rancor prevailing among the anarcho-syndicalists and left-wing socialists, although silenced by the press censorship and by the seizure in 1937 of the entire left socialist press, was expressed in the unpublished reports and circulars issued by the FAI for the internal consumption of the movement. In a circular dated July 13, the Secretariat of the Peninsular Committee excoriated the entire work of the PCE in the army, aided by Russian blackmail, a party composed of upstarts, cleverly manipulated by the emissaries of the Bolshevik government, has taken control of the war, of the appointment of officers, and the organization of the army. Officers have been selected on the basis of their readiness to accept a Communist Party membership card. Only these pliable individuals have been able to stay afloat, to obtain promotions, to receive considerations and commanding positions far exceeding their ability. Meanwhile, many individuals of merit have either been jailed or deprived of their commands, criminally accused of irresponsibility, or kept in positions where their talents are neglected. 88. Nor were the moderate socialists less concerned. At a gathering of centrist leaders in Negrin's residence in March 1938, shortly before the removal of Prieto, communist behavior was denounced as intolerable. Negrin tried to belittle the importance of the matter, Prieto told the National Committee of the Socialist Party a year later. However, Comrade Zugazagoitia, in a display of sincerity, exclaimed, "Don Juan, let us take off our masks. Our comrades are being assassinated at the fronts because they refuse to accept membership cards in the Communist Party." 89. Hence, when Negrin became defense minister in April, he was fully aware of the rankling resentment and hostility of the socialists and felt compelled to make concessions. But some of these concessions, which were undoubtedly made with the acquiescence of the PCE, were pure make-believe. As part of the entire panoply of fraud and dissimulation designed to placate the socialists and Republicans, Negrin appointed Bibiano Fernandez Osorio y Tafal, officially a member. 597. Of Izquierda Republicana, to the key post of General Commissar of War, 90, which had been held by Julio Alvarez del Valle until his replacement in November 1937 by Antonio Crescenciano Bilbao, a Prietista. 91, a Cortes deputy and Undersecretary of the Interior at the outbreak of the Civil War, later director of the left Republican organ Politica in Madrid and elected Secretary General of Izquierda Republicana in November 1936. 92 Osorio y Tafal was now a fair-weather ally of the Communists. 93 and it was to them, rather than to Negrin, that he owed his new appointment. When the party asked Enrique Castro, at that time Subcommissar General of Organization in the General Commissariat of War, whether he could suggest someone who could serve the Communists as scrupulously as Don Julio and if he knew Osorio, he replied, "I think he is a faker and a womanizer. No. He won't be an obstacle to us. It's simply a matter of satisfying his vices and weaknesses. Then go with Francisco Anton to see him. He should accept, but it should be made clear to him that he owes his assignment to the party." And they left to see Señor Osorio y Tafal, who at that time was Secretary of Izquierda Republicana. They found him in his office. He received them warmly, affecting the airs of an important personage. As they watched him, the others laughed to themselves. "Do you think I can be of use? You can rely on our help." A few days later Bibiano Osorio y Tafal arrived at the Commissariat of War. He was never an obstacle. He knew who had made him what he was. It was only necessary to remind him from time to time, because in those days the Republicans, beginning with Don Manuel Azana, were nothing more than a Republican decoration in a situation that had very little Republican about it. 94. In addition to the sham appointment of Osorio y Tafal, Negrin attempted to appease the socialist leadership by creating a few high-sounding positions in the military apparatus for members of the executive. He named Zugazagoitia to the post of Secretary General of the Ministry of National Defense to coordinate and administer 95 the services of the three undersecretaryships and appointed Francisco Cruz Salido, also a leading member of the executive, to assist him. Cordon at first suspected that Zugazagoitia would become the watchful eye of Prieto, but Negrin reassured him, with a few pats on the back, that the post was in practice an honorary one with very slim possibilities for any effective action. 96. This, of course, was true because the two most important undersecretaryships were held by Cordon and Núñez Maza, who obeyed only the mandate of the PCE. Negrin also appointed Manuel Albar, another prominent member of the socialist executive and one of Prieto's close friends, as special delegate to coordinate the various branches of the General Commissariat of War. 97, a purely nominal post without any substantive authority in practice. In a polemical letter to Prieto after the war, Negrin laid stress on these three appointments as examples of his 598 impartiality in selecting non-communists for high office, and claimed with regard to the post of Secretary General of the Ministry of National Defense that its influence on administrative and political functions was very obvious and not exactly favorable to the Communist Party. 98. Prieto replied by listing the names of well-known communists to whom Negrin had assigned the top positions in the Army, Air Force, and the police. 99 The facts are most eloquent, he rejoined. And the strength of those facts is not destroyed by the names of Julian Zugazagoitia, Manuel Albar, and Francisco Cruz Salido, with which you try to shield yourself, because these comrades did not discharge any effective functions with which to counteract communist predominance in the smallest degree. You kept them there as decorative figures. 100. Zugazagoitia's purely symbolic role was obvious to him from the outset. I went to greet Zugazagoitia, Cordon writes. He received me affably and offered to help me in my work, although he could not see very well how he could do so. Cruz Salido was not so humble. The factotum in the General Secretaryship, Cordon notes, was Cruz Salido, who could not avoid putting an anti-communist stamp on everything he said or did. Cordon refused to tolerate this interference and informed Negrin. I explained the circumstances in detail. Negrin agreed with me and told me to placate Zugazegoisha, so as to avoid political complications, seeing that the Secretary General had expressed his desire to tender his resignation. Zugazegoisha told Cordon that he was thinking of resigning because he did not understand how the undersecretaryships functioned and believed that his post was purely nominal. Cordon then requested him not to create new difficulties for the Prime Minister. I don't know whether my visit influenced him or not. But the matter was resolved and he continued to exercise his functions as theoretically as always until the loss of Catalonia in February 1939.101. Although Zugazegoisha retained his sterile post, he made no secret of his sense of impotence. "You have no idea how bored I am," he wrote to the Socialist Executive in December 1938. "When I wish to learn something about the war, I have to buy a newspaper or ask a friend 102. And after the war," he wrote, "neither my presence in the General Secretaryship nor the post itself made the slightest sense." 103. Then why did Zugazegoisha endure this self-abasement? Colonel Pérez Salas writes, "It is incomprehensible why Zugazegoisha tolerated such a humiliating situation. It was not a question of vanity. Because for someone who had been a minister until recently, the post was more in the nature of a demotion." His reason was undoubtedly to avoid creating problems for Negrin. Then peering more deeply into the heart of the matter, he observes, intoxicated by holding in his hands the reins of political and military power, Negrin thought that he had been chosen by the gods to save Spain. Confronted with this danger, the Socialist and Republican parties became alarmed. Everyone believed that if Negrin were removed by the President of the Republic or by a vote of no. 599. Confidence in the Cortes, a coup d'état would follow in which the Premier would rely on the armed forces, whose communist officers supported him almost in their entirety. Only because of this belief can the submissiveness of the parties and Cortes deputies, who acknowledged, sotto voce, the false course of the Republic, be explained. 104. 656. Communist ascendancy in the security services. In the spring and summer of 1938, the power of Juan Negrin and his communist promoters reached its apogee. If it is true, as Colonel Jesus Pérez Salas affirms, that the quiescence of the Republican and Socialist parties was due to the fear that the removal of Negrin would trigger a coup backed by the communist-controlled units of the army, if it is true, as Prieto informed the Socialist Executive, that Azana no longer had any freedom to change Republican policy, because all the military commands were cornered by the Communists and they would resist. 2. It is no less true that this fear was compounded by the dread of the SIM, the Military Investigation Service. Although the SIM's official functions were to combat espionage, prevent acts of sabotage and carry out duties of investigation and vigilance within the armed forces, 3. The Investigation Service, under the guiding hand of NKVD Chief Alexander Orlov soon invaded the entire fabric of the left camp. The fearsome police of the Military Investigation Service, organized by the Tovarich, writes Jesus Hernandez, was omnipotent. Politicians and magistrates, soldiers and generals trembled before it. An accusation that a person was suspect or hostile to the regime would strike him like lightning. Without an attorney willing to assume the risk of defending him, he could be assassinated in a dungeon or riddled with bullets in a ditch. 5. A carefully researched account of the SIM's extra-legal activities is furnished by José Pirates, the anarcho-syndicalist historian and active participant in the Civil War. The SIM, he attests, was a police network that operated not only in all the units of the army, large and small, but also kept a close watch on the activities of the members. The government departments themselves were honeycombed by the SIM. At the battlefronts, the agents who were located at various levels of the military hierarchy had as much authority as or even more authority than the political commissars and commanders. In the rear, the agents of the SIM were feared by the secret police itself. Behind each visible agent, there stood an invisible one, keeping watch over him 6. And on another occasion he stated that 601. The SIM's espionage activity within other organizations was so complete that their agreements and plans were immediately transmitted to the Politburo. 7. As we have seen, Indalecio Prieto at first resisted Orlov's insistent requests that he be allowed to organize a military investigation service, but finally yielded on the understanding that the NKVD chief would supply only advisors who would furnish the know-how. 8. We have also seen that although Prieto had made the appointment of all chiefs, inspectors, and agents his exclusive prerogative, 9. Gustavo Duran, the chief of the Madrid zone, named hundreds of communist agents without consulting him. 10. And that after the defense minister dismissed the offending chief and refused to reinstate him, Orlov later claimed that he recalled his advisors and that they had nothing more to do with the SIM. 11. This was false, for, as previously noted, Gabriel Moran, the Director General of Security at the time, testifies that the SIM, like everything else including his own department, fell under the camouflaged control of our good Russian friends. 12. Moreover, Santiago Garces Arroyo, who was made sub-chief of the SIM by Negrin in April 1938, after the fall of Prieto, acknowledges the presence of Russian advisors in the service, specifically, Orlov and Belayev. 13. Prieto's inability to control the SIM was due not only to the enrollment of a large number of communists and fellow travelers who had previously belonged to the various intelligence units and police squads improvised at the beginning of the revolution, but to his failure to find a reliable man with some expertise to head the service. First, he appointed Angel Diaz Baza, a socialist and personal friend, who proved incompetent. 14. Then Prudencio Saigz, a Republican, who remained only 2 months in office. 15. And, finally, Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Uribarri, a socialist and former member of the Civil Guard, who ended up betraying him, escaping to Cuba allegedly with money and jewels. 16. Prieto told the National Committee of the Socialist Party in 1938 that Uribarri was a socialist of long standing, who at first served him loyally and who rejected the invitation of Orlov's lieutenant to consult directly and constantly with him without the knowledge of the defense minister. However, Prieto asserted, Uribarri, whose mental instability had increased because of his enormous responsibilities as head of the SIM, in which he worked 4 to 5 days on end without sleep, changed his behavior and came to terms with the people who had asked him to work with them behind my back. 17. Some authors have speculated that Uribarri may have been manipulated or trapped by the communists, who wished to get rid of him. 18. This may not be inconsistent with claims by Uribarri's friends in the SIM, according to an unpublished report by the CNTFAI, dated June 6, 1938, that he fled Spain for reasons of personal safety after he discovered that the Unified Socialist Youth had carried out several fraudulent operations amounting to 22 million pesetas. 19. Furthermore, he appears to have attempted to remove the communists from the SIM. 20. In any event, his departure opened the way for the promotion of the former Prieto socialist and baker by trade, Santiago Garces Arroyo, the sub-chief of the SIM, who, at the age of 22, became provisional head, chief accident. 602. Tal, of the organization after the flight of Uribarri. 21. Since no permanent chief was ever appointed, Garces's provisional appointment became permanent, and he remained at the headship of the SIM until the end of the war. In a letter to the Spanish historian Heleno Sana, dated October 20, 1974, Santiago Garces stated that he was appointed to head the SIM by Negrin to keep him informed on the activities of Prieto's creatures in the SIM and to improve its operation. 22. Although he told D. Pastor Petit, the well-known Catalan writer and authority on Spanish intelligence operations, that he was reluctant to accept the position as he was allergic to everything relating to police work. I did all I could, he said, not to assume the headship of the SIM, and explained my attitude to the official and private entourage of Dr. Negrin, but without success. Only as a result of a private interview with the premier, he claimed, was he persuaded to take the post. 23. His appointment was a boon for the NKVD, for, according to José Muñoz López, whose invaluable testimony I have cited on several occasions, Garces,
officially a socialist, had already been inducted unofficially into the service of the PCE.24 in later years. While retaining an unswerving loyalty to Negrin, he expressed hostility for the Russians and the Spanish communists as demonstrated in an interview he gave to Heleno Sana in Mexico in 1974-25. But it goes without saying that during the war he could not have held his pivotal position without their backing. Sana, who met Garces several times in connection with his interview and whose judgment I respect, comments in a letter to me, Garces was above all a Negrinista and a crypto-communist only to the extent that Negrin pursued a policy favorable to the communists. When I knew him and dealt with him in 1974, nothing remained of this alleged crypto-communism. His declarations were unequivocal in this regard. 26. A captain of the Carabiners, Negrin's favored police corps, and a devotee of the Premier, Garces asserted when interviewed by Sana that during the war Negrin paid no attention to the PCE and usually spoke disparagingly of the communists. On the other hand, Negrin got along very well with the Russian political leader in Spain, Arthur Stashevsky, officially the Soviet trade envoy, who was involved with Negrin in the massive gold shipment to Russia and ate with him every day. Garces also stated that he was present at many of the meals. 27. If this is true, then we must infer that his close association with Negrin long antedated his appointment as head of the SIM, since Stashevsky was recalled to Russia and disappeared in mid-1937, long before Garces was made sub-chief and provisional head of the SIM, April 1938. In his letter to me, Sana expressed the opinion that the pharmacologist Dr. Rafael Mendez, an intimate of Negrin's and Director General of Carabiners from May to September 1937-28, who had made Garces a captain in the corps and also his personal adjutant, was the connecting thread that led to the promotion of Garces and to his role as one of Negrin's men of confidence. 29. In the CNTFAI archives in the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam, there is an interesting document, dated June 27, 1938, alleging that Mendez, who was made Under-Secretary of the Interior by Negrin in 603. April 1938, was responsible for the promotion of Garces to his high office and intended to keep him there so as to be able to control the SIM. 30. After Garces replaced Uribarri, the SIM distinguished itself by silencing all criticism of the Negrin government. As Colonel Pérez Salas, whom I have often cited, confirms, the Military Investigation Service, grossly violating its mission, possessed a network of secret agents charged with spying on all persons who dared to speak ill of the Prime Minister and of the way the war was going. They were arrested as opponents of the regime. Serious criticism, which very often is constructive and even necessary, was absolutely forbidden, and civil liberties, even though certain restrictions are required in time of war, were totally abolished. 31. In other words, the rights of free expression, public assembly, and protection from arbitrary arrest, search, and seizure were suspended. Few could believe that these rights would ever be restored. The SIM was especially feared in Barcelona, where the communist apparatus was strongest after the transfer of the government from Valencia in November 1937 and reached the peak of its power after the formation of the Second Negrin administration in 1938. At that time, attests Pastor Petit, the SIM was totally controlled by the PCE 32. In Madrid, on the other hand, where communist influence gradually declined after the transfer of the party leadership to Barcelona, socialist strength in the various secret police departments, according to a confidential communist report dated May 1938, was equal to that of the PCE. The report also stated that in all the departments, with the exception of the SIM, the relations between the socialists and the communists were generally cordial. 33. When communist influence declined still further during the final months of the war, as we shall see later, owing to the general demoralization of the mass of the people, Angel Pedrero, the head of the SIM in the Central Zone and a member of the PSOE, who initially had collaborated with the PCE, distanced himself from the party and, in March 1939, supported Colonel Casado's coup against Negrin and the Communists. 34. Immediately after the war, Negrin denied the existence of the SIM secret prisons and torture chambers, or checkas, as they were called, to Henry Buckley of the London Daily Telegraph, but admitted his error to the same journalist 10 years later. 35 This is not to say that he personally sanctioned them, but there can be no doubt that through Garces or Mendez he was aware of their existence and, for whatever motives, turned a blind eye to them. The dungeons of the Sim, testifies Jose Pirates, were sometimes concealed inside palatial mansions surrounded by formal gardens and railings. The Spanish people gave the name of checas to all types of secret prisons. In the early days of the Sim, the checas were dark and gloomy, installed in old houses and convents. The system of torture was the classical brutal type, beatings with rubber piping followed by very cold showers, mock executions, and other painful and bloody torments. The Russian advisors modernized these old techniques. The new cells were smaller, painted in vivid colors with floors constructed with sharp tiles set on edge. Recalcitrants were locked in a cold storage room or a noise box or tied to an electric 604 chair. The prisoner was submerged in icy water hour after hour until he was ready to say what his tormentors wanted him to say. 36. Not surprisingly, neither the PCE nor Santiago Garces has ever publicly acknowledged the existence of the Sim secret prisons and torture chambers, some of which were photographed by the nationalists after they captured Barcelona in January 1939.37 in two letters to Pastor Petit, dated 1 and August 10, 1977, Garces claimed that he was unaware of their existence. 38 He also affirmed in the above-mentioned letter to Heleno Sana of October 20, 1974 that, as head of the Sim, he ordered the dissolution of the infamous interrogation committee, Comisión de Interrogatorios, headed by Alexander Orlov. He also makes the remarkable assertion that when he assumed control of the Sim, he expelled Orlov from Spain and gave Negrin an official typewritten memo on the matter, explaining that the NKVD chief was a fanatical proselytizer and served no purpose as his technical advisor. This, he claims, he was able to ascertain from the dozens of questions he asked Orlov on everything relating to the organization of the Sim. It is just not plausible that Garces expelled Orlov from Spain, for such a startling event could not have remained unpublicized and would have had serious repercussions. Had it occurred, it would soon have become common knowledge. In any event, Negrin would have used it to advantage in his post-war polemical exchanges with Prieto, in which he employed every available argument to demonstrate his political impartiality and independence. 39 Furthermore, Garces himself would certainly have boasted about it during his 35 years in exile in Mexico, before he wrote his letter to Sana in 1974,40 and, once known, it would most assuredly have been used by every Negrin supporter and apologist thirsting for any scrap of evidence pointing to Negrin's political non-alignment. But there is no evidence, not even a hint of it, in the immense bibliography of the Civil War. Not until Sana revealed the purported expulsion to me in 1986, when I first corresponded with him, did I learn of Garces's remarkable assertion. Hence, I am forced to conclude that the alleged episode is a product of Garces's imagination. 41. However, in all fairness, it is necessary to point out that in his political maneuverings Garces attempted on at least one occasion to outwit the Russians. According to a memorandum in the CNTFAI archives, dated July 6, 1938, he offered a post on an advisory committee to a member of the CNT, possibly on the authority of the Undersecretary of the Interior, Mendez, to whom he owes everything, with the proviso that the CNT representative sit on the committee as a member of one of the Republican parties so as to avoid arousing Russian suspicions. It was clear, the memorandum added, that the power of Moscow's intervention was such that Garces was forced to have recourse to tricks of this kind in order to restrain it, and that if his position as head of the Sim were stronger, he would impose his own rules. The fact that he could not act independently showed that he was subject to foreign influence. 42. But it should be mentioned in passing that despite his maneuver, Garces had no intention of giving any real power to the CNT and only intended to make use of it, for on August 6 another memorandum complained that he insists on the idea of using CNTFAI 605
elements as common informers or executioners. This, said the memorandum, could not be permitted on any account. Our comrades must enter the SIM legally and officially with all the rights and prerogatives enjoyed by other agents of the Corps. We insist once again that it is absolutely essential to demand and obtain the resignation of this mule Garces. 43. Although Garces's maneuver to delude the Russians suggests that he may have chafed under Russian supervision and would have preferred a modicum of independence in dealing with the CNT, it by no means supports his assertion that he expelled Orlov from Spain. Indeed, it bears out the opposite conclusion that in his relations with the NKVD he acted cautiously, if not with extreme timidity. According to his own testimony, Orlov defected to the United States on August 13, 1938, 1 month after leaving Barcelona, where he occupied a mansion with his staff up to 12 July. 44. Despite his departure, the torture chambers and tribunals continued to function at full throttle. Fortunately, the historian does not have to rely solely upon the evidence of POUmists, anarcho-syndicalists, and nationalists to uncover the truth about the SIM's crimes, for, in the eyes of the communists and their supporters, this evidence is too tainted to merit a place in the historiography of the Civil War. That the SIM, aided and abetted by the tribunals especials de Guardia special tribunals proposed by Negrin, was indeed guilty of heinous crimes even after Orlov's departure on July 12 is attested by moderate Republicans holding high office, whose denunciations of its transgressions cannot be easily dismissed. The crimes committed by the SIM are amply confirmed by Manuel de Irijo, the representative of the moderate Basque Nationalist Party in the government, who resigned on 11 August 1938.45 in an acrimonious cabinet meeting the previous day. He described the kinds of torture practiced by agents of the SIM. He also condemned as cruel and inhuman the procedure of allowing weeks and months to elapse during which hundreds and thousands of citizens were separated from their families, women from their husbands, children from their parents, without the families being informed as to whether the arrestees were alive or dead, in which prisons they were held, and what charges had been brought against them. With this system of fascist cruelty, he declared, we shall lose the war. He also stated that he had brought his accusations to the attention of Garces, who had assured him these irregular and brutal procedures would not be allowed to continue. At this point, Negrin left the meeting to speak to Garces and returned a few moments later informing the ministers that he had given strict orders that all forms of torture must cease and that violators would be held accountable. 46 These assurances must have afforded little comfort to Irijo, for in a memorandum written after his resignation in August he states that the SIM in the hands of Negrin became too arbitrary and dangerous an instrument for the safety of the individual and that he had threatened to resign several times, each time receiving promises and guarantees. 47. If further evidence of the SIM's crimes is needed, there is the testimony of Carlos Pisunier, a member of the moderate Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. 606. And mayor of Barcelona until he became Councillor of Culture in the Generalitat government. The SIM, which was initially entrusted with the investigation of cases of espionage, extended its sphere of activity and became a political instrument that soon gained a sinister reputation because of the cruelty of its methods. Simultaneously, the special tribunals functioned day and night employing summary procedures and distinguished themselves by the severity of their sentences. For this reason, he affirms, the Catalan authorities made numerous protests to the government of the Republic, expressing their deep concern over the deterioration of justice, the abuses of the SIM, and the increasing number of death penalties. These, he added, were one of the principal reasons for the August crisis of 1938. 48. Equally important is the evidence of the Catalan Councillor of Justice, Pedro Bosch Gimpera, the distinguished anthropologist and rector of the University of Barcelona. The special tribunals, he affirms, became a cover for the lawless behavior of the SIM. Our protests in 1938 were of no avail and our inquiries about the arrests that we knew were unjustified went unheeded. The tribunals were formed by a professional judge, by a military man representing the defense ministry, generally a member of the SIM, and by a representative of the services of public order, in other words, a policeman. The conviction was always based on the confession of the accused, not always legally obtained by the CIMER on dubious testimony of one of its agents. Hence, I had no course but to speak unofficially with our friends, the ministers in the government, Irajo, Giral, Agwad, but there was little they could do. The methods of the SIM, the irregular procedures of the special tribunals and the unjustified arrests were the object of protests by the Catalan Councillor of Justice, as were the invasion of our prison in Figueres under Catalan jurisdiction and the disappearance of persons who were afterwards found dead in such places as Igualada and Cervera 49. And, in a letter to Hugh Thomas, Bosch Gimperer stated, "During the last year of the Civil War, we spent a good deal of the time struggling against the military tribunals and the SIM 50. This statement leaves little doubt that despite Negrin's reassurances at the cabinet meeting of August 10, the SIM's abuses continued to cause serious disquiet in Catalonia. It should now be apparent that the military investigation service under the control of Negrin's aide, Santiago Garces, became the most dreaded security force in the left camp, casting its shadow over every aspect of political and social life." According to the little-known memoir of Colonel Eduardo Cuevas de la Pena, who was appointed Director General of Security on April 16, 193,851, and who at the time was a member of the PCE, the SIM also invaded the spheres of activity of the regular police, seriously damaging its reputation. 52. Although the moderate socialist Paulino Gomez Says, a staunch Prietista, now headed the Ministry of the Interior, the Communists retained all the key posts in the police administration that they had assiduously acquired since the early months of the war. Moreover, Colonel Cuevas points out that the minister's functions were subject to the control of his undersecretary Dr. Rafael Mendez. 607. The above-mentioned Director General of Carabineros in 1937, Negrin's right-hand man, 53, and that Negrin's influence had a disastrous effect on the minister's conduct of affairs. 54. Though a member of the PCE, Colonel Cuevas, who had been head of the uniformed security services in Catalonia and had helped to destroy the power of the CNT and FAI in the region, 55, was not a doctrinaire communist. Attracted into the orbit of the PCE quite early in the war, his story is similar to that of other Republican officers who joined the party. While serving on the Madrid front, he was made an honorary commander of the Communist 5th Regiment and later was invited to attend a meeting. The utmost good sense inspired the speakers. They repudiated crime as a revolutionary weapon. Pillage was to be prosecuted mercilessly. Their military policy was clear: immediate organization of a regular army, creation of officers' training schools, intensive building of fortifications, creation of reserves, and a single command. A few days later I joined the party. The Communist Party was the only party that publicly launched the slogan that all officers loyal to the Republic should be respected. That initiative should have been taken by the Giral government, but lacking authority and fearful of making itself unpopular, it abandoned the officers to their fate. It behaved in this way with other servants of the state, and this was the reason that the Communist Party's small cadres at the beginning of the war grew rapidly and became at times the animating force. Its policy of winning over supporters was successful. It waged a vigorous campaign of propaganda to the effect that the party was not fighting to impose its ideology but only to defend constitutional legality. 56. But, he asked himself, were their words sincere? Only time would tell. 57. Cuevas alleges that he broke with the party on the very day he became Director General of Security in April 1938, when a representative of the Catalan Communist Party summoned him to a meeting of the party to discuss his future duties. My reply was categorical: I owed my loyalty to my post and would not permit outside pressure. That day our relations were broken off. A few days later I received a visit from some Russians, offering their collaboration. Very courteously I bade them farewell and they never returned to my office. 58. While it might be correct and even comforting to believe that Cuevas had the courage to defy the party at the height of its power and on the very day he became Director General of Security, the question must be asked, why did it not expel him and remove him from office? Or did he simply chafe under its brazen interference and never openly express his irritation, secretly deciding to pursue his own course? There is flimsy evidence in support of this conjecture in Togliatti's oft-cited letter to the Comintern of May 21, 1939, written 2 months after the end of the Civil War. Referring to Cuevas, he wrote, "In spite of the instructions, in spite of the pressure and suggestions by the party, he allowed its enemies to take over the police forces in the Central Zone 59. But this criticism relates solely to the 608th Police administration in an area over which Cuevas exercised virtually no control because of its geographical and political isolation after the Nationalists reached the Mediterranean coast on April 15, 1938, splitting the Republican territory in two. Furthermore, Togliatti does not even hint at such a significant event as Cuevas's alleged break with the PCE, while former Politburo member Jesus Hernandez specifically includes the Department of Security as one of the key centers of power in the hands of active members of the Communist Party. 60 Hence, it is not unreasonable to conclude that Cuevas's version is evasive at best and that Togliatti, in criticizing the colonel, whom he identifies pejoratively as a Mason, as he does other communist officers, was simply adding to his list of scapegoats in explaining the successful coup against Negrin and the PCE in March 1939, as we shall see in a later chapter. At this point, it is worth mentioning that, in attributing the success of the coup partially to the betrayal of the Masons, Togliatti was also expressing the communist movement's traditional distrust of any secret society outside its purview. In an earlier report, dated November 25, 1937, Togliatti wrote, "There are many Freemasons in the party and I realize that they are Masons first and Communists second. The Communist police officials who are Masons hold fractional meetings as Masons before attending party meetings. I have been informed of such cases in the army. There is proof that a very well-known member of the party leadership has concealed and still conceals the fact that he is a Mason 61. And in a later report, dated January 28, 1938, he stated, "In the PSUC there are many Freemasons, especially among the leaders. No less than 3 belong to the Executive Committee, 2 to the Secretariat. The organizational secretary in Barcelona is probably a Mason. Although Freemasonry in Spain plays a different role from that in other countries, I believe that this situation should concern us 62. Whatever the motive behind Togliatti's insinuation that there were Masons in the party who secretly deferred to a higher authority, the fact is that the Communists were so firmly entrenched in April 1938 in the secret and uniformed police in Catalonia, the seat of government, that the Socialist Minister of the Interior Paulino Gómez Sayas was all but impotent. One area, however, in which he succeeded in exercising a measure of control was the domestic press censorship, which, according to Togliatti, was for a long time in the hands of the enemies of the party, i.e., the Socialists 63. The Communists, he said, took their complaints to Negrin, who acknowledged that our protests were justified and agreed to a plan of reorganization presented by the party. The plan would have placed the censorship under the direct control of the Premier's office, but Negrin did not implement it out of fear of a rupture with the Socialist Party 64. Nevertheless, Negrin did not give Paulino Gómez free rein. On one occasion, when the censors allowed El Socialista, the organ of the Socialist executive, to publish an article critical of his administration and of his personal newspaper, La Vanguardia, he ordered Paulino Gómez to arrest them. Thus, the voice of protest against La Vanguardia was silenced on the spot, Prieto observed in a letter to Negrin after the war. The Socialist Party could not say what it thought, only the 609 opinion of Juan Negrin was allowed free expression. 65 There was a singular contrast, he said, between El Socialista, the organ of the party, to which the head of the government belonged, and La Vanguardia with its abundance of paper, costly pictorial supplements printed on deluxe paper imported from abroad and paid for in foreign exchange needed for the purchase of food for the civilian population 66. It has now been seen that the power and authority of Dr. Juan Negrin repose directly on the military and police forces controlled by the PCE and indirectly on the submission or repression of his opponents, who now included not only the revolutionary left anarcho-syndicalists, caballeristas, and POUists but also the Preto socialists and left republicans, not to mention the pathetic figure of Manuel Azana, the President of the Republic. It is true that Negrin, to the manifest irritation of Togliatti, had on occasion shown restraint and circumspection in dealing with the Socialist Executive 67, but it would be erroneous to argue that he was biding his time until he could slough off the communist connection. This was the contention some 30 years later of Dr. Rafael Mendez, who to use his own words was Negrin's best and most devoted friend for many years. 68. One of the premier's set ideas, he claimed, was to break up the communist military units quickly once the war was over. These units he supported and even allowed to grow because the Soviet Union was our only source of supply. Mendez also asserted that shortly after the Munich crisis in the late summer of 1938, Negrin told both the British ambassador and the head of the British Secret Service in Republican Spain that, if Britain and France would sell the Republican government the war material it needed to win the war, not only would he remove the two communist ministers from the government but he would outlaw the PCE and replace the communist officers holding command positions in the army with non-communists. 69. It is impossible to accept these assertions at face value and to attribute to them anything but tactical significance, for in the most crucial matter of all, the control of the army and security services, Negrin furthered the cause of the Communist Party, the only party, according to Togliatti, that loyally supported him. 70. What forces then could Negrin have mustered to destroy the armed power of the PCE? It was not without cause that the socialists, republicans, and anarcho-syndicalists accused Negrin, as Togliatti attests, of being an agent of the communists. 71. Even in the case of the Carabiners, which Negrin had been instrumental in transforming into a powerful force of public order, he revealed his partiality for the communists when, a few days before Preto's ouster from the cabinet, he appointed Marcelino Fernandez, a PSUC member, to head the corps in place of Preto's close friend, Victor Salazar. 72. The appointment was a palpable act of defiance of the socialist executive, for when Negrin became Minister of Finance in September 1936, it was understood that he would transform the Carabiners into an elite corps under the exclusive control of the moderate socialists. In fact, in February 1937, he reaffirmed existing regulations that prohibited members of the corps from engaging in 610. Political activity. 73. And, in May 1937, he allegedly told Rafael Mendez, whom he had just named Director General of Carabiners, that the corps should be impenetrable to communist infiltration. 74. To be sure, we have only Mendez's word for this assertion, but it may indeed be true, since Negrin had at that time not yet completely severed his umbilical attachment to Indalecio Prieto, his friend and mentor. Mendez's other assertion that when he became Undersecretary of the Interior in April 1938 after Prieto's ouster, Negrin advised him to counter communist influence in the police, in the information service, and the assault guards. 75 runs counter to all we know about Negrin's support of the Communist Party during the last year of the war. Moreover, according to José Muné López of the SIM, whose reliable testimony I have frequently cited, Mendez was not only a Negrinista but a friend of the Communists. 76. It may be for this reason that in September 1937, only 3 months after Mendez had been appointed Director General of Carabiners, Prieto, then in the midst of his conflict with the PCE over the control of the army, had Negrin remove him and replace him with Victor Salazar, his close political associate. 77. The Communists, of course, had supported the use of the Carabiners by Negrin when they seized the Catalan-French border from the anarcho-syndicalists and the POUM in April and May 1937 and sequestered the offices and printing presses of the Caballero Socialists in Valencia a few months later. But, seeking dominion over all the armed forces of the state, they could not allow for long the independence of so powerful a force. Hence, when Negrin decided to oust Prieto and make common cause with the PCE, an opportunity arose to curb their power. This would not prove easy, because the Carabineros had their own political commissars called delegados de hacienda or treasury delegates, who like the commanders were mainly socialists, whereas communist influence in the corps, to judge from a report by the Security Commission of the Madrid Party organization, was minimal. 78. Emilio Pérez, the communist head of the Politico-Military Commission of the Army of the Levant, explained Negrin's dilemma to me. Negrin, he said, became a victim of the very force he had created. Later, after breaking with Prieto, when he wanted to change things, serious political problems arose because the commanders of the Carabineros were linked with the Socialist Party. 79. This explains why members of the PCE and PSUC were encouraged to join the Carabineros and what the former member of the PSUC executive, Miguel Sarapamis, implied when he said to me, "Many members of the PSUC joined the Carabineros. Negrin played our game and we played his 80. Hence, Negrin's appointment of the communist Marcelino Fernandez to head the Carabineros in place of the socialist Victor Salazar was one more significant contribution to the communists' ultimate objective, the control of all of the armed forces of the state. 611. 57. Catalonia and the August Crisis. The transfer of the Negrin government from Valencia to Barcelona in November 1937 exacerbated the discord between the regional and central authorities, especially in the field of public order. Ever since the popular explosion in May 1937 had ended, discontent had been smoldering over the retention of police authority by the central government. Although President Companys had agreed under the press of hostilities to the assumption of public order by Valencia and to the dispatch of thousands of assault guards to the region, he had harbored the belief that Catalonia would soon recover her lost autonomy. When José Tarradellas, finance councillor in the Catalan government formed in June 1937, complained to President Aznar on July 29 that the central government had sent an army of occupation that lives at the cost of the region, he was expressing the vexation of Companys and the majority of Catalans, but he received no encouragement from the president. A few weeks later, when Pedro Bosch Gimpera, Councillor of Justice, complained in similar terms to Aznar, the president, who had not forgotten his painful experience in Barcelona during the May events, noted in his diary, Bosch loses sight of the fact that if there is now an army of occupation in Catalonia, as they like to call it, an army of the legal government that finally saved Catalonia from the claws of banditry, that region was for months under an army of occupation of patrols, controls, clandestine tribunals, etc., etc., to the indignation, shame, and martyrdom of the majority of Catalans. 4. The transfer of the central government to Barcelona not only sharpened the discord between the Catalan and central governments, but it also inflamed the regionalist sentiments of the Catalans, both of the separatists of Estat Català and of the moderate autonomists of the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya. Particularly goading was the obtrusive presence of ministers and officials and families and friends, who expected and demanded preferential treatment. "I told Negrin," writes Enrique Lister, the communist military commander, that the abuses of quite a number of high officials in the government, including certain ministers, were no secret, and that everybody knew that these officials had brought their mistresses and their families, for whom they had requisitioned 612 splendid houses. Similar requisitions had been made by governmental agencies without considering the Catalan government or its departments. This naturally angered the Catalans. 5. And the former communist Director General of Security, Eduardo Cuevas de la Pena, attests, the seizure of housing was carried out with impunity in the most unconscionable way. 6. President Companys had personal as well as political reasons for exasperation. Jordi Arquer, himself a fervent Catalanista and a member of the POUM executive, had several meetings with the distraught president. Despite political differences, they had established close personal ties in prison after the abortive coup in Barcelona against the rightist government of Larraguil Robles in October 1934. Says Arquer, Companys complained to me about the illegal activities of the central bureaucracy that had arrived in Catalonia with the government, the unjust manner in which the censorship was exercised, the armed assault on public buildings belonging to the Generalitat and the Barcelona City Council, and the interference with the Catalan police and judicial bodies. He told me that every night he had to empty the drawers of his desk in his presidential office, because the guards or other employees, who belonged to the PSUC, searched everything he had and took anything away that interested them. He also told Archer that he had to change the guards assigned to him because, instead of protecting him, they spied on him. 7. The complaints of the Catalan leaders against the central authorities were unending. Pedro Bosch Gimpera records that the central government evinced complete disregard of Catalonia in matters of justice, ignoring the powers that belonged to the region under the Statute of Catalan Autonomy. Typical examples, he says, were the creation of a state prison in Barcelona, the appointment of judges, the creation of special tribunals, against whose procedures and sentences the Catalan authorities had frequently to protest, and the seizure of prisons that were under the jurisdiction of the Generalitat. 8. The Catalan economist José María Brickell has pointed out that from the second half of 1937 the central government regulated foreign trade and that from January 1938 it controlled food supplies and determined taxes. 9. In other words, Catalonia was divested not only of the powers granted to it under the Statute of Catalan Autonomy but also of the prerogatives it had arrogated to itself as a result of the revolution. The anarcho-syndicalist leader and former justice minister, Juan García Oliver, lists a number of other grievances: the requisition of family belongings, such as a wedding ring, a sweetheart's earrings, a grandmother's brooch, the shipment of stocks of textiles to the Soviet Union, the looting of machinery and equipment from our manufacturing centers on the instructions of Stashevsky, and 1,000 other things increased hatred and resentment. 10. In an unpublished report by the FAI for the internal use of the libertarian movement, the Peninsular Committee stated in September 1938 that the Communist Party had facilitated the acquisition by the Soviet Union of our stocks of merchandise at the most ridiculous prices and the theft of our industrial secrets by Russian espionage. 11. Diego Abad de Santillan, a former councillor of economy in the Catalan 613. Government, observes, nothing is known of the gold reserves of the Bank of Spain, whether anything remains of them or whether they have been totally depleted. But one thing speaks out eloquently: Russia has acquired the stocks of textiles and other manufactured products of Catalonia valued at hundreds of millions of pesetas, and it is suspected that these acquisitions are used to guarantee payments. Since the outbreak of the war, the financial policy of the government of the Republic had been conducted with a secrecy that has never been seen in history, not even in the regimes of imperial despotism. 12. There can be little doubt that all these complaints, added to the offensive presence of the central authorities and of the massive bureaucracy of the PCE that had moved to Barcelona with the government, irritated the fierce regionalist sentiments of the Catalans. It also nettled those Catalanist leaders of the PSUC who at heart deeply resented their enforced submission to the Comintern leaders and the Spanish Communist Party. 13. As well as the attempt by the PCE to absorb posts that strictly belonged to Catalans. 14. At a plenary meeting of the Central Committee of the PCE in June 1938, Rafael Vidiella, a founder member of the PSUC, lectured the wayward members of his party. To win the war, he declared, there can be only one political and economic leadership. For the PSUC to ensure the unity of Catalonia with the rest of the Republic, it is necessary that we correct our deficiencies and struggle against certain ideological survivals and certain residues of petty bourgeois nationalism that still exist within our party. These ideological survivals and residues are understandable if we take into account the youth of the PSUC and the fact that it is the product of a fusion of 4 Catalan organizations. Nevertheless, petty bourgeois nationalism, he warned, had to be fought. The PSUC must mobilize itself to make all its militants and all its cadres understand the correct Marxist-Leninist line on the national question, because if the party itself doesn't understand this truth, then it cannot make the masses understand it, and, instead of ensuring the close unity of Catalonia with the rest of the Republic, the party may at some moment be drawn into a collision between Catalonia and the rest of Spain. 15. Stripped of its Marxist-Leninist terminology, this admonition meant that all PSUC leaders should forget their kinship with Catalonia and submit to the rule of a national state dominated by the Spanish Communist Party. 16. If it is true that the Catalans were angered by the presence of an army of occupation and by the invasion of a host of government and party officials, it is no less true that the centralists were exasperated by the growth of regionalist sentiments. Negrin, himself a centralist, viewed the complaints of the Catalans with misgiving and was impatient of any manifestation of regionalism or separatism, as he preferred to call it. I am not carrying on the war against Franco in order to see the revival of a stupid and parochial separatism, he fulminated in July 1938, when his friend and Undersecretary of the Interior, Rafael Mendez, asked him for instructions with regard to the strong resurgence of nationalism observed in the activities of the Catalan government. I am waging the war because of Spain and for Spain, because of her grandeur and for her grandeur. 614. Those who believe otherwise are mistaken. There is only one nation, Spain. This persistent whispering campaign cannot be permitted and must be nipped in the bud, if I am to continue to direct government policy, which is a national policy. 17. Whether Negrin was willing to acknowledge it or not, the deepest grievance of all social layers in Catalonia was the pervasive terror of the CIM and its special tribunals, and of the communist-controlled police apparatus, a subject already discussed in the previous chapter. In a long letter addressed to the Prime Minister on April 23, 1938, Luis Companys enclosed reports from the Catalan councillors of the Interior and Justice denouncing events that injure the morale and confidence of the rear. The following pregnant passages need to be recorded. With regard to the document of the Councillor of Justice, it should be made clear that the official who denounced the alleged abuses, and who is said to have committed suicide, was in fact found dead the next day, but from 3 bullet wounds. The courts have investigated the matter, but I must protest the summary procedure of some police forces of the government of the Republic, who, armed with machine guns, entered the prison of Figueres, which was under Catalan jurisdiction and still remained there. This outrage was carried out in contempt of the Generalitat and without prior consultation, notification, or legal complaint. 18. As to the state of affairs outlined in the Councillor of the Interior's report, besides the many incidents constantly recurring, of which there is abundant evidence, many others could be added. With sorrow, I am obliged to emphasize the gravity of some events, which, on becoming public knowledge, have increased the state of disquiet and alarm among our people. A few weeks ago, 19 corpses were found in the municipal boundary of Sitges. They were tied up and bore documents showing that they were prisoners from the Villa de Madrid. Previously the bodies of other persons who had been arrested were found in Igualada and, subsequently, there have been isolated cases of prisoners and other people who have disappeared. Only yesterday, I was informed that the police chief of Cervera armed a group of individuals of questionable antecedents who carried out searches and arrests and executions of alleged suspects. This practice of arming certain individuals was employed a few weeks ago in the town of Badalona and in other places. The courts of law and the so-called special tribunals that function in Catalonia under the direct authority of the central government fulfill their mission using the summary procedures established by decree of the government of the Republic. And this week the number of death penalties imposed has reached almost 100. This summary and inexorable justice has increased, if that were possible, anguish and revulsion over abuses of such magnitude. 19. Carlos Pisunier, the Catalan Councillor of Culture, attributes the worsening relations between the Generalitat and the central government to the abuses of the CIM, the growing number of death penalties, and the crimes of uncontrolled elements. 20. But he also stresses the government's centralizing drive as the 615 principal divisive issue. It is undeniable, he affirms, that the Republican government pursued a persistent and deliberate policy of progressive centralization reminiscent of the old policy against Catalonia. 21. In fact, it was this centralizing thrust, added to all the other grievances over the curtailment or elimination of Catalan powers, that prompted the resignation of Jaime Aguad, the Esquerra representative in the government. As Raymond Carr, Britain's leading authority on Spanish history, writes, the Catalan minister resigned from the government in protest against the steady erosion of the powers of the Generalitat, with its competence reduced to the level of folklore. The vision of a pluralistic Spain had finally vanished in a communist-dominated centralized state, as obnoxious to Catalanists as any of its predecessors. 22. The immediate development that prompted the resignation of Aguad and that of Manuel de Irijo, the Basque nationalist minister, in an act of solidarity, was the approval by the cabinet on August 11 of 3 decrees, the militarization of the war industries by the central government, which were essentially a Catalan preserve run by the CNT with the intervention of the Catalan government, the militarization of the ports, and the militarization of the courts of law. 23 These decrees, records the official communist history of the Civil War. Although temporary measures for the duration of the war and for the sake of victory, reduced the powers of the autonomous government of Catalonia and increased the distrust of many Catalans. 24. At the same meeting, 64 death sentences, according to José Giral, were also approved after an extremely violent discussion. 25. Councillor of Finance José Tarradellas telephoned Aznar to ask him not to sign the death penalties, but Aznar, according to the councillor's biographer, paid no attention. 26. The fact of the matter is that Aznar was helpless, for, when Tarradellas informed him on August 12 that 58 persons had been executed on the previous day, the president made the following notation in his diary: horrible. I am outraged. Only 8 days after speaking of pity and pardon, a reference to a grandiloquent address to the nation entitled Piedad, Perdón y Paz, they throw 58 executions at me without telling me anything or asking my opinion. I found out about it only through the press. From the 18th of July 1938 I have not seen the Prime Minister, nor has he even spoken to me on the telephone. 27. This disregard of the President by Negrin was no doubt a painful reminder to Aznar of the glacial indifference that former Premier Largo Caballero had displayed toward him during the May events. It was also a rude letdown from the early days of Negrin's first administration, when the new Prime Minister charmed the President with his self-confidence and intelligence and gave him the feeling, as he chose to put it, that he was no longer speaking to a corpse. As no member of the Esquerra or of the Basque nationalist party traditional representatives of the two autonomous regions could be found to replace Irijo or Aguad in order to maintain the illusion of a government of national union, Negrin summoned a meeting of the PSUC leaders, including Party Secretary Juan Comarera, Miguel Valdez, and Rafael Vidiella. 28 According to Vidiella's memoirs, preserved in the archives of the PCE, Negrin, who wished 616. To avert a full-scale cabinet crisis, stated, "My opinion is that a Catalan and a Basque can be replaced by another Catalan and a Basque. I ask you to give me a minister to represent the PSUC, since the Esquerra is not the only party that represents Catalonia. Your party can also represent it." 29. The dialogue that ensued is recorded by Vidiella. Valdez: "We have agreed that Comarera should be our minister." Negrin, with a gesture of displeasure and without giving the matter a moment's thought: no. Neither Comarera nor Vidiella. They both are already too well known as communists. I removed one of the two communists in the previous government precisely because I wished to make concessions to those who believed that communist representation was excessive. 30 And now, if I put another one in the government using the door of Catalonia, they will say that I am deceiving them. Give me a man who is not a known communist. Comarera, Moya. Negrin, who is Moya? Comarera: "The fact that you ask who he is shows that he is not a well-known communist. He is a trade unionist." 31. Negrin: "Agreed." 32. As for the vacant seat left by Manuel de Irijo, this was filled by Tomás Bilbao, a member of the little-known Basque Nationalist Action Party, who was regarded as a Negrinista. 33 And whose party had never mobilized any significant following or electoral force. 34 On August 17, the Premier's press office released the following communiqué: the government of the Republic takes special interest in reaffirming its unwavering respect for the rights and individuality of the autonomous regions and takes pride in seeing the continued representation of the Basques and Catalans in the government, thus maintaining its character as a government of national union. 35. But the patched-up crisis could not conceal the absence from the cabinet of the two parties most closely identified in the public mind with regional autonomy. Even the Spanish Communist Party, generally prone to so much double talk, confessed some years later that the inclusion of the PSUC did not compensate for the absence of the Izquierda and that Tomás Bilbao's group was a long way from representing a force equivalent to the Basque Nationalist Party. 36. One reason why Negrin was able to avert a major showdown was the failure of the four Republican ministers representing Izquierda Republicana and Union Republicana to support Ayarojo and Aguad. The Catalan Republican leader Pi Sunyer has censured them for not resigning and for behaving with an unconcerned passivity that gave Negrin a free hand to put together whatever combination he chose. 37. Another reason is given by La Pasionaria, who claims that it was the resolute attitude of the PCE that enabled Negrin to confront the situation by advising him not to open a full-scale ministerial crisis which would have meant placing the solution in President Azena's hands but simply to replace the two outgoing ministers. 38. 617. There is a theory, advanced by the PCE, that the resignation of Aguad and Ayarojo was part of a conspiracy to overthrow Negrin. Julian Basteiro, the highly esteemed right-wing socialist, who was known to favor a negotiated settlement, was said to be involved in the plot together with Azena, other socialist and Republican leaders, Catalan and Basque nationalists, and certain anarchist factions. 39. There is little evidence to support this theory, although the sudden arrival from Madrid of the famed socialist leader long stigmatized as a capitulationist by the PCE José Azena in the midst of the crisis gave rise to unwarranted speculation. 40. Nothing is known of the meeting between the two men, and even Azena's private secretary, Candido Bolívar, was not privy to the talks. 41. They must certainly have discussed ways to end the war, because this subject had dominated their minds since the early days of the conflict, but both men, according to Bolívar, were herméticos. 42. There is no evidence to suggest an actual conspiracy to overthrow Negrin. The passivity of the four Republican ministers and the meekness of Azena himself rule out the possibility. In fact, it is hard to imagine that Azena, now a beaten man and no longer living in a make-believe world of delusory constitutional power, would have had the fortitude to oppose Negrin. I stand for less than that bowl of flowers, he confessed to a visiting delegation of the CNT. 43. Nevertheless, neither Negrin nor the Communists were prepared to risk a major cabinet shakeup. On August 13, while the crisis was still unresolved, Antonio Cordon, Negrin's Communist Undersecretary of the Land Forces, informed all the army chiefs that the CIM had uncovered a plot to overthrow the Republican Army by inciting the men to assassinate their officers. Through absolutely reliable channels, ran his telegram to all divisional commanders: the following instructions addressed by the rebels to the Republican forces have come into the hands of the CIM, on the night of 1415 August, in every position, in every command post, in every village behind the lines, in every military storage park, in every airfield. In other words, everywhere you should, regardless of the means, immediately put out of action your commanders and their men of confidence by taking advantage of your invincible superiority of 10 to 1. At the break of day, raise a white flag wherever you are in control. We shall be on the lookout, so that we can free you forever from the criminal oppression of the Reds. Patriots. Spanish brothers of the Red Zone. Until the morning of the 15th, when we can embrace. 44. While this telegram with its crude instructions was being read in all divisional headquarters, tank units of the 18th Army Corps, commanded by the Catalan Communist and PSUC leader, José del Barrio, received orders to proceed immediately to Barcelona. On arrival, they paraded through the streets while aircraft roared overhead. 45. The same day, the communist organ Frente Rojo declared in banner headlines, in face of all maneuvers, the workers, the combatants, the entire people are firmly at the side of the government of National Union and its Prime Minister Negrin. 46. It was against this background of military coercion and a flood of telegrams. 618. From army commanders to Azana supporting Negrin that the Premier, on the night of August 16, handed the President for his signature the 2 decrees appointing the new ministers. Although Azana eschews any details in his memoirs about this humiliating encounter, his friend Pisuni records, during the interview, Negrin told the President that since the crisis was only a partial one and simply required the replacement of the 2 ministers, it was within the competence of the Prime Minister to resolve it without consulting the President. Azana, of course, could reject the solution, but he should bear in mind the consequences given the attitude of the army. Yielding once again to coercion, Azana signed the decrees appointing the 2 ministers. 47. In referring to this painful scene in his memoirs, Azana devoted only a single phrase of 4 words, entrevista para no olvidada, an unforgettable interview. 48. In a post-war letter to Negrin, Indalecio Prieto refers to the ignominious parade of military forces through the streets of Barcelona and to the shameless deluge of telegrams to strangle the will of the head of state. The uniformity of the messages and their simultaneous transmission, he added, pointed clearly to a directing hand. 49. As for the alleged plot, it was a fraud. The document, he said, referred to an alleged invitation by the rebels to the Republican soldiers to assassinate their officers and to raise the white flag. Was this the reason why it was necessary to take precautions in Barcelona, 100 kilometers from the battlefronts? I didn't hesitate to express my opinion to the person who showed me the document. It had sordid political aims. In the final analysis, why did the precautions have to include a spectacular and alarming parade of military forces through the streets of Barcelona with armored cars and equipment while squadrons of planes threatened from the sky? 50. The next day the press published the composition of the new government. Juan Negrin. Socialist pro-communist. Premiership and defense. Julio Alvarez del Valle. Socialist crypto-communist. Foreign affairs. Paulino Gomez. Socialist privatista. Interior. Ramon González Pina. Socialist negrinista. Justice. Vicente Uribe. Communist. Agriculture. Segundo Blanco. CNT negrinista. Education and health. Francisco Mendez Aspi. Left Republican negrinista. Finance and economy. Antonio Villau. Left Republican negrinista. 51. Public works. Bernardo Giner de los Rios. Republican Union. Communications and transportation. José Moya. PSUC communist. Labor. 619. José Giral. Left Republican Azanista. Minister without portfolio. Tomás Bilbao Action Negrinista. Basque Nationalist. Minister without portfolio. This cabinet, more heavily weighted in favor of Negrin and his communist backers than any previous cabinet, would be the last wartime government. 621. Part 9. Doubts, divisions, and disasters proliferate, communist influence wanes. 623. 58. Internecine conflicts grow. While the political drama in Barcelona was still unfolding, the role of the libertarian movement was negligible. Riven by discord over inconsistencies between theory and practice, it had neither the unity nor the power to influence the course of events. Earlier in the year, when the CNT re-entered the government, with Segundo Blanco replacing Jesus Hernandez as Minister of Education, the National Committee, headed by Secretary Mariano Vázquez, had expressed high hopes. In a circular addressed to the local unions on April 8, it affirmed that by collaborating with the Negrin government, the CNT would be able to reconquer the political positions lost in May 1937 and to stop the repression against the movement. It urged all militants to be disciplined and to accept the government's decisions, which might appear restrictive or arbitrary but were necessary in view of the gravity of the military situation. If the CNT had only a single minister, it declared, this was in order to reassure the bourgeois democracies and to deter France from closing her borders to the passage of war material. 1. The increasingly accommodative trend of the National Committee clashed with the mood of the more radical spirits in the libertarian movement. As a result, the National Committee decided to take drastic and exemplary action against Jacinto Torrio, the director of Solidaridad Obrera, the leading mouthpiece of the CNT, expelling him without ceremony on May 7 from the post he had held since November 8, 1936. In a bitter reply, Torrio inveighed against the most incredible indifference of the so-called higher committees in face of the arrest of anarcho-syndicalist militants and the destruction of the best collectives of the CNT. Solidaridad Obrera, he said, had been subject to intolerable censorship and to suspensions and seizures without anything being done by these committees to put a stop to the unjust governmental measures. Hence, to keep the movement apprised of the true situation, he decided on April 30 to send copies of the censored articles to the Union so that they could see for themselves that the defects of the newspaper were the result of forces beyond its control. This action, he claimed, was the reason for his immediate expulsion from the directorship of the paper. 2. 624. Following Torrio's ouster, Solidaridad Obrera pursued a policy of unqualified governmental collaboration. 3. But it never expressed itself as iconoclastically as Horacio M. Prieto, Mariano Vázquez's mentor and former secretary of the CNT, who proclaimed that apoliticismo was dead and libertarian communism only a distant goal. Described by José García Pradas, a FAista and director of the Madrid newspaper CNT, as a man of extraordinary moral and intellectual gifts and as one of the best minds in the CNT, but dangerous to our movement, for Prieto had been instrumental in bringing the CNT into the government of Largo Caballero in November 1936. At a plenary assembly, he had opposed the CNT's campaign to replace the central government with a National Council of Defense and had urged the delegates to put an end to so many scruples, moral and political prejudices, and so much semantic fuss. 5. He now characterized the FAIONS, the sacrosanct ideological guide of the libertarian movement, as a mere phantom, a war cry, a special form of revolutionary infantilism, and accused it of inconsistencies. It defended proletarian militarism and a controlled economy, he said, and had army officers, prison wardens, and its own representatives in minor organs of the state, but while admitting all this it believed that it could free itself of impurities by not participating in the government. He also criticized the resolution approved at the FAI plenum held in July 1937, creating a new organic structure, as nothing but a vague utterance, and accused the Peninsular Committee of mental incompetence and moral weakness for denying the political character of the FAI. The anarcho-syndicalist movement, he argued, should create a libertarian socialist party that would participate in every organ of the state. 6. During the August crisis, the FAI endeavored to assert its much eroded authority by urging the leaders of the CNT to withdraw Segundo Blanco from the government, but to no avail. Writes Diego Abad de Santillan, the FAI purist, they insisted on keeping a useless minister in the government, who was not consulted nor told anything of vital interest. The supposed representatives of the CNT stuck to their guns in spite of all the humiliations to which they were subjected. 7. Although Segundo Blanco appears to have made a face-saving attempt to oppose the decrees militarizing the war industries, the ports, and the courts of law, to judge from his somewhat defensive response to libertarian critics. 8. He was unsuccessful, for, as Azana noted tersely in his diary, Negrin subdued him. 9. This was to be expected, for Blanco was not a man of strong doctrinal convictions and was dubbed by fellow anarcho-syndicalists just another Negrinista. Furthermore, when the CNT National Committee concluded its alliance with the communist-dominated executive of the UGT in March, it had gone a long way toward recognizing the ultimate power and authority of the government. Hence, it could not easily reverse its stand, and its voice remained publicly silent on the decrees. As Juan Gómez Casas, the anarchist historian, puts it,
This silence was not surprising, for the CNT's pact with the UGT gave the green light to every whim of the state to devour and centralize 10. For its part, the Peninsular 625 Committee of the FAI denounced the decrees as an assault on the people's democratic achievements, which were the minimum guarantee against the blatant trend toward the dictatorship of a single party. 11. The underlying differences between the two factions erupted savagely at the national plenum of the libertarian movement held in Barcelona between 16 and October 30, 1938, 2 months before the fall of Catalonia. Emma Goldman, the famous American anarchist, who had lived through the Bolshevik Revolution and had witnessed the destruction of the anarchist movement, was invited to attend. She read the material prepared in advance by the Peninsular Committee of the FAI setting forth its opposition to the growing encroachment of the Negrin government on the libertarian achievements and the critical attitude to the timid stand of the CNT National Committee, but not wishing to remain one-sided in her judgment, she listened to a long explanation by Secretary Mariano Vázquez. I realized, she wrote at the time, that the relations between him and the comrades of the Peninsular Committee had become very strained. Not for a moment could I doubt the personal integrity of the contending comrades. I had found them all of sterling quality, deeply sincere and passionately devoted to the struggle. True, their temperamental differences had no doubt contributed to the quarrel. Comrade Vázquez's rough-hewn manners and thunderous voice easily roused antagonism. 12 I myself had at first been shocked by them until I learned to know his earnestness and his fine qualities back of his savage exterior. The comrades of the FAI had prepared a formidable dossier powerfully documented of some of the outrageous acts against the libertarian ranks. I conceded the justification of the criticism and demands of our comrades of the FAI. Still, I felt like a hen for her chicks. I trembled for them. 13. The belligerent tone of the plenum was set by Horacio Prieto and Mariano Vázquez of the CNT and by Pedro Herrera of the FAI. According to the unpublished record of the debates used by José Pirates in his two important works on the libertarian movement, Prieto adopted a position of undisguised reformism bordering on Marxism, underrated contemptuously the doctrines of Kropotkin, and affirmed that truly effective action was possible only from organs of power. Finally, he asserted that the errors incurred by the libertarian movement were due to its naivety and its lack of concrete plans. 14. Vázquez was equally censorious: we must jettison our literary and philosophical baggage in order to achieve hegemony tomorrow. The refusal of our comrades to accept the militarization of the militia is responsible for the few positions we now hold in the army. The collectives would have fared better if they had submitted to official tutelage. They have already received 8 million pesetas in credits, which would have been considerably greater had our comrades decided to take advantage of them. Vázquez then defended the government of Negrin for facing up to the Communist Party and for its military successes and declared that no man could replace him. 15 In the caustic words of Pirates, the CNT, with Vázquez at the head, clung like a leech to Negrin's gang. 16. At that time, writes Gómez Casas, Vázquez had come a very long 626 way from the posture he once held as secretary of the Building Trades Union. Political collaboration had had a devastating effect upon him. 17. Incensed by the assault at the plenum on anarchism's venerated precepts, the FAI delegate, Pedro Herrera, riposted, "We must thwart those who deprecate our principles. Those who are devoid of ideas should not be in the vanguard of our movement. The philosophical baggage and the outdated literature to which they allude must not be disparaged by those who boast that they are still anarchists. If anyone belittles our doctrines, he should leave us. The policy of Negrin does not merit our confidence. On more than one occasion, we have expressed our concern about it, but we have not been heeded. Not for a moment should we forget our genuine revolutionary objectives." 18. And in response to a proposal that the CNT should enter the state apparatus in order to destroy it, another FAI delegate stated, "This is the same as saying that in order to abolish prostitution we should support the idea of placing our wives and sweethearts in the brothels." 19.
Despite their vehement insistence that collaboration with the government was a bankrupt policy, the dissidents had little impact on the outcome of the plenum. In the end, a resolution was approved reaffirming the anarcho-syndicalists' commitment to circumstantial political collaboration. 20. It would be erroneous to leave the reader with the impression that Vasquez and his supporters on the National Committee consciously served the ends of Negrin and the Communists. Even Togliatti, in his letter to Moscow of May 21, 1939, stated, "Unfortunately, our party had no possibility of directly influencing the anarchist unions from the inside. Vasquez's group never wanted to link itself with us lest it be accused of working for the Communists." 21. Federica Monsanei, a member of the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, who claims that the CNT's support of the Negrin government was leading to a disaster, says in extenuation of Vasquez's position, "Mariano believed that we should prolong our resistance, because he thought that world war would break out and that it would create a favorable situation for us. If he agreed with Negrin and the Communists on this question, it does not mean that he had surrendered himself to them. Even today I ask myself who was right, we or he. If war had broken out at the beginning of 1939 instead of in September, the entire position of Mariano would have been redeemed. But the fact is that the Spanish people at that time could not stand any more, and that any solution aimed at saving lives and the interests of the PEOP, at least a minimum of those interests, looked like a collective salvation. How strange. Those days, the FAI, Azana, and Indalecio Prieto coincided in their views. 22. No debate among the upper echelons of the CNT and FAI, such as occurred at the plenum of the Libertarian Movement in October 1938, could have illustrated more dramatically the contradictions and unbridgeable divisions that had developed within the Libertarian Movement since the beginning of the Civil War, and anarchism's insoluble dilemma that in order to survive it must compete for power, yet by so doing it must negate hallowed principles. But now, after 627 8 months of war and uninterrupted decline of the anarcho-syndicalist movement, which represented half the working class, doctrinal disputes had become patently academic to the rank and file. The people, debilitated by hunger, writes Pirates, had grown morally weary of the war. In order to reanimate them, a fundamental political change would have been necessary by removing Negrin. 23. Illustrative of the hostility to the Premier are the following lines written to me by Abad de Santillan: "If the war had ended with Negrin and his crew in the government, we would have had to suffer annihilation in the name of the Republic instead of annihilation in the name of fascism." 24. It was of course impossible to remove Negrin from the Premiership and Defense Ministry, not only because of the dissensions within the Libertarian movement, but because of the emasculation of the Socialists, whose party and trade union movement were irrevocably split into warring factions, and because of the supineness and weakness of the Republican middle-class parties. After more than 2 years of war, Politica, the organ of Izquierda Republicana, the largest of these parties, made the following confession: "The middle classes have been pushed aside, passed over, and shattered during the war. They have only themselves to blame, because they have not managed to create an organization adequate to the defense of their own existence." 25. It is true that President Azana, the titular head of the Republican middle classes, had the constitutional power to remove Negrin, but when a delegation of FAI leaders visited him and urged him, according to Pirates, to get rid of the dictator, he was already utterly intimidated. 26. In any event, who could have replaced Negrin? What leading Republican or Socialist enjoyed the confidence of Moscow and the Spanish Communists and would have been willing to accept the unenviable task of prosecuting the war, as Stalin wished, to the bitter end? The left Republican leader, José Giral, Azana's intimate, thought only of a negotiated settlement, as did the president himself and the socialist leaders Julian Basteiro and Indalecio Prieto. As for Largo Caballero, when a group of anarcho-syndicalists invited him to reinforce the authority of the government with persons of political integrity, so as not to lose the war, he replied that they were inviting him to a funeral and he could not attend. The war was lost, he told them, they knew it as well as he, and he could not lend himself, after all that had happened, to share with Negrin and company the responsibility for the catastrophe that was drawing near. 27. Largo Caballero's case deserves further examination, not only because it throws light on the personal drama of the most prominent political figure in the Republican camp during the first 10 months of the war, but because it helps to explain the depth of the schism within the socialist movement. After being removed from office in May 1937 and divested of his press and all his posts, he refused to consort with his opponents and declined to attend any official function of the PSOE or the UGT. The brand new executive of the UGT, he wrote, offered a banquet to various foreign delegates and sent me an invitation to which I did not reply. Did they believe that with dinners and banquets I would forget? 628. What they had done to me. What kind of mood would I be in at these fine spreads, coochie pandas? What I call dignity, they call pride and arrogance. 28. On another occasion, several members of the executive asked him to speak at the anniversary of the founding of the PSOE in order to demonstrate the unity of the party. I expressed my surprise at the invitation and told them that I could not speak, because in discussing the history of the party I would have to condemn the monstrosities that the government was committing and would be obliged to denounce its prime minister as responsible for the feud within the socialist movement and as the upholder of the Communist Party. Besides, before I could speak they would have to retract all the stupidities and lies uttered against me so that we would not appear like men without shame or dignity. 29. The next day, Caballero sent the following letter to the organizing committee confirming and amplifying his reasons for refusing to participate. As some may have forgotten, I joined the party on March 9, 1893, that is to say, 45 years and 5 months ago. My affiliation with the UGT was earlier, in 1890, 48 years ago. I do not mention this as any special virtue, but to indicate that I have never been a passive member. From the first day of my affiliation I devoted my whole life to the service of the party and the UGT. In both organizations I have been placed in posts of the highest responsibility, both at home and abroad. My actions have never called forth censure. Nevertheless, and especially since the political crisis of May 1937, a crisis which was provoked by the Executive Committee, the latter and most of the socialist press controlled by that committee have, with the able assistance of the Communist Party, waged a campaign of defamation against me such as has never been known in the annals of the Spanish labor movement. If special newspaper articles and official statements or speeches at meetings and conferences were to be believed, I was a breaker of discipline, a troublemaker, a bad socialist, an anarcho-syndicalist, and a nefarious splitter of the Socialist Party and of the working class, practically a traitor. I had been suffering all these insults and slanders in silence for many months, and when I finally decided to speak out publicly, I was permitted to hold the first meeting, because it was expected to be a failure, but since it turned out to be just the opposite, a socialist minister, backed up by the Executive Committee, prohibited me from continuing my speeches. 30. I was even confined to my residence so as to prevent me from getting in touch with socialists. Furthermore, with the aid of the police and assault guards, socialist newspapers and organizations which protested against these abuses were forcibly taken over. 31. I was summarily ousted, without any explanation, from the secretaryship of the UGT, to which I was unanimously elected at the 1932 Congress. I was also ousted from the presidency of the parliamentary minority and of the permanent committee of the Socialist Parliamentary Delegation. 32. What has been done to me can only be done to a bad socialist. Am I one? In that case I cannot take part in such an important and historic event as is being 629 planned. And if, on the other, I am a good socialist, deserving the confidence of the party administration, let it be declared publicly and let the campaign against me be rectified beforehand. As you can see, the matter is more serious than it appears at first sight. For these reasons, then, and for many others I could cite, it is with sincere feeling that I must say to you that I cannot take part in the meeting you are planning. Moreover, I am convinced that my absence will in no way influence the course of the war. 33. The political impotence of the Republicans, Socialists, and Anarcho-Syndicalists increased their frustration and heightened their animosity toward Negrin and the PCE. Their antagonism was not always apparent in the heavily censored daily press, but it was the inevitable topic of discussion in party and trade union locals. In his report to Georgy Dimitrov of May 21, 1939, Togliatti mentioned the growing hostility in mid-1938 of a large part of the Republican Socialist and anarchist leaders and stressed the fact that the Communist Party was the only party that supported Negrin loyally. 34. Even such a circumspect chronicler of the Civil War as Julian Zagazagoysha did not attempt to conceal the extent of the prevailing hostility. The critics of Negrin, he wrote, claimed that he had a secret pact with the communists and that he was serving them in total disregard of the general interest. According to his opponents, he acts exactly like a dictator and in every crisis, by one means or another, manages to frighten Azina, sequestrate his will, and get him to reaffirm his confidence. There remains the parliament, which is convened simply to observe constitutional formalities, but it cannot muster the courage to veto Negrin's powers. The strength of Negrin, say his political opponents, is not exactly based on trust. His continuance in power is due to his dictatorial resources. He leans heavily on the communist portion of the army. 35. And, in a later passage, he states, the Republicans are angered, so are the Basques and Catalans, and among the Socialists there is a faction, by no means insignificant, that would support any action aimed at bringing about the defeat of Negrin. They abominate his policy, branding it as communist. 36. If this was the atmosphere in Barcelona in mid-1938, what was the mood of Madrid? According to José Giral, the spirit of Madrid had changed to such a point that it was necessary to restrain the people to stop them from breaking all relations with the communists and declaring them enemies of the Republic. This impression was general and was confirmed to me by the military who arrived from the Central Zone. 37. The internecine dissensions were now so apparent that they could not be disguised even by Negrin's principal propagandist abroad. Wrote Louis Fischer in August 1938, there are socialists who accuse the communists of wishing to monopolize jobs and propaganda. The communists charge that the socialists work too little and complain too much. The truth is that the communists' saving dynamism and discipline can have unpalatable byproducts. The socialists, as a 630 midway group, are ground between bourgeois republicans and communists. Those who dislike both, sulk or dream of a bridge to the anarchists, whom they formerly reviled. 38. Given the state of disunity in the Republican camp, what indications are there of Negrin's much vaunted talent as a statesman? Because of his identification with the Communist Party, he was not in a position to mitigate the pessimism and distrust even within his own party. For a long time I have been saying, Louis Araquistin wrote to his daughter, that whether we are defeated or whether we win the war the independent socialists will have to emigrate, because in the first case we should be assassinated by Franco or in the second by the communists. 39. While Julian Basteiro, the prestigious leader of the right wing of the PSOE, who had remained in Madrid aloof from the INTRA party struggle, declared on November 15, 1938, if we should win, Spain will become communist. The whole democratic world would be hostile to us and we should only be able to count on Russia. And if we were defeated, then the future would be terrible. 40. Even in May, only a few weeks after the formation of Negrin's government of national union, La Pasionaria acknowledged the bitter and violent polemics between the socialist and communist parties and declared that it was essential that we all put forth a genuine effort to end them. 41. Despite this exhortation, the relations between the two parties steadily deteriorated. They became more difficult every day, she records in her autobiography. The socialist leaders, including those who were more inclined to an understanding with us, for example, Ramon Lamanita, the party secretary, systematically refused to attend meetings of the coordinating committee of both parties. Relations with the socialist leaders were reduced to a few conversations with Lamanita, who, on various pretexts, opposed any joint action. 42.
This aloofness of Ramon Lamondet, an inimitable opportunist, whose political allegiance had oscillated since 1921 between the PSOE and the PCA, was a clear indication of the declining influence of the Communists in the fall of 1938, occasioned not only by what Louis Fisher euphemistically called their saving dynamism and discipline, but by the disastrous course of the war. Another indication of their waning fortunes was the growing discord within the JSU, the United Socialist Youth Federation, formed through the fusion of the socialist and communist youth movements before the Civil War, and which for 2 years had been one of the main props of communist policy. It had been agreed in March 1936, as noted in an earlier chapter, that until a National Congress of Unification had determined democratically the principles, program, and definitive structure of the united organization and had elected a directive body, the fusion would be effected on the basis of the entry of the Young Communists into the Socialist Youth Federation. But no Congress was ever held. Instead, Santiago Carrillo, the secretary of the United Organization, and other young socialists who had joined the PCE in November 1936, convened a national conference in January 1937, to which he appointed as delegates not only the representatives of the local sections of the JSU but a large number of young communists from the 631 fronts and factories, a stratagem that enabled him to secure the election of both a national and executive committee packed with Communist Party nominees. Instead of holding a congress, wrote Antonio Escribano, the delegate from Alicante province, the communists convened that hoax, the Conference of Valencia. They gave it the full weight of a democratic Congress of Unification, but the truth is quite the opposite. 43 And in a letter to me after the war, Escribano stated, "Those of us who were loyal to Caballero did not raise any objections at the conference for 2 reasons, both fairly ingenuous when I look back on them today, although justifiable at the time. These reasons were, 90% of the young socialists who attended the conference did not know that Carrillo, Lane, Melcher, Cabello, Aurora Arnaz, etc., had gone over outright to the Communist Party. We believed that they were still young socialists. Had we known that this group of recreants had betrayed us, I can assure you that an entirely different situation would have arisen." 2. The atmosphere and the manner in which the conference was conducted took us by surprise, and when we wished to react the assembly had already come to an end. 44. Nevertheless, 2 of Largo Caballero's steadfast supporters, José Gregory Martínez, secretary of the Provincial Committee of the Valencia JSU, and Rafael Fernández, secretary of the JSU of Asturias, declined the seats on the National Committee to which they had been appointed, and shortly afterwards Escribano, the delegate for Alicante, resigned from the Executive Committee after denouncing the other members for surrendering themselves to the Communists. 45 During the great surge of influence and power of the PCE in 1937 and early 1938, the voices of dissent were to a large degree quieted. The war provided a thick smoke screen that concealed the greatest abuses and the greatest political calamities, wrote Escribano. If anyone tried to say anything against the mass of abuses, he was denied the right on the ground that it was harmful to the war effort. What a convenience the war was for many people. It is very important to stress this fact in order to understand why many genuine young socialists did not destroy the United Organization from the very moment of its birth. 46. However, in Murcia, according to Togliatti, the dissension had already gone so far in September 1937 that there were 2 rival leaderships in the JSU, one Caballerista, with headquarters in the House of Youth, and the other communist, in the offices of the party. 47. As the hostility toward the PCE increased in late 1938, a growing number of dissidents in the JSU attempted to recover the former political identity of the socialist youth, especially in the provinces of Alicante, Jaén, Murcia, and Valencia. Virtually nothing was reported in Ahora, the national organ of the JSU, about the danger of a schism, but the mounting number of attacks on the enemies of unity and the warning that no one can tear the JSU apart because 600,000 young members would prevent it. 48 revealed the threat presented by the dissidents. Alarmed by their activity, Carrillo tried to bribe the visible heads of the opposition with promises of posts in the army and the JSU, 49, but he was unsuccessful. In October 1938, despite a show of military strength by the comm. 632 Munists, who brought some of their members from the front, the Socialists elected in Jan a new provincial committee. 50 In a 37-page typewritten letter to Norman Thomas, the leader of the American Socialist Party, dated January 1, 1939, describing the hegemonic ambitions of the PCE, Luis Araquistin wrote, "In the JSU, the Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas or Ursificadas, as some humorists call them, a play on URSS, the Spanish equivalent of USSR, there has been a strong reaction against absorption by the communists, and in several provinces the young socialists have already deleted the deceitful U from the name of their organization and recovered their former independence." 51. But it was in Madrid, the bulwark of the left socialists, where the greatest threat to the leadership of the JSU emerged. Toward the end of 1938, a commission of young socialists was set up with Socrates Gómez, the son of José Gómez Osorio, the civil governor of Madrid, as president, and Antonio Escribano as secretary. 52 Santiago Carrillo, who had moved the National Committee of the JSU to Madrid to head off the danger, made one more attempt to check the movement but failed. This may explain why, after the fall of Catalonia, he did not return to the Central Zone. In November, the Commission of Young Socialists convened a national conference in Madrid attended by delegates from almost every province. Several delegates, Escribano testifies, demanded an immediate break with the Communists and the recreation of the Socialist Youth Federation, but no action was taken because of the enemy offensive then underway against Catalonia. 53 Meanwhile, in the fall of 1938, Ramón Lamanita, seeing the schism within the JSU approaching, had set up a youth secretariat, Secretariado Juvenil, attached to the executive of the PSOE, as well as youth secretariats in several provinces, in the hope that if the dissidents were successful he could gain control of the revived socialist youth movement, but the collapse of Catalonia and his flight to France abruptly ended whatever ambitions he may have harbored in that direction. 54. In view of the compelling evidence of increasing hostility to the PCE, it is by no means essential to have recourse to the testimony of prominent ex-communists, whose works are on the index of the communist faithful and their apologists. But to ignore their testimony entirely would be tantamount to yielding to those who would exclude all books from the historiography of the Civil War that do not conform to the party line. One such book is Comunista en España y Antistalinista en la URSS by Valentín González, El Campesino, the well-known communist militia commander, who escaped from the Soviet Union after World War II. Despite numerous inaccuracies and distortions, like countless books on the Civil War, it nonetheless contains material of undoubted historical value, which deserves recording. My use of this book on a previous occasion was criticized by Herbert R. Southworth, the well-known writer and polemicist on the Spanish Civil War. 55 In replying to Southworth, Robert Conquest, the famous Sovietologist, stated, "Mr. Southworth is very choosy about evidence. Everything written by ex-communists, but also by anyone else connected with Western organizations, thought to have been involved in the Cold War, is to be ruled out." Cold War here signifies as usual the voicing of opinions or retailing of facts unpalatable to the Soviet. 633. Leadership. Anyone who has been concerned with a broader view of the period knows that some defector material is false. When it comes to the disputed issues, any real historian must pick his way very carefully. On the other hand, neither the opinion, nor even the imperfect character, of one or another witness in themselves refute his testimony. Nor are we to exclude those who may tend to put themselves in a better light than we might accept. To do so would be to disqualify virtually the entire human race. Mr. Southworth's criteria, even if they were not so patently partisan, would enable him to exclude anyone he wished, under cover of an insistence on immaculate certainties. 56. Referring to the formation of the Second Negrin government in April 1938, El Campesino states, from then on morale at the front and in the rear continued to decline and we went from defeat to defeat. The hatred of the communists by the mass of the people reached such a point that during a meeting of the Politburo one of the leaders had to declare, "We cannot retreat. We must carry on and stay in power at all costs, otherwise we shall be hunted like predatory animals through the streets." 57. To reinforce their position, the communists were compelled to rely more and more on their military and police power. At the front, cajolery, coercion, and violence grew from day to day. Thousands upon thousands of our comrades, said a report issued by the Peninsular Committee of the FAI in October 1938, confess that they are more afraid of being assassinated at the fronts by the adversaries at their side than of being killed by the enemies they face. 58. And another report issued in Stockholm, the headquarters of the World Anarcho-Syndicalist Movement, declared, "One cannot assassinate anti-fascist officers and men just because they belong to the libertarian working class movement." Without the masses beginning to ask what distinguishes the regime of Negrin from that of the fascists under Franco. One cannot behave in this manner without causing demoralization and decay, without undermining the will to fight. 59. Not only the anarcho-syndicalists lived in dread of assassination at the battle fronts, but all who resisted the will of the PCE. For refusing to accept the line of the JSU, ran a report by a dissident group of young socialists, dated June 1, 1939, an infinite number of young socialists were shot on the front lines and a large number were imprisoned, downgraded, or denied the possibility of becoming political commissars. 60 At the front our comrades are being assassinated, because they do not want to accept a Communist Party membership card, Zugazagoisha had told Negrin. 61 Nor were the young Republicans at the front spared the terror. According to Colonel Jesus Perez Salas, the leaders of the Republican youth, seeking protection for their persecuted members, went to his headquarters with the request that they be allowed to enlist in the 24th Army Corps, which he was then organizing. During one of these visits, they gave me a copy of a secret and confidential document addressed to the commander or commissar of a communist brigade which stated that it was necessary to wipe out all those who oppose communist authority and even eliminate them physically if necessary. 62. While intimidation and terror reigned at the battle fronts, the dread of the Sim. 634. And secret police silenced all but the faintest criticism. From now on Negrin, backed by communist propaganda and Russian supplies, became the symbol of resistance. Soviet aid, limited by logistics and by Stalin's resolve not to become too enmeshed in the conflict, was predicated on the belief that Britain and France would eventually be forced to intervene in defense of their own interests and that the Spanish conflict would eventually merge with a general war in Western and Central Europe. Moscow will try by every means to avoid being isolated, to force the Western democracies to fight Hitler, if war is the only course, Boris Stefanov, the Comintern advisor, told the Spanish Politburo. 63. In May 1938, in keeping with Kremlin policy, the Central Committee of the Spanish Communist Party declared in a resolution published in the Comintern organ, International Press Correspondence. Republican Spain is gaining sympathy and prestige every day. Our struggle is mobilizing the proletarian, democratic, and liberal forces of the whole world. Our resistance is spurring on the determination of the liberal public in Great Britain, the United States, France, etc., to oppose a firm and united barrier to the fascist barbarity which is driving the world to war. The Communist Party confirms once more its standpoint with regard to the democratic character of the Spanish Revolution, and condemns all dangerous, extremist, and adventurous experiments which can only serve to prevent the strengthening and consolidation of the democratic achievements. We are fighting for the democratic parliamentary republic, which is based upon the will of the people and on the people's army, which secures the free political activities of all anti-fascist parties and organizations. 64. 635. 59. Why are the people fighting? In keeping with its policy of courting the Western democracies, the Negrin government attempted to conciliate foreign capital. On April 27,
it decreed the dissolution of the Serveis Electrics Unificats de Catalunya, one which had been formed on the initiative of the CNT to control all the foreign hydroelectric enterprises operating in Catalonia. Under the terms of the decree, each enterprise was to recover its status as a stock company, personalidad propia, with the aim of returning it to its former owners. At the same time, the workers' committees formed at the inception of the revolution were dissolved, and a government controller, interventor, was appointed to each enterprise. The CNT unions, writes José Pirates, the anarcho-syndicalist historian, vigorously protested this bold attack on the collectivization decree approved by the Catalan government in October 1936. 2 Certain Catalanist political groups also protested what they regarded as interference by the central government in the autonomy of Catalonia. 3. The decree, wrote the Barcelona correspondent of the New York Post, suggests that the government is taking drastic steps to conciliate big foreign capital and thereby the important financial interests which exert so much influence on the foreign policies of Britain and France. 4. But, confident of General Franco's ultimate victory, the companies involved ignored the gesture. Quite early in the war, the International Combine based in Toronto, the Barcelona Traction, Light, and Power Company, known as La Canadiense, which in Catalonia owned the Riegos y Fuerzas del Ebro, Compañía Barcelonesa de Electricidad, Electra Riocense, Hidroelectrica del Segre, Manresana de Energía Eléctrica and Alumbrado de Población had moved its headquarters to Saragossa in nationalist territory. In a letter to H. Malcolm Hubbard, a company executive in London, dated August 10, 1936, Fraser Lawton, the manager in Barcelona, stated, "Things look worse and worse here every day, not a bright spot in sight at present. We are up against every conceivable difficulty in business and private life." 5. It was not likely that the decree of April 27 would lure him back to Barcelona now that General Franco's victory appeared so close at hand. Without specifically mentioning the decree, Tierra y Libertad, the FAI organ 636, warned that a morale of victory was possible only by recognizing the working class as a factor of prime importance, that it would be downright madness to attempt under any pretext to wrest from the working class what it most desires, to nullify what it is principally defending. The July 19, 1936 marked a new era in the history of Spain. For the proletariat, it opened the road to its emancipation. With the means of production, it initiated a new historical epoch by creating and testing new forms of socialization. 6. When we speak of a morale of victory, we think of the workers. Isn't it absurd how much is being done to demoralize them by seizing their revolutionary gains, the gains that strengthen their will to fight, multiply their efforts, and make them invincible in the defense of liberty? 7. While the attempt to appease foreign capital was underway, government controllers were appointed to decollectivize and nationalize a few Spanish enterprises, a policy that was promoted to a limited extent in the industrialized region of Catalonia by the Department of Economy under the PSUC leader Estanislao Ruiz Ponseti. 8. In addition, other firms were returned to their original owners. The instigators of this trend, decried Solidaridad Obrera, did not possess the degree of prudence and responsibility of the organized proletariat and were seeking the restoration of certain privileges and even the creation of new ones without worrying about the morale of thousands of workers and combatants. 9. Although only a few enterprises were restored to their former proprietors, because many owners had been executed or had fled to nationalist territory at the outbreak of the Civil War. The communist-controlled foreign press censorship, which in the past had attempted to minimize the scope of the revolution, allowed foreign press correspondents to make great play with the handful of restitutions. If the Loyalist Republic were ever really red, as its enemies call it, observed the correspondent of the New York Post, the great work of handing back factories and mines to their original owners certainly shows that the label cannot now be properly applied. As a matter of fact, a great number of industrial properties were never collectivized and have continued to run under private management and ownership. Hundreds of others, which were taken over by Soviets of workers, in the early days of the Civil War, have been restored to the owners. The rest, a government official told me, also will be decollectivized in the course of time. This official asserted that the Negrin government has become more conservative and capitalistic than the government existing before the Aragon offensive, and predicted that any future cabinet shifts would turn it even further to the right. What this official did not add was that the government in decollectivizing had a political motive. It demonstrated thereby, for the benefit of Britain, France, and the United States, that the loyalist government is not a red government. 10. The article had obviously been inspired by official sources for propaganda purposes, for the actual number of restitutions was minimal, insignificant, to use the words of Cardona Rosal, a member of the CNT National Committee 11, but the mere threat of rolling back the workers' gains and the failure of the Central 637 government to approve any laws institutionalizing the revolution created doubts and anxieties among the rank and file of the libertarian movement. This threat had loomed large since the decree of September 2, 1937, signed by Juan Negrin, in his capacity as finance minister, making the industrial collective subject to state taxes but without conferring on them legal status. 12. Particularly threatening was the decree of August 11, 1938, militarizing the war industries, which the anarcho-syndicalists regarded as being no less odious than nationalization. 13 Although the plants involved had been collectivized by workers' committees and their seizure subsequently legalized by the collectivization decree of the Generalitat in October 1936, this measure was never recognized by the central government. The immediate result of the militarization decree, writes Pirates, was the appointment of technicians, on the basis of political criteria, and the creation of a vast bureaucracy of inspectors and advisors, many of them Russian, subservient to a political party, whose directives could not be questioned. The consequences were necessarily deplorable, the progressive demoralization of the workers because of their loss of control and the replacement of real technicians by specialists in political proselytism. All this had a detrimental effect on production. 14. The decree, he stated in a later passage, was issued by a government in which the CNT was represented. If the upper echelons of the CNT appeared to give their blessing, this was not so in the case of the rank and file, for there is abundant proof of tenacious resistance among the workers to the handing over of the war industries. 15. Evidence of this resistance can be found in a brief record of the session of October 15, 1938 of the National Plenum of the CNT, during which fears were expressed by the Catalan delegate that the control of the war industries by the communist-controlled Under-Secretaryship of Armaments would result in the absorption of the CNT by the UGT, since the anarcho-syndicalists would be displaced from the management of the factories and shops they controlled. All this, said the delegate, with the acquiescence of the National Committee. We must give warning that this is the road that leads to the abyss and to disaster. 16. No less disturbing to the workers of the CNT and FAI was the knowledge that some enterprises were being returned to their original owners. In an article headlined "Why Are the People Fighting?" Tierra y Libertad declared, "The whole world knows that the Spanish people will not revert to the regime that ended in July 1936. Everything that is said to the contrary notwithstanding, everything that is done to put a brake on the wheels of progress, in order to placate international reaction and the social classes that have been divested of their privileges, undermines our fighting morale and the spirit of sacrifice indispensable for victory." 17.